Matinee Theater. The makers of Vicks Vapor Rub present a half hour of romance and adventure starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner in Wuthering Heights. This program was formerly called Dangerously Yours, and hereafter will be known as the Matinee Theater in order to bring you a greater variety of plays. First, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Martin Gable. Today we bring you a story penned over 100 years ago on the Haworth moors by the brilliant genius that was Emily Bronte. A story that through the passing years has become one of the world's greatest dramatic classics, Wuthering Heights. Our story opens in the shadowy bedroom in the gloomy old house at Wuthering Heights.
How is Mr. Heathcliff, Doctor? Is there any change? He seems to be quieter.
If he wanted to live, I think I could save him. As it is, I just don't know.
There he goes, calling for her again. Oh, it's enough to break your heart.
Kathy, come in. Come in.
How long has Catherine been dead?
Oh, I think it's close to 20 years. This was her room, you know. Kathy and Hindley and Heathcliff grew up in this house together, and Heathcliff might have been their actual brother the way he was treated until Mr. Earnshaw died. I was their nurse, you know.
Heathcliff was an orphan, wasn't he?
Yes, Mr. Earnshaw found the lad wandering in the streets in London and brought him home. And after Mr. Earnshaw died, Hindley did everything he could to make life unbearable for Heathcliff, with the result that the boy spent more time in the stable than the house.
Kathy, come in. Kathy. Oh, my darling.
No.
Hear me, please.
Poor fellow.
Hear me.
Was she beautiful?
Yes, a wild, wicked slip she was. But she had the bonniest eyes, the sweetest smile, and the lightest foot in the parish.
Kathy. 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 I've got to get to Kathy.
Help me.
Yes,
He's
yes,
out of his head
Doctor.
again.
Yes.
Kathy, let
No,
me up, you
hush,
fool.
boy.
She's outside the window trying to get in.
Heathcliff.
Don't you hear her?
So hush.
Don't you hear her outside crying in the wind and the snow? Let her in.
Oh,
Let
my.
her in.
There's no one outside, Heathcliff.
Oh, Kathy, come back to my heart. When we were young, you said you'd love me always, Kathy. Remember that day? We ran through the heather laughing at nothing, laughing at everything, and the wind ran with us. And we were drunk with the smell of the moors and the excitement of being young together.
Oh, I'm completely out of breath.
Come on, it's only a few more steps to the top of the rock. There.
Oh, Heathcliff, we're on top of the whole world.
The sun's going down. The moor looks as though they're on fire.
Oh, it's so beautiful, it almost makes you want to cry.
Don't cry. It hurts me when you cry.
It hurts you? It hurts you, Heathcliff?
Yes.
Oh, don't turn away from me, Heathcliff. Look at me. Tell me why.
I don't know.
Do you think it could be because you love me, Heathcliff? You do love me, don't you?
I never thought much about it that way. I know you're like food to me and drink. I know that sometimes you're the rain that chills me and sometimes you're the fire that warms me. And when I'm with you, whether we quarrel or laugh or cry, I feel completely satisfied. And when I'm not with you, I feel lost and torn to pieces. I guess that's love, Kathy. At least It's the only love I know.
Oh, Heathcliff, I love you, too. I love you, and I always will.
Darling. It's going to storm. We better start back. Oh, I wish you could see yourself. You're caked with mud.
Oh, you're
Elizabeth.
not such an elegant companion yourself. Oh, there's the Linton dog barking. I want to pet him a
No,
minute.
don't pet him. He's a mean animal. Stay away from him.
I will not. I never saw a dog in my life I couldn't handle. Here, boy. Nice boy.
I'll get him, Kathy. You ugly beast. I'll get his throat. Let go. Let go.
What the deuce are you doing with my dog?
Oh, call off your dog, Clinton, or I'll throttle him.
Let go of him. He'll be all right.
Are you all right, Kathy? Oh, darling, don't cry like that. Let me see your foot.
It hurts. And look how it's bleeding.
We'll take care of it at once.
I wish I'd killed that dog.
You're Miss Catherine Earnshaw, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Well, I'm a neighbor of yours, Edgar Linton. I've just returned from Oxford. If you'll dismiss your groom, I'll carry you up to the house and have your foot attended to.
Thank you. That would be very kind.
Catherine, she's fainted. I'll carry her to the house. Kindly get your master and Miss Earnshaw's maid at once.
See here, I'm not a servant.
Oh, don't stand there arguing, man. I've got to get help for her. Will you go, or must I send one of my men?
I'll go. I'll go. Have you seen her, Nellie? Is she all right? I asked Hindley, but I couldn't get any satisfaction out of him.
Oh, she's coming along just fine. She'll be home in a few days now. But she's happy as a lark up there at the Linton house. Mr. Edgar waits on her hand and foot.
I know. I walked up there last night, and I watched them through the window. Nellie, did you ever hate a man so much your fingers ached to kill him?
Well, Catherine, your things are ready, and the carriage is at the door. I must say, I miss you.
I'll miss you too, Edgar. You've been very good to me.
I'll continue to be good to you, if you let me, Catherine.
Kathy, come out for a run on the moors. Let's get away from houses and people.
I can't, Heathcliff. I'm going to a party with Edgar Linton tonight. I have to get ready.
Kathy, please.
Heathcliff, I've told you I have to get ready for a party. Now, that's all there is to it.
Nellie, Kathy's changed so ever since she met Linton. She couldn't care anything for that.
Why don't you fix yourself up a bit? Get your hair trimmed and get some decent clothes. Do you think Miss Catherine would marry a man with no ambition to be anything better than the gutter snipe he was born?
Yes. I think she loves me and will marry me as I am. I'd stake my life on that.
Nellie, Edgar wants me to marry him.
Do you love him?
Love him? Oh, don't be silly.
Do you love Heathcliff?
Love Heathcliff? Oh, Nellie, I don't think I can tell you how I feel about Heathcliff. It's almost impossible to put into words. I think he's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same.
You can feel that way and yet fight and quarrel and hurt him as you do.
Yes, of course. He's not always a pleasure to me, any more than I'm always a pleasure to myself. But in some strange, inexplicable way, I am Heathcliff. I'd follow him. I'd go to him anywhere if he needed me. But, Nellie, I think I must marry Edgar. I talked to Hindley last night. He said if I ever spoke of marrying Heathcliff, he'd shoot him on sight, and that I should know it would degrade me to marry Heathcliff. And in the end, that would shame me and him. Do you think I should marry Edgar? Do you think it's true it would degrade me to marry Heathcliff, Nellie?
Well, yes, Kathy, of course it's true.
Heathcliff, you were listening.
I didn't mean to. I heard you say it would degrade you to marry me. Go ahead, marry Edgar Linton. Live in wealth and security and complete boredom, if you think that will make you happy. But I'll tell you right now it won't. You have red blood in you, my girl. You've always run to meet life. You're a half-wild creature, blood, bone, and sinew of the moors, mothered by them, sired by the wild, fierce moor winds, and cradled in the heather. Marry Edgar Linton, and see what happens to a moor creature when she forsakes her love and the life she was born to lead. You weren't born for Edgar Linton, Kathy. You were born for me, and I hope that knowledge torments you until it kills you. Now I'll get out of this house and out of this country, but you try to get me out of your heart.
Oh, Kathy, dear, please. You must stop crying like this. You must get some sleep. You haven't been in bed for days.
I'm going out. I've got to get out on the moors. There was a rock Heathcliff took me to once. Perhaps he's there.
He's been gone for a week. He's far from here by now.
He might be on the rock. I've got to see. I'm going out.
No, not in this rain and wind.
I've got to go out. I've got to find Heathcliff. Heathcliff, my darling, you must be here. Heathcliff. Oh, my darling, you can't be lost to me. You are my laughter and my tears. Yours was the name I cried at my dreaming. Yours are the lips and the arms in my dreaming. Heathcliff, where are you? Heathcliff! Dear God, please tell me the answer. Where is he? Where is he that I may follow him? Follow him? Yes, I could follow him. He's gone into the dark, into the moors. One step from this rock and our destinies would be joined. One step. God forgive me for the sin I must commit. Take my body to the earth. Let me sleep until his voice awakens me. Let my heart cease aching. My senses cease throbbing. Let me follow him. Let me follow him.
I followed you, thank heaven. God forgive you for what you were about to do, Catherine.
I want to die, Nellie. What is there to live for?
Oh, a great deal. Heathcliff is gone. You were a child when you loved him. Now you've lost him and you're a woman. I expect you to face it as a woman.
What do you want me to do, Nellie?
I want you to come home, and I want you to marry Edgar Linton. That's your salvation, Catherine.
Can a woman live with her heart dried up inside her? Can she speak when her whole being aches to hear one voice answer her? Can she look at another man when there's only one man her heart would look upon? Oh, can all those things be put by, Nellie?
They can be. And they must be. Come, Catherine.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Wuthering Heights from the stage of the Matinee Theater. You know, when you ask folks to name the best of anything, you just can't expect them to agree. And that is what makes this news all the more amazing. When we asked thousands of folks from coast to coast what home remedy they liked best to relieve misery and distress of colds, practically all of them answered, why, Vicks Vapor Rub, of course. They knew from their own happy experience what wonderful relief from distress of colds Vapor Rub and its famous penetrating, stimulating action can bring. You see, when you rub Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back, it penetrates direct into the cold, irritated upper bronchial tubes with its special, soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a warming poultice. Now, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to help relieve the coughing spasms, muscular soreness or tightness, congestion and irritation in the upper bronchial tubes. And often, most of the misery of the cold is gone overnight. Now remember this. Be sure you get the one and only Vapor Rub, because only Vapor Rub can give you this special penetrating, stimulating action. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of cold. Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now the second act of Wuthering Heights, starring Victor Jory. Our scene opens at the front door of the Linden house. 3 years later.
Heathcliff. Is it possible? Heathcliff?
Well, Nellie, is this all the greeting you have for me after 3 years?
Nellie, who's the door? I thought I heard...
Good evening, Kathy.
Heathcliff. Oh, Heathcliff, come in. Oh, it's been so long.
My darling. My dearest, my sweet. Oh, you're so beautiful, so very beautiful. Even my memories did you an injustice.
Oh, my dearest.
No, it's so good to hold you in my arms again. They've been so empty. I don't know how it's possible to love and hate the same person, but I love and hate you, and I should kill you for marrying Edgar Linton.
When your world crumbles around you, you either build a new world or die, Heathcliff.
I'd rather you died then. You'll be sorry he ever smiled at you. And so will you, my Catherine. I've come back to live at Wuthering Heights. I've money now. There'll be a way for me to get back at you.
Is that why you returned?
Yes, that's why I returned.
Why, you speak.
Oh, Catherine, you asked me to wait for you in the morning room, but you were so long coming.
I'll be there in a moment, Isabella.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure of this gentleman's acquaintance, Catherine.
I don't believe you have.
Isabella, this is Mr. Heathcliff, Edgar's sister, Miss Linton, Mr. Heathcliff.
Edgar's sister? Well, we must get acquainted, Miss Linton. Any member of your family is of great interest to me.
Heathcliff.
Isabella, you were sweet to come out on the moors to meet me.
I don't know why Catherine tries to keep me away from you. I don't like to think she's jealous, but I don't know what else to think.
Isabella, would you run away with me tonight and marry me?
But you haven't said you love me.
But I have asked you to marry me. Will you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I'd love to.
Come on, then. Let's get back to the house. I'll visit with Kathy while you're getting ready. Kathy, how beautiful you are. How much I love you.
Please, don't say such things to me.
You've gotten so thin and pale these last few months. Past months that I've been here. You were healthy in the old days, Kathy.
It hasn't been exactly easy. Seeing you and not being able to go to you.
Catherine, I've come to say goodbye. I'm going to marry Isabella.
Marry Isabella? Oh, no, you wouldn't do that.
You know me better than to say that.
Oh, Heathcliff, have you not had enough revenge on me?
No, my dear, not nearly enough. I want you to suffer the way I've suffered. I want you to think of Isabella in my arms. I want you to know the same torments and hates and fears that I've known, and I want you to die 1,000 deaths that I've died.
Get out of this house, son. Get out instantly.
Edgar.
Ah, the master of the house. Come in and join the brawl.
I have been so far forbearing with you, sir, because Catherine asked me that I accept you as a friend. But I tell you here and now that if I ever find you within my doors again, I will shoot you on sight. Now get out before I have my servants throw you out.
Oh, Kathy, this lamb of yours threatens like a bull. It is in danger of splitting its skull against my knuckles. So you'll have your servants throw me out, eh? I wish you joy of your milk-blooded coward, Kathy. I will leave, though. For I have a rendezvous I wouldn't care to miss. Good day, Mr. Linton, Mrs. Linton. I wish you both great happiness. Though how one of you can stomach the other is beyond me. Good day.
I, Isabella, take thee, Heathcliff, to have and to hold, from this day forward, as long as we both shall live.
How is Catherine, Nellie? Did she eat her dinner?
No, it's there on the table untouched.
The doctor said I'd better not go into her room at all. She says she's very ill, that she might...
She's been ill before with cold and fever. Maybe she'll get better.
Has she asked about Heathcliff or Isabella?
Not once.
Nellie! Where are you, Nellie? I'll shut the house down if you don't come out.
Be still! Do you want to disturb her with your cries?
Isabel and I got back this morning, and I heard in the village that Kathy's ill, almost to dying. What happened to her?
She walked on the moors all night in the rain after Edgar ordered you from the house. They found her the next day, dazed and half out of her head.
Take me to her. Linton's gone to church. I saw him leave.
You won't harm her.
Harm her? Oh, no. No, I won't harm her.
Heathcliff. Oh, I thought you would never come.
Kathy. All my life. How can I bear this?
You wanted to break my heart, Heathcliff. You haven't come to bewail the deed now that you've accomplished it, have you? How many years do you mean to live after I'm gone?
No.
Will you forget me? Will you say 20 years hence? That's the grave of Catherine Earnshaw. I loved her once and sorrowed to lose her. But that all passed a long time ago.
Don't torture me.
You tortured me.
Are you possessed with a devil to talk in that manner to me, lying there on that bed that may be your deathbed? Don't you know those words will brand my memory and eat their way into me until they destroy me? Is it not enough that for the rest of my life I must writhe in a living hell, married to another, weeping for you?
Oh, darling, forgive me. Come here, close beside me, where I can touch your hand. I don't wish you torment, Heathcliff. I didn't mean those things. It's just that I don't want to leave you. We should never have been separated. Together we were something beautiful. But alone, each of us has been lost and tormented and useless to anyone.
Oh, Kathy, don't let life slip away from you. Hold on to it. Fight your way back. We'll go away together. We'll start over someplace far away.
You do love me, don't you?
Love you. You're the only thing I've ever loved in all my life. That love for you is the evil and the good in me. It's the greatest height I can reach and the lowest depth in which I can grovel. It's heaven and it's hell. It's beauty and it's degradation. Love you. I was born loving you. And I'll die loving you.
My dearest, put your arms around me. Let me rest my head on your shoulder. Listen to me, darling. I have not many words left to say, and I want them to belong to you. I love you. I will always love you. And I will wait for you in a cradle of heather out on the moors. Heathcliff, my darling.
Kathy, my dearest. My dearest.
What is the meaning of this?
We've both lost her now, Linton. We've both lost an hour. Oh, Kathy. Kathy.
Kathy, come in. Oh, my heart, darling, hear me, please. Please hear me.
Mr. Heathcliff.
At last.
Mr. Heathcliff, you must rest.
Oh, you've heard more of the story of Cathy and Heathcliff tonight than anyone in this part of the country. You've heard him say things he would never say if he'd had any knowledge of what he was saying.
And she's been dead for 20 years. And still he yearns for her.
Yes, he thinks she wanders out on the moors waiting for him. And many's the night he's flung the window open and sat by it all night, crying her name and calling her. But she never comes in. She's waiting out there.
I heard you. Outside. I'll open the window and let you come in. Will you come in this time when I open the window, Kathy? Let me up.
No,
Yes,
boy,
let me
rest,
up.
oh,
I must go to her.
No.
She's waiting outside the window. Don't you hear her?
No.
Let me up.
We must hold him down. Help me, Nellie. He mustn't get out of bed.
Kathy, come in, my dearest. Kathy, I hear you. I know you're there. Kathy!
The windows! God save us, the windows blow open.
Kathy. My darling.
Close the windows quickly. I'll hold him.
No. Leave them open.
Oh, Kathy. My cat.
He's gone, Nellie. You can close the windows now. He's gone beyond them.
In just a moment, Mr. Jory will tell you about next week's production. And meanwhile, a timely message. Mother, to help relieve distress of children's colds that cause coughing, sore throat, congestion, and irritation in the upper bronchial tubes, muscular soreness or tightness, the best-known home remedy you can use is famous Vicks Vapor Rub. This modern way that most young mothers now depend on is an external treatment, no dosing to upset a child's delicate stomach. You just rub Vapor Rub on the throat, chest, and back at bedtime, and it starts to work at once to relieve miseries of a cold and bring grand comfort. And Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours, bringing relief. It invites restful sleep, and often by morning, most of the misery of a child's cold is gone. Why don't you try Vapor Rub this very day if colds have struck your family? It's especially good for the children, and it works fine for grown-ups, too. It's the best-known home remedy in the world for relieving miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the many kind letters I received from you suggesting your choice of plays, books, and motion pictures. Need I tell you that your letters and suggestions are always welcome? Please address me, care of Victor Jory, Columbia Broadcasting System, New York 22, New York. Next week, Vic's Matinee Theater will present one of Samuel Goldwyn's greatest motion picture successes. The memorable and exciting story of two people forbidden to love, beloved enemy.
Our play was written by Gene Holloway from the book Wuthering Heights and directed by Richard Sandville. Music for the series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure and listen in again next week when Vic's Matinee Theater presents Beloved Enemy, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vic's Matinee Theater. Vic's Matinee Theater, presented by the makers of Vic's Vapor Rub, brings you Beloved Enemy, starring Victor Jory as Dennis Reardon. Now, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vic's Vapor Rub.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vic's brings you one of the most memorable love stories ever told. Beloved Enemy, adapted from Samuel Goldwyn's great motion picture. Our story opens in the city of Dublin in 1921. 1921 in Ireland. A time of unrest and discontent. A time when right or wrong, rebellion flamed through the land and good men on both sides died for their convictions. And foremost among these, a hero to his followers, but to the authorities of England only a name, Dennis Reardon.
Dennis Reardon, did you hear the news?
Yes, McCarthy, O'Brien, and Casey dead.
They were brave lads. They saved our records.
They were brave lads. I grew up with Tom O'Brien. I've lost a brother.
Well, the men are all assembled in the cellar for the meeting. Will you come down now?
Aye.
Did you hear that Lord Athley and his daughter are arriving from England tonight?
That I did. The English government has sent Lord Athley to come over and see what can be done about us. He's going to find we're quite a problem. Eh, Burke? I understand, too, that there's a shipment of munitions arriving tonight.
A shipment of munitions, eh?
That's right. A shipment of munitions.
Blown up our munition ship. This is intolerable negligence on your part, Captain Loader.
But, Lord Athley, you don't understand the situation. I don't have enough men to cover all of Dublin. We're not at war with Ireland, you know. I never know where they're going to strike next.
It's your business to know.
But Reardon's spies are in the post office, the telephone exchanges, army, police. They're everywhere. Anything we decide here, Reardon knows in 2 hours, and I don't even know what the man looks like.
Well, you'd better find out what he looks like. Because if we don't get him pretty soon, there's going to be war between Ireland and England.
We're doing everything we can, Lord Athley.
Oh, there you are, Captain Loader. There's some soldiers out here with a very handsome prisoner. If you don't want him, I'll take him.
I'll be right out, Lady Helen.
No, bring him in here. Let's see your efficiency in action, Loader.
Very well. I'll bring him in here.
I'll just sit down and watch, if you don't mind, Father.
Suit yourself, my dear, but don't interrupt.
Wait outside, men. This man was picked up close to the dock where the munition ship was destroyed, Your Lordship.
Ah, I see. What's your name?
Dennis Reardon.
You're taking a dangerous name, my man.
The best is none too good for me. My man.
Oh, impudent young rascal. They find any papers on him, Loader?
Yes, sir. Here they are.
Ah. Thomas Casey. Mm-hmm. Medical student, eh? Well, Mr. Casey, what were you doing in the vicinity of the explosion?
I was riding my bike home from the university, as peaceful as you'd please. And all of a sudden I heard a terrific noise, and I fell off my bike. And then some soldiers came along, and would you believe it now? I was whisked into a lorry bicycle and all and brought up here and asked what I was doing back there. Is it now forbidden to ride through our own streets?
Helen.
I beg your pardon.
Let the man go, Loader.
And give back his bicycle.
All right, you may go.
Thank you kindly. And thank you, too, for bringing me here.
Don't be impudent.
Begging your pardon, I meant it sincerely. For I've had one look at a woman I'll never forget.
Why, thank you. You know, I've always wondered whether the romantic stories I heard about the Irish were true. And now...
And now?
Why, now I see they are.
Helen.
Good night to you, my lady. The good saints bless you and keep you.
Good night, Dennis Reardon. The same to you.
They're all alike, Lady Helen, full of blarney.
Yes. And isn't it attractive? Hobbs? Hobbs, where are you? Hobbs!
over here, my lady. Just a minute.
Well, come here. I finished shopping and I want you to drive me home.
Would you mind coming over here, my lady? This young lad's hurt pretty bad, and he won't let me touch him.
Who's hurt? What are you talking about?
Let me go. Let me go. I tell you, let me go.
He was running and he fell. His legs all twisted up under him. He wouldn't let me touch him.
Oh, now come. Let me see your knee.
Don't you touch me. Don't you touch me.
I was a Red Cross nurse once, and even the enemy didn't mind when we helped. Let me see it, Oh, that's a good boy.
Ow.
It's just a wrench. It isn't broken. Hobbs, please help me carry him to the car. We'll have to drive him to his home. There, Pedro. Isn't that a nice bandage?
Yes'm, thank you. My mother should be home soon. She must be shopping.
Do you think you'll be all right if I leave you?
Yes'm.
Hello there, Pedro. The door was open, so I walked... Well, lady, I'm afraid you're in the wrong section of Dublin.
Why, hello.
I fell down and hurt my leg, and she brought me home and fixed it. Isn't it all right?
Of course it's all right. But Lady Helen is in the wrong section of town.
What do you mean?
I mean that while you've been fixing the lad's legs, the neighbors have been fixing your car. Your chauffeur just left for the garage to see if he could get a repairman.
Well, how will I get home?
Did your mother take her bicycle, Peter?
No, it's around and back.
Then we'll be borrowing that.
Thank you, Dennis Reardon.
Now, you have a frightening memory for names.
I'm not apt to forget that one.
I'll get my bike and meet you around in back. There's quite a crowd in front. They aren't used to English in this part of town.
All right, thank you.
You called him Dennis Reardon.
Yes, that's the only name I know him by.
Mother says we're never to call him that anymore.
Oh, I see. Well, then, we won't.
I was certainly wise in taking you around the outside of town instead of through it. With your kind of cycling, you'd have been killed for certain by an Irish lamppost. Well, let's stop and rest for a moment.
All right. Oh, it's beautiful out here, isn't it? So beautiful it almost hurts.
Yes, it is. I'm a countryman at heart myself, you know. Someday I'm going to have a bit of a farm in County Galway with some fine pigs and horses on it.
All by yourself?
Indeed not. There'll be a fine-spirited woman in my house making a great clamor all day and children driving me crazy with their goings-on. And there'll be some fine rich earth for plowing and a brook and a leprechaun under the kitchen doorstep. And you'll always have to remember to leave him a bit of cream at night, or he'll be very angry.
Oh, I'd never forget a leprechaun.
I don't think you would. Would you like to meet me at Dublin Market tomorrow? I'm buying the first pig. Would you like to help me pick him out?
No, I can't do that.
So far as the world goes, we've nothing in common, have we?
No, I'm afraid we haven't.
And there's no reason we should be friends, is there?
There's every reason we shouldn't.
Then let's not be friends. Let's just come here again and forget who we are and talk about farms in County Galway.
No, Dennis, we must not. Come on, we'd better start back.
Just in case you change your mind, I'll be waiting at 4 o'clock at the pig stalls. Tim, my boy, is this not a fine-looking pig?
Hey, but Dennis, our English friend Captain Loader is close by, looking at cabbages and taking quite an interest in you and your pigs.
Yeah, I see. I think I'll be asking you to put this pig by for me, Mr. O'Houlihan.
All right, sir, that I will.
There's some more of the English over there by the chickens.
Quick, before they surround us. Have you any coins?
Aye.
Then throw them in the air quickly and get away while the kids are scrambling for them. Come on.
Here you are, ladies. Scramble.
I'm glad you came. When I wrote you the note and gave you my new address, I didn't know whether you'd come to my house or not, seeing as how you weren't at the market yesterday.
This is the last time I will ever meet you. You see, I'm not your friend. I'm your enemy. I know you're Dennis Reardon. Pedro told me without realizing it. That's how they knew you'd be at the market yesterday. Through me.
Did you also tell them you were meeting me here today?
No. It's no use asking you not to hate me. I'd better go.
No, don't go. Sit down and talk a bit. It may be a long time before we're meeting again.
We can never see each other again. You know that now, don't you?
Yes, I know it now. But all the years after you've gone from me, I'll be thinking of what might have been. And maybe it would be good to know if we thought of it in the same way.
Maybe it would.
Every evening, I'd have asked you to meet me on top of the hilltop. What would you have said to that when I asked you?
I'd have said, "Thank you, Dennis Reardon. I'll be there."
And all through the summer evenings, we'd have walked on the hills side by side. Not talking much, wouldn't we have?
We wouldn't have needed to talk much except to say, "Look at those stars. And did you ever see such a moon?"
And one evening, I'd have put my arm around you. And us walking alone in the moonlight. And what would you have said then?
I don't think I'd have said anything. I think I would just have sighed.
A happy sigh?
Oh, very.
Then we'd have walked slower and slower and stopped. And I'd have said, it's the honest and beautiful woman you are.
Oh, Dennis, don't. Don't say any more.
And I'd have said, I love you. I love you. And after we were married, we'd be in my farm in County Galway, riding fine horses together and us laughing crazy all day long.
Oh, Dennis, hold me close. Don't ever let me go. Dennis, my dearest.
My darling. My darling. Look, darling, it's dark out. I think I must take you home now.
Oh, Dennis. I love you so.
No, don't cry now, darling.
It's hard not to cry. I've never been in love before. And to have had love for such a little time, and then to let it go. It seems past all bearing.
Someday, when I finish what I must do, I'll come looking for you. And if you have not changed your mind, perhaps you'll go with me to County Galway.
I won't change my mind. I'll wait, Dennis. No matter how long it is.
And I'll come to you no matter when it is. And I'll begrudge every minute of every hour on every clock in the world until my job is done and we can be together.
Goodbye, my dearest.
Goodbye, my darling.
In just a moment, we will bring you Act 2 of Beloved Enemy from the stage of Vic's Matinee Theater. When your child suffers the miseries of a cold, everybody seems to have advice on what to do about it. But if you took a public opinion poll, you'd find that the modern way most mothers use to relieve distress of their children's colds is to rub on Vic's Vapor Rub. Now, for such an outstanding preference, there must be a basic proven reason. The moment you rub on Vapor Rub, it starts to work to bring fine relief right in the very places where distress is. Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special, soothing, medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. For hours, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working to bring gratifying relief. It invites restful sleep, and often by morning, most of the misery of the cold is gone. Try it yourself. Just rub on Vapor Rub tonight. And remember, only Vapor Rub gives you this special, penetrating, stimulating action. It's the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vic's Vapor Rub.
Now the second act of Beloved Enemies, starring Victor Jory. As our curtain rises, we're in England. And in the London house of Lord Athley, we find Lady Helen talking to her father.
Father, have you made up your mind what you're going to say to Parliament?
Yes. I'm going to recommend that Reardon and the delegates selected from this party be invited to England to see if we can't negotiate.
Oh, Father, that's wonderful.
If he does come, Helen, I shall hold you to your promise. You're not to see him alone. I say, if he comes.
Very well, Father. But he'll come. You'll see. He'll come. Welcome to England, Mr. Reardon. This is my father, Lord Athley. Father, Mr. Reardon.
Lord Athley.
How do you do, sir? I believe the last time we met, your name was
Reardon, sir.
Yes. I trust you will enjoy this reception we've planned in your honor. My daughter will see that you meet everyone.
It was very kind of you, sir.
You've met Lord and Lady Huntington, Sir Cecil Brownlee. I do hope I've presented you to everyone.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, Dennis.
Oh, my dear, you're so beautiful. If only I could take in my arms.
Oh, darling, if only you could.
But we cannot see each other alone. I gave my oath.
I had to do something like that, too.
I hate receptions.
I know. So do I. Oh, don't look at me like that. Everyone will know. Don't you admire that portrait, Mr. Reardon? It's a Reynolds, you know.
Oh, it's beautiful. Perhaps I should go.
Oh, no, please.
Torture seeing you like this.
It's better than not seeing you at all. Come, let me show you about the house. There's the library in there.
What things in your life happen in that room?
That's where I played the harp when I was 14, in a pink dress.
In that room?
My mother's sitting room. I used to say my prayers in there before she died. Then for 10 years, I never went into it once. I do now.
And do you pray there now?
Yes, for you. And for peace, Dennis. Maybe this conference will mean peace. It could, couldn't it, Dennis?
It could, Helen. But it isn't very likely.
Helen, some of our guests are ready to leave.
Oh, I'll come at once, Father. I wish you luck at the conferences tomorrow, Dennis. You and Ireland.
The delegates from Ireland must realize that we've made concessions far beyond our original intentions. In the past few days, we have conceded point after point in our efforts to reach a satisfactory conclusion. You're reaching for the moon, gentlemen, and we cannot give it to you.
It's all or nothing, Dennis. Don't let them bluff you into compromising.
They've given in on so many of our big points, Burke.
They have not given in on all.
Gentlemen. Gentlemen! It is not enough.
Then further discussion is useless. War is inevitable.
We are tired and our vision is blurred. The fate of millions of people lies in our hands. I urge the leniency of our friends, the Irish, and beg the continuance of this conference tomorrow.
Here. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Reardon?
I hold but little hope that anything further can be accomplished. The issue between us is clear-cut. But before we all take an irrevocable step, we will consent to one more meeting.
Very well. We're adjourned until tomorrow.
Burke, we knew when we came here the best we could get would be a compromise.
Let them compromise.
All the compromising can't be on one side. They've already offered us more than Ireland has ever honestly hoped to get.
That's right, it is. I think we should take what they offer, and maybe a little later we can win a few more points.
We were sworn to demand everything or nothing. What's the good of arguing? You hold the deciding vote, Dennis.
That's right. In your vote hangs the balance of war or peace for Ireland, Dennis.
Have you made up your mind?
I'm going out for a walk. I've got to think. They made us some fine promises today. There's no denying it.
They won't put them on paper. They just say that we shall have home rule, and we must take their word for it. Well, I'm not willing to take anyone's word for anything. And if you do, Dennis Reardon, you will answer to the people for it. They want their rights, and they've sent you here to get them for them. Now, what are you going to do about it?
I'm going for a walk. I have to think.
Mind your promise about that woman, Dennis.
I've not broken it, Bert.
Dennis, I'm so glad I found you. I asked for you at the hotel, and the clerk said he thought you were here in the park.
I've sworn not to see you alone.
Do you think Ireland would be completely destroyed if you kissed me? Just once.
Oh, Helen. Oh, darling, but you're enough to make a man forget life and country and promises.
Dennis, it's your vote that's going to mean war or peace, isn't it?
Yes. And I'm racking my brain and my heart for the answer. I can't forget the lads who died and all they fought for.
Is it wrong to remember those who want to live?
It is, if we fail the dead in order to bring easy comfort to the living. My country and its cause must come first before any man's right to live. Until we have freedom, we have nothing.
They're giving you that.
No, they're only promising us that. And not on paper.
Then take the promise and fight if it isn't kept. Give us a chance to keep it. Don't ever let your country go to war, Dennis Reardon, over something that can be settled peacefully. We are not without honor. We have made you a promise. Give us a chance to keep that promise. Dennis, the right of thousands of people to live and be happy are in your hands. You have no right not to try the compromise if you're good at heart.
Good night, Helen. I must leave you now.
Dennis, what are you going to do?
I have to walk and think some more.
On behalf of the Irish Republic, I accept the promises of the English Committee. We agree to your compromise.
It's done, Helen. They've signed it.
Where's Dennis?
He left on the afternoon boat for Ireland. Helen, that man is one of the bravest I've ever known. Heaven help him. When he signed that treaty, he was as good as signing his own death warrant, and he knew it.
Death warrant?
Yes. The fanatics of his own party won't stand for compromise. They'll all look upon him as a traitor.
I'm going to him, Father.
Helen, to go to him would be very dangerous.
I must go to him, Father.
All right. I understand. We'll go together, daughter.
There he is, Father. He's speaking. See, on that platform. Let's get closer where we can hear him.
Government of its own. And now, for the first time in Irish history, we have that government. There are among us some men who still believe that Ireland is not ready for peace. I hope I may live long enough to prove to them that what has been gained today is everything we should hope for at this time, and that what will be gained in the future depends no longer on gunpowder and hatred, but on the peaceful understanding of the people. Our future, under the treaty, is a brighter one than any Irishman has ever known. But it must be built wisely and sanely. And above all, it must be built on peace.
There's the man that sold us out for a woman. There's the traitor.
Killed him. Father, what is that? Father, they killed him. Come, we must get to him. Well, Doctor?
He'll be all right. It's just a flesh wound. Go along in there now. He's waiting for you.
Well, now, woman, what are you doing here in Ireland without an invitation?
Without an invitation, is it? And who was it that invited me to live on a farm in County Galway?
Careful now. The doctor says I'm not to be excited. Don't you be shouting at me.
If I have any trouble with you, Dennis Reardon, I'll take it to the people. I saw how it was with you and the people tonight, after Burke shot you. He's in jail right now, thinking over his mistakes. The people are going to try it your way, Dennis.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, well, then, I guess my job is finished. And I can take it easy for the rest of my life on that bit of a farm with you.
Take it easy? Land alive, listen to the man. With a plowing and a planting and farming and milking and butchering and carpentering to be done, he's talking about resting.
May the saints bless us and keep us. The English are no better than the Irish. You're talking the same way my mother used to talk to my father. And when you finish that milking, Patrick Reardon, you can set your mind and your hand to fixing the back strip.
It all goes to the farm in County Galway, darling. How does it sound to you?
How does it sound? Come here where I can put my arm around you, Helen, my darling, and I'll spend the rest of the evening telling you.
Would you mind kissing me first?
Would I mind kissing you? Oh, what a question to be asking an Irishman.
In just a moment, Mr. Jory will tell you about next week's production. Meanwhile, a very timely message. If you have a cold today, are you going to wake up tomorrow morning feeling just too miserable to get through the day's work? Or are you going to rub on Vicks Vapor Rub tonight? You see, the moment you rub Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back, it starts right to work bringing grand relief. It helps relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And here's why the results are so comforting and gratifying. Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. What's more, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours while you sleep to bring you wonderful comfort. Now make sure you get Vapor Rub, because only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action, the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your many kind letters and your suggestions. I'm answering your letters as rapidly as possible. Your suggestions for future plays are most welcome. And if you care to write, you may address me in care of Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York. Next week, from the stage of Matinee Theater, we will present that delightful RKO picture, My Favorite Wife. Leo McCarey's hilarious story of a man who found on the night of his second wedding that the first wife he had thought dead was very much alive. Next week, My Favorite Wife.
Our play was directed by Richard Sandville and was adapted by Gene Holloway from Samuel Goldwyn's motion picture. Mr. Goldwyn will soon present his latest Technicolor comedy, The Princess and the Pirate, starring Bob Hope at your local theater. Music for our series is under the direction of Mark Warnow. The part of Helen was played by Gertrude Warner. Be sure and listen in again next week when Vic's Matinee Theater presents My Favorite Wife, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in the delightful RKO romantic comedy, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. But first, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
Your request play today is a romantic screen favorite that starred Robert Montgomery and Carol Lombard. There's an old saying that the course of true love never runs smooth, and another that the first 100 years are the hardest. This is the story of a young couple who found out that both of these were true. The story of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. We start their story just after a quarrel.
David, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too, darling.
I love you so very much.
And I love you.
What a nice kiss. Do you just think it's been 3 whole days and 3 whole nights since you've kissed me?
I know, and I sure was getting tired of this bedroom.
So was I, but I still say that if every married couple had the same rules as we have, there'd be no divorces.
Right.
They ought to put it in the marriage ceremony. Quote, you are not allowed to leave the scene of a quarrel unless you've made up. Unquote. That's simple, because eventually you have to make up.
Yeah, well, I better get dressed and get to the office. I can't afford to stay away 3 days at a time. Hand me my socks, will you?
Catch.
Thanks.
You know, darling, this fight was really my fault, I guess.
No, Anna was mine. I shouldn't get so jealous. And I should also lay off your family. But those questions you ask all the time, like what did I do on that trip to Paris when I graduated from college?
Well, I forgave you that. But, David, I do have another question.
Here it comes again. All right, shoot.
Well, if you had it to do all over again, would you have married me?
Oh, now, look, honey.
That's my question, would you?
Do you want an honest answer?
Well, of course.
All right, then, no, I wouldn't.
What?
Not that I'd want to marry anyone else. But a man gives up so much when he gets married that I think if I had to do over again, I'd stay single.
Why, you...
No, wait, honey. You wanted me to tell you the truth? I hope I haven't hurt your feelings.
Oh, no. It's perfectly all right.
Well, that's good. I'm not going to answer any more of your fool questions. They're always getting me into trouble. I feel... hand me my tie, will you, dear? No, the blue one.
Here. Of course, David, if you'd like your freedom,
For heaven's sake, I don't want my freedom. I love you. I'm crazy about you. I'm used to you. How do we get into these things?
My only hold on you is that you're used to me.
Oh, now, look, honey, you've got the whole thing wrong. I wouldn't know what to do without you. You're my little girl. I'm crazy about you. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry. Come on, now, forgive me. Say you'll forgive me.
Well, all right.
Honey, can I go to work now?
Yes, go right ahead. I don't suppose the law firm of Smith and Custer can go on without you.
That's it. Atta baby, that's the way to look at it. See you tonight. Good morning, Jeff.
Well, good morning, Dave. I didn't know whether you were still a member of the firm or not.
Yeah, 3 days this time. I'm sorry, Jeff.
Another little domestic disturbance?
You know how Anne is. You have to humor her.
Oh, you don't have to explain to me, David. I understand.
Fine.
I haven't been your partner all this time for nothing. Oh, say, I almost forgot. There's a Mr. Deaver waiting to see you. He wouldn't tell me his business. Said it was something private.
Deaver? Well, maybe a client. I'll go right in. Mr. Deaver?
Yes. You, Mr. Smith?
Now, that's right. What can I do for you?
Well, I don't know what you can do, but were you married in Beecham in March 1940?
Beecham? Well, yes, I was.
Well, I hope you won't be upset by this. But, you know, Beecham is on the other side of the river.
Oh.
Yes, and it was always incorporated in Brenda County. And you see, Brenda County is in Idaho. You follow me, don't you?
No, but don't mind me. I'm just listening.
Well, we in Beecham found out that we didn't have the right to be incorporated in Brenda County because from the other side of the Bass River, we belong to Nevada.
Beetham, Bender, Bass River.
Is that clear?
Yes, that's perfectly clear. Well, what does it mean?
Well, we just found out that anybody who got married after the year 1936 with an Idaho license in Nevada, well, it just isn't proper.
Well, that's interesting. What do you mean it isn't proper?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Smith. I don't want you to get frightened or upset or anything. And all it is has been a kind of a mistake. And under the law, you're not legally married.
What's that?
Oh, you really are married and everything, but there's a little technicality. And we figure in case of deaths and wills and births, children, it'd be better if everybody kind of got married again, just to be on the safe side. And the Chamber of Commerce is sending me around to tell everybody about it. Now, here's your $2 you paid for the license, and you can use it to get another.
Well, this has very interesting possibilities.
11 o'clock. Well, we've had a very pleasant evening.
Mm-hmm.
David, tell me, what did you do all day in the office? Who did you see?
No one much. I was in conference most of the day with Jeff. Things pile up in 3 days. Well, what do you say if we go to bed? I have a long day tomorrow.
Bed? And just where were you planning to sleep tonight, Mr. Smith?
Oh, I thought we just thought what? Now, that's a pretty silly question.
Oh, no, it isn't. You weren't going to tell me about Mr. Deeper, were you? Well, he was here to see me, too. You know we're not married, you beast. You weren't going to tell me.
Oh, but I was going to tell you, honey. I was going to tell you later.
Later? How much later?
Now, don't take on so, Anne. Listen, darling.
Don't darling. You were going to wait until we had another fight and then throw me aside like a squeezed lemon.
No, stop being dramatic.
I'm not being dramatic. I always had a suspicion about you. So did my mother. Your forehead slants back too much.
Oh, come here, honey. Let me explain.
Now, don't you touch me. You get out of here.
Now, listen, Annie.
And don't call me Annie.
Hey, stop throwing glasses. They cost money.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Oh.
Go on. You're not going to stay here.
Okay. So I'll sleep at the club tonight, but I'll be back tomorrow. Good night. Well, that is certainly a fine thing for a wife to do. I'm gone one night, and she takes our card out of the doorbell and puts in her maiden name, Miss Ann Campbell. Campbell?
Oh, you. What do you want?
Now, see here, Anne. Are you going to stop this silly nonsense, or aren't you? Now, look, I'm willing to forget this whole thing.
Well, that's very generous of you, but you'll have to excuse me. I was just going downtown. And who do you think you're talking to, anyway?
My wife.
Oh, no, you haven't any wife. We're not married, Ducky, remember?
Are you out of your mind? Certainly we're married.
Not legally, we're not. Taxi. Oh, taxi.
All right, we'll get married. Does that suit you?
No, it doesn't. Lamb's department store driver. Hey, wait a minute. You're not getting in this cab.
Lady, I'm in. Go ahead, driver. Did you hear what I said? We'll get married again.
Oh, no, we won't. If anyone asks you, Mr. Smith, you're no bargain.
What's the matter with me? Name one thing about me you don't like.
One thing? One thing? What about that tar stuff you keep rubbing into your ear that smells up the whole house?
I'm only trying to keep my hair for you.
Oh.
And you're a fine one to talk going to bed with a head full of aluminum clips. You turned over once and cut me in 20 places.
Well, you're not going to be cut anymore, dearie. Not by my aluminum clips.
All right, then I'm not going to support you. How do you like that?
Fine.
Here you are, lady.
Thank you very much. Here you are, driver, and keep the change.
Thank you.
You're not being very practical. How do you think you're going to live?
I'm going to support myself, my good man. You won't mind if I leave you here at the employees' entrance? I have a job here. I start today. See you later, David.
Anne, will you please give up this job and go home?
Will you get out of this door? People are looking at us.
I'm not going to have you standing around selling men's socks.
Hose.
Hose nuts. You're coming home with me.
You take your hands off me. Let go of my wrist.
Miss Campbell, whatever are you doing to that customer?
Well, I'm not doing anything. Look, who's got who? Let go of me, you heel.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'll have to ask you to release our sales clerk.
Would you like to try to make me release her?
Well, if you're not pleased with this clerk, I'll be happy to get you another.
I'm pleased with her, and she's no clerk, you jerk. This is my wife. She's coming home.
I'm not.
Miss Campbell, we'll have to take this up with the head of the department. This store does not employ married women.
I am not married.
You are too married.
Please, let us not forget that we're ladies and gentlemen. Miss Campbell, you're discharged.
What's the matter, Dave? Why are you pacing around the office like that?
No reason, Jeff. I just like exercise.
David, we've been partners a long time. I'd like to help you. I know how you feel.
Oh, no, you don't.
I asked Ann to have me to dinner tonight. We're all good friends, and I think I can straighten this thing out for you. How about letting me do that? And say you drop in unannounced about, 9 o'clock, huh?
You mean it? You do that? Jeff, old man, that's the finest. That's the most decent.
That's
the most...
all right. We're partners.
Yes, sir, and you're the best partner a man ever had.
And we've been buddies ever since we went to college.
You bet we have. And you were the best fullback Alabama ever had. You know, Jeff, I always said Hinkle was a greater back. But I was wrong. Hinkle couldn't touch you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. All right, I'll be there at 9.
And I'll be there before you, chum.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Mr. and Mrs. Smith from the stage of Vic's Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Betty Winkler. And now, let's try to clear up a question every mother has on her mind these wintry days when children come down with colds. Well, here is something you should know. The modern way most mothers use to relieve distress of children's colds is to rub Vicks Vapor Rub on throat, chest, and back. And here's the reason Vapor Rub is so widely used. You see, the moment you rub Vapor Rub on, its relief-giving action starts right to work and keeps on working for hours to bring such welcome relief. It helps relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And results are so good because Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. So when colds strike, remember Vapor Rub. And remember, too, only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
As we open the second act of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, it's 9 o'clock that evening, and David stands forlornly and wistfully outside his own door. A box of flowers under one arm, a box of candy under the other. Somewhat nervously, he rings.
Hello, Ann. Hello, Jeff, old boy. Isn't anybody going to say hello or something?
Anything you wish to say to me, Mr. Smith, you can say to my lawyer.
Well, certainly. Lawyer? What lawyer?
Ann has asked me to represent her in this matter, David. I've been telling her she doesn't need a lawyer.
I'll say she doesn't.
Because as I understand the facts, you two aren't really married.
Not really married? Why, you hillbilly ambulance chaser.
There's no need losing our tempers.
And let me tell you once and for all, we are married. If not legally, then by common law, which is just as good.
better.
Yes, but should the woman care to halt this relationship and marry someone else, she's entitled to do so. I cite Peterson versus Peterson, Adams versus Kelly, and Hogue versus New Pennsylvania Coal Company.
And you are supposed to be my best friend.
I am your best friend. Anne, would you care to have dinner with me tomorrow night?
Oh, well, I'd love to, Jeff. Where?
And if you have dinner with this polecat tomorrow night, and this is final, we're through.
What time would you like to have dinner, Jeff, dear?
All right, then. We're through. From this moment on, we're through.
How about the Stork Club, Anne?
Oh, that'd be wonderful.
Sabotage, that's what it is. Sabotage. You, Jeff Custer, you have the nerve to compare yourself with Hinkle as a football player? Why, you couldn't carry Hinkle's water bucket. Good night.
Hello? Smith & Custer Law Offices. What? Oh, yes.
Shut that door, Dave. I've got to talk to you, and I'm in a hurry.
I didn't come here to talk to you, Jeff. I came here to smack you in the nose.
Oh, stop talking like that. What your wife needs is a lesson, and I think I know just how to give it to her. Now, get this. I haven't time to go into detail because my mother and father are in the next room, and we have to work fast. They stopped off on their way to Lake Placid.
Okay, pal. What do I do?
Just follow my lead and play along, that's all. And when Anne shows up, don't get sore if I seem to be a little clubby with her. Do you get it?
No, but I can still take a punch at you if I find out you're pulling a fast one.
All right. Come on. Mother, Dad, this is my partner, David.
I'm happy to know you.
Oh, the pleasure is ours, sir.
Indeed it is. We know so much about you, David. Jefferson's written about you in practically every letter.
Well.
You seem just like one of the family. Sorry to be late, Jeff.
That's all right, dear. Mother, Father, this is Anne, my fiancée.
Why, you low down.
Well,
No.
bless your heart, honey. I declare you're just what I hoped you'd be.
Yes, sir, and pretty as a picture. May I kiss her, Jeff?
No.
Why, certainly.
Yes, sir. Prettiest Yankee girl I ever saw. Do you know Miss Campbell, David?
Do I, Oh, yes, Miss Campbell and I are we're old friends.
Well, Jeff, you rascal. I declare I didn't give you credit for having such good taste.
Now, Dad.
Now, don't you be shy, son. You're a very lucky man. Wouldn't you say so, David?
I certainly would. If it wasn't for me, they'd never even have gotten together.
Oh, now, isn't that sweet?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I was thinking, Father?
No.
If the two young people wanted to go on a honeymoon, they could take the boat in New Orleans and then motor right up through the South to our home.
Well, that wouldn't be so good for Anne. She's not a very good sailor. Honey, you remember how sick you got when we took the night boat to Albany?
David!
Yeah, well, you did. And Jeff, don't you let her eat anything on the boat, even if she wants to. You put her to bed and put a hot water bottle on her stomach and hold it there. Jeff, no matter how she hollers, you hold it there. That settles her stomach.
Well, baby,
And by the way, Anne, shouldn't my laundry be back by now? I'm all out of shorts.
Why, Jeff, son.
Well, Dad, Anne kind of took care of his things around the house.
Yes, little household things.
Oh, she's the best little housekeeper you ever saw. You know, when a man has been sitting across the breakfast table from a woman for 3 solid years and still wants to marry her, she has to be quite a girl.
Oh, Father, did you hear that?
Yes. Jefferson, may I see you alone for a moment, please?
Why, sure, Dad.
Come, Mother. Excuse us, please.
Well, are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied to hurt two fine old people like that?
What about me being hurt?
Oh, all you ever think about is yourself. You know, I can't see how you could have been associated with Jeff for so long and not gotten some of his fine qualities.
What's fine about them?
He's kind and simple and gentle.
He's simple, all right. Look, Anne, aren't you about ready to throw this nonsense out the window? Oh, come on, honey. We belong together like the stars and the moonlight, the wind in the springtime, the sun and the rain,
The sun
bees
and the rain do not go together.
Don't split hairs, Anne. Gosh darn it, I love you.
I cannot stand a man that shouts. Jeff never shouts. He's always kind, always gentle.
And since when were you so crazy about this gentle act? Shall I recall for you how I got this scar on my forehead with a lamp thrown by you, my pet?
Well, I was younger then, and I thought I loved you.
Well, then, Anne, throw another lamp at me and marry me.
Anne, dear, I straightened things out with Mother and Father, and they want me to bring you up to Lake Placid next weekend for some skiing. How about it?
Why, yes, I'd love to.
All right, that settles it. The camel's back is broken. The rolling stone has gone to the well once too often. Good night.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And don't forget, he who laughs last gathers no moss. Goodbye.
I hope you find this cabin satisfactory and that you enjoy your stay in Lake Placid. This is your suite in here, Miss Custer. I was to tell you that your parents will be back this evening. They went on a sleigh ride in the mountains and were held up by a storm. This is your suite on the left, Miss Campbell.
Thank you.
Everything isn't perfectly satisfactory. Kindly let us know.
Yes, we will. My, he's a cheerful fellow, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Mind if I come in and take a look at your place?
No, Jeff, not at all. Jeff, look. It's David.
Yes, and gosh, he looks ill.
David, catch him, Jeff. He's falling.
Oh.
Jeff, he's fainted. Oh, go on. Don't stand there. Get some water quickly. Oh,
Well,
David. Hurry up, Jeff.
Just a minute.
Oh, he looks as though he hasn't shaved for a week. He must be terribly ill. Hurry, Jeff.
Here you are.
Hold his head up. Oh, here, David, honey. Oh, David, why do you do such foolish things? He must have followed us up here. Jeff, he's hardly breathing.
I'll get him over to the bed.
Well, be careful now. Be careful.
Yeah. Don't worry, Ann. I've got him.
I'll help you.
I think he'll be all right. A few hours sleep ought to bring him around.
Jeff, you'll have to have a doctor.
First 2 weeks in December.
What was you saying?
Oh, we were coming here the first 2 weeks in December.
We'll be crazy about Lake Placid, Ann. 2 weeks in the snow. We'll have lots of fun.
Isn't that terrible? Oh, David.
Ann.
Jeff, he's opening his eyes.
Hello, Ann.
I'm not Ann. I'm Jeff.
I'll never forget you in that little blue dress, Ann.
Quit looking at me. I never had a blue dress in my life.
He's thinking about the dress I was wearing when I met him. He liked me in blue.
I think we ought to let him rest.
What's he doing? That's not a death rattle, is it?
I don't think so. I wish I could hear it again.
Huh?
Oh, David, darling.
Ann, come to the next room a moment. I want to talk to you.
Oh, do you think it's all right to leave him?
Sure, we'll only be a minute. Ann, there's something I'd like to say.
Yeah.
You've had 3 years with David, and whether you realize it or not, there's a bond between you that's not easily broken.
Well, people get divorced.
I know, Ann, I know. But I want to see you happy, and as peculiar as David is, I don't think you can be happy without him. So why not let up on him?
Jeff, I don't think a person ever existed as fine and generous as you are. And, wait a minute. I hear something. Yes, I do. Look, you go on talking while I open the door.
All right. Well, you see, Ann, it is my contention. Why, David...
I thought so. You heel. You weren't sick at all. That was just an act to get our sympathy. I thought I heard you creeping over to the door. You're an eavesdropper. That's what you are. Why did you come up here anyway?
Oh, listen, Ann, I know eavesdropper. I love you, that's all. And I came up here because you're mine and because you belong to me. You don't love Jeff. Nobody could love that pile of southern fried chicken. Listen, Ann, think of all the things we'd planned. The little house we were going to buy, the kids we were going to buy, the kids we were going to have, the roses that would grow over the door. You haven't forgotten all that.
No, I haven't forgotten, but you listen to me.
No, you're going to listen to me. Now sit down there.
Oh, well, you brute. You let me up this minute.
Oh, no. You're going to sit there and tell me that you're going to marry me again.
I wouldn't marry you if you were the last man on earth. I wouldn't marry you if you came crawling on your knees across broken glass. I wouldn't marry you if it... Mr. Smith.
Well, for goodness sake, Mr. Deaver, what brings you back from Beecham County?
Oh, I'm so glad you haven't forgotten Beecham County, Mr. Smith, because Beecham County hasn't forgotten you. A piece of state legislature has been passed, and I'm happy to tell you your marriage is perfectly in order. You are married. I said you are married.
Married?
Yes, that's right. For better or for worse, as long as you both shall live. And now could I have my $2 back, please? Well, goodbye, folks.
Oh, darling.
Oh, darling. Oh, sister, you're hooked.
You know, I'm kind of glad it's all settled. I did miss you, darling, because, well, there's no one in the world quite like you, David.
Of course not. I told you that.
And, David, darling, we'll never have another fight as long as we live.
You bet we won't. From now on, we'll live happily ever after.
Oh, darling. It's so nice to be in your arms again. Hold me tight.
Mm-hmm.
David,
Yes.
how many girls have you loved before you met me?
Oh, no, you don't. I've been vaccinated, sister. No more questions, no more answers. But if you really want to know, I've never loved another girl. And what's more, I never will. I love you. Only you, Mrs. Smith.
In just a moment, Victor Jory will return to the microphone. Of course, it's bad enough when a bothersome cold drags you down and spoils the plans you've made for Sunday. But think about tomorrow and do something about that cold distress. You have the personal experience of millions of thankful families to guide you. Tonight at bedtime, do this. Rub Vicks Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back. Vapor Rub's famous relief-giving action starts right to work, and it keeps on working for hours to bring you wonderful comfort. It invites restful sleep, and often by morning, most of the misery of that cold is gone. Yes, if you have a cold, don't take needless chances with untried remedies. Rub on Vapor Rub, the modern way so widely used these days. The best-known home remedy for relieving distress of colds. Time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory speaking. I want to acknowledge the many requests for your favorite plays. Next week's choice was voted for very heavily from all parts of the country. It was from Charlotte Bronte's immortal classic, Jane Eyre. I'll play the role of Rochester, and Jane Eyre will be played by one of your favorite leading ladies. Will you again help me to decide the following week's play? Our sponsor, Vicks, wants me at all times to present your favorites. Write to me, care of Vicks Matinee Theater, Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York.
The role of Anne in today's play was played by Betty Winkler. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was adapted by Gene Holloway from RKO's motion picture of the same name and was directed by Richard Sanville. RKO is currently presenting one of their finest pictures, None But the Lonely Heart, with Cary Grant and Ethel Barrymore. Victor Jory is now co-starring with Miriam Hopkins in The Perfect Marriage. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to listen again next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vapronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, present the Matinee Theater's production of Jane Eyre, starring Victor Jory as Rochester. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vic's Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in Charlotte Bronte's immortal classic, Jane Eyre. You know, more and more millions of people are using Vicks Vatronol nose drops to relieve distress of head colds. Benefit by their experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vicks brings you Charlotte Bronte's unforgettable masterpiece. A love story as wild and unpredictable as a storm over the English moors. The story of Jane Eyre. Thornfield Hall, gray and forbidding in the early dawn. The biting wind drives across the lonely stretches of heather and hurls itself against the great house. It is an eerie, somehow evil house. A house with only the faint glimmer of candlelight through a single grated window in the west wing. And in the window, the shadow of a woman, stern and erect, silhouetted in the half-darkness.
Mustn't be restless, Bertha. I wonder what you'll be like, Bertha. Miss Adele's new governess should find Thornfield Hall a cheerful place with laughter such as yours.
Fire. Fire in the sky.
Fire in the sky, eh? You'd like to see Thornfield go up in flames and all of us perish in the ruins, wouldn't you? Well, perhaps someday that may be the fitting end to all this. But not now, while revenge is so sweet. I, Grace Poole, shall see that nothing saves your...
I'm Jane Eyre.
Really? My name is Grace Poole, Mr. Rochester's housekeeper. I expect you should be here any moment.
What a wonderful fire.
The longer you stay in Thornfield, the more you'll appreciate warmth, Miss Eyre.
Pardon?
Oh, here's Mr. Rochester.
You may go upstairs, Miss Poole, where you belong.
Yes, sir.
Miss Eyre?
Yes, sir?
I saw the coach drive up while I was riding on the moors. Welcome to Thornfield Hall.
Thank you, sir.
Well, sit down. You're quite young, and you're not unpleasant to the eye. Though obviously too fair and pale in spirit to endure in this house of gloom.
I believe I shall find it very comfortable.
That remains to be seen.
I don't understand.
Mr. Rochester, I heard the coach. Is she here?
What are you doing out of bed, Adele?
I only thought...
Never mind what you thought. Adele, this is your new governess.
Your daughter's lovely, Mr. Rochester.
This is not my daughter. She's my ward.
Oh.
Mademoiselle Ayer. See, I cannot say your name. That is because they are mostly friends.
Then you must call me Miss Jane.
Oh, merci. That is much better.
Now, Adele, take yourself upstairs. You will have plenty of time to know Mademoiselle Ayer.
Monsieur, I'm sorry if I did something wrong.
Go on. Do as you're told.
Monsieur.
Well, you thought me brusque with the child, didn't you? You appraised me as though I were the one who required references.
I understand very well that I'm the servant and you are the master.
Where did you come from, Miss Eyre?
Lowered School.
Oh, a charitable institution, isn't it? How long were you there?
8 years.
8 years. You must be a hardier soul than you appear. Your parents?
I have none.
I see. Well, for heaven's sake, say something.
What shall I say?
Whatever you like. Don't stand there looking so self-righteous. What do you think of me? Am I handsome?
No, sir.
Tactful young lady. Go on. What fault do you find with me? Look well. Do you think me a fool? Do you find me hard and ruthless?
Your manner is strange and unpredictable. Mr. Rochester.
There's no need for alarm.
Didn't you hear? It was ghastly.
Nonsense. It's only the servants. Probably Grace Poole, my housekeeper. Sometimes she lets her spirits get out of bounds. If I were you, I wouldn't let anything I hear disturb me, Miss Eyre.
Bertha, you've been very naughty these last few weeks with your laughter. What must Miss Eyre think?
Fire in the sky. Fire.
I'll tell you what she thinks. I see it in her eyes whenever she looks at me. Your husband has blamed your stupid laughter on me. And she wonders what diversions I find here in the West Wing to make me so wildly happy. Look at them, riding on the moors. Don't they make a handsome couple up there on Gatehead Crag?
Do you come here often?
As often as I need to.
What do you mean?
I mean when my soul is oppressed and there seems no end to the darkness in which I live.
The moor is beautiful.
No, it's barren and savage. And only the meanest flowers can survive here. Heather that claws into the earth and resists wind and storm. If there's beauty in it, it's the majesty of its unconquerable spirit. And to know it, you must stand here when the wind and rain are like a whip lashing the breath out of your throat. In a moment like that, you can almost believe that a man's spirit can find the same strength and defiance to crush down pettiness and deceit and even madness. Well, we might sit down, Miss Eyre.
Oh, yes, thank you.
You know, I've observed your almost saintly patience with my ward. Adele loves being spoiled. She's her mother's daughter. Now, that when she was a high-spirited woman, Lily, a French beauty who charmed English gold out of my English breeches.
Are you sure you want me to hear this?
Adele is her child. Another sin for me to account for. Aren't you shocked?
No.
You see that beech tree just below the West Wing?
Yes.
With its gnarled limb? I've often fancied it one of the hags who appeared to Macbeth on the heath of Forres. I fancied her saying, "You like Thornfield?" And then with a bony finger, she'd write in the air in lurid hieroglyphics that run the entire length of the West Wing, "Like it if you can. Like it if you dare." And you know what I found myself saying?
No.
I shouted back, "I will like it. I dare like it. And I'll keep my word. I'll overcome every evil that stands in the way."
Mr. Rochester, it's raining.
All right, we'll go back. You'll know what it means to ride in the teeth of storm. And before you know it, we shall be back to the quiet refuge and cheerful hearth of Thornfield Hall.
Mr. Rochester, wake up! Wake up!
Yeah? What's that?
The curtains, they're on fire.
Jane, what is it?
Help me, sir.
Stay away from those curtains, Jane. Hand me the water jug.
Yes, sir.
I'll tear them down.
Here. Oh, be careful.
Never mind about me. Open the window. This confounded smoke is terrible. Close the door. There's no use alarming the household. I must have fallen asleep in my chair. How did this happen?
I don't know. Adele woke me up. I heard someone laughing. The same awful laughter.
Good Lord.
I rushed out into the corridor. Your door was open and I saw the flames.
Yes? What else did you see?
Something brushed against me in the darkness.
Something brushed. It must have been Grace Poole. Listen to me, Jane. You must say nothing of this to anyone.
Just who is Grace Poole?
She is... How many times do I have to tell you she's my housekeeper?
Won't you tell me what's wrong? Let me help you if I can.
No one can help me. No, Jane. Don't go.
I must. It's cold in here.
Then come closer. You're trembling.
I don't feel I should stay in this house any longer.
But you
You must. You can't go away.
I don't want to. I've come to love it here, and I've been happy, but can't you tell me?
I can't tell you anything. Someday, perhaps, I'll be free to make you understand. But promise now you'll stay. Will you, Jane? Will you?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Oh, bless you, Jane. Bless you.
Monsieur Rochester, this is a lovely picnic. We never used to have picnics until Miss Jane came.
We're going to have many more, dear.
But, Monsieur Rochester, if you send me off to school, will Miss Jane stay at Thornfield and wait for me to return?
I don't know. Perhaps I may decide to take her with me to the moon, where we live in one of the white valleys among the volcano tops.
Sounds wonderful.
But you will have nothing to eat. You will starve.
We'll gather manna to eat, morning and night.
Why, of course, and the hillsides of the moon are white with manna. Now, my little chatterbox, why don't you run along and gather some of the flowers over there? Miss Jane and I will watch you from the crag, and when you're through, I'll be down to fetch you.
I know what I will do. I will make a wreath of bluebells. I will make one for each of us.
Oh, just smell the heather.
Let me see you do that again, Jane.
What, sir?
Breathe in deeply like that, as though you were drinking in all the beauty of the world.
The world. How little I know about the world.
Yes? What would you like to know of it?
Everything.
Well, I'll tell you everything there is to know. It'll take a surprisingly short time to acquaint you with it. Everything there is to see of the world you can see right here. All the beauty, the savagery, the mystery of the world right here. The sun like gold on the purple heather. There's nothing anywhere as glorious as that. Jane, you see that hawk circling the sky, waiting to plummet down on some unsuspecting prey? Where else would you find such calculating savagery? And drabness, that's all about us, too. The desolation of the moor, its bare rock and thistle biting at your legs as you walk, and over there, housing as much mystery and darkness as ever crowded the human soul, Thornfield Hall. Yes, Jane, all the world is right here.
I can't believe that's all there is to it. Back at Lowood School, I used to lie awake at night and dream about all the wonders I read about in books. The islands of the Pacific, the golden domes of Constantinople.
Yes, but nothing as wonderful as you lying there, smiling up into the sky. Oh, Jane. Jane, you're lovely.
You shouldn't say that, Edward.
Edward.
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. You couldn't go on calling me Sir and Mr. Rochester. No, Jane. Jane, I've no right to say this. I've no right to, but I can't stop myself. I...
What is it, Edward?
I love you.
I know.
You know.
Yes. You see, I love you too, Edward.
Oh, Jane. My darling. My darling.
Edward. You're so unhappy.
Because my soul is my own. I've no right to love anyone. Yet I must have you. There's nothing else in life for me.
We can face anything together if you love me. Oh, Edward, what is it? What can there be that you can't tell me?
There's nothing.
You can't love me very much if you can't trust me.
Oh, Jane.
My dearest.
I love you so much more than a kiss can tell. Oh, but Jane, suppose once say you committed a blunder. And suppose as a result of that blunder, that stupidity, you were plunged into a lifetime of darkness and hate. That would be horrible, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yes, but
If a time came and you saw the hope of your salvation right within your reach, love, sanity, and gentle warmth, tell me, Jane, would you not claim it despite every obstacle, every custom or convention? Would you not take it?
I cannot say without knowing more.
Oh, of course you can't. And that's why it's up to me to take it. And by heaven, I'm going to. Jane, I want you to marry me. Soon. Right away.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Jane Eyre, starring Victor Jory. Friends, have you ever noticed how some people seem to resign themselves to the misery of a cold in the head? They just suffer and do nothing to help ease the sniffles, sneezes, and stuffiness. Maybe you're guilty yourself of such neglect. And if that's the case, listen. You really ought to know how quickly Vicks Vatronol brings wonderful relief from head cold distress. And it's so simple. All you do is put a few drops of Vatronol in each nostril, and instantly you can feel this specialized medication start to soothe the irritation, reduce congestion, and open up the nasal passages. Your breathing becomes easier in no time at all. Yes, friends, when you see for yourself how Vatronol brings such quick relief from discomfort of head colds, you will know why so many thousands of people keep their Vatronol always handy, at home and at work, ready to relieve head cold distress. Now, why don't you try Vatronol? You'll be glad that you did. Just follow the simple directions in the package. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drop.
Curtain now rises on the second act of Vic's Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory as Rochester and featuring Gertrude Warner as Jane Eyre. Evening. The sky glowers angrily over the moors. In the great gloomy hall of Thornfield, Edward Rochester is carrying out his vow to marry Jane Eyre.
I require and charge you both, Edward Rochester and Jane Eyre, that if either of you knows of any reason why ye may not lawfully be joined together in matrimony, ye do confess it. Wilt thou, Edward Rochester, have this woman for thy wedded wife?
No! This cannot be! He cannot take this woman for his wife.
Mr. Rochester,
Proceed. That man, whoever he is, he's mad.
Edward!
Go on with the ceremony.
Please, sir, what's the meaning of this interruption?
My name is Briggs. I'm a solicitor from London. By the merest coincidence, my client, Richard Mason, learned of this travesty. This man, Mr. Rochester, already has a wife. His wife is Bertha Mason, sister of my client. She is living right here in this house.
Edward, what is he saying?
Commit me. I shall answer that. I affirm and I can prove that Edward Rochester was married to Bertha Mason in Jamaica, West Indies.
No, he can't mean that.
Well, it seems that marriage, my dear, like murder, will out.
Mr. Rochester, if this is true, how could you...
How could I what? Please rector no platitudes. Come, all of you. As long as you know about my wife, you should meet her. This way, please. Now, my friends, you shall see the mistress of Thornfield Hall. Mrs. Poole, we have company. Friends to see my wife.
What do you mean? You know she's asleep?
Come in, Rector. Mr. Briggs. There you see your client's sister. And Jane. This sight should be more eloquent than anything I could have said in words. Wake her up, Mrs. Poole. Wake her up! Wake her up, I said. You heard me?
Yes. Better.
Oh, this is too horrible.
Steady, Jane. Well, gentlemen, speak. This is my wife. 10 years I've borne with that.
No, she wasn't mad at first, but she came of a mad family, and it wasn't long before I knew it. And now the law in the form of Mr. Briggs is here to keep me tied to this maniac.
I only did what I thought was right.
Hear him, Jane. What the solicitor thought was right. Everybody seems to be the judge of what's right and what's wrong but me. Tell me, gentlemen, is hers the only womanly embrace I'm ever to know?
You're frightening us.
Or her endearments the only one I'm to have through all my empty days? You're intelligent men. Judge now if I haven't the right to love this girl. Compare these clear eyes with those of that mad woman, and then judge me. I defy you, man of the gospel and man of the law. And remember, as you judge, so shall you be judged.
I can't stand this. I can't look at her. I must leave.
Jane. Jane, I must talk to you. Oh, no, don't turn away from me. Don't shrink from me, as though I was some kind of a monster. Have you ceased loving me?
No. I do love you. Now more than ever. Yet I must leave you. Must leave Thornfield.
No, in heaven's name, no. You're the only woman I shall ever want as long as I live.
Edward,
Jane.
we're only torturing ourselves.
Oh, Jane, my darling, be merciful. I beg of you.
Edward, you're hurting me.
I see I've lost you. You're stronger than I am.
Poor Edward. I don't know who's strong. But I must leave. I'll have old John drive me to Millcote in the morning. Goodbye, my dearest.
Hope the coach isn't rocking you too much, Miss Eyre.
What? Oh, I'm all right, thank you.
Begging your pardon, what's all this talk about the master's crazy wife?
Please, John. I don't want to talk about that.
Oh, well, as you wish, miss. I was only inquiring.
Look! Stop, John, stop!
Whoa! What is it, miss?
Look back there. Can't you see it? A fire. A house on fire.
Lord help us, you're right.
It's Thornfield.
Yes, and it's blazing like fury it is.
Turn around, John, turn around. And hurry.
Hey, gee up there.
Adele.
Miss Jane, I'm so frightened.
Oh, come here to me, dear. Come here. You must be cold standing out here in the wind. Mrs. Poole, what happened?
Don't let her come near me. She's bad.
Quiet, Adele.
That mad fool of a woman. Always babbling about fire to sky. She stole the keys out of my pocket again. Took a lamp and set fire to your room.
Oh.
Jane, what are you doing here?
Edward,
Well, now you see Thornfield in its crowning glory.
As long as you're safe, I don't care.
Mrs. Poole, good Lord. Good Lord, she's still in there. Mrs. Poole, I thought you told me.
I tried to drag the wretch out, but she ran back in her room and locked herself in.
Oh, dear God, I can't leave her in there.
Edward, come back.
It's no use going after him unless you want to die, too.
Oh, I should never have left.
You should never have come here in the first place and tried to play the role of mistress. Look, they're in the window.
She's coming out of the room. Edward, don't go after her. Edward, don't. Go back.
Miss Jane, she's going to jump.
No.
She's better off dead. And Mr. Rochester, he'll never get back. Look, Miss Eyre, the whole West Wing is beginning to crumble.
Edward. Dr. Carter, how is he today?
Much better. Had he lived through that night, I'll never know.
May I go in and see him now?
Yes. But just one moment.
Yes?
I didn't want to tell you this.
But he's all right. You said he was.
He'll live, but...
But what?
Miss Eyre, I'm afraid Mr. Rochester will never see again.
Blind?
Yes.
Thank you for telling me, Doctor.
Who's there?
It's Jane. I didn't mean to waken you.
Wake me. I shall never be awake again.
I'll always be at your side.
Strange to hear your voice without seeing that strong little face. Let me have your hand.
You'll never be alone. As long as I live.
I'll not have you chained to me as a nurse.
I want to be your wife.
Do you know what you're saying? Do you know what it means?
I only know that I love you.
No, I'm still the master in my own house. You must leave at once.
I'm staying, Edward. And there's nothing you can say to stop me.
Nothing I can say. Gentle Jane. Thin as a reed, but rooted so strong. What shall we do? Shall we go to the moon, the white valleys, the volcanoes, away from all the meanness of the world? Just you and I. And I'll get the manna for you, morning and night. The plains and the hillsides are white with it.
Yes, dear. Wherever you go, I shall go. But right now, I want to pull back these curtains. Pull them back and let the sunlight in. There. I shall be your eyes now, my darling.
Tell me then. What do you see?
I see the sun like gold on the heather.
Yes.
I see a sky with not a shred of cloud in it. I see more bluebells than Adele can make into wreaths for the three of us. As long as we live.
Yes. Don't stop talking, Jane. Let me hear your voice.
Thornfield is lovely today.
Is it?
Yes. Lovely.
As lovely as you are, my darling. As lovely as the world before us. If you say so, I'll believe it, Jane. Just as now I believe in God once more.
In just a moment, a word from Mr. Jory. You know, there are an awful lot of folks suffering from a cold in the head, miserable with stuffiness and constant sniffling and sneezing. If you are one of them, my friend, will you do a simple thing to help relieve the misery? Just put a few drops of Vicks Vatronol in each nostril, that's all. And instantly Vatronol will start to work right where trouble is. It soothes the sneezy irritation. It helps relieve congestion. It reduces swollen membranes and opens up the nasal passages so that breathing becomes easier. So, friends, let me repeat. If you are suffering from a cold in the head and want quick relief from distress, by all means, try Vatronol. I think you'll appreciate this friendly tip. Just follow the simple directions in the package. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drops.
This is Victor Jory. Your choice for next Sunday's play is the tender and romantic Paramount picture which starred Charles Boyer and Olivia de Havilland in Hold Back the Dawn. I want to thank you very much for your kind letters and ask you once again to please help us select the plays to follow. It is our desire to present your favorites at all times. Write me care of Vic's Matinee Theater, Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York.
Today's play, Jane Eyre, was adapted by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and was directed by Richard Sanville. The role of Jane Eyre was played by Gertrude Warner. Music for the series is under the direction of Mark Warnow. Victor Jory is currently co-starring with Miriam Hopkins in The Perfect Marriage. Be sure to listen next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops and Vicks Inhaler present the Matinee Theater's production of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
VICKS, Vicks, presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in Hold Back the Dawn. Here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vicks presents Paramount Pictures' exciting romantic drama, Hold Back the Dawn, which starred Charles Boyer and Olivia de Havilland. The curtain rises on the hero of our story.
My name is George Iscovescu. I was born in Romania, but I spent most of my life in Paris, on the Riviera, in St. Moritz, at the Lido, and most of the other place spots of Europe. My papers give my occupation as a dancer, which is correct in a general sort of way. It was an easy life. You had a deep voice and knew how to look at women. But the war came and people who had money left for America. And that was my idea, too, but you need a visa to go to America, and unfortunately there had been some scandal in the papers about me and a lady from New York. So I went to Mexico, to a dusty little town that straddles the border of California. There's a wire fence along that border. And through it, you can see the United States. But don't let anyone tell you that fence is only 12 feet high. It's 1,000 miles high. And there...
Mr. Iscovescu, every year the United States permits the entrance of about 150 immigrants. That number is proportioned among the various European countries. Mr. Iscovescu, you come under the Romanian quota, which is very small and very crowded. You'll have to wait between 5 and 8 years to get in.
5 to 8 years. 5 to 8. It was a prison sentence. I, who had lived most of my years at the Ritz in the Savoy, registered at the Esperanza. Rates $1 a day, cheaper by the year. After I got settled, I went over to the bar across the street. I hadn't been sitting there more than a few minutes when I met an old friend. My former dancing partner, Tamara.
George!
Well, Tamara.
How wonderful to see you again. And still as handsome as ever.
Tamara, well, what are you doing down here?
Oh, I came down for a day from Los Angeles with some people. Those drunks at the next table.
Oh.
Oh, it was not the same tomorrow, George. I was the Hotel Esperanza. I served a little time there, too. But not long. Not this baby. I was in 4 weeks.
4 weeks? How did you ever manage that?
The simplest way in the world. I married an American. Your papers go to Washington, and in 4 weeks everything is settled. They let you in. Oh, of course, you have to wait 3 years before you are a citizen. By the way, George, if you are interested, I have been divorced for some time now. I'm staying at the hotel for the weekend. I'll see you around.
So it was as easy as that. Just marry an American and swing right over the fence. The town was full of them, gay, light-hearted people on a holiday. I had only to travel across the street from the hotel to the garage to find my American, Emmy Brown. She was standing in a doorway, perilously close to tears, arguing with 2 mechanics.
But can't you give me some idea of how much longer it'll take you to fix it?
Pues verá usted, señorita, todavía tenemos que soldar los tubos del radiador y ponerlo de vuelta.
I can't understand a word you're saying. You promised the car would be ready by 3 o'clock.
Por favor, señorita, cállese, que nos pone nerviosos.
What did you say?
He says you are only making them nervous.
Oh, well, I don't know what to do.
Can I be of some service?
No, there's nothing you can do, thank you. You see, I brought the children down here to show them a fiesta in Mexico, and the car broke down, and I...
Your children?
No, my class. I've left them in the garage office with one of the older students. You see, I'm a school teacher.
Oh.
And if we're not back by 9 o'clock tonight, Mr. McAdams, the principal, will think we're all dead in a ditch.
While you're waiting for the car, why not come across the street to the hotel and telephone and tell him you're all right?
Yes, I suppose that would be the thing to do.
May I show you?
Thank you. It's very kind of you.
We went over to the hotel. We sat in the lobby waiting for her call to go through. Cigarette, Miss Brown?
No, thank you. The school board doesn't approve.
Oh.
And to tell you the truth, I don't like cigarettes very much.
Oh, yes, I see.
What's the You're staring at me, Mr. Iscovescu.
Forgive me, but it's hard not to stare at anyone so lovely.
Well, I'm sure that's very nice of you.
We have the young lady's call now.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. I'll come at once.
The mechanics decided they could not repair a car until morning, and a $5 bill that I had invested helped them to decide it. There were no rooms available in the hotel, but I persuaded the manager to make beds for Miss Brown and the children on the couches in the lobby. She had a hard time going to sleep that night, little Miss Brown. Her heart was beating fast, and her neat, tidy senses were all thrown out of gear. She found a kind of half-sleep at last, and then about 5 o'clock in the morning, she awoke and saw me sitting in a chair halfway across the lobby, watching her.
Mr. Iscovescu, what are you doing here?
You'll wake the children.
Oh, please, you have no right to be here.
Of course I have no right. No right to sit here watching your face, learning it like a poem. No right at all to tell you I'm in love with you.
You must go away right now, please.
Miss Brown, we're like two trains halted for a moment at the same station, but going in different directions. We can't change our course any more than we can hold back the dawn. Look, it's growing light already. Everyone will be stirring soon, and you will be gone from me forever.
Please don't touch me.
You are very conscientious, Miss Brown. No infringement of the regulations for you. No rebellions nor violent desires. Not for you the sudden flash which lights up your whole life. Oh, my dear, it is not this kiss I want. It's all your kisses. It's all your life. Look at your hand, Miss Brown. No, your left hand.
Why, it's a ring. A wedding ring. But how...
Yes, it's a wedding ring, Miss Brown. I put it on your hand as you slept. It was my mother's. Now you see how wild a dream can be. You are wise and sane and cool, but you will let me kiss you just once.
Yes, just once.
Ah, you're so sweet, so lovely. Goodbye, Miss Brown.
No. Oh, no. No, don't go. Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Please wait. Please don't walk so fast.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's better. About your being lonesome.
Yes?
Other people are lonesome. So lonesome they almost give up waiting. Mr. McAdams always said I was crazy, but I knew all the time, deep down in my heart, that someday, somebody, somehow would come along, even though Azusa, California was at the other end of the world. Let me tell you, let me try to explain how I feel.
We had to get the Mexican judge out of bed. The license was $5. It seemed a sound investment. The ceremony was brief, the office drab and sordid, but to Emmy Brown, being there was like standing at an altar in a cathedral with great bells ringing. She was radiant when we came out, arm in arm.
I always expected to be married in the Margaret Martin Memorial Church in Azusa.
In Azusa?
I never dreamed of anything so beautiful and exciting as this. Oh, George, please don't walk so fast.
I'm sorry. I keep forgetting how little you are.
My, they'll be surprised back home. Mrs. George Iscovescu. You know, I don't even know what you are. Doctor, lawyer, merchant, chief.
Rich man, poor man, beggar man, thief.
Oh, George, I wish I didn't have to take the children back this morning. It's awful to have to leave you, George.
Here in 4 or 5 weeks, my papers will be straightened out, and I'll be able to join you.
In Azusa.
Yes, in Azusa.
You won't be so lonesome now, will you?
No.
I won't either. I have your ring, and your name, and your love. Oh, look, there's the station wagon. The children are already in it. I must go, George.
I'll take you to the car.
No, please. It'll be easier to go if you don't. You stay here. George.
Yes?
I don't exactly know how to say it, but this is like the beginning of the world to me. I hope I can make you happy. Goodbye, George.
Goodbye, darling.
Well, George, I hear you got married. Is that the bride getting into the station wagon?
Yes, Tamara. She's going back to Azusa. Azusa, California. She's a school teacher there.
A school teacher?
Yes.
Well, she ought to be easy to shake off. Tell her of a love that was too great to last. A mistake that was too lovely not to have been made. That she was too good and you too low.
You know, those words almost have a ring of truth. A mistake too lovely, a girl too good.
George, what's happening to you?
Kissing her was like kissing wet snow.
You couldn't be in love with a school teacher from Azusa. You don't fall in love, George. That's not the role you play.
I haven't said I'm in love.
You haven't said you're not.
No, Tamara. I haven't said I'm not. But better not make any plans, Tamara. Better not make any plans.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Victor Jory. Every mother knows how hard it is these blustery days to keep children from catching cold. But fortunately, most mothers have given a lot of thought to the problem. And the modern way they use to relieve miseries of children's colds is to rub Vicks Vapor Rub on throat, chest, and back. These millions of thankful mothers have found that the moment you rub on Vapor Rub, its relief-giving action starts right to work. It helps relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And results are so satisfying because Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special, soothing, medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring such grand relief. Mind you, only Vapor Rub gives you this special, penetrating, stimulating action. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now from the stage of Vic's Matinee Theater, the second act of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Victor Jory. It's about a week later. George Iscovescu and Tamara are at a small table in the bar when a man comes up and joins them. The man's name is Hammock. He's a member of the Immigration Department.
Well, Mrs. Shaughnessy. How's your husband?
I don't exactly know, Mr. Hammock. We are divorced about a year now.
No, not really. You mean it's gone, that beautiful love match?
I really loved him then.
Sure. Only once he got you across the border, you found you didn't like the shape of his nose.
Now, see here, Mr. Hammock,
I'm not saying anything, Mrs. Shaughnessy. You made the grade. In is in. Only there's been an awful epidemic of marrying up and down the border. We finally got our eyes open. No kidding anymore. The department has a new theme song. Is it love or is it immigration?
While I was sitting there listening to Hammock and Tamara, I'd seen the Azusa school wagon drive up in front of the hotel and a small figure dart up the steps. I was suddenly in a panic that Mr. Hammock might see her and start asking questions. I followed her up to the room, and when I got there, I I didn't know what to say to her. I could not believe that I was falling in love, and yet my heart was pounding like a schoolboy's.
Yours, darling, isn't it wonderful? Mr. McAdams got a substitute teacher from Riverside. He gave me a week off and said I could use the car. Isn't that exciting, George?
Exciting, I should say so. Now, come on, let's find a road and follow it wherever it leads. To a lake or a palace or a fishing village. Let's spend these few days they've given you recklessly, gloriously.
Oh, George, I love you. Oh, it's starting to rain.
And I love the rain.
So do I.
Come on, we'll start right now. I thought I'd take her to Ensenada, a matter of 50 miles. 4 hours, I figured it, but in the night and the storm, I must have taken a wrong turn. Ah, yes, a wrong turn in more than one way. I never did find Ensenada, and I never did find my way back to the road I had planned for my own life. We rode on through the wind and the rain, safe, warm, and happy.
George, did you ever notice how things talk sometimes? Listen to those windshield wipers. They're saying together, together, together. Can't you hear it?
Together, together. Ah, yes, I've been listening to it for hours. Oh, Emmy, I love you. I love you in a way I never thought I could love anyone. I want to laugh with you and cry with you. I want to take care of you. I want to dream with you and plan with you, and I want to stay with you forever. This is the beginning of a whole new life for you and me, Emmy. And oh, I hope I can make you happy. I hope I can be worthy of you, darling.
George, if you're going to kiss me, I think you better stop the car.
Then I think I better stop the car right now. Darling. Oh, darling. We spent 6 days in heaven. We drove to a small village called Kaloy. They were having a bridal festival. And outside the small country church there was an olive tree, and there was a legend that said if a married couple shook it, however many olives fell, that is how many children they would have. Well, of course we had to try it.
Shake hard, George, shake hard.
There. Here you are. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hope all 3 of them look just like you. Oh, George, won't it be wonderful?
The next day we drove to Tabotoyo and down to San Miguel. The 3rd day we started back along the Gulf. We didn't return into a hotel until the last hour of the last day. You couldn't make a mistake and think it's tomorrow that you're due back in Azusa, could you?
I'm afraid not, darling. July 13th, parent-teachers meeting, auditorium, 8 o'clock.
Parent-teachers meeting. Oh, it sounds very dull. How long will it take you to drive there?
5 hours.
5 hours. Why don't you go up to your room and freshen up? I'll take the car over to the garage and get the gas tank filled.
All right, darling.
Oh, if only fate or God had warned me, things might have been so different. If I had only gone upstairs with her. If, how often our lives hang upon an if.
Mrs. Iscovescu?
Yes?
I am Tamara, a friend of your husband, George. There's something of mine I want you to give me back.
Of yours?
My wedding ring.
Oh, what would I be doing with your wedding ring?
Wearing it. I loaned it to George.
This? It belonged to his mother.
Oh, isn't he wonderful? The way he knows how to pluck at the heartstring. Listen, sister. George married you to pass through that gate. For the same reason I married my American. With the same ring. But don't stare at me. Take a look at the engraving inside. 2 toots for keeps. Just slip it off.
No.
Maybe you should know a little more about the history of George Iscovescu.
Get out, please. please.
I know what you're thinking. I'm dirt. Well, so is he. We belong together. And you? You think you are a teacher. You're a schoolgirl who learned life out of a school book. Well, you'd have learned this lesson in 6 weeks or in 6 months. I'm telling it to you in 6 minutes. Get away. Get in that car and don't turn back. Yes?
Senora Escovescu, a Senor Hammock is waiting to see you in the lobby.
Who? He's from the immigration department. Don't go. Don't see him.
I'll be right down, Flores. Take my bag, please.
Si, senorita.
You can't give him away. What for? It won't do you any good.
I learned life from a school book. Remember?
Emmy,
Not a word out of you, Iscovescu. Now, Mrs. Iscovescu, I want it understood I have no right to bother you with any questions down here in Mexico. It's just that if we think an American might be getting a dirty deal,
I'll answer any questions.
How long had you known Mr. Iscovescu when you married him?
A few hours?
Had you any idea he was waiting to get into the States?
Yes.
And that he might have married you to turn the trick?
He might, but it isn't likely. You see, I asked him to marry me. There's nothing wrong, Mr. Hammock. George told me all about his past. There weren't any false pretenses. We love each other very much.
Okay, Mrs. Iscovescu. Have it your own way. Maybe I'm just dumb. See you later.
Tamara talked to you.
Yes.
And I've always been so full of words, you know. Big ones, smooth ones, fancy ones. But I don't seem to have any just now. I don't know what to say except thanks.
George, I come from a small town. We don't have fine hotels. We eat in the drugstore. But we leave a tip just the same. I don't feel I was too generous for these 7 days. Goodbye, George.
Emmy, don't go. There's a lot I must say to you.
The only thing for you to say is goodbye.
I stood there over an hour, watching that door she'd walked out of, watching that street that she'd driven down and away. And suddenly my hands began to grow cold with fear. Do you know that feeling when a premonition breaks over you like a black wave? And in my ears was the sound of tires taking a wild curve. Before my eyes was her foot on the gas pedal, pressing it down. I heard the screech of brakes and the crash. I swear I heard it. And I heard the whine of the sirens. And when the phone rang, I knew what the message would be. I knew.
Senor Escovescu. Oh, Dios mío. Dios mío.
What happened to her? What's happened?
An accident. A bad accident.
Where are they taking her? Where are they taking her?
The Los Angeles Receiving Hospital.
I'll take your car, Flores.
They won't let you cross the border. You have no passport.
I'll get across the border. Give me your car keys.
If you crash the border, they will catch you, and they will never let you in again. Never.
Give me the keys.
All right, senor. All right.
I drove through that gate without stopping. I heard the shouts. I knew they would follow me, but I didn't stop. I drove with the pedal right down to the floor. And when I got to the hospital, the doctor was with her. How is she, Doctor?
She's unconscious. The steering wheel was crushed against her. There doesn't seem to be any fight left in her. Hurts her to breathe.
Emmy. It's George. I'm here, Emmy.
George.
Go on. Keep talking.
Go on, try to breathe, Emmy. Yes, try. Try hard. That's it. Again. Now again. It's all right, Emmy. You remember the rain beating down on the windshield that night, and the wiper going, and the word it spoke. Together. 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 Breathe, Emmy. Together. Emmy, we're together. Together.
George.
I don't know how long I sat there,
But I must have said it a million times. Together. Breathe. Together. Breathe. And at last, the doctor said...
She's asleep now. She's going to be all right. I think you saved her life, Mr. Iscovescu.
I love her. Oh, how I love her. I left Emmy then. I went back across the border. What else was there for me to do? Emmy had no further use for me. She'd made that very clear, and the country had no use for me, and I hadn't very much use for myself. It must have been about a month later that Mr. Hammock came to me in the park. I had been expecting something from him because he knew I'd crashed across the border. I was sitting on the park bench, tracing letters in the gravel with my cane.
Hello, Mr. Iscovescu.
Hello, Mr. Hammock.
What are you doing? Writing letters?
No. Advertisements. Slightly reformed character, eager for some decent work. Any place on the globe where they will have him.
Oh, I see. Well, in answer to your ad, we herewith inform you that we've made an opening for you right there, over that border.
Huh?
A certain immigration inspector, who shall for the moment be nameless, neglected to report a certain incident about a man crashing the border. And there's no use shooting your mouth off about it once you get in there.
Get in? In where?
In the United States.
United?
There's somebody waiting for you. See, right over there at that gate. She has all your papers.
My papers? Why, it's... Emmy!
You're the husband of an American wife, aren't you? Go on, don't keep her waiting.
Emmy!
And say, what was that she was telling me all the way down about the two of you raising olives?
Emmy! Emmy! Emmy!
George, welcome home, my darling. Welcome home.
Darling. Oh, my darling.
In just a moment, an important message from Mr. Jory. It's mighty discouraging, isn't it, when no matter how careful you are, down you come with another annoying cold. Yes, these are cold-catching times. And when a cold strikes, it's no time to take needless chances with untried remedies. So don't ever experiment. Remember, the best-known home remedy you can use for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub. At bedtime, just rub Vicks Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back. And almost instantly, Vapor Rub's famous relief-giving action starts to work. And best of all, Vapor Rub's comforting action keeps on working for hours through the night. It invites restful sleep. And often, by morning, most of the misery of the cold is gone. So be sure you get Vicks Vapor Rub, the modern way so widely used to bring such grand relief from miseries of colds. Time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Your requests have been coming in great numbers, and they've been very helpful to me in scheduling your future plays. For example, next week you will hear one of the finest plays ever written, the dramatic romance of Elizabeth, the Queen, by Maxwell Anderson. Very shortly, due to your many requests, we will bring you that great emotional love drama, Random Harvest. Please keep your requests coming in. It won't be long before we get around to your favorite play. Write me, please. Care of Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York.
Our play was adapted from the Paramount picture by Gene Holloway and directed by Richard Sanville. Paramount's latest success is the heartwarming story And Now Tomorrow with Loretta Young and Alan Ladd. The role of Emmy today was played by Betty Winkler. Victor Jory is currently co-starring with Miriam Hopkins in The Perfect Marriage. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us again next week when Vicks the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, brings you the Matinee Theater production of Elizabeth the Queen, starring Victor Jory as Lord Essex. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks presents the Matinee Theater production of Rebecca. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater. Today, while Victor Jory is vacationing for 1 week, we bring you the great play that so many of you have been asking for, Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca, featuring Gertrude Warner as the second Mrs. De Winter, Blanche Yerke as Mrs. Danvers, and Martin Gable as Maxim. Now, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub. And now, Rebecca.
When Maxim asked me to marry him, I could not believe that anything so incredibly beautiful was happening to me. He had been staying at a hotel on the Riviera where I'd been acting as companion to an American woman. We'd spent a lot of time together, but actually I knew very little about Maxim beyond the fact that he'd been married to one of the most fabulous beauties of England, Rebecca de Winter, who had died about a year before. He never said, "I love you." He only said, "Will you marry me?" But I married him gladly and happily, and he brought me home to his great estate, Manderley, a shy, awkward girl in a stockinette dress. I was considered an intruder at Manderley. Mrs. Danvers, the housekeeper, made that very apparent from the moment I arrived. Mrs. Danvers, I hope we can be friends.
Friends, madam. I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride. I'm afraid I find it a little hard to visualize someone else here in her place. I'm afraid everyone who comes to Manderley will find that a little hard. You see, she planned everything in this house and outside it. The gardens, lawns, furnishings. Everywhere you look, there's something to say Rebecca.
I started my married life with those words ringing in my ears. Nervous, frightened, wanting desperately to become a part of Manderley and Maxim's life, but never knowing quite how. The weeks that followed had a shadow cast across them, the shadow of Rebecca. Looking back on them now, they seem a hideous nightmare that I lived in the daytime and dreamt about at night. Oh, Maxim, darling, look at those azaleas. They're beautiful. I'd never believed they'd grow this close to the beach.
No one believed they would. Rebecca had them planted.
You're going for a walk, madam? Here, throw this coat around your shoulders.
It's too long for me.
Yes, it was Rebecca's. She was very tall, you know, tall and stately. She walked like a queen. Mr. De Winter never used to be able to take his eyes off her.
Maxim, I passed a cottage way down the beach today. The door was unlocked, so I went in.
You went in? You went in?
It wasn't locked.
I don't want you ever to go near that cottage again. That was Rebecca's cottage. You've no business there.
It's beautiful here in the morning room, isn't it? Mrs. De Winter picked out every ornament for it herself. I remember she brought back that Cupid on the mantel from Paris as a present for Mr. De Winter. I remember the card. It just said, "To Maxim, for now and forever, from Rebecca."
She planned every room.
Rebecca's flowers.
Rebecca's decorating.
Rebecca's dog.
Rebecca's husband. Rebecca's husband. Rebecca's husband.
Darling, what's wrong? You were tossing terribly in your sleep. You kept crying, "No, no." Were you having a bad dream?
Yes, I was having a terrible dream. Oh, Maxim, put your arms around me. Hold me close.
All right, darling.
Oh, Maxim, you know what I wish.
What?
I wish I were 35 years old and that I had a black satin dress with ropes of pearls to wear with it that went clear down to my waist.
Why on earth should you wish that?
Because then I should be very wise and very sophisticated, and I would know all the right things to say and do.
Darling, you know why I married you?
Why, Maxim?
Because you're not 35, dressed in pearls and black satin. Because you're not sophisticated or too wise. Because you're young and sweet, with a funny, lost look to you. And because you're completely honest.
Maxim, you do love me, don't you? You aren't sorry you married me.
Darling, what's got into you anyhow? Have I said anything or done anything to make you think I was sorry? Well...
No, it's just that I know what a wonderful mistress of Mandalay the first Mrs. De Winter was, and I know that I can never measure up to her.
In the name of heaven, why do you keep eternally harping on Rebecca? Don't you understand? I can't bear to think about her or talk about her.
Yes, Maxim. Of course I understand. I'm very sorry. Long after Maxim had gone back to sleep, I lay there, thinking, the sick dread growing inside me that Maxim still loved Rebecca, and that I would never be able to take her place. About a week later, I was in the morning room talking to Maxim's overseer and old friend, Frank Crawley. I had picked up the small cupid Rebecca had given Maxim and was fingering it nervously. Frank, what actually happened to the first Mrs. De Winter?
Rebecca? Well, she went sailing one night when the bay was a little rough. Her boat capsized and sank. She was washed overboard.
Couldn't anyone get to her?
Nobody knew that she'd gone. She often went out alone like that.
How long afterwards did they find her?
About 2 months near Edgecombe, 40 miles up channel. Maxim went up to identify her.
Frank, would you tell me just one thing? Very honestly.
I'll try.
Was Rebecca very beautiful?
Yes. She was the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life.
Frank, I've broken the cupid. Here, help me pick up the pieces. Quick, before Mrs. Danvers comes in.
What a shame. Watch out you don't cut yourself.
Here. We'll put them in an envelope. Maybe no one will miss the cupid.
Oh, I don't think it matters very much.
It does. It was Rebecca's. Here, have we got all the pieces? I'll put the envelope in back of these books. Oh, I hope no one misses it.
Mrs. De Winter, this is your house. It doesn't matter if you break something.
Oh, no, Frank. This is Rebecca's house. It matters very much. You'll see. It matters very much.
Why do you do such strange things? Why the devil did you hide the pieces of that ornament in an envelope for Mrs. Danvers to find like an in-between maid?
Because I'm like an in-between maid, I guess. I'm all wrong here somehow.
Perhaps you are. Perhaps I did a very selfish thing in marrying you. I'm not much of a companion to you, am I?
Oh, Maxim, please don't say those things. I'm very happy.
No, you're not. You're thinner. You've lost your color. I haven't had much chance to amuse you. You should have someone closer to your own age. Our marriage isn't much of a success, is it?
Do you want me to go away, Maxim?
I don't know what I want.
Maxim, I'm sorry about the cupid. I know Rebecca gave it to you.
I thought you would be able to adjust yourself to Mandalay. Well, it just hasn't happened, has it?
I walked from the room, fighting back the tears. I was sure then there was no hope, that it had always been Rebecca for Maxim, and that it always would be. That afternoon I went up to the west wing to her room. It was quite dark, because a low fog had rolled in from the sea. I stood close to the door, glancing all about that shadowy room, my heart pounding. It looked as though she had left it but an instant before. There were flowers on the dressing table and by the bed. A dressing gown lay on a chair, and a pair of bedroom slippers beneath it. I began to feel a little faint, And then...
I saw you come up.
Oh.
I'd been ready to show this room to you every day. You had only to ask. It's a lovely room, isn't it?
Yes, lovely.
I keep the golden coverlet on the bed always. It was her favorite. I did everything for her, you know. No one can take care of me but you, Danny, she used to say. You'd never think that she had been gone now for so long, would you? You can feel her in every room in the house, can't you?
Yes.
Sometimes when I walk along the corridor, I fancy I hear her just behind me. That quick, light footstep. Sometimes I think I hear the sweep of her dress coming down to dinner.
Why do you hate me so? What have I ever done that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You. You thought you could make him happy.
He is happy. Oh, he is happy.
No, he isn't. I've only to look at his eyes. He's looked like that ever since she died. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. She's still mistress here. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Why don't you leave Manderley to her? Why don't you go? He doesn't want you. He wants to be alone in the house with her. It's you that ought to be dead, not Rebecca. Let me show you how easy it would be. Come over to the window. Look down there. Why don't you jump? It wouldn't hurt. It's a quick, kind way. You're not happy. Mr. De Winter doesn't love you. There's not much for you to live for, is there? Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy anymore.
It is true. He doesn't want me. It's always been Rebecca. Rebecca! Rebecca!
Go on. Don't be afraid.
I wouldn't be unhappy anymore. I could forget Rebecca. I wouldn't have to think about Rebecca anymore. Rebecca! 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 Oh! What is it? What was that explosion? What happened, Mrs. Danvers?
They're shooting up rockets. There must be a ship gone ashore in the bay.
Mrs. Danvers, the ship's gone ashore. They'll be needing you downstairs.
Would you like to stay here for a time, madam?
No, Mrs. Danvers. I'm going downstairs. I've seen all I intend to see of Rebecca's room.
In just a moment, we will bring you the second act of Rebecca. Of all the winter day worries that a mother bears, one of the peskiest is the problem of children's colds. But fortunately, most mothers agree on one thing. The modern way they use to relieve distress of children's colds is to rub Vicks Vapor Rub on the throat, chest, and back. Now, for such an overwhelming preference, there must be a well-proved reason. And there is. You see, the moment you rub on Vapor Rub, its relief-giving action goes right to work to help relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And results are so wonderful because Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. This penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring such grand relief. Now, Mother, benefit by the personal experience of so many millions of modern mothers and see for yourself how Vapor Rub works. Remember, only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds, Vicks Vapor Rub. And now, the second act of Rebecca. When the divers went down to help get the distressed ship off the rocks, they found a small boat at the bottom of the cove, and they saw what appeared to be a body through one of the portholes. They started work immediately to bring the boat to surface. Our story of Rebecca continues.
I stood by the window, waiting for Maxine to come up from the beach. And somehow I had changed in the last hours. I wasn't a child any longer. And I wasn't afraid of Rebecca. It was as though she and I had at last met, face to face in that bedroom. She had done her best to destroy me, and failed. At long last, Maxim came wearily into the library.
Hello, darling. Did you hear? They think they found Rebecca's boat.
I know. But, darling, don't feel that you have to go through this alone. Let me share it with you.
Oh, my dear. I must send you away from Mandalay. There was only a slim chance for happiness for us in the beginning, but I took the chance and gambled on it. Well, we lost the gamble, my sweet.
I'd try harder. I think I could be a better wife now. I think I could run Mandalay.
Don't you understand? They found Rebecca's boat.
Maxim, she's dead. You can't go on loving her so desperately.
Loving her? What did you say?
Oh, my dear, I know you still love her and want her.
Are you mad? I hated Rebecca. She was vicious and rotten to the core. We never had one day of happiness together.
Maxim.
So that's what's been between us. I thought you'd regretted marrying me because I was so much older than you. Oh, I wish we'd been able to talk to one another before.
What does it matter? Let us be grateful that we do know now.
Don't you understand? It's too late. Don't you realize what I'm saying to you? I killed Rebecca.
You killed her?
Yes. Mm. You know, when I married her, people told me I was the luckiest man in the world. Lucky. I found out all about her 5 days after we were married. She told me about herself. She stood there laughing and told me things I would never repeat to a living soul. She knew I'd never divorce her. A week after our marriage. She knew I was too proud for that.
Of course.
I'm not going to tell you about those years. The lies, the deceit. Some weekends she spent in London, some in the little beach cottage. She had a cousin named Jack Favell. A rotter if there ever was one. He began to come here. One night I suddenly couldn't stand it any longer. I took my revolver and I went down to the cottage. I thought Favell would be with her there, but she was alone. She looked strange. I told her the bargain was finished. That we had to get a divorce. She said that was impossible. She said, I'm going to have a baby, Max. And neither you nor anyone else in the world will ever be able to prove he isn't yours. He'll grow up here at Mandalay bearing your name. And I'll be the perfect mother, as I've been the perfect wife. Then she started to laugh. When I shot her, she was laughing still.
Oh, Maxim, Maxim.
I carried her out to the boat. It was very dark. There was no moon. I laid her body in the cabin. I got the boat underway. Then I took a spike and drove 3 holes into the planks and the bottom boards. I climbed into the dinghy and pulled away. Suddenly, the boat keeled over and went down. That was all. I've never been able to forget her smile or the way she looked at me before she died. She knew she would win in the end. Sometimes I even think she wanted me to kill her.
Oh, my darling. What a terrible thing for you. What a heartbreaking thing.
You see, that's why it's too late for you and me.
No, it's not too late. Rebecca is dead. She can't speak. She can't harm you anymore. Her body disintegrates in water. They won't find the bullet. They won't know she was shot. Nobody knows but you and I what happened that night.
Rebecca will win. You'll see. Even now, Rebecca will win.
The inquest was held a few days later. I thought I'd stay in the car and wait for Maxim. But after an hour or so of waiting, I had to go in. I sat down just by the door in the back of the room. James Tabb, the boat builder from the village, was standing up now, and the coroner was questioning him.
Fishing boat originally.
Had the boat ever been known to capsize before?
No, sir. She was a stout, seaworthy boat and could stand a lot of wind. And she didn't capsize this time.
Why do you say that?
When that boat was pulled up, I examined every corner of her. She had sunken sandy bottom. There wasn't the mark of a rock on her. But there were 3 holes in her planking.
Well?
That boat never capsized at all. She was scuttled.
The heat came up from the floor in slow, flickering waves. I felt deathly ill. And then Frank Crawley helped me outside. He brought me home and went back to the inquest. I fell into an uneasy sleep in the morning room. When I woke, I heard voices from the library, Maxim's and a stranger's. I went slowly in.
No, you're not welcome in this house, Pavel.
I came to congratulate you on the result of the inquest.
Will you leave this house or shall I throw you out? Oh, hello, dear.
Maxim, the inquest. What happened?
Well, I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting the second Mrs. De Winter.
This is Mr. Pavel, dear, Rebecca's cousin.
How do you do?
The verdict was suicide.
Oh.
Suicide. Rebecca no more committed suicide than I did. Let me read you both a note I received from Rebecca the day she died. Dear Jack, I tried to ring you at the London flat but could get no answer. I'm going to Mandalay right away. I've something to tell you and I want to see you as soon as possible. I'll wait for you at the cottage on the beach. Rebecca. Does that sound to you like the note of someone who was contemplating suicide that night?
Why didn't you give that note to the jury this afternoon?
Oh, why, Max, I bear no malice towards you. In fact, I have a proposition for you. If I had a settlement of, say, £2,000 or £3,000 a year for life, I could jog along quite comfortably and I'd never trouble you again. I swear I wouldn't.
Darling, please phone Colonel Julian. Ask him to come here at once.
All right, Max.
You wouldn't dare call in the police. I've got enough evidence in this note to hang you.
Call Colonel Julian, darling, and ask him to come at once.
I tell you, Colonel Julian, Rebecca never killed herself. Rebecca was murdered. And there's the murderer standing there with that rotten, superior smile on his face. Mr. Maxim De Winter of Mandalay.
Mr. Favel, there's not the slightest use shouting at me. If you expect to make any sort of point at all, you'll have to control yourself. Now, you say you were going to marry your cousin Rebecca had she lived, and that you often had secret meetings with her at the cottage on the beach. Can you prove that?
Yes, I can prove it. Max, will you ask Mrs. Danvers to come here?
Of course. Mrs. Danvers, Colonel Julian would like to ask you some questions.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Danvers, were you aware of the relationship between Mr. Favel and the late Mrs. De Winter?
I don't think I understand, sir.
Oh, you can speak freely, Danny. Rebecca was in love with me, wasn't she?
She was not.
What?
She wasn't in love with you or any other man. I've known her to come back here and rock with laughter at the lot of you.
Mrs. Danvers, we're trying to find the motive for Mrs. De Winter's suicide. Can you think of any reason why she should have taken her life?
No, sir, I cannot.
Of course you can't. Rebecca was murdered.
Mrs. Danvers, have you any idea how she spent that last day in London?
Yes, sir. I have her appointment book here. Here it is, sir. June 4th.
Good. June the 4th. Hair, 10:30. 12 o'clock, lunch at the club. 12:45. Dr. Baker. Who is Dr. Baker?
A woman specialist in London, sir.
We'll phone him at once. Mrs. De Winter, would you mind?
No, of course not. I'll put through the call at once. I went slowly across the library, my heart pounding, my hands like ice. Everything seemed to be coming to an end. Dr. Baker would tell them Rebecca was going to have a baby, and there would be no question of suicide. Yes, Rebecca would win, after all. There's your call, Colonel Julian.
Thank you. Hello? Hello, Dr. Baker. Please forgive this very unorthodox call at such an hour. I'm Colonel Julian, Chief Constable for the County of Cornwall. Thank you, Dr. Baker. Goodbye, sir. All right, here is what Dr. Baker had to say. Mrs. De Winter consulted him first in May. He took some X-ray photographs. When she went again on June the 4th, he told her that she was suffering from a malignant disease which was quite incurable. That's what she was going to tell you that night at the cottage, Clavell. There's the motive for her suicide.
Mr. De Winter, madam, I wish to give notice. I would like to leave Manderley tonight.
Just as you wish, Mrs. Danvers.
There's nothing to keep me here any longer. There's nothing left of Rebecca. I used to think she still moved about these rooms, but now she seems completely gone. You are the mistress here now, Mrs. De Winter.
Yes, Mrs. Danvers. I am the mistress here now.
That funny little lost look I loved so much is gone.
Of course. I'm not a child any longer. This is my home, and you're my husband. It's time I grew up and took care of you both. It's time there were children at Manderley, and laughter and contentment and peace.
These things will happen now.
Yes, these things will happen. We're home now, with the rest of our lives before us.
I love you, Mrs. De Winter.
Mr. De Winter, I love you forever.
In just a moment, an important message from Mr. Gable. You know, my friends, the war has caused many shortages. In many cases, it has made the use of substitutes necessary. But this is not true of that famous family standby, Vicks Vapor Rub. There are no wartime substitutes in the Vapor Rub you buy. Although some of the countries that supplied us with aromatics and medications were taken by the enemy, we found new sources. As a result, there are no wartime substitutes in Vapor Rub. It is the same fine, effective Vapor Rub, the same high quality you enjoyed before the war, the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
Next week, after a well-earned vacation, Victor Jory will be back in one of the finest plays that Gene Holloway's ever written. A love story of the South and of music that has become part of the heartbeat of America. Beautiful Dreamer, the romance of Stephen Collins Foster.
Our production today was based on the famous Daphne du Maurier's story of Rebecca and was adapted by Gene Holloway and directed by Richard Sandville. Daphne du Maurier's play, Rebecca, presented by Victor Payne Jennings, is one of the newest hits on Broadway, featuring Bramwell Fletcher, Florence Reed, and Diana Barrymore. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater production of Beautiful Dreamer, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory as Stephen Auger and featuring Helen Clare as Loxie Claiborne in the play which you selected for this week. It's a lusty tale of love and ships and the old-time wreckers of the Florida Keys. Reap the Wild Wind. Now, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now, Act 1 of Thelma Strable's romantic story, Reap the Wild Wind. Key West, in the year 1835. A tropical island at the very end of the long, treacherous necklace of reefs that string out from the Florida peninsula into the Atlantic. And here stands the house of proud, wealthy Matthew Claiborne, whose salvage ships brave the storms to save any vessel that crashes against the jagged rocks. In her bedroom right now, Loxie, the beautiful daughter of the Claiborne family, is dressing for a dance. Suddenly, Loxie turns to Mom Maria, the woman who's raised her from childhood.
Well, Mom Maria, why don't you say something? Am I beautiful?
You wouldn't be looking in the mirror so long if you wasn't.
Do you think I could marry any man downstairs tonight?
Any man that ain't too old to notice the smallest waist in all the South and eyes that's as deep and green as the sea. But you are born huzzy.
Do you really think so?
And I wish you were still small enough so I could pat you like I used to.
I reckon I showed 'em. Everybody back there in Charleston. All I have to do is snap my fingers, and Stephen Auger, the brilliant young maritime lawyer, comes begging for my attention. Before the evening's over, I wouldn't be surprised if he proposed to me.
I'd be careful what I was getting into, child.
Oh, I can handle Stephen. I wonder how it would turn out if I said yes.
Now, you ain't
I'm not saying yes, and I'm not saying no. I'll just wait and see how I feel when it happens.
There's no need for me to come to Key West at all, Mr. Claiborne. My clients have nothing to worry about. You and your colleagues have made reckoning an honest and an honorable profession.
Thank you, Auger. Try to be of real service to shipping, sir.
And there's no doubt that you and your father succeeded, Dan.
But if I had my choice, Mr. O.J., I'd be out there in every storm with my 2 feet planted on the deck.
Enough of that, son. You have your police warehouse. Let's have no more argument about it.
Yes, Father.
Oh, there you are, gentlemen.
Well, Loxie, my dear. Still the trimmest craft in these or any other waters.
I agree with that.
Why, thank you, Stephen.
Well, I'm sure you young people would like to dance, and I'm afraid I've been neglecting our other guests. Dan, excuse me, please.
Yes, Father.
Certainly, sir. You were late coming downstairs. You knew I was waiting.
Wasn't it worth it?
You're beautiful tonight, Loxie. And there's so much I want to tell you.
Yes?
Yes. But it'll keep till after the dance. May I have the honor, Miss Claiborne?
Oh, Stephen, you dance beautifully, but you have no sense of direction.
Yeah, that's a common feeling of the Augers. We dance quite sanely for a while, and then we inevitably waltz through a door and end up in the garden.
But what will people think?
Do you care?
No, I can't say that I do.
You know why I brought you out here, don't you?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Think you have. You've known all along that I love you.
Of course, you don't mean a word you're saying.
Now, don't play with me, Loxie. It doesn't become you.
You mean I'm not one of your fine Charleston ladies?
No, and thank heaven for it. You're as free and wild as that ocean out there. I've seen you standing on the prow of your father's prize wrecker with the spray beating against your face and smiling defiance as the boat headed toward the jagged reefs. You are Loxie, and you make every other woman I've ever met look as insipid as orange water.
Stephen.
Be honest with me. Do you love me?
Stephen, I can't say.
Surely you should know by now.
You're holding me so close.
I want your answer, and I know you'll give it to me straight.
Very well, Stephen. I tried to make you fall in love with me, but I never wanted to hurt you. It all started last summer when I visited my father's cousin in Charleston. All the girls there poked fun at me. I heard them snickering and saying that I walked across the ballroom as though it were the deck of a ship. To them, I was a pirate's daughter.
Poor little Loxie.
I just waited for a chance to show 'em all.
What do you mean?
You were the one man that every woman in Charleston was talking about. They said any girl who could get you would have every right to boast. You were the catch of the town.
And is that all I've meant to you?
I'm sorry.
You needn't trouble yourself to be.
I thought there'd be more satisfaction to it than there is.
You did very well. I'm going back to Charleston, but not without this souvenir from Key West.
Don't... Do you think a childish schoolboy kiss could make me feel any different?
No, I don't suppose so. Loxie, I'm going, but I'll be back. I'm a very patient man. I can wait.
Oh, Miss Loxie, Mr. Stephen.
What is it, Ma Maria?
If you know what's good for you two, you'll get in the house. There's a hurricane coming up sure now.
We'd better go inside,
I gotta
Stephen.
see that everything is locked up
Yes,
tight.
I guess we better go in. There's nothing much a lawyer can do at a time like this, except perhaps wait till he gets back to Charleston and lick his wounds.
Listen to that wind.
It's like something alive and ruthless in the night.
You're not afraid of being alone here with someone who's practically no better than a savage?
Loxie, we're destined to be together. Even a full-blown hurricane has to be arranged for the occasion.
Ashore! Break ashore!
Did you hear that?
Yes, I've heard it all my life.
Break ashore!
I wish I were a man and could be out there.
You think it's a pretty tame, colorless thing to be a lawyer, huh?
It suits certain people.
And that kind of love is something that doesn't excite you, does it? What do you think love is, Loxie?
Love?
Hmm?
I think love should be something grand and wild, like that hurricane outside.
Well, there's still another kind of love. It's quiet and abiding and constant. It's strong enough to survive the storms and exciting enough to make calm weather interesting. In a way, it's the rarest form of love, for it comes only when two people have no doubts at all about themselves. When their lovers pass the crisis. It's the kind of love, Loxie, that's worth waiting for and fighting for. It's the kind of love that'll be strong enough after the hurricane and this night are over.
Maybe, Stephen. Let's go down to the wharf. Perhaps we can help. Come on, if you're coming, Stephen. The boat's at the wharf already. I can see it.
Loxie.
Yes, Father?
Loxie, you'll have to get some guest rooms ready. Call a doctor.
What's the matter, Father? What's wrong?
We have 4 injured men from the Jubilee. She was the wreck.
Oh.
A full-rigged ship out of New Bedford.
Yes, of course I'll help.
Yeah, I'll give you a hand with them, too, sir.
Captain Babcock of the Jubilee insisted on coming over to see you, Father.
I'm all right. It's just my leg that's hurt. I don't know why I was taken off my ship. Why,
Oh, this is my daughter, Loxie, Captain Babcock.
your daughter?
I hope I didn't frighten you that much.
Frightened me. I saw you standing there with the light on your hair. And I thought I saw...
He's fainting.
Yes.
Oh, Father, he's fainting.
Yes. Here, help me to get him to the house.
The way he looked at me.
Yes, I noticed. Seems the hurricane left more damage than I thought, Loxie. And I expect to stay around until it's all cleared up. Well, how's the handsome captain this morning, Loxie?
He's coming along, the doctor
He
said.
doesn't seem too anxious to leave his beautiful nurse.
Not any more anxious than a certain lawyer who was supposed to have left for Charleston a week ago.
Uh-huh.
You have an idea I'm falling in love with him, and you're just a little bit jealous.
More than a little bit.
That's a smug, self-satisfied smirk on your face, Mr. O'Jay, and I don't like it. Why shouldn't I fall in love with the captain? He's everything I want in a man. He loves ships and the sea. He's handsome and exciting. And more important, he needs me. It wasn't his fault that his ship, the Jubilee, smashed against the reef and they took his command away from him.
That is too bad. I'm sorry. Sincerely.
Anyway, he's waiting for me in the garden. Here's your hat, Mr. O'Jay. The Key West sun is very strong.
Fortunately, I have a rather tough skin. Good day, Miss Claiborne.
I'm glad you're looking so much better, Jack.
Never mind me. You look worried, Loxie.
I am. My brother Dan signed on his mate on Captain Cutler's ship, the Falcon, and Father's furious.
Your brother's a smart lad. He'll take care of himself. But it's too beautiful here to talk about to anybody but us. Loxie, nights when I'm standing on deck alone, I'll be seeing you the way you're standing here now. And right there in the middle of the ocean, I'll be smelling orange blossoms.
I'll be remembering you, too, Jack.
It got into my blood like the sea. Don't you know that? You can't help feeling it, Loxie. Fate drove my ship on a reef to bring me to you, and I'm going to have you if I have to pay the devil for it.
You mustn't say that.
I'm only a captain who lost his ship, and I can't ask you to wait for me. But you will wait. That Charleston lawyer will be after you to marry him. But I won't let you.
I belong with somebody who loves the sea the way I do.
You belong to me, Loxie. I know it's madness I'm talking, but that's the way I feel. I felt it the night I first saw you, and I thought I was seeing a vision from that blow on my head. Maybe my head's never been right since, and that's why I talk like this.
Then I guess I'm slightly mad, too.
Will you wait for me, Loxie?
Wait for you? You're in for a surprise, Jack.
Loxie.
I had to see you, Jack.
But we're ready to sail any minute.
I'm going to Havana with you. We'll get married there.
So that's the surprise you made. But you don't know what you're letting yourself in for. I'm not a captain any longer. I'm just first officer on this old tub.
Did you think that would make any difference to me?
That's what I wanted to hear you say. We will go to Havana together.
I'm afraid it's not going to be as easy as that.
Stephen!
Mom Maria told me you'd pack your bag and you'd come down to the boat.
What business is that of yours?
Get off this boat, Loxie.
You can't order me around this way.
You're not going to do this to yourself, Loxie.
Who's going to suffer?
I am.
How?
I'll show you.
You hit him.
Yes, ma'am.
Put me down. Put me down.
We've got to get off of here.
The ship's moving. It's too late.
No.
What are you doing? Put me down.
Overboard you go. I'm right with you, Loxie. Right with you. Take it easy now. I've got you.
You.
Shut up.
You'll be sorry for this, Mr. O'Shea.
Only a few more yards to the wharf. Now, here we are. Up you come.
Look at me. Soaking wet.
And I'm sorry about your dress, but it's easier replaced than a reputation.
Oh.
Now, Mom Marie is waiting for you at the carriage. A hot bath and a hot toddy will straighten you out.
I'll never forgive you for this.
Someday you'll thank me.
What right do you have to go around interfering in other people's lives? Oh, I hate you. I hate you.
You'll probably hate me even more, Loxie. I'd give anything not to have to say this. But I received a letter from Charleston today.
What does that have to do with me?
Great deal, Loxie.
Really?
Your brother will have to stand trial. As mate of the Falcon, he's accused of conspiring with an officer of another ship to defraud my client. Excessive rates of salvage.
Dan,
I'm sorry, but I must go ahead and prosecute.
you're doing this to get even with me. You arranged all this. You're glad it happened.
Loxie, listen to
You
me.
are glad, aren't you? Aren't you?
I hope that made you feel better.
I'm sorry I did that. But Dan's not dishonest. I ought to know my own brother.
Loxie.
Don't shame him. Please don't disgrace him.
Loxie, listen. You told me once you'd die for your brother. Well, I would give my life for you. I wish what you asked were as easy as that because I love you.
Love me.
Yes, love you. But I won't betray my duty as a lawyer. That's one thing I can't do.
I'm sorry I humbled myself to beg your help. I'll never ask anything of you again. But I may as well warn you, Mr. O'Shea, it's dangerous business when you try to disgrace a Claiborne in Key West. Every wrecker, every pilot, every fisherman here knows my brother and likes him. They won't stand by and see an outsider come in and...
Are you threatening me?
No. Just giving you a piece of good advice. If you go into that courtroom, you're not likely to leave this island alive. Are you still going through with it?
Yes, Loxie. I'm still going through with it.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Reap the Wild Wind, starring Victor Jory. Reports from all sections of the country show that contagious colds are spreading.
They're causing untold misery everywhere, so watch out. And if a cold does strike, here's some mighty good advice. Advice that's based on the personal experience of millions of thankful folks. Rub Vicks Vapor Rub on the throat, chest, and back, and notice what happens. It's the modern way so widely used these days to ease distress of colds, because the moment you rub it on, Vapor Rub's relief-giving action goes right to work to help relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, to ease the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring such wonderful, welcome relief. And remember this, only Vapor Rub gives you this important, special, penetrating, stimulating action. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds, Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now the curtain rises for Act Two of Reap the Wild Wind, starring Victor Jory. The small courthouse in Key West is crowded today. The Charleston lawyer, Stephen Augier, is prosecuting the son of one of the oldest families on the island. The charge, a fraudulent agreement with the captain of a vessel to receive an exorbitant salvage fee. Right now, Stephen Augier is completing his summation against young Claiborne.
Gentlemen, Your Honor, we Americans are a vital and adventurous people, but bravery is not far from recklessness. The thing in our very blood that defies savages and hunger and hurricanes can also turn us to defiance of the law, as it did Daniel Claiborne. But only the law and respect for the law can make us truly great, can lift us above the ranks of mere exploiters and adventurers to be the proud citizens of the mightiest nation upon this earth. Gentlemen, perhaps all I've said seems irrelevant in this rather cut-and-dried case, but perhaps it'll help you judge Dan Claiborne with a little more understanding and true justice. I hope so.
It is the judgment of this court that there's convincing evidence of fraud on the part of Dan Claiborne. The owners are entitled to recover the value of all cargo delivered for salvage.
Loxie!
Don't stop walking. Let me stay close to you.
Yes?
Please. The streets are so dark and you're in danger. I told you you couldn't disgrace a Claiborne and not suffer for it. They're waiting for you down the road. But if I walk beside you, Claiborne, nothing will happen to you.
Isn't this a sudden change of heart?
I see now you couldn't go back on your word, your duty.
Loxie, why are you doing all this?
Why?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Mr. Stephen, I done the worst thing in the world.
Yes, Ma Marie?
I took this here letter Captain Jack wrote to Miss Loxie from this drawer and went and read it.
Well, you shouldn't be telling the lawyer that. Interfering with the mails
It
is
say I'm coming back to you, Loxie dog, with my pockets bulging with gold. And it won't be long now, because I'm working on something that'll bring us together sooner than you think.
Well, Mom, what do you expect me to do about that?
Oh, I ain't telling you what to do, Mr. Stephen. But I know you love that gal. And, Mr. Stephen, tomorrow Miss Loxie is going on a little pleasure trip to Indian Key.
Tomorrow?
On the Polaris with Captain Murray. Now, I thought that if maybe you should take it in your mind.
Enjoying yourself, Miss Loxie?
Oh, 2 full, clean days of water all around us, Captain Murray. Time to think.
Time enough to make a person decide his whole life, isn't it?
Stephen,
I forgot to tell you, Miss Loxley, we have an extra passenger this trip. Now, I better see the cook about some lunch. Steamed green turtles from the Tortugas, fried plantains.
Some people always seem to be setting me before you, Miss Cleven, like a dish for which you have no fancy, huh?
It's a large boat. I think we can manage to keep out of each other's way.
Wait a minute, Loxley.
Well?
Well, when we come back to Key West, I'm leaving for Charleston. I really mean it this time. I'm leaving. I want this trip to be something I can remember for the rest of my life. All right?
I don't suppose there's anything I can do about it anyway.
Not a thing. I have never seen such beauty. Oh, I mean the scenery, of course. Never seen such beauty. I think I've come to understand why you people live on the Keys, love it so deeply. It'd be a crime to want to tear you away from here. You'd always be homesick.
Look, those birds flying so low.
Mm-hmm.
Captain Murray, do you see those birds?
Oh, yes, Miss Loxley, I see them all right. Means we're in for a storm, a bad one.
Loxley, you better get below.
No, I want to watch it.
No, don't be a little fool.
Don't waste your time arguing, Mr. Auger. Just hold on to it.
Of course, if you're afraid, Mr. Auger, you can use my cabin.
For once, I'm going to hold you close to me and protect you as I've always wanted.
Still not afraid, Mr. Auger?
Little, perhaps. I'm a landsman.
This storm's pretty bad, you know. If this wind doesn't die down, we'll wind up on the reefs.
I might say it'd be a pleasure to die with you.
You speak like a Charleston dandy. I almost forgot you are that.
We are each of us many persons, Loxley. Sometimes we spend our lives trying to decide who we are.
I don't need your arm. I can stand alone.
My arm belongs around you. Why do you think I followed you here? Loxley.
Oh, why didn't you go to Charleston? Why didn't you leave me alone?
You all right, Miss Loxley, Mr. Auger? I'm sure glad this blow is over.
We're all right, Captain Murray.
Wreck ashore? Oh, yes. Look, over there on Alligator Reef.
Yes, I can see it.
It's that big full-rigged vessel we saw before.
I thought it was funny how any captain would let his ship sail so close to the reefs. Can you see your name, Tom?
Ah, Captain, it's the Rising Sun.
Do you know her?
He's an Alston ship, sir. Captain Jack Babcock is the master.
Jack!
Steady, Loxley.
He drove her deliberately on the reef, passengers and all.
Oh, no.
Must have made a salvage deal with someone. That's as bad as piracy.
How could Jack do it, Stephen? How could he?
Now, why don't we find out what's behind all this before we judge it?
Oh, she's breaking up fast. We've got to get there. Crowd on all sails! Crowd on all sails!
Jack, I'm almost sorry Captain Murray saved you. You put your ship on the reef purposely.
No, I didn't.
You put her there. And you arranged with Captain Cutler of the Falcon to meet you.
He was a little late. The storm held him up.
You don't know what you're talking about. It was that storm that drove us on
Yes,
the reef.
Babcock, that unexpected storm made it a real wreck. You didn't mean to lose your vessel. You would have put her ashore skillfully enough to hold her there hard and fast so all the cargo could be taken off. And then you'd have gone into court and handled everything properly and legally. But a share of the salvage would have gone into your pocket. And it's a large and valuable cargo.
You're lying, O.J. You know it. You're just saying that because you want Loxley for yourself.
You were off your course, Jack. Way off.
All right, I was. But it's for you, Loxley. I'm mad about you. You know that. With my share of the salvage money, I could have bought a half interest in a schooner and made a fortune for you.
Do you think I could live on that kind of money? If I had 40 servants and solid gold plate, do you think I'd be happy? Oh, get out. Get out.
Loxley,
get out of my sight. I guess they were right about me in Charleston. No better than a pirate's daughter. Our white sails are already stained.
You're wrong, so wrong, Loxley. All the rest of your life depends on how you face this moment. Remember, for every Babcock and Cutler, there'll always be a Captain Murray, and for every thieving Falcon, there'll always be a gallant Polaris to challenge the hurricane. Always, always, Loxley.
Thank you, Stephen.
Loxie, when I held you close to me out there on the deck, I knew there was no storm wild enough to tear us apart. Didn't you feel that?
Why did it take me so long to understand that I loved you, Stephen?
Why it took you so long doesn't matter now. This is all that matters.
Oh, Stephen, my darling.
Oh, Loxie.
What was it again you said about your love for me? I didn't understand then, but now I can.
Well, there's a kind of love, Loxie, that's serene, abiding, and constant. It's the rarest sort of love, Loxie, for it comes only when two people have weathered the storm and the wild wind.
In just a moment, a word from Victor Jory. When you can do yourself a great big favor and at the same time help win a war, that's quite a trick. Well, that's exactly what you do every time you buy a war bond and put it away to keep. So let's stop kidding ourselves that we're sacrificing when we buy these bonds. There's $4 coming back for every $3 we invest. All that money coming back after the war when we can buy things we can't get now, like new cars, electric refrigerators, and whatever you want. And you know, it's the regular buyers of war bonds who will profit most. Those who put so much every week or every month into war bonds. It's wonderful how they pile up. If your company or firm has a payroll savings plan and you're not in it, sign up tomorrow for all you can swing. And if you're already buying war bonds on the payroll savings plan, why not sit down now and figure out a way to hike up the amount?
This is Victor Jory. Today's play, Reap the Wild Wind, which you helped me to select, was recorded and will be played for the American prisoners of war in Germany. It'll reach them under the sponsorship of the National War Council of the YMCA. Now, I'd like to ask you to help us decide about next week's Matinee Theater production. We have 3 wonderful stories in mind. From the studios of David O. Selznick, whose next big picture is I'll Be Seeing You, we offer the tender story which starred Ingrid Bergman and Leslie Howard, Intermezzo. Many of you have already asked for James Hilton's Goodbye, Mr. Chips. And others would like to hear The Petrified Forest. Now then, you help me make the choice. It's between Intermezzo, Goodbye, Mr. Chips, and The Petrified Forest. Write me care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York 22, New York. And please, do as Mr. Marble suggested. Buy bonds.
Our script today was adapted by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. from the best-selling novel by Thelma Strable and was directed by Richard Sandville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you another great matinee theater production starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in Intermezzo. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner in the play that you selected for this week, David O. Selznick's unforgettable love story, Intermezzo. Here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
Intermezzo, a love story of a world-famous violinist, Holger Brandt, and a young piano student, Anita Hoffman. Holger opens the story of Intermezzo.
It's difficult to know how to begin to talk about Anita. Anything so lovely in a man's life should be without beginning and without end. It must be remembered as a scent of perfume is remembered, as a sweep of music, as a kiss. But there was a beginning and there was an ending. The first time I looked in her eyes was the beginning. I returned to my family in Stockholm after a series of concerts all over the world. At first, I was very happy to be with my wife and my little Anne-Marie.
Daddy, look at all the flowers. Just because you're here.
They're my favorite flowers.
I helped Mommy buy them, didn't I, Mommy?
Yes, dear. Holger, it's so good to have you here once more. I've missed you, my dear.
I missed you, too.
We have all of your records, Daddy. We played one every night that you were away.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Ellen told me she'd be in here.
Miss Hoffman. Hello, Miss Hoffman.
Come right in, Anita, my dear. Holger, this is Miss Hoffman,
How do you
Anne-Marie's music teacher. My husband, Mr. Brandt, Miss Hoffman.
How do you do?
Anne-Marie played for me a little while ago. You are a good teacher.
Anne-Marie is very talented. And why shouldn't she be with such a father? Come, Anne-Marie. We must start our lesson. Did you practice?
Oh, yes, Miss Hoffman.
What a lovely girl. There's something about her face that's like, it's almost like springtime. Something shining and fresh and very young and sweet. Margaret, do you realize it's been almost 3 years since we've been together?
I realize it very well. I hope you'll stay home with us for a while now, though.
I can't play any more concerts until I find a new accompanist. Thomas says he positively will go on no more tours. He's going to stay home and teach.
Oh.
Margaret, let's go away on a trip together. What do you say?
Oh, Holger. Anne-Marie's going to school now. I have to be here with her. A home and a family are a responsibility, my husband.
Very well, Margaret. We'll say no more about it. Do you think Miss Hoffman would mind if I watched Anne-Marie take a lesson?
I'm sure she'd be very pleased.
I'll go have a look. Oh, please, don't stop.
Miss Hoffman always plays one piece for me during my lesson, Daddy.
Please go on.
All right.
How strange that you choose Rustle of Spring to play.
Why do you say that?
Because I've been thinking of that music today, too. That music is spring running barefooted down the mountains of Sweden. It's sunshine on green grass and bright flowers. It's clear, cold water rushing across fields. It's fresh spring winds with a kiss that's like clarity and heart ease after the struggle and confusion and flight of surviving winter.
You make it sound like cold music.
No, it's not cold music. It's cool, like the fresh wind from the mountains. But at the same time, it's warm and pulsating and exciting because it's young and vibrant and beautiful.
To you, Rustle of Spring is all those things?
Yes, and you are all those things. That was a good concert we just heard, eh, Thomas?
Yes, indeed. A strange feeling to be down in the audience instead of up there performing, huh?
You sure you don't want to change your mind and accompany me for one more tour?
Oh, quite sure.
Yeah?
I'm absolutely going to stay home this time and teach. You've talked me out of it for the last time, Holger.
Good evening, Mr. Stenborg.
Good evening.
Bryant?
Miss Hoffman, were you at the concert, too?
Yes, wasn't it wonderful?
You know each other.
Yes, Miss Hoffman is studying with me now, Holger.
I listened to her play for Anne-Marie yesterday. Miss Hoffman has great talent.
Yes, she certainly has. Why don't you speak to her about accompanying you? Well, I have to get home. Good night, Holger. Miss Hoffman?
Good night.
Good night, Thomas. I think you have a splendid idea there.
Oh, well, good luck.
What do you say, Miss Hoffman? Would you like to be my accompanist?
Like it? Oh, Mr. Brent, of course you couldn't be serious.
Why not? I think that you and I feel the same way about music, that we might do very well together. Let's see if I'm right. Come on, my violin's in the car. Let's find a piano. Oh, Anita, we were meant to play together. There's the same music inside you as in me, the same fire, the same tinkle, the same beauty. You do feel it, don't you?
How could I help but feel it? It seems so strange. Ever since I first began to care about music, you've been like a god to me. And now, here you are, and here I am.
Yes, here you are, and here I am, and it's like the beginning of the world. Look, it's getting light out. I must go. I've kept you up very late.
I don't mind.
I'm surprised your landlady hasn't been down.
My landlady loves music. Here, let me help you with your coat.
Ah, thank you. Well, my dear, I feel as though I'd made a very rich discovery tonight. Finding you is like coming into a kingdom. Oh, Anita, do you understand? You must understand what's happened to me. Anita.
Oh, you shouldn't have kissed me.
I could no more keep from kissing you than I could keep from loving you.
Please, you mustn't say such things.
I love you, Anita. I love you.
Aren't you playing the intermezzo a bit out of character, Anita?
Why do you say that, Mr. Stenborg?
Oh, you're giving it too much importance. You were going at it as if it were the climax of a tremendous symphony. You'll frighten my neighbors.
I'm sorry, I wasn't conscious of it. Mr. Stenborg, this will be my last lesson for a time. I'm going away. I must go away. I have an invitation to visit relatives in Denmark.
So, you're running away, huh?
I don't know anything else to do but run away. I thought I could see him. I thought it would be enough just to see him and work with him.
Does Holger know that you love him?
I've never told him, but I think he knows.
Well, perhaps it's best that you do go away for a while, then. Are you going to tell Holger?
No. He's coming tonight to practice. I want it to be just like any other evening. I'll write him a note and mail it after I've gone.
Anita, what's wrong?
Wrong?
Yes.
Why, nothing. Why do you ask, Holger?
You don't seem like yourself tonight. Is something troubling you?
No, of course not. I'm just a little tired. I practiced longer than usual today. Holger?
Yes, Anita.
These past months have been very wonderful to me. Your music has been with me every hour of the day and night. It's something I'll never forget.
I hope my music will always be part of your life. Just as you will always be part of my life. Anita, I wish just once that you would say you loved me. Somehow I need to hear you say it.
You're married, Holger. You have no right to ask such a question. And I have no right to answer.
Anita, my dear, you cannot say to your heart, love this woman and not this one. Sometimes love comes so quickly and so fiercely that you can no more stamp it out than you could stamp the forest fire. I loved you the first moment I saw you. I will love you until the last moment I live.
Oh, Holger, please go. Please don't say any more.
I'll ask you again tomorrow. I'll ask you every day until I hear the answer I'm waiting to hear.
Good night, Holger.
Good night, Anita.
Goodbye. Oh, my darling, goodbye.
You're home early, Holger.
Yes, the practicing didn't go very well tonight. Miss Hoffman was tired.
Oh.
Where's Anne-Marie?
I sent her to bed. She'd been crying so long she was worn out.
Why was she crying?
Well, Miss Hoffman said today she couldn't teach Anne-Marie anymore. She said she was going to visit relatives in Denmark.
She's going away?
Yes, on the midnight train tonight. Didn't you know?
No. No, she didn't say a word. She can't go like this.
She decided very suddenly, she said.
Margaret, I must have a talk with you.
Olga, you don't have to tell me
I
anything.
must tell you.
Very well. And of course I must listen.
Anita!
Olga, what are you doing here? How did you know?
Margaret told me you were leaving on this train.
Margaret told you?
You little fool. How could you do a thing like this running away in the night? Didn't you know I'd come after you wherever you went?
You must let me go, Olga.
No, not now or ever. Anita, I told Margaret everything. She sent me after you herself. She understands, Anita. I have no home any longer except with you.
You told her? Oh, Olga, how could you hurt her like that?
She knew already. She told me first. Oh, Anita, don't you understand? Sometimes things do happen to people regardless of whether they're right or wrong. And when they happen, you can't run away from them. It doesn't help. It wouldn't help Margaret or you or me. We belong together. We were just a little late finding one another. Come on, darling, take my arm. Let's go out of here.
What are we going to do, Olga?
We're going on a concert tour, you and I. We're going to follow spring around the world. And we're going to play music, the most wonderful music that's ever been written. It's going to be like no music has ever been played before because we'll be playing it. And playing it together.
Oh, Olga, I do love you. I love you so much.
My darling. Oh, my darling.
In just a moment, Act Two of Intermezzo, starring Victor Jory. My friends, these changeable days are cold-catching days, and it certainly pays to be careful. If an infectious cold strikes in your home, don't waste a minute and don't take needless chances. Just do what millions of folks do and rub Vicks Vapor Rub on throat, chest, and back. In a hurry, you'll find out why it's the modern way so widely used to relieve distress of colds. Because the moment you rub it on, Vapor Rub's relief-giving action goes right to work to help relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, to ease the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. Now, here's the reason results are so fine. Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors, and at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And what's more, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring such welcome relief. So when colds strike, rub on Vapor Rub, because only Vapor Rub gives you this special, penetrating, stimulating action, the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now the second act of Intermezzo, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner. Holger Brandt and Anita Huffman started on their tour. They went to all the great cities of the world, and everywhere they were applauded and acclaimed.
I have never heard such music in the Paris Opera House before. Such tenderness, such fire.
They make a handsome couple, don't they?
Yes. And isn't she beautiful?
Madame, behold. May one point out the sights to a stranger? You're standing now in the Eiffel Tower, and below you is Paris. It's yours. It's yours because you're young and because, oh, you're beautiful.
When I'm very old, I shall love to remember how you gave me the cities of the world one by one. when I was young.
When you are old, I will say, remember that night I kissed you in Paris? That night when we ran away and found a spot halfway between the city and the stars where we could be completely alone, and you will say, oh, let's go back again. We'll come back and live the moment over. Shall we make it a date?
Ask me when I'm 70. Just kiss me now.
Oh, my darling, you're so sweet, so wonderfully sweet.
Look, my dear, simply everyone that is here tonight. There's the Duke in the Royal Box.
I wish they'd never stop playing. I've never heard our Italian songs played like this.
Look how the moonlight patterns the canals. You know, all my life I've wanted to ride in a gondola in Venice. Oh, Holger, what wonderful places we've seen. Bombay and Shanghai and Algiers and Vienna, all the fairy tale places of the world.
Now, Venice. Look at those stars.
I just touched one.
How did it feel?
The way I feel when you kiss me.
Oh, Anita, life is such fun. You made me young again, and I was so close to being old when I met you.
I love you very much, Holger. And no matter what happens or when it ends, I'll love you forever.
It's never going to end, Anita. It's never going to end.
They say it has been a phenomenally successful tour for them, and I certainly can see why.
They've played every big city in the world, haven't they?
Just about. I understand this will be their last concert for the season.
I'm sorry the concert tour is over. It's been something I'll never forget.
I'm glad it's over. I'm ready for a holiday on the Riviera.
The whole trip has been a holiday. Oh, I have so many wonderful memories of you to file away in my heart.
You don't really believe in your heart that it will last, do you?
I believe our love will last, Holger. That's the only thing I can truly believe.
Oh, Anita, don't ever leave me. Promise me you'll never leave me.
The only thing I can promise, Holger, is that I will always love you.
Come on, get up off that beach. Let's get some dinner.
Oh, I hate to move.
Madame, a letter just came for you.
A letter for me? Thank you.
Oh, and there's a gentleman waiting to see Mr. Brandt at the house. There's no hurry, he says. He's taken a room for the night. Mr. Stenborg.
Thomas, what do you suppose he's doing here?
Oh, I can't imagine.
Well, let's see what your letter says, and then we'll go and find out.
All right. Dear Miss Hoffman, the Royal Academy of Music has awarded you the Jenny Lind Scholarship. I hope you will not let anything interfere with the fulfillment of the bright future within your reach. Faithfully, Thomas Stenborg. Why, he must have come to talk about that. See? The letter's been following us around. Look at all the postmarks.
Darling, that's wonderful.
Is it?
What are you doing?
I'm tearing it up. That's how I feel about anything that might come between us.
That makes me very proud, Anita. Nothing's ever going to separate us. Nothing in the world.
No. Nothing ever. Let them keep their scholarship. And let me keep my happiness.
Thomas, it's good to see you. How did you ever find us here?
Well, as a matter of fact, I traced you through your bank.
Oh?
I wrote Anita a letter some time back, and I never received an answer.
We just got it today. She tore it up, Thomas.
Oh. Well, how is she?
She's fine. She'll be right here. She stopped in her rooms to change. What news do you have of my family, Thomas?
Margaret and Anne-Marie are both splendid. Yes, Anne-Marie's getting quite tall. She talks about you constantly. She wants you to bring her a camera when you come home.
I'm glad they're well.
I'll send Anne Marie a camera.
Come in.
Mr. Stenborg, it's good to see you.
Anita. Well, you look lovelier than ever, my dear.
Oh, thank you.
Will you two excuse me for 15 minutes while I go down and give Suzette her lesson?
Of course, darling.
Yes, Anita and I will have a chat.
I won't be long.
Suzette's the daughter of the innkeeper. She's 8 years old. He gives her a lesson every night. He misses Anne Marie.
Did you think he wouldn't?
I've tried not to think of it at all. I've tried to pretend there was no past.
A man's past is never completely gone, my child. His roots are twined deep in the things that have made him what he is. In your heart, I think you know that.
Yes. In my heart, I've always known it.
What are you going to do about the scholarship?
You think I should take it, don't you?
I think you must take it.
All this time, I've known that one day there it would be staring me in the face. The last hour. I hoped I'd be ready for it. But I guess I'll never be ready.
Holger must go back to his family. He's needed there. And you must go on with your career. You must make it mean something to you again.
I'll be so alone. I'll be so alone.
Have you been happy?
Yes. I've been very happy.
Well, then be grateful for that. Because you see, my dear, happiness is sometimes an expensive commodity. Sometimes it can only be paid for in tears. Now think it over, Anita. I know that you will do what's right for both of you.
Come for a walk with Thomas and me, darling.
Holger, I'm a little tired. I think I'd rather not. Do you mind?
All right. We'll only be gone an hour or so.
Oh. Would you kiss me goodbye?
That's always a pleasure.
Oh, darling, darling, darling. Thank you for so many things. Thank you for all the things I'll remember. For Paris and Venice and Rome and London. For your lips, for your arms, for your love. For making my life so beautiful that it hurts inside. That sounds funny, but I think you know what I mean.
I do know. Why are you suddenly saying all these things tonight?
Because tonight, I love you more than I've ever loved you in all my life. And because tonight, it's important that you know that. Have a nice walk, darling.
See if you can wangle the innkeeper out of his teapot, will you? We'll have some tea when we get back. See you later, darling.
Goodbye, Holger.
Anita? Anita?
Try the door.
Anita?
Where's the light switch? Oh, yes.
Why, the room's empty. Look, all the things, they're gone. Innkeeper! Innkeeper! Where is that confounded man? Innkeeper!
There's a note on the table addressed to you.
Note?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Thomas. Listen. I'm going away, Holger. We have been pretending and hoping for too long that what we had we could make splendid and good. But I've always known, my darling, that the most I could be was an intermezzo in your life. And so I'm going to take the scholarship. God bless you, Holger. And take you someday safely home. Anita. I'm going after her, Thomas. We belong together.
Well, perhaps you did belong together for an hour, Holger. But you had the hour. And now it's ended.
I loved her. I will always love her.
Well, then let her go. For she has a life to live. And so have you. And though it must be a tragedy for both of you, those lives must go in different directions. Come, Holger. Get your things together. Margaret and Anne Marie are waiting.
So I went home. I went back to Margaret and Anne Marie, both of whom I loved very dearly, though in a different way. And Margaret was most kind and most generous.
Welcome home, Holger.
Welcome home, my husband.
Oh, yes, anything as lovely as Anita should be without beginning and without end. But it had no right to begin, and it had no right to end. It had to take its place among those things remembered as a scent of perfume is remembered, or a sweep of music, as a kiss. Intermezzo to me is a melody half tears, half laughter, bittersweet upon the tongue and on the heart, like the memories of a love put by.
In just a moment, a word from Victor Jory. If you have a cold today, you have a lot of folks to commiserate with you, because new thousands every day are catching contagious colds. And to relieve miseries of colds, it's extremely unwise to take needless chances with untried remedies. Unwise and foolish, because you can benefit by the experience of millions of people. The modern way they rely on for welcome relief is to rub Vicks Vapor Rub on throat, chest, and back tonight at bedtime. Yes, Vapor Rub is the best-known home remedy you can use to relieve distress of colds. The very moment you rub on Vapor Rub, its relief-giving action goes right to work and keeps on working for hours to bring such grand relief. It invites restful sleep, and often, by morning, most of the misery of the cold is gone. So if you have one of those infectious colds, be sure to rub on time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Ladies and gentlemen, today's play was adapted from David O. Selznick's famous motion picture, Intermezzo. I have had the pleasure of seeing a preview of Mr. Selznick's latest picture, I'll Be Seeing You, and when you see it, I'm sure you'll agree that it looks like another Selznick success. Now, I'd like to ask you again to help me decide about next week's Matinee Theater production. We have 3 great stories in mind. 1, a fast-moving romance from the pages of Cosmopolitan magazine some years back. It was called Night Bus, and it was made into a well-known motion picture starring Clark Gable and Claudette Colbert. The original story by Samuel Hopkins Adams, which we are considering, is about a boy who meets a girl on a night bus at Miami bound for New York. One of the high spots in this hitchhiking romance will be the walls of Jericho, how a blanket made 2 bedrooms out of one small tourist cabin. And another play we've been considering is Alice Duer Miller's dramatic Manslaughter, the story of a madcap Harris whose reckless driving becomes responsible for the death of a policeman. And another is the famous Van Dyne mystery, the Canary Murder Case. Now, suppose you help me make the choice between Manslaughter, the Canary Murder Case, and Night Bus. Please write me care of Columbia Broadcasting System, 22, New York.
Our script today was adapted by Gene Holloway from David O. Selznick's famous motion picture and was directed by Richard Sanville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warnow. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you another great matinee theater production starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner. Of the plays which we mentioned last week, your overwhelming choice was for Night Bus, which we will bring you next Sunday. But today, in response to your insistent and continued requests, we give a command performance, the memorable story of romance and high adventure based on Alfred Noy's famous poem, The Highwayman. You know, more and more millions of people are using Vicks Vatronol nose drops to relieve distress of head colds. Benefit by their experience.
And now our curtain rises on the forests of the England of long ago. Today we ride these forests by the side of one of the most dashing figures of legend, with Victor Jory as the highwayman.
The wind was a torrent of darkness among the gusty trees. The moon was a ghostly galleon tossed upon cloudy seas. The road was a ribbon of moonlight over the purple moor, and the highwayman came riding, riding, riding. Stop the carriage! Stop the carriage!
Oh, steady there, steady.
All right, coachman, down from the box. Open the carriage.
All right, all right.
Yeah, now, what is all this, coachman?
Looks like a robbery, sir.
Sorry to put you out, sir, but I'll have your purse if you don't mind.
I'll be hanged if I'll give it to you.
You'll assuredly be hanged if you don't.
What is it, Sir Guy?
Stay in the carriage, Bess.
Good evening, Mr. Highwayman. How goes the night? Profitably?
Well, you're a spirited girl, aren't you?
I'm not afraid of you, if that's what you mean. You see, I'm of a poor family. There's nothing you'd steal from me. Oh, aren't you being rather foolhardy dismounting? A highwayman is always safer in his saddle.
Bess, get in the carriage. Don't stand here bandying words with this fellow. Your father will be worried to death, wondering why the coach is late. Here, highwayman, take my purse and let us go.
A heavy purse, too. It's enough to buy your freedom.
And mine?
For yours, I'll take a kiss if you'll give it to me.
She'll see you hanged first.
You're a highwayman. Aren't you accustomed to taking what you want?
I have that reputation. But I'd like to be something a little more than a highwayman to you.
How strange to have a man make love to you with a gun in each hand and a bag of plunder on his shoulder and speak of asking.
But since I am asking...
Since you are asking, of course you must have the kiss.
The road was a ribbon of moonlight over the purple moor. The highwayman came riding, riding, riding. The highwayman came riding up to the old inn door. A tankard of ale, landlord, for everyone, the best in the house.
Right you are, Sir John.
Hello, Tom.
You're happy tonight, John.
Yes.
I take it the hunting was good?
The hunting was very good. There's a fortune in my saddlebags that'll be on its way to Ireland tomorrow to fill a lot of empty Irish stomachs.
Be careful. Those men at the corner table are watching.
Who cares? No one has ever seen the North Road highwayman except in mask and hat. Who's going to link him with a slightly tipsy, very happy courtier?
You never know who it is, and that's the danger. But someday someone will. And then what?
Then let's drink to it. The end.
I give you my word, landlord. The impudent fellow kissed your daughter. Not only did he steal my purse, but he kissed your daughter.
Well, now, Sir Guy, what's a kiss?
Look here, I hope to make that young lady my wife someday. And I can't have her running around kissing every Tom, Dick, and highwayman in the country. And will you please ask her to hurry and dress? We shall be late for Lady Catherine's ball, and I despise being late.
I'll see what I can do, Sir Guy, but she's quite a costume to get into. Aren't you wearing a costume?
Oh, I haven't any taste for such folderol. I'll wear a mask, and that's the positive limit I'll go to. Now, hurry her along, Jim, hurry her along.
All right, all right, all right.
Yes? Oh, hello, Father. Would you walk the back of my dress, please?
Sir Guy's in a fierce mood. The old fuddy-duddy.
I know. He's very angry with me because I kissed the highwayman.
Whatever possessed you to do a thing like that?
I don't know. Isn't that funny, Father? Except that even though he wore a mask, even though I knew he was a bandit, He was someone I recognized.
Eh?
When I saw him, I thought, why, of course. When I used to sit by the window watching the empty road in the moonlight, it was he I was watching for. And when I used to dream of someone's lips and someone's arms, it was his lips and his arms. I know it sounds foolish, but it's true. That's why I kissed him. And if he'd said, come with me, I think I would have gone.
It's a bad business being in love with a highwayman. The best you can get out of it is the worst you can get out of anything. They all come to the same end sooner or later, you know. Best girl, Sir Guy's well off. He can give you a fine home and a lot of beautiful things you've never had. Not many girls in your position in life have the opportunity to marry so well.
I know, Father, but those aren't the things I want. Sir Guy would suffocate me. I want my life to be the way it was tonight. Exciting and beautiful and challenging.
But tonight you were flirting with death. There's no man in England more dangerous to love than the highwayman, daughter.
And no man in England more exciting.
I hope you never see him again. I pray God you never see him again. In fact, I forbid you to see him again.
Tim, where's that girl, Tim?
Fussy old goat. How do I look, Father?
For the first time since you were born, I wish you weren't so beautiful.
For the first time, I'm glad I am.
You'll never see him again if I can help it. You'll never see him again.
Come on, darling.
Come, my dear. We're going to be late. You know I despise being late.
Yes, Sir Guy, I know. Father.
Yes? What is it, Bess?
Who is that man sitting at that corner table?
Him? Sir John Lancashire.
Why, haven't you ever seen him before? He's one of the King's close associates, a very promising young man.
Oh.
Why, does he interest you?
No, but for the moment I thought he was someone else. Well, good night, Father. I'll be home early.
Good night. Have a good time.
Your daughter is very beautiful, landlord.
She's a beautiful amount of trouble, Sir John. That's what she is.
Why?
Why? I'll tell you why.
Yes?
There's Sir Guy Barrington, ready to marry her and give her a good home, and all she can talk about is that highwayman.
The highwayman? Does she know the highwayman?
The rascal held up her coach tonight. He kissed her. Can you imagine that?
Yes, I can. Easily.
And now she fancies herself in love with him. Well, I shouldn't be standing here telling you all this. She's always saying I talk too much. I suppose I do. But it's heavy on my mind tonight.
So she's in love with the highwayman. Where is she gone now?
She's gone to Lady Catherine's masquerade. Since Sir Guy's taken her up, she gets invited to all the gentry's affairs. Well, I've got to see to my guests. Can I serve you anything?
No, thank you, landlord. I think I must be leaving, too. He'd a French cocked hat on his forehead, and a bunch of lace at his chin, a coat of claret velvet, and breeches of brown doeskin, and they fitted with never a wrinkle. His boots were up to his thigh, and he rode with a jeweled twinkle, his pistol butts a twinkle, under a jeweled sky. May I have the pleasure of this waltz?
Why, I have a partner. He went to get some refreshments.
Then for the moment you're free.
Yes, for the moment.
You're lighter than moonlight in my arms.
Wasn't it rather foolish of you to come here, Sir John Lancashire?
Oh, so you know my name.
I know enough about you to hang you.
Why do you say that?
You surely didn't think I'd forget you so quickly. Or that Sir Guy would.
Sir Guy doesn't worry me too much.
Then perhaps you'd better worry about me, sir. If you think I'm going to stand by and let you rob my friends, you're vastly mistaken.
I'm your prisoner. Call out, turn me over whenever you wish.
Are you so sure I won't?
No, but I am sure that if you do, it won't matter very much what happens to me. As a matter of fact, I advise you to call out, my dear. It would be very wise.
Why?
Because if you don't, You will be my prisoner for the rest of your life.
If I turn you over, they'll kill you.
If you don't, there may be a day when you'll die with me. Because I'll never stay away from you. Not now. Well, my dear?
I cannot do it. God help us both, I cannot do it.
Look here, Bess. This was my dance.
I was just filling in for you, Sir Guy. Excuse me.
Who is that man, Bess?
I don't know.
You don't know, but you were dancing with him?
Yes.
What's got into you tonight, Bess? Kissing bandits, dancing with strangers, or was he a stranger?
Yes, he was.
I'm not so sure. That fellow looked familiar to me. Sure I've seen him somewhere before. I may have seen him earlier this evening.
Oh, no. The highwayman was much taller.
You're sure?
Very sure.
Well, all right, my dear, all right, but I'm going to keep my eye on that fellow all the same.
What are you doing out here by yourself?
It was warm in the ballroom.
Oh?
I wanted a breath of air. What are you doing out here?
Looking for you.
It's a beautiful night, isn't it? You could almost touch the stars.
Yeah. This is my kingdom. Now it's yours. The world at our feet and heaven at your fingertips. This is the hour to be young and in love. That's our moon in the sky, and this is our world all about us. Bess, I have to say it. I love you. I love you this hour and will for every hour until the end of time.
My darling. My darling. Oh, it's almost midnight. They'll be unmasking soon, and you'll be leaving. Oh, take me with you.
I can't. I can't take you with me. Not yet. It's too dangerous.
Tell me, why do you steal? You don't need the money.
I do, but not for myself. I've never kept anything for myself. You see, there are people in this world who don't realize they have too much, just as there are people who don't realize they don't have enough, that they're dying too young and too poor. I steal for them. Those I take from can always spare it. Do you understand?
Yes, I think I do. But it's wrong. I know it's wrong, and so do you. There must be more honorable ways you can help.
Are you trying to reform me?
I'd like to. I'd like to keep you safe. Because you see, from tonight on, my heart will be riding the highways with you. And it's pretty vulnerable. An accident to you could kill it, too.
You're very, very sweet.
There's something between us. I knew it this evening when you kissed me. It was like coming home. Whatever comes to one of us must come to both of us now. It's like that, isn't it?
Yes, it's like that. I wish it wasn't, but it is like that.
There he is.
They discovered me. So for the moment, goodbye.
Be careful. Oh, be careful.
Don't let him get away. After him.
He's heading for his horse. We'll never catch him.
After him, you fools. After him.
Ha-ha! 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 Ha-ha!
In just a moment, Act 2 of The Highwayman, starring Victor Jory. During these February days of changeable weather, you can never tell when you'll suddenly start sniffling and sneezing. And if you do, let the very first sneeze be a warning. It may be nature's advance notice of an approaching head cold, and it will pay you to be careful. Head colds can cause so much suffering. Now, one of the simplest and surest ways to relieve the distress of head colds is with Vicks Vatronol, the special double-duty nose drops. Yes, a little Vatronol put in each nostril quickly brings wonderful relief, soothing the sneezy irritation and helping to clear nasal stuffiness. And the most important advantage of Vatronol is that if used promptly at the first sniffle or sneeze, it helps prevent many colds from developing. So it's really a wise thing, friends, to have a bottle of Vatronol handy, ready to use when a head cold threatens. Just follow directions in the folder. Try it. Vicks Vatronol, the special double-duty nose drops.
And now, Act 2 of The Highwayman, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner.
The highwayman came riding. The highwayman came riding up to the old inn door. Over the cobbles he clattered and clashed in the dark inn yard, and he tapped with his whip on the shutters. But all was locked and barred. He whistled a tune to the window, and who should be waiting there but the landlord's black-eyed daughter, Bess, the landlord's daughter, pleating a dark red love knot into her long black hair.
We'd better walk out by the gate down the road away. We don't want to waken Father.
If he hasn't wakened now, I don't think he will.
You never can tell. Oh, John, it's been so long. For 3 weeks I haven't had a word from you.
I've been busy.
Oh?
I've been making plans. I've decided to become an honest man for you.
John.
There's a prize I'm after tonight, just one prize, and I'm taking it, and I'm quitting. I've decided to buy a farm in the north. Will you like being a farmer's wife?
I like being yours.
Wonderful. All right, now, here are my plans. I'll have to be off now because I have a long way to ride. But I'll be here about noon tomorrow. And then we'll find a clergyman and become Mr. and Mrs. Farmer. And that will be the end of the highwayman.
I can't believe it. Oh, darling.
Oh, here now. What are you crying about?
Maybe dreams do come true. Maybe there is something to fairy tale endings. Maybe the prince and princess do live happily ever after. I've been so frightened. I've had such dreams. I kept seeing you dead by the roadside. Wasn't that foolish of me?
Very. Don't you know my life is charmed? Now then, Bess, just one more thing. If they press me sharply, I may not get here during the day. If you don't see me at noon, look for me by moonlight.
You'll surely come.
I'll come to thee by moonlight, though hell should bar the way. And now until tomorrow, goodbye, my darling. And dark in the dark old inn yard, a stable wicket creaked, where Tim, the ostler, listened. His face was white and peaked. His eyes were hollows of madness, his hair like moldy hay. But he loved the landlord's daughter, the landlord's red-lipped daughter. Dumb as a dog he listened, and he heard the robber say, I'll come to thee by moonlight, though hell should bar the way.
Well, Bess.
Well, Father?
So, Sir John Lancashire and the highwayman are one and the same.
Doesn't that sound a little ridiculous to you?
Yes, but I know it's true. Tim the ostler heard you a while ago. He told me the whole conversation. Bess, I want you to promise that you'll never see that man again. He's bad. He's a robber. And you're a good girl and not for the likes of him. I'm going to see to it that he's put in prison. You may tell me where he hides.
I don't know. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You'll have to catch him yourself.
No, you'll catch him for me. He'll come to see you, and then we'll have him.
No. No, you can't make me do that. Oh, you wouldn't do that. You couldn't do that. Don't you understand how I love him? Oh, Father, listen to me. If he dies, there's nothing in the world for me anymore. My heart would always be empty. He's the blood that courses through me, and all the pain and all the joy. He's what my eyes want most to look upon, and my arms want most to embrace. He's the difference between life and death and heaven and hell. Oh, don't you understand? If he dies, I want to die.
Love isn't that important, Bess. It only seems so now when you're young. We don't really die of it. You'll have to trust me. You'll have to believe that I know what's best for you. This pain will all pass in a week or a month. There'll be someone else then.
Please, please don't do this. Don't betray him.
I love you, and I must.
If you do, I'll despise you. I'll despise you and hate you and loathe you until I die.
Good night, Bess. I'm sorry, but I'll have to lock your door.
Father! Father! Father!
did not come at dawning, he did not come at noon. And out of the tawny sunset before the rise of the moon, when the road was a gypsy's ribbon, looping the purple moor, King George's men came marching, marching, marching. King George's men came marching up to the old inn door.
Halt!
Are you the landlord here?
I am, sir.
Oh, where's your daughter?
She's locked in her room.
Take us up. Follow me, men.
You men have been drinking.
We haven't. It's none of your concern.
You'll treat her kindly, won't you?
She'll be all right as long as she doesn't try to escape. All right, landlord, you can wait downstairs.
I'd like to stay.
We'll call you if we want you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Tie her to the foot of the bed. Oh, pretty wench, isn't she?
A little tear-stained.
Well, that's what comes of having a taste for the wrong people. Have you nothing to say?
No.
Well, tie her up for her death watch.
Aye.
You better gag her. I don't take a chance of her screaming and warning him. And you would if you had the chance, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Is she bound good and tight?
Bound she is.
All right. You and Keith take up your watch by that window. You'll shoot from there. All right. Well, my pretty, how about a kiss for a hard-working soldier? Huh?
Don't you dare!
All right. You're a little peppery for my taste. Anyhow.
What about giving her a spot of brandy?
No, I fixed this gag now. I'll have one myself.
She really looks like she's keeping a watch all right. All she needs is a gun.
That's a good idea. I'll tie a gun to her chest. Then she'll really be a dangerous little girl with a gun tied to her chest. Too bad our hands won't be free to aim it. She made short work of us. There you are, lady. Now, keep good watch.
Now, keep good watch. And they kissed her. She heard the doomed man say, "Look for me by moonlight, I'll come to thee by moonlight, though hell should bar the way." She twisted her hands behind her, but all the knots held good. She writhed her hands till her fingers were wet with sweat and blood, and they stretched and strained in the darkness. The hours crawled by like years, till now, on the stroke of midnight, cold on the stroke of midnight, the tip of one finger touched it. The trigger at last was hers. The tip of one finger touched it. She strove no more for the rest. Up she stood to attention with the barrel beneath her breast. She would not risk their hearing. She would not strive again, for the road lay bare in the moonlight, blank and bare in the moonlight, and the blood in her veins in the moonlight throbbed to a love's refrain.
I wonder where she is.
Maybe he isn't coming. Maybe someone's having a laugh at us.
Well, if they are, it isn't her.
Yes, we look pretty silly going back to London and saying we sat all night for nothing.
Maybe he's got another love. Maybe he's not interested in this one anymore.
Listen, do you hear that? That's him. He's coming.
Down the ribbon of moonlight over the brow of the hill, the highwayman came riding. The redcoats looked to the priming. Bess stood up straight and still. Her eyes grew wide for a moment. She drew one last deep breath. Then a finger moved in the moonlight. Her musket shattered the moonlight, shattered her breast in the moonlight, and warned him with her death. He turned, he spurred him westward. He did not know who stood, bowed with her head over the musket, drenched with her own red blood. Not until dawn he heard it, and slowly blanched to hear how Bess, the landlord's daughter, the landlord's black-eyed daughter, had watched for her love in the moonlight and died in the darkness there. Back he spurred like a madman, shrieking a curse in the sky, with the white robe smoking behind him, his rapier brandished high. Blood red were his spurs of the golden noon, wine red was his velvet coat. When they shot him down on the highway, down like a dog on the highway, and he lay in his blood on the highway with a bunch of lace at his throat. And still, of a winter's night, they say, when the wind is in the trees and the moon is a ghostly galleon tossed upon cloudy seas, when the road is a ribbon of moonlight over the purple moor, a highwayman comes riding. A highwayman comes riding up to the old inn door. He whistles a tune in the windows. And who should be waiting there but the landlord's black-eyed daughter, Bess? The landlord's daughter pleating a dark red love knot into her long black hair.
Good evening, Mr. Highwayman. How goes the night? Profitably?
That depends. I'm asking for a kiss.
Aren't you accustomed to taking what you want?
But since I am asking...
Since you are asking, of course you must have the kiss.
In just a moment, an important message from Victor Jory. Friends, if you've ever used Vicks Vatronol to relieve the distress of a nasty head cold, you know how wonderfully effective it can be. And if you haven't, well, there's no time like now, if a stuffy head cold is making you miserable. Once you try Vatronol, once you put a few soothing drops in each nostril, you'll agree that Vatronol is really a fine medication. You'll notice how quickly it goes to work right where trouble is to relieve the sneezy irritation, and how it opens up the stuffy nasal passages in a hurry to make breathing easier. In our opinion, Vicks Vatronol is a specialized medication that is altogether in a class by itself as a reliever of the misery of head colds. And more than that, if you use Vatronol soon enough, if you use it at the first warning sniffle or sneeze, it actually helps prevent many colds from developing. So, friends, the next time you feel a stuffy head cold coming on, why not use a few drops of Vatronol? Just follow the simple directions in the folder. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drops.
This is Victor Jory. Last week I named 3 plays and asked you to tell me which ones you'd like to hear. An overwhelming majority of you favored Samuel Hopkins Adams' romantic story of 2 people who hitchhiked their way to happiness on a night bus from Miami, bound for New York. This story originally appeared in Cosmopolitan magazine, and one of the most delightful scenes in it is the walls of Jericho, where a blanket made 2 bedrooms out of 1 in a small tourist cabin. So our play next week is Night Bus. For the following week, will you again help me choose between that great picture, The Great McGinty, which starred Brian Donlevy, Only Yesterday, another long-remembered picture, Only Yesterday, which starred Margaret Sullivan, and that great love story, Marley. Write me care of Columbia Broadcasting, New York 22, New York.
Our script today was adapted by Gene Holloway from Alfred Noyes' famous poem and was directed by Richard Sandville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you another great Matinee Theater production starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner in Night Bus. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Claire Neeson in Rendezvous at Meyerling. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in our original play that you selected for this week, the unforgettable love story, Rendezvous at Meyerling. here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
There are many stories and many legends about the romance of Marie Facera and Crown Prince Rudolph. The actual historic facts have been set down for all to read, but the events leading up to those happenings have been cloaked in legend. Here, then, is one of these legends, Rendezvous at Meyerling.
Fasten my pendant, Anna.
There you are, mademoiselle.
How do I look?
In all my life, I have never seen anyone so beautiful. You will be the belle of the ball.
You know, Anna, I have the strangest feeling. I think this night is going to be important to me.
And why should it not be? You are young and beautiful, and you are going to a masked ball in the prettiest costume any young lady could want.
Where is my mask?
Here it is, right by your gloves.
Come, Marie. Your father and Arnold are already waiting in the carriage.
Oh, I wish Arnold were not going with us. Arnold is so dull. He always says the same things.
Arnold is of good family, and he will make you a very good match. What more do you want?
I want someone who is challenging and romantic. I want someone who makes it fun to be alive.
Arnold is a very fine young man.
Arnold, you watch. As soon as we start to dance, he'll say, Marie, you do look most charming tonight. And then he'll wait a while and he'll say, Marie, you are the most splendid dancer I know. And then he is sure to say...
Marie, you do look most charming tonight.
Thank you, Arnold.
Not at all. Marie, you are the most splendid dancer I know.
Arnold, I feel a bit faint. Would you mind? I'd like to go over by the balcony a moment.
Of course, Marie. I hope you feel better, though. We've just arrived and we've the whole evening ahead of us.
Yes, the whole evening. Arnold, would you mind getting me a glass of water?
Of course, Marie. Will you be all right alone?
Yes, of course. I'll be quite all right alone.
I won't be long, Marie.
What is such a pretty young lady doing all by herself out here on the balcony?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I didn't know anyone was out here.
Don't go.
Well, I can't stay out here. I don't even know you.
Well, I don't know you. I'm willing to take a chance. After all, this is a masked ball, and a great many strangers will get acquainted tonight on the pretext of pretending they're talking to an old friend.
I don't know you, do I?
No, not yet.
Isn't it strange? I feel as though I do.
Isn't it strange? So do I. Will you dance?
Yes, I'd love to.
There's something about the way you fit into my arms that's just about perfect.
I really should leave you. You know, I had a partner.
Yes?
I sent him for some water about... Oh, it must have been 2 hours ago.
You think he may come looking for you?
Oh, definitely. He's a very conscientious young man.
Do you know what I do about conscientious people?
No, what?
I run away from them. What do you say?
Where shall we run to?
Any place, every place. Come on, let's take a look at Vienna. I'd like to see how it looks with you beside me.
How does it usually look?
Serious, stodgy, dull. But I don't think it'll look that way tonight. Do you?
No. I don't think it'll look like that tonight.
Marie! Marie!
That's my young man.
Come on, out through this door.
Marie! Oh, Marie.
And then what did you do?
I said, Madame, no self-respecting captain of the guard would think of going out with a lady he didn't know. I must be excused.
So, you're a captain of the guard.
Well, I was that night, anyhow.
Oh, it's a wonderful night, isn't it? Just look at that moon.
I ordered it especially for you. I called in Alphonse just before I left the ball. Alphonse is my man. Alphonse, I said, I want a very special moon tonight because I'm going to meet a very special young lady.
You may be disappointed when I take off my mask.
No. Give me your arm. Let us walk along the Danube and pretend that we've walked here every night for the past 3 months.
Why 3 months?
Because with 3 months' acquaintance behind us, you couldn't possibly be offended if I kissed you. I am going to kiss you, you know.
You're very sure of yourself, aren't you?
I am tonight. I don't know why, but I only know tonight that we've met. that I had to kiss you. Oh, darling.
I've waited a long time for you. And for that kiss. I've waited a very long time.
Take off that mask.
Take off yours.
All right. Hello, my darling.
Hello, my darling. Look, it's almost daylight. This has been the most beautiful evening of my life.
Yeah, I'm sorry it's over. Come, I'll take you to your door.
When will I see you again?
I don't know. As soon as possible.
Isn't it funny? I don't know who you are or anything about you. I don't even know your name. I only know that there's always been a loneliness inside of me. And now it's gone.
Oh, you're sweet. You're so very sweet. Does it matter that you don't know my name or who I am?
No. All that matters is that at last I've met you.
Huh. You know, I never in my life believed that people actually did fall in love at first sight. But they do. Don't they?
Oh, yes, they do.
I'll see you soon.
I'll be waiting.
Well, Marie, where have you been?
I don't know how to answer that. Oh, I think I've been in heaven.
Are you aware that it's daylight now? Your father and Arnold and I were nearly frantic. Whom did you leave the ball with?
I don't know his name.
You don't know his name? Marie, what's come over you?
You'd never understand, Mama.
You are a shameless girl. If I ever know you to do anything so disgraceful again, I shall send you away from Vienna forever. Now get to your bed. I suppose you've forgotten that you're to be presented to the Empress this afternoon.
I had forgotten. I had forgotten everything in the world.
Your Majesty,
the Baroness Fatera and her daughter, Baroness Marie Fatera.
Your Majesty?
Your Majesty.
Your daughter is very lovely, Baroness Fatera.
Your Majesty is most gracious.
Tell me, Marie, would you like to join my ladies in waiting here at court?
Oh, Your Majesty, it would be the greatest honor of my life.
It will be a pleasure to have you. I've known your father and mother a long time. You've been away at school, or I would have invited you before. Oh, Rudolph, come and meet the Baroness Fatera and her daughter, Marie. This is my son, Crown Prince Rudolph.
Baroness Fatera?
And the Baroness Marie Fatera.
Baroness. It's indeed a pleasure to meet you both.
Isn't Stephanie coming to the reception, Rudolph?
No, Mother, she isn't feeling well today.
Rudolph's wife is not as strong as our Austrian girls. Won't you introduce Marie to some of the others, Rudolph, while I have a chat with her mother?
I'll be delighted. Will you take my arm, Baroness?
With pleasure, Your Highness.
Come in here where we can be alone. I think you've met everyone anyway. You aren't. You're sorry you came, aren't you? I would have told you last night who I was, but I was afraid you would run away. So I thought, tonight we'll keep everything shut out. Then whatever happens, we shall have had that much at any event.
You meant never to see me again?
I would have tried to stay away from you. I don't know whether I would have succeeded.
Are you in love with Stephanie?
I'm in love with you. My marriage is the usual royal marriage, my dear. I've never been in love in my life. Until now.
We mustn't stay here in the library. Someone will come hunting for us.
Not while the refreshments are being served. Marie, what are we to do?
What can we do?
Two things. Either see each other or not see each other.
The wise thing is not exactly the happy thing, is it?
Marie, don't turn away from me. Look at me.
I don't want to look at you. If I do, I'll be lost because I must not see you again. We should never have met.
We had to meet. We belong to each other. Marie.
Please, don't put your arms around me. You were a prince and married. You can never belong to me.
But I do belong to you.
It's wrong. It's wicked.
No, you're saying those things because you've heard other people say them. Is it wrong to be happy? Is it wicked when together we have a world of our own that is beautiful and exciting and sweet and wonderful?
Yes, because you're married.
What kind of a marriage is it? Because the heads of two governments think marriage is politics? Does that make it good and right and fine? A marriage is only good when it's between two people who want to live together because they cannot bear to live apart. Oh, Marie, if I could marry you...
Don't say those things. We have no future not together. Let's not talk of what might have been or should have been.
Marie, the hours we live run out swiftly. We've already wasted much of the time that we could have been together. Let's take the hours we have and live them as they come. Let us take whatever measure of happiness life will give us.
And how will it end?
I don't know. But if it matters how it ends, then go now, Marie. I won't follow you. I won't ever try to see you again. I'll respect your judgment. Well, Marie?
Oh, my darling. My darling. I cannot say I will not see you again. It doesn't matter how it ends if I can be with you. You are all the happiness that I can know in my lifetime. I know that. Whether it's wrong or right or good or bad is beyond my power to judge now. I only know I love you. And I must see you. Or I will die.
Marie.
Let us take the hours and live them as they come. Without questions, without regrets. Until they end. If sorrow comes... When sorrow comes, we will meet it together. Oh, don't cry. Please don't cry, Marie. I think loves like ours, Rudolph, are always set to tears.
No. This hour will be gay. From the beginning, it will be gay.
From the beginning until the ending.
In just a moment, we will bring you the second act of Rendezvous at Meyerling, starring Victor Jory. It's the 11th of March. Winter is almost over and spring is in the air. Yet millions of folks are dragging around feeling miserable with colds. Now, if a cold is distressing someone in your home, then you'll be interested in this. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub. It's the modern way so widely used to ease distress of colds, because the moment you rub it on, Vapor Rub's relief-giving action goes right to work to help relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, to ease the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And relief is so good because Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors, and at the same time it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And for hours, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps right on working to bring such grand, satisfying relief. Now, whenever a cold strikes, remember this. Only Vapor Rub gives you this special, penetrating, stimulating action. Time-tested, home-proved, Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now the second act of Rendezvous at Meyerling, starring Victor Jory as the Crown Prince and featuring Claire Neeson as Marie.
I suppose you've heard about Crown Prince Rudolph and that girl, that Baroness Vachera.
I should say I have. Everyone in Austria has heard about them. Shameless pair. I saw them myself last night, dancing at our garden.
I love to dance with you. You have wings when you dance.
It's because I'm dancing with you.
Look, everyone is looking at us.
No, there are no people there. We are dancing alone across a star, without another human being in sight.
Let's dance forever.
Yes, let us dance forever.
Well, I don't know what you think about it, but I think the prince is a disgrace to the whole country.
I don't know why his father or his wife doesn't do something about it. You know, I saw them riding in a carriage yesterday through the Vienna woods at positively breakneck speed.
Faster, Rudolph, faster.
Oh, this is the best team I've ever had. What a pair of horses.
I've never ridden like this in my life. It's like rushing to meet life, isn't it?
I'll have to check them. We're almost to the end. Whoa! Whoa there, steady. Steady.
I hope they have supper all ready for us. I'm starved to death.
What would you like to eat?
What does the Crown Prince usually eat? Peacock's breast and lark's tongue.
And what does a baroness usually eat?
Oh.
How about roast beef?
Wonderful, darling, wonderful.
You're such a good fellow, Marie. You have such a zest for living.
Yes, because I want every moment to be very full.
I'm telling you, I saw them with my own eyes last night, walking beside the Danube outside the city, arm in arm.
Ask me for something you've always wanted. I'd like to give you the world.
You have given me the world.
There's nothing that would make you more happy?
Yes, there is. But you couldn't give it to me, Rudolph.
No, tell me.
I'd like a house.
Yes?
A small house somewhere out here beside the Danube.
Oh.
A house that you would be the heart of, Rudolph. A friendly house where we could invite the people we love to come and laugh with us.
Yes, yes.
And that would stretch to make room for 2 or 3 little boys who would look like you. And scowl like you and smile that same quick smile that makes my heart turn over. Rudolph. Oh, Rudolph.
Oh, my dear.
You see, I told you couldn't give it to me.
Such dreams are for the people, never for rulers.
All over the country, people are sitting before their fires now in houses like that. And few of them know how fortunate they are. Or how desperately we'd like to be one of them.
The world has no place in it for you or me. The world has locked its doors and set its words against us. We have only each other, Marie.
That is so much more than many people have, Rudolph.
You are my world. You're my life and my love and my happiness. I'll never give you up, Marie. Even though I die for it, I'll never give you up.
Oh, Rudolph. Even though I die for it, I'll never give you up.
Marie, you are never to see Crown Prince Rudolph again. I forbid you. Do you realize that everyone in the world is gossiping about you?
I don't care what anyone in the world is saying. It's no one's concern but our own.
You are behaving shamelessly. Sneaking out at all hours. Telling me you're going to meet some friend in the afternoon and meeting that man. Constantly lying, deceiving. A year this has been going on in spite of everything I've said. I'm ashamed to have to acknowledge you as my daughter.
Mother, please listen to me. Now try to understand.
I shall never understand, nor do I want to understand. What is right is right. What is wrong is wrong. There is no compromise that can be made with honor. Rudolph is married, and he is the future ruler of Austria.
I love him.
You have no right to love him.
Do you think you can say you must not love and that will make a difference? If you do, you have no comprehension of love like this. We didn't choose to fall in love. We didn't plan it. It just happened, that's all. Happened the moment I looked at him. It was like coming home. I know he's married. I know he's the future emperor. But knowing it doesn't make any difference because we belong together. Together we are somehow complete and content. And apart, neither of us has anything. If that were not true of him, too, then I would do as you ask. But as long as he needs me and wants me, I will see it.
You are a wicked, shameless girl.
I'm not wicked. My love is good and honest and real. If we were hypocrites or bad people, we would have hidden our romance and lied about it. You shall not, you cannot make me ashamed of my love. It is my pride, it is my honor. It is my whole life.
Marie, you are never to see the Crown Prince again. This disgraceful affair is going to end right now. And forever.
Rudolph, there is no use in any further discussion. I forbid you to see this woman again.
You don't understand, Father. You will never understand.
No, I don't understand. What kind of a man are you? What kind of a prince? You have no right to sully the Habsburg name. You're disgracing your country and the throne that you will inherit. I order you to put this woman from your life. You are a prince of the House of Habsburg. Your dignity and honor is the dignity and honor of the entire lineage.
And if I refuse to do as you ask?
Then I will take matters into my own hands and see that she is sent where you will never see her. Well, Rudolph?
Very well, Father. I will do as you ask. I'll meet her just once more and tell her. Then you will have nothing to fear from me again.
I don't mean to be unfeeling, Rudolph. I know what it is to love. But love must be put aside if it is at odds with honor. When will you tell her?
Going for a day's hunting, Marling. I'll take her with me. You surely cannot deny me the right to tell her in my own way.
You give me your word that this will be your last rendezvous?
Yes. Our meeting at Marling will be our last rendezvous.
Come out on the balcony, Rudolph. Look, the stars are fading. It's a beautiful night. I'm glad it's so beautiful. You know, it's a strange feeling to look at the stars and the moon and know that you'll never see them again. You suddenly feel that you should look long and hard at everything.
It's not necessary for you to go through this, Marie. I'll leave you behind if you like. You're young, you're lovely. You have so much to live for.
I have nothing to live for in a world that you've left. Come sit beside the fire with me for a little while.
If you like. Here. Let me put my arm around you.
Darling.
Tell me, if we had had that house, what would it be like?
Well, every morning I would have gotten up early and fixed your breakfast.
Dear.
And we would have had it in front of the fire. And then I would have walked with you down to get the carriage and ridden a ways with you and then walked home.
And where would I be going?
To work.
Oh, I see.
And then I would have cleaned the house and dusted and made everything right for you to come home to. And in the afternoon, the boys and I would have had a frolic outside. And then I would get them all scrubbed and clean and ready for their father.
And I'd come home and we'd have dinner and tuck the children in bed, and then we'd sit like this night after night, growing old together. Oh, I'd have liked that house. I wish the world had a house for us, Marie.
I know.
Are you sorry? Have you any regrets?
Regrets? Not one. I've had a year of more happiness than most people have in a lifetime.
We've completed our lifetime this year, Marie.
I know. And it's been beautiful.
Maybe the beauty hurt a little now and then when people closed in on it. But even the pain was beautiful.
Oh, Rudolph, the only thing that frightens me a little is that we're facing the unknown now. I may never feel your arms or your lips again. I may never find you again.
Yes, you'll find me. It'll only be a step. We'll cross the threshold together, and then we'll find peace. And there's no peace on earth for us, my darling. There never would be.
I know. And all day I've been praying that we will find it now. Look, my darling, it's almost dawn. Remember the night we met? The first time we saw the dawn together?
And now it's the last time. In this world. We've used up the hour, Marie. Now it's the last hour. Almost the last moment. Here, let me carry you.
Kiss me goodnight, Rudolph.
My darling.
Good night, my darling. Sweet dreams. God be with you until we meet again. Rudolph, there is a line. Do you know it? Parting is such sweet sorrow.
But we shall meet again when it be morrow.
We shall meet again. Shall meet again. Look, the sun is coming up.
Yes. We shall be free before it fully rises. We promised it would be our last rendezvous, and we've kept our word. Close your eyes, my darling. Close your eyes.
We shall meet again when it be morrow.
And so they kept the last rendezvous at Marling. And the world that had denied them the right to love talked about them, wondered about them, finally wept and left them in peace.
In just a moment, an important message from Victor Jory. These days, we expect lots of things we buy to be different, not as good as they were before the war. But that isn't true of Vicks Vapor Rub. There are no wartime substitutes in Vapor Rub. The Vapor Rub you buy today is the same expert formula, the very same effective quality you enjoyed before the war. To keep faith with the millions of families who rely on Vapor Rub, we combed and scoured the free countries of the world for the essential aromatics and medications. We were successful in finding new sources. And so, my friends, there are no wartime substitutes in Vapor Rub. It's the same good Vapor Rub that has become the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Will you again help me select next week's play? Many have written for Paramount's poignant, exciting motion picture success, Till We Meet Again. A great many others have asked for Ben Hecht's brilliant and moving story, Miracle in the Rain. And still others have asked for the beautiful love story of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett. So won't you help me choose between Till We Meet Again, Miracle in the Rain, and the love story of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett? Write me care of Columbia Broadcasting, New York, 22, New York. And now, friends, something which we must all do our part. The heroic victories of our fighting men could not have been possible, of course, without the stores of good food that have gone to them. We have 5 million troops overseas, and more are going over every week. To feed them means that a lot more certain foods must be sent to them than went last year. And so, for civilians, the stocks of many vital foods are lower than ever before since the war began. That's why the recent stepping up of food rationing was so necessary. And a vital part of every civilian's war duty is 100% cooperation with the rationing program. Always pay your ration points in full, and whenever possible, buy low-point and ration-free foods.
Our script today was an original radio play by Gene Holloway and was directed by Richard Sanville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you another great Matinee Theater production starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner, in a request performance of Paramount's gripping motion picture, Till We Meet Again, which stars Ray Milland and Barbara Britton and will soon be shown at your favorite theater. Your votes for this superb Paramount picture have been running neck and neck with votes for the love story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning, and we will bring you this other fine play next Sunday. You know, more and more millions of people are using Vicks Vatronol nose drops to relieve distress of head colds. Benefit by their experience.
And now, Act One of Till We Meet Again. Many stories have come and will continue to come out of France concerning those black days of Nazi occupation. Till We Meet Again is one that we think will become immortal.
Sister Clotilde was a young novice in a convent in a small French village. The Nazis had begun to take quite an interest in the convent because they suspected the nuns might be helping prisoners of war to escape. Sister Clotilde knew nothing of this. But one day, while she was scrubbing the basement floor under the chapel, a sudden sound in the dimly lit room made her turn around. And there...
Hello there.
Oh.
Don't go. I was told I'd find a man here, an old chap named Cabot.
I'm sorry, but I can't possibly talk to you.
Look, this is very important. I'm an American aviator. I flew over here to get special information gathered for the Allies by French patriots. I got my information, but my plane was shot down as I took off, and I bailed out. I was told if I had any trouble in this region to look up Cabot. Do you know him?
Yes, he's the gardener. I'll tell the Mother Superior you're here. It will be up to her whether you will see Cabot.
Please hurry.
Yes, I will.
I'll go at once, Sister Clotilde.
You're going to see him, Mother Superior?
Yes, of course. He's not the first we've helped.
I don't understand. This is a convent. We're supposed to dedicate our lives to God and his work. I don't want to have anything to do with the world. I want peace.
I know what you want, Sister Clotilde. You want to be comfortable. Religion is not meant to deaden you to life, but to awaken you. Well, I will see the aviator. In the meanwhile, will you please go out in the yard and stay with the children? I have been told we are to have a visit this afternoon from Major Krupp of the Third Reich.
Well, isn't this a pretty sight? The nun at her knitting, the children playing. How remote the war seems from here. Sister?
If you will permit me, Major Krupp, these young sisters are not accustomed to contact with the world, especially with men. It's against the rules.
We Germans make our own rules, Mère Vitré. You'll make a better collaborationist when you recognize that. Some of these children seem quite grown. Mère Vitré,
oui?
If this American aviator is not found by tomorrow, we'll take three of these older girls.
Oh, no.
It's really a splendid idea. Good day, sister. Come on, Vitré.
Major Krupp.
Yes?
This American. If anyone knew where he was, if he should give himself up, the girls, you wouldn't take them?
If he should give himself up. Thank you for your information, sister.
Said if he should give himself up.
Well, he can't take those girls. They are wards of the church and the state. He said it only to frighten you, to make you say just what you did. Your if was all he needed. Come here, my child. Tell me, of what are you afraid? You know so little of that world outside, and yet you find it so terrifying. Perhaps before accepting you as a novice, I should have made you go back into it for a time. Are you sure that this life is for you? Remember, you are still a novice, bound by no vows. A novice is always free to leave.
No. This is the only world I ever want to know. I have never felt that I was only a novice. I made my vows to myself many years ago, and I have tried to be everything that you wish me to be, haven't I?
Yes, but you have an inclination to pride, Sister Clotilde. You're proud that you're safe. Proud that life can never touch you.
But why should it?
The crucifix is our symbol, Sister Clotilde. We cannot ask to be free of suffering. What you did today was wrong. You have done us great harm. The American is waiting at the windmill for Madame Bouchard. She was to pose as his wife and help him across France. But I have just received word that she has been arrested.
I'm so sorry. What will you do?
We must find another girl to go.
Oh, it's the Germans. They've come to search the convent.
They shan't set foot inside this door. Come.
Open this door. They're going to search every building in this village.
Oh, not this one.
We will shoot out the lock.
Please, Mother Superior, get away from the door.
Major Krupp knows I cannot admit anyone without a written order.
Mother Superior! Mother Superior!
He ain't well. Or a German. Oh, Mother Superior.
You're late. I've been waiting here well over an hour.
I'm sorry. I was detained.
Come on, they're waiting for you inside.
Oh, she finally came, did she?
I was detained.
Wait a minute. This is not Madame Bouchard?
Not Madame Bouchard?
It's all right. I've taken Madame Bouchard's place.
Where is she?
Under arrest. Someone talked.
What is your name?
Louise?
If they've been making arrests, we'll have to get you out of here.
Let's see if I have this straight. I'm deposed as Jean Debray. She is my wife, Madame Debray. She needs a wedding ring, doesn't she?
I have one right here. Here, Louise, put this on.
Let me put it on. I'm sentimental kind. Hold out your hand. No, the left one.
Oh.
There you are, Madame Debray. You look frightened. You sure you can carry this off?
Oh, I must. I must.
Remember, you're a soldier now and must obey orders. I know this man is a stranger, but whenever you are in public, he's not a stranger. He's your husband.
I will remember.
But now you must be on your way. You are to go northeast until you reach the lake. You'll find the cottage a mile back in the woods. You should reach there tomorrow night, and you can rest. Keep off the main roads as much as possible. Good luck to both of you. You'll need it.
Come on, Louise. Let's go. You look very tired. Let's sit here by the lake a few moments and rest. We've walked all night and most of the day.
Thank you. I am tired.
Huh? Look at that water. My little boy was here. He'd want to dive right in.
You have a little boy?
I sure have. 6 years old. He's got blonde hair and blue eyes, and 2 front teeth are missing. He's all boy. Smart, too, and strong. Found him to box when he was only 4. You'd be crazy about him. Full of fun, always mischief, but never anything bad. Crazy about animals.
Does he swim well?
Does he swim well? I'll say he does. I taught him, and I taught my wife, too, when she wasn't much bigger than Johnny is now.
You've known her that long?
All my life. She was the girl next door back in my hometown. We grew up together, you know. Great American love story. I carried her books to school, bought her ice cream at the corner drugstore. She said she had her eye on me when I was only 8. I never had a chance to look at another girl. Not that I ever wanted to. Went through high school together and then on to state college.
Then your parents, they arranged the marriage?
No, they weren't enthusiastic about it. We thought we were too young. That's the way to start out. Do everything together. Work together, play together, grow up together. You know what she's doing now? She's working in defense plane. Makes them and I fly them. Gosh, I can see her with a monkey wrench in her pocket and a lipstick in the other. Even the war couldn't separate Barbara from her lipstick. I'll never forget the night Johnny was born. I got the car out and sat there honking the horn and... You're not going to hold this trip up while you look for a lipstick, are you? She said, I certainly am. I want to look my best the first time he sees me. I could never begin to tell you how I miss her. I miss waking up beside her. I miss her head on my shoulder. Scent of her hair. It's been so long. So... Someday you'll have a real wedding ring on your finger, and you'll know what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry, but all this talk about marriage, that does not interest me. Shall we go on? The cottage must be up there in those woods.
Yes, of course. By all means, let us go on.
Look, there are some planes coming.
Now, they're probably up that convoy of trucks we passed. Come on, we better run for the woods.
That explosion was so close. Oh, I don't think I can run.
We've got to get out of here. In a couple of minutes, this place won't be healthy for anyone. Come on, come on.
John!
Here. Help me get on my feet, will you? Thanks.
Your shoulder. You're hurt.
It must have been a bomb splinter. If we can make it to the cottage, I'll be all right. It isn't serious.
Here. Let me put my arm around your waist. You can lean on me. We'll take it very slowly.
Yes. I'm afraid we'll have to. Thank God we made it. There said to be food and medicine in the table drawer.
I have it. There's some sulfonamide powder.
Ah.
Some tablets, too.
Good. Now, you sprinkle the powder on the wound, wherever the skin's broken. Nice. We'll sleep here tonight. Henri said there was a bedroom upstairs. I'll sleep down here on the couch. Well, my head aches.
Good morning.
Morning. What are you doing down there on your knees scrubbing that floor at this hour?
Well, I like things clean.
Wait a minute. Sister?
Just a minute.
So that's what you are. That's who you are. I thought you seemed familiar before. You're the little sister who was scrubbing the floor back at the convent. Funny I didn't recognize you. The kid looks so different in your robes and veil. Why did you leave the convent?
I broke a trust. It was the only way I knew to make up for it.
Mm-hmm. Convent meant a lot to you, didn't it?
Yes. It was like tearing my life out by its roots to leave. I had to do it.
Will they take you back?
I don't know. I feel lost. I don't know what I would do. The outside world has always seemed very frightening to
You mustn't
me.
feel that way. It's quite a wonderful world when you get to know it.
I know. I felt that when I was listening to you talk about your wife and your son.
Mm-hmm.
When I stopped you, it wasn't because I was bored. It was because it somehow hurt me to listen. I don't know why.
Well, I don't often talk about Barbara, but that's probably because she's so much a part of me. I can't talk about it. You know, marriage can be the most beautiful thing in the world. It's like finding your other self. Lots of little things you remember and think about in marriage, things that make you laugh or make you cry. Like Barbara trying to be dignified with cold cream on her nose. My finding the morning newspaper with jam on it. Like her slippers. You know, they're always in the wrong place beside the bed and I always trip over them. Marriage is having someone to laugh at one moment and run to for comfort the next, to make you feel masculine and superior and protecting while you know all the time that without her you're not so much. Someone to believe in, even when you've ceased to believe in yourself. Someone to bring your achievements and your failures back to. Someone who makes an empty house a home. And a home a haven.
You say all that like a litany.
What's that?
A kind of prayer.
You're right. It is a prayer. It's a prayer and a creed. It's the heart of what most of us are fighting for. You understand?
Oh, yes, I do understand. Thank you for helping me understand.
Well, do you think you can fix us some breakfast? We'll rest here through the day, but by night we must be away from here.
I shall be sorry to leave here.
Yes. Yes, so will I.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Till We Meet Again. To suffer with sniffles, sneezes, and nasal stuffings from a cold in the head is a mean experience any time. But right now, with so many lovely spring days to enjoy, a head cold can make you feel especially and unnecessarily miserable. I say unnecessarily miserable because there is an easy way to relieve discomforts of head colds. That's with Vetronol, Vicks Vetronol. All you do is put a few drops in each nostril, and instantly it starts to work right where trouble is, to soothe the sniffly, sneezy irritation, help reduce congestion, shrink swollen membranes, and open up the nasal passages to make breathing easier. Yes, Vetronol is wonderfully effective, a specialized nasal medication developed by Vicks for the express purpose of relieving distress of head colds. And moreover, if used in time, at the first sniffle or sneeze, Vetronol actually helps prevent many colds from developing. Now just try Vetronol, friends. You'll like the way it quickly relieves distress, and it may save you untold hours of unnecessary head cold misery. Follow directions in the package. Vicks Vetronol Nose Drops.
And now Act 2 of Till We Meet Again, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner. Louise and John made their way as best they could for the next 2 days and nights, doing their best to keep out of sight. And always, just a little way behind them, came Major Krupp and the nervous, unhappy mayor of the village they'd left, Mayor Vitre. On the third night, they arrived at the small coast town that was their destination. They were hungry and took a chance on going to a restaurant to eat. And it was there Vitre came up to them. He was alone, but there was a gun in his hand.
Good evening, Sister Clotilde.
Oh.
And you, monsieur, we have not met personally, but let me introduce myself. I am the mayor of the village from which you escaped and to which you are about to return. You and your companion. Do not try to reach for your gun. Mine will be quicker. You will both precede me through that door.
Come on, Louise.
Now then, I'm going to telephone to Major Krupp. He's over at the general headquarters right now. I can assure you he will be very glad to see you both. Connect me with the German military headquarters, please.
Put down the telephone. You've seen a hand grenade, haven't you, Vitre? Well, put down the phone or I'll pull the pin. I'll blow us both.
You wouldn't.
I would if you say another word. Louise, get out through the back door. Run for the station.
No, I won't leave
Get
you.
out. Hurry.
So that's how it is. You can't kill me without killing her. And you won't do that. Hello, Major Krupp, please.
I'm warning you. Put down that phone.
Major Krupp, this is Vitre. I told you if you gave me a free hand, I would catch them.
Oh!
Hang up the phone, Louise. I'll push him out of sight.
All right. Is he dead?
No. But the mayor must learn not to take his eyes off an adversary, even when talking to a Nazi major. Come on.
We have been expecting you for 2 days, Lieutenant. The Gestapo is hunting for a couple, a soldier and his wife. So you are no longer a couple. You, Lieutenant, will be Francois Marat, a worker on the fortifications against invasion. There is a big boarding house down at the harbor for the men working on the fortifications. You will both go there. And you, Mademoiselle Louise, have you ever worked in a kitchen or helped to wait on table?
Oh, yes. I used to help.
Good. You will be Marie Arlienne, a waitress. At 11:15, Lieutenant, you will leave the dining room. You will go to room 212. There is a trap door in that room. It is directly over the water. At 11, there will be a motorboat directly under that door. It will take you to safety.
And Louise?
I will take care of her. At the moment, our one concern is to get you away.
Oh, no, she's going with me. I can't leave her. It's not safe for her in France.
Well, you will have to decide that later yourselves. You must both change your clothes, and then we will be on our way. As soon as we get there, Louise, you will start waiting on the tables.
Hurry along with that coffee. I have to get back to work.
Oui, monsieur.
After you have poured the coffee, you will come with me.
Mayor Vitre.
Yes, and this time you are not going to escape. You have reached the end of your journey, Sister Clotilde. Major Krupp is waiting for you. Here is Sister Clotilde, Major Krupp.
Ah, Sister Clotilde. At last we meet again. Where's the American? You won't answer, huh? All right. Suppose I make a bargain with you. I must have the information which the French underground collected so carefully. I offer you the American's life in exchange for the information.
His life?
He will never give up the papers.
I think he will. To her.
Yes, he will. To me.
Is it a bargain, Sister Clotilde? I'll give you 10 minutes to go to him.
You let me go alone?
Do you promise to come back?
Yes. I promise on the vows I'd hoped to make as a nun that I will come back.
Very well. I accept your promise, Sister Clotilde.
John, let me in.
Hello, Louise. What's the matter?
Nothing. I hurried so.
Anything wrong?
I remembered it. It's almost time for you to go.
I don't want to go without you.
You must. It's time for us to say goodbye.
Goodbye?
What else can we say to each other?
There are many things I'd like to say. It can't just come down to thank you and goodbye.
But it has.
I'll never forget you.
I don't want you to. I want you to remember me always, as I shall remember you.
What will happen to you? I can't leave out knowing. Where will you go?
Where I shall be safe. I promise you.
You're still wearing your wedding ring. Did you forget to take it off?
No, I didn't forget. But I must take it off now.
Let me have it.
Yes. In France, a good husband wears a wedding ring. I think you should wear this one. What time is it?
2 minutes to 11.
So late. You must hurry.
You think it's easy what you're asking me to do?
No. And what I'm asking myself to do is not easy either.
No matter what we do, nothing will ever be the same again. You know that, don't you?
Oh, yes. I know and understand many things I never knew before. When you first told me about your marriage, you made me understand what it meant for a man to have a wife and child. You made me understand what it could mean to a woman to spend her life with a man of her own choosing and a child that belongs to them both. Even though that life is not for me, I shall always be glad when I see a man and woman together, that I know a little of what they feel for each other. Oh, I have much to thank you for. Oh, there's the man with the launch. We must raise the trapdoor.
Yes, of course.
Hurry, Lieutenant.
Goodbye, thank you. And God bless you until we meet again.
Goodbye. And God keep you.
The door! Open the door, we'll break it down!
I will open the door.
Where is he?
He's gone, and so are the papers.
So, you broke your word.
No. I promised I would come back. I am here.
You know what I'm going to do with you?
Kill me?
Kill you. You'd enjoy that, wouldn't you? The beautiful, martyred heroine standing before the firing squad saying your prayers. Oh, no, Sister Clotilde, that's much too easy. You're a woman. A young woman, and quite a lovely one. The German Reich has use for such women.
No, you cannot do that. You wouldn't. Sister Clotilde, you not understand. Don't you know what he intends doing with
Silence, Vitre. Open your mouth once more and you'll be shot. Guard! Take her away! And ship her to Poland in the morning!
No, I won't let you do it. I won't let you.
Put that gun down, Vitre.
I thank thee, oh Lord.
Forgive me, Sister Clotilde. It is much better this way. For you, it is much better.
I thank thee, oh Lord.
Well, here's your ship, Lieutenant. You're safe now.
Yeah. I'm safe now.
Safe and on your way home.
Yeah, on my way home. For all the years I live, they'll always be a part of my heart. It'll always belong to France.
In just a moment, a very important message from Victor Jory. For many, many people, spring is the head cold season. And if you're one of those who catch head colds that make you feel miserable with sniffles and sneezes or a stuffy head, you should know how quickly Vicks Vatronol can help you. Just a few drops of Vatronol in each nostril go to work right where trouble is. And in a matter of seconds, this specialized medication spreads through the affected nasal passages and starts bringing welcome relief from distress in three important ways. 1, it soothes the irritation. 2, it reduces swollen membranes. 3, it helps relieve congestion and bring such grand comfort in a hurry. Now, get a bottle of Vatronol, friends, and try it. Always keep it handy, ready to use when you catch a sneezy, stuffy cold in the head. Follow directions in the package. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drops.
In 2 weeks, this is Victor Jory. In 2 weeks, on April 8th to be exact, the Matinee Theater will give its closing performance for the season. I want to take this opportunity to thank Vicks for making these productions possible, and I also want to thank all of you for your many kind letters of appreciation. We've always tried to bring you the plays you liked best, and we naturally were glad to hear that you enjoyed them. I personally have enjoyed playing in these productions, and I would very much like to bring them to you again in the fall, even through the summer months. Now, just how do you feel about it? You enjoyed the Matinee Theater? Would you like to have me try to bring you these plays soon again? I'd like to hear from all of you. So please write me, care of Columbia Broadcasting System, New York, 22, New York. Next week, we bring you your request play, The Love Story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. And on April 8th, our closing performance, we hope to bring you a play that so many of you have asked for. Thank you.
Our script today was adapted by Gene Holloway from Paramount's current motion picture Till We Meet Again, and was directed by Richard Sandville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you another great Matinee Theater production starring Victor Jory in The Love Story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Inga Adams and Arnold Moss in one of the most unusual plays ever presented on the air. Some 9 months ago, when we started this series, we brought you this original play about an American hero in Russia. Since then, we have been constantly asked to repeat this fine romantic story. And so we have chosen it for the closing performance of the season, A Man Named Jones. Here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now, Act One of A Man Named Jones. Today, come with me to the Russia of the 19th century, in the days when Catherine was empress and law of the land. In the days when a commoner could not smile at a princess, but an empress could smile at anyone she chose. In the days when a handsome, dashing, fighting man came swaggering into the court of Imperial Russia, a man named Jones.
Mr. Jones, you were invited to Russia by the Empress Catherine for one purpose. She wanted and does want you to fight for her against the Turks in the Black Sea. We welcomed you here as a friend, but you are betraying that friendship.
That's not true, Prince Nassau. I betrayed no one. I don't understand what you're getting at.
Then I will make myself a little clearer. The Princess Anna Mikhailovna Kurakina is my betrothed. It's an arrangement that's agreeable to both our families and to the Empress. Your attentions to the princess are extremely annoying to everyone concerned.
The princess hasn't said so.
The princess is very young. She's with the Empress now. I think you'll find that after today, she will not wish to see you again.
Do you think you're talking to a schoolboy, Nassau? Do you seriously think you can stand there and tell me that I'm not to see a woman again, a woman that I've grown to love and respect above all women in the world?
Anna is a princess of Russia. She must live according to tradition. She will marry as she's told to marry, and she'll do as she's told to do. She will not see you again.
You and I have reached an impasse, my friend. In my country, no one tells anyone what they must do or what they must not do, or even, and this may, of course, surprise you, whom they must marry.
But you are in Russia, Mr. Jones. Fight your war for Russia, and then go marry in America.
Sorry, Prince Nassau. I'd rather set my heart on a Russian princess.
Then you've set your heart on a dangerous course, Mr. Jones.
Danger? Oh, danger! Danger is my business, Prince Nassau. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have an engagement to go driving with the princess.
Let's stop here for a moment. I used to come here on picnics when I was a child. There's a waterfall nearby.
All right. Let me help you down.
Thank you.
Beautiful here.
There is a sadness to this spot. Don't you feel it? I did even when I was a girl. There's always been something about this place that made me want to cry. And now I understand. It was because of this hour that I would have to spend here. This hour when I would have to say goodbye.
There is no sadness here.
Oh, my darling, I cannot see you again. I've had my orders.
Who gave you such orders?
The Empress. Now do you understand?
Listen to me, Anna. No woman or man or any other living person is going to tell me what to do or how to live my life. I'm a fighting man. I fought all my life, and I've lived as I please and how I please, and I'll do what I think is right to do. Darling, you must not let them frighten you.
I've been frightened of things all my life. I've been frightened of the dark, of the noises you hear in the dark. Footsteps and whispers and voices. I've been frightened of people, of their anger, of the things they can do to you. I've seen men and women beheaded. I've seen that, John.
I've never been afraid. I've never been afraid of anything.
Listen to me, my darling. I know Nassau, and I know my Empress. They both know how to hate, and they both know how to kill when they hate. One of them loves me, and one thinks she might love you, and there is the danger.
Darling, listen to me, and don't you be frightened. No one's going to hurt you. I'll fight for you and protect you, and no one will dare do anything to you. I'll take you home with me to Virginia. There's nothing to be afraid of in Virginia. The air is sweet with the taste of freedom, and the wind is sharp with it, and the soil is rich with it. And no one will say you must not love or you cannot love. No one will say, speak as I do or speak as I tell you. All that will be said is, live here. Be happy. Say and do and think as you please. And all that will be asked of you in return is that you will love Virginia.
It has a lovely sound to it, that name. Virginia. Oh, but I am of the courts of Russia. There is a pattern by which I must live and which I must respect. And if I defy that pattern, I will die. I know it in my heart. So I will marry Nassau, and you will be kind to the Emperor.
No, you must not say that again. I love you. I'll never give you up. I'll never lose you. And right now I'm going to take you home, and then I'm going to find the Empress and tell her.
Well, Admiral Jones, you rather astound me. I asked you here to lead my fleet against the Turks, not to choose a bride for my court.
I will lead your forces. I will win for you, and in return, I ask most humbly for the hand of Princess Karakina.
The princess is very young. You are older, far more sophisticated. I would think you could make a more satisfying choice, as well as a wiser one.
But I love the princess.
The princess is betrothed to Prince Nassau.
But she does not love him.
There are more things to be considered than love, Admiral, in our philosophy.
Not in mine.
You amuse me. You are talking like a child. Well, be that as it may, next week you will set sail for the Black Sea. When you return, we will discuss the Kurakina affair. If you are victorious, you may find us more kindly disposed. than at the moment.
When I return, if I do not find you kindly disposed, I will marry her anyhow.
Suppose you were told an empress found you charming. Would you still be satisfied with a princess?
I love the princess.
Very well. Go to the Black Sea. And when you come back, we will consider this matter again. Possibly you may change your mind by then. Good evening, Mr. Jones.
Your Majesty.
Well, Admiral Jones.
Good evening, Prince Nassau.
I've been calling on the princess. I assume you've been calling on the Empress.
That's rather obvious since I'm in her corridors, isn't it?
Jones, I've warned you once. I'm not going to warn you again. Stay away from Anna.
You're wasting the time and your breath. I love her and I'm going to marry her.
Do I have to kill you to show you I mean what I say?
That's the only way you'll gain your point.
Then by heavens, I'll kill you.
Stop! Stop this instantly. Do you hear me? Stop this instantly. How dare you brawl over a woman outside my apartments? Nassau, get to your own quarters.
I humbly beg your pardon, Your Majesty.
Jones, you have even more to learn than I suspected. There is one bit more trouble over this girl. I'll see that she's put where neither of you will ever find her.
There is the church to the right, through those trees.
Fine. We made it in better time than I'd hoped.
John, this is wrong. I know it's wrong. I'm so frightened.
This is the only way, Anna. Now they will never be able to take you away from me. This way I can go to the Black Sea, and you need not fear, because no one will have the right to threaten you in any way.
John, I don't know.
If you love me, Anna, you must trust me. Come now, give me your hands. They're very cold.
Yes, I know.
Come, my darling.
O Holy Father in heaven, I direct your attention to this couple who stand before you about to be married. I commend them to you as they exchange rings. I beg you to bless this union and to protect it. Anna, I command you to love and to cherish this man. John, I command you to love and to cherish this woman.
Are you happy this morning?
Yes, I am happy. No matter what happens, no matter what they do to me, I'm very happy.
They're not going to do anything to you. You're my wife.
In Russia, we believe that happiness is paid for with tears. But if the happiness is a great happiness, it is worth any amount of tears.
Why, you're a fatalist.
I'm a Russian.
Darling, I love you more than anything in the world. I'm going to the Black Sea for Catherine, and I'm coming back for you, and we're going to Virginia. And I'll never leave you again, and you'll never be frightened anymore. I must leave you now for a few hours. Where will I meet you?
I'll be going to the chapel this evening. I shall wait for you there.
I haven't spent much time in chapels. You'll be making a religious man out of me.
You never pray for anything.
I never have.
You must learn to pray.
All right, dearest. I'll see you this evening about 10 in the chapel.
I'll be waiting for you, my darling.
Well, Anna Korakina.
Your Majesty.
I've been waiting a long time for you.
My rooms are greatly honored by your presence.
You have caused a great deal of trouble in this court. I am sending you away.
No. Oh, no, please, I beg of you, don't send me away.
There is a carriage ready and waiting. Get your things together.
Where are you sending me?
To the east. You will know your destination when you arrive at it. You are never to see your Admiral Jones again.
Your Majesty, we were married yesterday. He's my husband.
Married. And that marriage will be stricken from the records. I did not authorize it. Therefore, it does not exist. Go, get your things together before I lose all patience with you.
Yes, Your Majesty.
You seem oddly composed for someone who has defied me and dared my anger.
It's very strange, I know. But for the first time in my life, I'm not afraid. I'm the wife of a man named Jones. Nothing is going to change that. And I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid.
Nassau! I want to see the Empress. I've got to see the Empress.
The Empress will not see you now. She says your ship is ready to sail and you're to leave for the Black Sea within the hour.
I'll not leave here, Nassau. Where is Anna? Where have they taken her?
I don't know. And if I did, I wouldn't tell you.
I can't sail without knowing where she is. I've got to find her.
If you don't sail, you'll never find her. That much I will tell you. Ah, you're strangely pale for so brave a man. Your hands are shaking. Your eyes are a little wild. Can this be the man that fears nothing? Can this be the man that is never afraid?
I'm afraid now. Oh, I am afraid now.
In just a moment, we will bring you the second act of A Man Named Jones. These are the days when you never know about the weather. Warm one day, cold the next. Yes, it's cold-catching weather. So be careful. And when you do come down with a cold, friends do what millions of folks do. Benefit by their personal experience and rub Vicks VapoRub on your throat, chest, and back. Then just feel VapoRub's famous relief-giving action start right to work to help relieve upper bronchial congestion and irritation, to ease the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. Now, here's the reason results are so wonderful. VapoRub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing vapors, and at the same time it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And for hours, this penetrating, stimulating action of VapoRub keeps on working to bring such grand and welcome relief. Now, when a cold strikes, remember, only VapoRub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action. It's the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Time-tested, home-proved Vicks VapoRub.
And now the second act of A Man Named Jones, starring Victor Jory, with Inga Adams as the Princess Anna Karakina and Arnold Moss as Prince Nassau.
Admiral Jones, we are pleased with the victories you have won for us in the past years. And we feel that thanks to those victories, we have no further need of your services in a military capacity.
I'm glad to have pleased Your Majesty.
Victory has always pleased me very much. We consider you the greatest admiral in the world today.
Thank you. Now may I ask your kindness and sympathy?
In what way?
Where can I find the Princess Anna Karakina?
Admiral, the kindest thing I could say to you is forget Anna Karakina.
Forget her? Why, all the time I was fighting and winning, it was for her. I felt that every victory brought me closer to her. Forget her? I could forget everything in the world before I could forget her.
I could show you 100, 1,000 more beautiful women.
They would not be more beautiful to me.
Would you not like to sit here beside me and help me rule? An empire is heavy for a woman's shoulders.
You wear yours magnificently, Your Majesty.
What does this Anna Karakina have that inspires such deathless devotion?
I don't know how to put it into words, unless there's beauty of soul. Somehow she makes you stronger and braver than you are, although she is not exactly a brave woman. She makes me want to kneel at her feet, and I'm somehow filled with gratitude that such a person as Anna Karakina could be in love with me. Now, Your Majesty, if you'll permit me, I'll take my leave of you.
Where are you going?
Why, I'm going to hunt for Anna. I'm going to hunt the length and breadth of Russia until I find her.
Russia's a big country. One could die in such a search.
I would rather die hunting for her than to live without her.
I wish you liked me better. You might have done well had you liked me better.
Goodbye, Empress Catherine.
Do you know where to begin your search?
Yes.
I think I do know. Nestor! Get out of bed and get your sword. I have an account to settle with you.
You're a fool, Jones. You've lost
I'll find her again. If you care anything for life, you'll tell me where she is.
I'll see you in hell before I'll tell you.
Be there if you don't. Where is she?
Take that sword away from my throat. Take that sword away.
Where is she?
They took her east. That's all I know. They took her east.
Nestor. Ness. Well then, to the east.
Good morning. Won't you dismount and rest a while, stranger? You look very tired.
No, thank you. I'm hunting for a girl. She would have passed this way 2 years ago. A very beautiful girl with yellow hair and blue eyes and long braids that she wore like a crown. Her name was Anna Karakina.
Anna...
Do you know the name?
I cannot say that I do, but dismount and rest a while, stranger. The sun is hot today. It is about the hottest day of summer.
No, I've got to keep moving. I've got to keep moving to the east.
Don't go out in a storm like this. You haven't the proper wraps to wear in a blizzard. Wait until the storm passes.
I can't wait. I've got to get on. Too much time has passed already.
Here, drink another bowl of soup. You look as though you hadn't had a decent meal in years.
Thank you, but I must be on my way. I'm hunting for someone.
I will pray that you'll find her. My husband has an extra coat. Take it, and God go with you, stranger.
Thank you. Thank you.
Evening to you, stranger. Will you sit and share a gypsy supper? I am Mother Anna.
Anna is a name beloved to me. Thank you. I should be most grateful. Ah, how gay they are, dancing in the firelight. It's been a long time since I've seen dancing. I've forgotten how long.
The dances are always gay in the spring. You are a long way from the sea, stranger.
Why do you speak of the sea, Mother Anna?
Some people have a look of the sea about them. And you are one. The future is sometimes clear to me. And I know you are halfway, perhaps a little better, on your journey, stranger.
Do you also know the purpose of my journey?
Yes. You follow a lady. A very great lady.
Will I find her?
You will find her when you have learned how to pray.
Where is she? When will I see her? Where is she?
I don't know that. I only know you will find her when you have learned how to pray. And your way lies further east. Further east. Further east.
I am hunting for Anna Karakina. Have you seen a lady beautiful as the morning? A princess named Anna Karakina. I am hunting for Anna Karakina. I've told you somewhere in the east. I'm hunting for Anna. I'm hunting for Anna. I'm hunting for Anna.
I found this man face down in the snow by the ravine. He was saying Anna Karakina over and over. We must get him to the convent. He must have food and care. He has the look of death upon him.
Would you like a drink of water?
Who are you?
I'm Sister Maria. I've been nursing you.
Nursing me? Where am I?
You're at the convent of Novodevicius.
Some shepherds found you unconscious in the snow. My friend, I'm not going to ask you any questions. It is not our habit here. You talked quite a lot in your delirium. I know that you're unhappy and in torment, and I want to help you.
Can you help me?
When we are troubled here, we pray for help and guidance. You may find your help in prayer.
Pray. I think I'd like to try.
Come. Lean on me. I'll take you to the chapel.
Dear Father in heaven, help me. I've waited so long. I've traveled such a weary way. I'll do anything if I can just find her. She's all that's good in me. She's religion and faith and holiness and life and healing. I don't know a lot about praying, but now that I look back on them, I think these past years have all been a prayer. Dear God, please show me where to find her.
Hello.
Why, hello.
Who are you?
I'm no one.
Where's your home?
Nowhere and everywhere.
That's a funny answer.
Not so funny. Everyone can't have a home like you.
Oh, this place isn't my home. My home is in Virginia, my mother says.
Virginia? What's your name?
My name? John Paul Jones.
John Paul Jones?
Uh-huh. What's yours?
My name is John Paul Jones, too.
Mother? Mother!
Yes, son. What is it?
Anna!
John.
Anna, my darling.
John, my dear son. I've been waiting so long.
You knew I would come?
I knew you would come.
Are we going home to Virginia now?
We are going to Virginia now. We're going to Virginia and we're going to live the rest of our lives together.
And no one will say this or do that.
All they will ask is that you will love Virginia.
You taught him that.
His father taught him that.
My darling. My darling.
In just a moment, an important message from Victor Jory. My friends, hear that melody? For 77 Sundays over another network, this unforgettable melody has ushered in 30 minutes of music that has given so much pleasure to so many. Yes, as you probably know, it is the opening theme of the Stradivari Orchestra, with its rare and priceless Stradivari violins that weave such magical warmth and beauty into the melodies you know and love. Well, next Sunday, this popular Stradivari Orchestra, under the direction of Paul Laval and presented by Prince Machiavelli, creator of Stradivari perfume, will be presented at this time. So don't forget, you have a date, a thrilling date, next Sunday and the Sundays thereafter at this same time over this network with the Stradivari Orchestra.
This is Victor Jory. Well, my friends, this is the closing play of the season. I want you to know how much I've enjoyed playing in these productions for you. I want to thank Vix and Mark Warno, Dick Sanville, Martin Gable, Gene Holloway, Ed Wolf and Nick Dawson, our producers, and all of the production staff for their excellent work and cooperation. And I want to thank you, my friends, for your many letters of appreciation, particularly the thousands you have written during the past 2 weeks asking me to bring the Matinee Theater back to you as soon as possible.
If you would like me to bring these productions back to the air quickly, perhaps even this summer, write me immediately. Many of your letters have been coming in with signatures, the whole family and other groups. Well, it's up to you. Each and every request will count. Write me care of Columbia Broadcasting System, New York, 22, New York. May I repeat that? Address me, Victor Jory, care of Columbia Broadcasting System, New York, 22, New York. And so until we meet again, thank you. Good afternoon.
Our play was written by Gene Holloway and based on material on the life of John Paul Jones in the book Knights of the Sea by Valentine Thompson. It was directed by Richard Sandville. Music for the series is under the direction of Mark Warnow. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vic's Matinee Theater. Vic's Matinee Theater, presented by the makers of Vic's Patronol, brings you My Favorite Wife, starring Victor Jory as Nick Arden and supported by Betty Winkler as Ellen and Martha Sleeper as Bianca. You know, more and more millions of people are using Vicks Vatronol nose drops to relieve distress of head cold. Benefit by their experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vicks brings you one of the most amusing love stories ever told. Leo McCarey's delightful comedy romance, My Favorite Wife. As the curtain rises, we are in the Los Angeles County Court of General Sessions. Judge Walter Bryson presiding.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
It would be very kind of you if you
Just
could...
a moment. Clerk, wasn't I supposed to marry someone?
Why, yes, Your Honor.
Well, let's get it over with.
If you'll pardon me just a moment, Your Honor, I'm Nick Arden.
The Arden case is a very complicated case. It can wait for the wedding, can't it?
Not very well, Your Honor.
Very well, Mr. Arden. I don't see anyone around waiting to get married anyhow. Now, Mr. Arden, as I understand it, your wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden, was a member of an anthropological expedition shipwrecked off the coast of Indochina. Is that right, Mr. Arden?
That's right.
What was she doing on an expedition?
You'll find the circumstances set forth in my brief, sir.
Let's see. Oh, yes. Said Ellen Wagstaff Arden was engaged as photographer for a period of 3 months.
You see, in the first place, we were going to take the trip together, but, well, I became involved in the case.
Well, let me read the brief, Mr. Arden.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, stop interrupting. Yes. Ellen Wagstaff Arden was last seen entering one of the lifeboats when the wave... Oh, that's very sad, very sad. What efforts did you make to trace the whereabouts of your wife?
On page 8, I went to Bangkok and interviewed all the available survivors, who agreed that the said Ellen Wagstaff Arden had been swept overboard before aid could reach her. Deposition appended.
Quiet.
Yes, Your Honor.
The testimony is here, sworn affidavits. No evidence to the contrary. The law is clear. I hereby pronounce Ellen Wagstaff Arden legally dead. Now then, wasn't I supposed to marry somebody?
Yes, sir. Me. Just a minute. I'll call Bianca. She's right outside. Come in, dear.
Are you going to marry again?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you quite sure you've had time to think it over?
Your Honor, Mr. Arden is over 21.
Now, Bianca.
All right. Hold hands.
Hey, is anybody home?
Ellen, I can't believe it.
Oh, here now, Ma, take it easy. It's not as bad as all that.
I just can't believe it.
How's Nicky?
Nicky?
Yes. You know, your son, my husband.
Oh, he's fine.
Where have you been, Ellen?
Latitude 12, longitude 128. And I'd still be there if a Portuguese freighter hadn't wandered 2 miles off its course. Where's Nicky?
Well, Ellen, sit down and I'll tell you.
Married? When? How? Where is he?
Sit down and I'll tell you.
My name is Arden, Nicholas Arden. I have a reservation.
Oh, yes, sir. Mr. and Mrs. Nicholas Arden. The bridal suite. Yes. Front, boy.
I certainly feel dusty after all that drive. A bath will feel wonderful.
Mr. Arden, may I speak to you privately for a moment?
Oh, of course. Excuse me, Bianca.
Did you want a bellhop, sir? Just a moment, boy. I want you to take Mr. and Mrs. Arden to Suite B.
I'll go on up to the room, darling.
All right, I'll be right up.
Mr. Arden, there's a lady waiting to see you in Suite A.
A lady?
I think you'd better go up for a moment, sir. She says her name is Mrs. Arden.
Mrs. Arden? Mrs. Arden! Ellen.
Nick. Darling. Oh, I've waited a long time for that kiss. It was just as beautiful as I thought it would be.
When did you get back?
This morning?
I want all the details. How you got back, where you've been. Lord, you look wonderful. Where have you been?
On an island in the South Pacific. I'll give you the details, but it'll take time.
How did you know I was here?
Ma told me. Nick, what are you going to do about Bianca?
Oh, I'm just... Bianca?
Uh-huh.
Heavens, I forgot all about Bianca. Oh, this isn't going to be easy. Bianca's very sensitive. She's high-strung.
Uh-oh.
Yes? What do you want?
Mr. Arden, we run a first-class hotel, and we don't like to be made a party to an intrigue. We've maintained a reputation for respectability for 30 years, and we don't intend to lose it in one night.
But it's really a very simple situation, Mr. Room Clerk. Explain it to him, Nick.
Explain it to him? Oh, of course I will. That is, I'll try. See, I came up here with my wife, my bride, really. Now my wife, not my bride. Why should I bore you with the details?
I won't be bored.
Well,
Mr. Arden, one wife is all the law or the hotel allows. One of them will have to leave.
Look, Nick, darling, it's really very simple. I'll go home, and then you go tell Bianca what's happened, and then you come home.
That sounds simple to you, does it?
Oh, very simple. Is that satisfactory with the hotel?
Very satisfactory.
Well, then, it's all settled. Go ahead, darling.
Right now?
Right now.
Oh, well, all right. Hey, Ma, is anybody home? Come on in, Bianca.
Ma, he's brought her home. He couldn't have told her then.
Ma! In the living room, dear. What an awkward situation.
Yes, isn't it? Listen, Ma, I'll be a visitor from the South. In the living room, Nicky, darling.
Hello.
Hello, Mother Arden.
Hello, Bianca. Did you have a nice time?
No. We drove all night.
Hiya, Nicholas, honey. You all won't mind if I kiss the bridegroom, will you, honey?
Not at all.
Just one big sisterly kiss.
That sisterly kiss is kind of getting away from you, isn't it?
Oh, that was just as nice as ever, honey. What a shame she had to stop us.
Kill you yet.
I don't believe I've met this lady.
She's visiting with us. Her mother and I went to school in Virginia. I feel just as though she's my own daughter.
How nice.
Isn't he just the sweetest thing you ever saw? I used to just adore him. He was the darlingest boy you ever did see. But faithless? Just like a bumblebee going from flower to flower.
I warn you, I've had about enough.
So have I. Nick, I'm very tired. Do you think we might excuse ourselves until morning?
Of course, Bianca.
I'll take you up to your room, Bianca.
You do that, Ma. I'll be right up, Bianca.
I hope so, Nick.
Why didn't you tell her at the hotel, Nick?
Well, I kept building up to it, but I couldn't seem to get there.
Well, you better tell her now or forget about telling her entirely. Fun's fun, but it's stopped being fun now.
Okay. Give me a kiss, darling.
All right, Casanova.
Now, Bianca, stop crying and listen to me. I've got to talk to you.
Do you love me, Nick, or don't you? In the name of heaven, tell me what's wrong with me.
Bianca, there's nothing wrong with you. Now, believe me, under other circumstances, you... Bianca, please stop crying. Let me explain.
We've been married for 2 days, and you haven't so much as kissed me since we left the altar.
If you just keep still and listen. That's better. Now, doorbell. That's for me. I'll be right back.
Nick, come back here. Let someone else answer it. Oh, Nick.
I'll answer it, more.
All right.
Mr. Arden?
Yeah?
I'm Johnson of the American Life and Accident Insurance.
Well, come right in, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Come in and sit down. I'm glad to see you, Mr. Johnson.
You are? Well, that doesn't happen very frequently.
You comfortable?
Oh, yes.
I'll have a cigarette. Let me get you a drink.
Why, thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Johnson? Here's your drink.
Thank you. Mr. Arden, have you received any communication from your first wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden?
Well, what are you driving at?
Well, our district manager, Mr. Pusey, claims to have a report that a woman answering the general description of your first wife was rescued by a Portuguese freighter, as was also a man named Stephen Burkett, who was reported drowned at the same time.
A man named who was picked up with whom? Would you mind saying that again?
Oh, don't let yourself get upset about it. If you knew Mr. Pusey like the rest of us...
Did you say a man named Stephen Burkett was rescued at the same time as my wife?
Well, according to this completely unverified rumor, they were on that island for 7 years together.
What?
That's the rumor. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
What else did your Mr. Pusey hear?
Well, not very much, really. He talked to someone who had talked to a Portuguese captain. He says the woman called the man Adam.
Adam?
Adam. That's right. Adam and Eve. Isn't that a delightful fancy?
Yeah, that's just delightful.
You ought to be very grateful that it is only a fancy, because aside from the money involved, can you imagine the pickle you'd be in if it weren't?
Adam and Eve, huh?
Of course, even if it were true, that angle wouldn't bother you. It's easy to see you're not a jealous man, Mr. Arden.
Oh, but you're mistaken, Mr. Johnson. I'm a very jealous man.
I never guessed it to look at you. Well, Mr. Arden, since you have no news for me, I really must be running along. Good night, Mr. Arden.
Good night, Mr. Johnson.
Don't you know it isn't polite to bang doors? How can a lady get any sleep?
Why didn't you tell me you weren't alone on that island?
You didn't ask me.
Why do you so dissemble and deceive? I just had a session with the insurance investigator. How am I going to look when this story comes out? My wife and that man alone on an island for 7 years.
Well, we didn't arrange it, Nick. It just happened.
I'll bet it did. Why didn't you tell me about him?
Because I knew you'd carry on exactly the way you're carrying on now.
That's no excuse.
I wanted to pick the right time to tell you.
There never will be a right time. 7 years, huh? 7 years.
Oh, get that look out of your eye. The poor fellow broke his leg trying to drag our boat through the surf. He was laid up for 6 months.
Oh, yeah? Well, that still leaves 6.5 years.
You know, Nick Arden, that it just occurs to me that I ought to feel insulted. I go through 7 years of agony. I come home to find my husband in the arms of another woman, married. And all my husband can think about is, did I carry on with some poor man who wouldn't hurt a fly?
Now, just a moment. Now, stop right there.
You just a moment yourself. Did you tell her?
Did I huh?
Huh? Did you?
Well, I was about to tell her when the insurance investigator came.
How long does it take to tell a woman my wife's come back? Look, I can say it in 2 seconds. My wife's come back. You've had 2 days. Oh, Nick.
Now, don't you start yowling, too.
You just don't want to tell her. That's why you're picking on poor Adam. Any excuse will do.
Where is he now?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, Adam?
Yes, Adam. Poor Adam.
Poor, gentle, harmless Adam. He lives at the YMCA.
He lives at the YMCA?
Mm-hmm. He always lives at the YMCA. He's a clean, living, upright, 100% American and a gentleman. Is there anything more you'd like to know?
Yes, when do I meet him?
When do you tell her?
I don't like your attitude. I don't like your attitude about this whole thing. Good night, Ellen.
Good night, Nick.
Adam.
Nick, where are you going now?
Oh, for heaven's sake, you now, Bianca. You're worse than a bloodhound. I'm going to the YMCA. Good night.
In just a moment, Act Two of My Favorite Wife, starring Victor Jory. Friends, a neglected head cold can make you feel pretty miserable. Sniffles, sneezes, your head all stuffed up. Well, I want to tell you of a simple way to quickly relieve such head cold distress. All you do is put a few drops of Vicks Vatronol in each nostril. It's really remarkable how a little of this specialized medication brings grand relief in short order. Instantly, Vatronol starts to work right where trouble is to soothe sniffly, sneezy irritation and help clear stuffiness. And because it makes breathing easier by reducing nasal congestion, many people find Vatronol especially beneficial at night, when a head cold often makes breathing so difficult it's hard to get to sleep. So, for head cold distress, friends, try Vatronol. You'll like the way it brings such prompt relief. You'll learn why thousands of people always keep a bottle of Vatronol handy, ready for instant use when a head cold strikes. Follow directions in the package. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drops.
The curtain rises on the second act at Vic's Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in My Favorite Wife. As our scene opens, it's the following morning in Nick Arden's office.
Miss Ross,
Yes, sir.
I want you to find a Stephen Burkett. Drop everything else. It's very important. I've called all the hotels. Now you try the country clubs, the men's clubs.
The athletic clubs, the YMCA.
Not the YMCA. I spent the night there. They never heard of him.
I'll get right to work on it, Mr. Arden. I found him, Mr. Arden. I found him.
You did? Good.
I happened to go to the Pacific Club for lunch.
Yes?
We had a table right by the windows that open out on the swimming pool, and someone pointed him out to me.
Pointed him out to you, huh? Pretty old duffer, isn't he? Sort of a Casper milk toast?
An old duffer? Oh, I should say not.
No?
Why, in a bathing suit, he's a combination of Johnny Weissmuller, Ronald Coleman, and Cary Grant. If you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Get my house on the phone. Ask my mother to have Ellen meet me at the Pacific Club for dinner.
Yes, sir, right away, sir. Oh, do you want a table by the pool?
By the pool? Why not? By all means, a table by the pool.
Oh, this is a beautiful club, Nick. It's new, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
How nice to have the tables looking on the swimming pool. I should think they'd light it up or something.
I guess nobody swims at night.
Nick, why did you get a table for 3?
I'm expecting a guest. He'll be here any moment.
I don't quite like the glint in your eye.
Eve, darling.
Oh, Stephen.
How do you do, Mr. Burkett? I'm Mr. Arden.
How do you do, Arden?
Sit down, sit down. We were waiting for you.
You look wonderful, Eve. But you looked better on the island.
Well, you must admit the clothes are an improvement.
What?
I mean, well, after all, I didn't have many changes.
You did? May I take your order, please? No, what will you have, Mr. Burkett? A raw steak?
No, never touch it. I'm strictly a vegetarian. Bring me a glass of carrot juice, a milkshake, and some raw carrots.
2 steaks and anything that goes with them.
Yes, sir. Eve, you hear what they're playing?
Mm-hmm. Music, isn't it?
Yeah. The name of it, Ellen, is South Sea Island Magic.
Isn't it a coincidence that they should play that tune?
Yeah, a doggone funny one.
What do you think, Steve? Nick is married again.
What? Why, that's wonderful. That makes everything perfect. Congratulations, old boy. Now I can tell you that I'd like to marry Eve.
Oh, you would you?
Nick, people are looking at us.
You think you're going to marry her? You're full of carrots.
You're not allowed to have two wives, you know. How long were you married to Ellen before the island?
4 years. What's it to you?
Well, I was with her for 7, so I claim her on the basis of seniority. I've got you there.
You've got me. You've got nothing but a lot of
If
carrots.
you gentlemen will excuse me, I think maybe you could settle this thing better without me.
Ellen!
Don't get up. It might surprise you to know that I can get along very well without either one of you. I'm perfectly able to take care of myself. Good night.
Ellen, not that way. That's the way to the swimming pool. Ellen!
Come on, it's dark out there. She's too mad to see where she's going.
She won't even know the pool's there.
She knows it's there now.
Coming, Eve, coming.
You wait here in the car, Carrots, Burkett, while I go in and get her some clothes.
Now, really, wasn't it a little ridiculous making me come along? I could have stayed and had a nice visit with Ellen while you got her clothes.
You've had enough visiting with Ellen.
You have a suspicious nature, old boy. You want to watch that.
I'll take care of my nature, and you take care of yours. I'll be right back.
Nick, is that you, darling?
Hello, Bianca. I can't stop just now. I've got a friend who fell in a swimming pool. I've got to get some clothes for him.
But, Nick, I have to talk to you. After all, you should show me some consideration.
I will, Bianca, a little later. I have to go upstairs and get the clothes.
I'll go with you. Nick, I called our family doctor about us. He says there are hundreds of similar cases.
Not like this one.
All I can say is you'll certainly make me feel like a failure as a wife. And I haven't even had the chance to fail.
Now, let's see. There ought to be something in here. Yeah, here's one.
Nick, that's a dress you're taking.
I told you it was for a friend of mine. He's waiting downstairs. Let's see now. Hat, coat, dress, shoes. I guess that's right. See you later, Bianca.
Nick, you aren't even listening to me.
Sorry, I will some other time, Bianca.
Oh, Nick.
Look here, Bianca. I wish you wouldn't follow me up and downstairs. It makes me nervous. What do you want? Can a man come into his own home without being spied on?
I'm only trying to help you, dear. Well, wouldn't you like to lie down for a while?
Are you crazy, Bianca?
Well, the doctor said you need rest.
I don't need rest. I need a little peace.
Well, what's wrong with
There's
you?
nothing wrong with me. I'm trying to tell you, Bianca, I'm married.
Of course you are, dear.
Now, look, my wife's not dead. She didn't drown the shipwreck. She fell in a pool tonight. I was getting her some clothes. That's Carrots honking. I've got to go.
Nick, wait. What did you say?
Oh, goodness, isn't it clear to you? Do I have to draw you a diagram? Listen, she came to the hotel. You remember the honeymoon.
Darling, you do need a rest.
Now, who's that?
Mr. Arden?
Good heavens. A policeman.
Now, what do you want?
Are you Nicholas Arden?
Yes.
I got a warrant for your arrest.
Arrest?
Arrest? You can't arrest me. What's the charge?
Bigamy.
Bigamy?
Yeah, bigamy.
Now do you believe me? Now, wait a minute. You can't take that attitude. It's entirely wrong.
Quiet. I can't hear myself think.
If Your Honor, please.
I don't know what you're doing in my court, Mr. Arden. In the first place, bigamy is a criminal offense. All you people are cluttering up this court, and you don't belong here.
Yes, I know, Your Honor, but I'm out on bail.
What kind of a lawyer are you? Where did you go to school?
Harvard.
Uh-huh. I'm a Yale man myself. Are you the bride?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kissless?
Yes, Your Honor.
Harvard man. Well, let me see who's here. Nicholas Arden, Bianca Arden, Ellen Wagstaff Arden.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've looked over the papers on your case, Mr. Arden. I see nothing wrong with my decision. The evidence is all here. What do you want me to do, reverse myself?
Well, yes, in a manner of speaking.
Then you go to the Court of Appeals. They're always reversing me anyway.
This is your decision, Your Honor. You declared my wife, Ellen, legally dead in this very courtroom. Your decision is on file.
Well, I'm going to declare her legally alive.
You can't do that, Your Honor. If she's legally alive, I'm guilty of bigamy. Besides, if she's legally dead, she can't marry Burkett.
Burkett? Burkett? Who's Burkett? What does he have to do with this case?
Well, he was on an island with her, Your Honor. He's not important to the case.
I'll decide what's important to the case. What island?
The island where my wife stayed for 7 years.
7 years, eh? Alone? Is that in the brief?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, that should be in the brief. That's the most interesting part of the case. Wait until my wife hears about this. Thinks all my cases are dull. Yes. Well, it seems to me the thing for me to do is to annul the second marriage.
Your Honor, I just want to tell you what this man's done to me from the moment he first married me.
Now, never mind that.
He is the most nasty, double-crossing, unreliable, deceiving...
Quiet.
Conniving, lying, ill-tempered, low-down, mangy, no good...
Careful now.
...skunk that has ever been my misfortune to marry.
Quiet. That will cost you $10.
$10, and it was worth it. And as far as I'm concerned, Nick Arden, you're legally dead.
Quick-tempered woman. Have to watch out for her kind. Well, now then I have a pretty clear idea of the picture. This is our procedure. We file an annulment, and we declare Ellen Wagstaff Arden legally alive, and we adjourn for the day.
Oh, wait a minute. What about the marriage?
What marriage?
Ellen and I, we want to get married.
You are married. Didn't I just tell you? Well, what do you want to do? Make it as hard as you can for me? We annul the second marriage, and the first one stands. Is that all right with everybody?
It's all right with me.
Well, I don't know whether it's all right with me or not. Seems to me I'm being pushed around quite a lot here.
Young woman, I am considered a very patient man, but the case of Arden versus Carter Arden versus Wagstaff Arden has me completely at the end of my patience. Now, either you take him in hand, or I'm going to commit him to an institution. He's a very confusing man to let run around loose.
The judge, he's so cute when he's confused. And he likes to collect wives, you know, the way some people collect stamps.
I do not.
Man can get in a lot of trouble collecting wives.
Man can get into a lot of trouble with one just like her.
Go on. You know I'm your favorite wife.
Look, will you two go home so I can close court? I'm not as young as I used to be, and I get tired about this time of day. Go ahead. Kiss and make up so I can close the court in peace.
It's going to be all right, isn't it, Ellen? No more Burkett?
No more Bianca?
No more.
Okay, Mr. Arden, from now on, just Ellen and Nick.
Ah, sweetheart. My dearest. My dearest.
I've been waiting so long for that.
And I've been waiting so long for you.
Court's adjourned. Let's go home.
Darling.
Dearest.
Court's adjourned. Let's go home.
Darling.
Dearest.
Oh, please, folks. Court's adjourned. Let's go home.
In just a moment, Victor Jory will tell you about next week's production at Vic's Matinee Theater. Friends, remember the epidemic of colds that started about this time last year? Well, to be sure, it may not happen again this year, but nevertheless, this is the time to watch out for colds. Do all you can to guard against infection. Avoid people who have colds. Get plenty of rest and sleep. And if you suddenly start sniffling and sneezing, just put a few drops of Vicks Vatronol in each nostril. Vatronol is a specialized medication, a double-duty nose drop that quickly goes to work right where most colds start. It not only relieves the sneezy irritation and stuffiness, but actually helps prevent many colds from developing if used in time. Just try it, friends. And always keep a bottle of Vatronol handy, ready to use at the first sign of a head cold. Follow the simple directions in the package. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drops.
This is Victor Jory. We have received numerous requests for such plays as Love Affair, Scarlet Pimpernel, Penny Serenade, Rebecca, Jane Eyre, and others. It is our desire to bring these and other fine plays to you as soon as possible. What would you like to hear? Write me in care of Vic's Matinee Theater, Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York. Next week's request play will be based on Martha Cheever's great story, Penny Serenade. It's the story of two people who found each other at a moment when it seemed that life had torn them irrevocably apart. It is a heartwarming and beautiful tale, and I know you won't want to miss it.
Our play was written by Gene Holloway from the Leo McCarey RKO production and was directed by Richard Sandville. RKO is currently showing the stirring and revealing picture against Nazism, The Master Race, at your local theater. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warnow. Be sure to listen next week when the Vic's Matinee Theater presents Penny Serenade, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vic's Matinee Theater. Vic's Matinee Theater, presented by the makers of Vic's Vapor Rub, brings you the unforgettable love story, Penny Serenade, starring Victor Jory in the role of Roger Carey and featuring Betty Winkler as Julie. Now, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vic's Vapor Rub.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vic brings you Martha Cheever's heartwarming love story, the story of two people in their marriage, and what it did to them and for them, Penny Serenade. As our curtain rises, we find Julie Carey sitting on the floor in the living room of a small apartment in Westchester, New York. She's sorting out phonograph records that her husband, Roger Carey, calls the record of a happy marriage. But unfortunately, Julie and Roger are estranged now. And
the records of a happy marriage. Look at this one. Ain't we got fun? I haven't heard that for years. I think I'll play it. Roger has always been crazy about it. Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun? Not much money, oh, but honey, ain't we got fun? I was playing that record the day I met Roger in the music section of Fling's department store. It was my first job, and Roger walked in about noon, a complete stranger, but my first customer and my first love.
Hello, gorgeous. What's new in Foxtrot?
It's called Ain't We Got Fun. It costs 35 cents.
Charge it to Mr. Roger Carey, 420 Madison, New York City.
Charge it?
Of course. I never pay for anything until I have to. It spoils my creditors.
All right. I'll wrap it up for you.
Wrap yourself up with it, will you, gorgeous? There's a place in my heart that's been waiting for a redhead like you. Are you interested?
Not particularly.
How about a date?
The employees are not permitted to date the customers.
Any chance of you changing your mind?
Not a chance in the world.
Uh-huh. I see I'm going to have to work on you. Gee, redhead, you dance like something out of my dreams.
You aren't so bad yourself.
It's a mighty smooth record. Did I buy 3 o'clock in the morning?
You certainly did. You bought every record in stock.
I don't know where you've been all my life. I like your family. I like your friends. I even like this party. Do you believe in love at first sight, Julie?
I never have before.
Hey, you two, break it up. You want to kiss her? Take her to the park.
What did you say your name was?
Julie.
Hello, Julie.
Hello, Roger.
I love you, Julie. It happened somewhere in between Ain't We Got Fun and Little White Lies.
I love you, too. It happened just a minute ago.
Darling. Oh, darling.
Oh, you seem mighty gay tonight, fella. You're not going out on another date, are you?
No, quit acting the big brother, I'll say I am. I've got a date with the smoothest little redhead in town.
Julie again, huh?
That's right. How do you like this tie?
Isn't it a little loud?
Sure, bought it to go with my bright blue eyes. Come along and meet Julie. You'll like her.
Careful, Roger. Don't get in too deep. Remember, there have been a lot of Julies.
You got it all wrong, Guy. There's only been one Julie.
Lonely,
I wouldn't be blue
if I
had a girl like you.
That's a beautiful song, isn't it? It was nice of you to bring me that record, Roger.
Julie, there's something I want to tell you.
Yes, Roger.
The newspaper wants to send me to Japan for a week or two.
Japan?
Yeah, they just told me today. They're a little concerned about some things that are going on over there. They think might turn out to be important. It's a wonderful break. I'll have a byline and everything, Julie. Roger Carey in black type right up on the front page.
Well, I'll miss you, Roger.
Miss me? Miss me? You think I'm going to leave a dizzy little redhead like you on your own for 3 years? I'm going to marry you. And as soon as I get out there and get settled, I'm sending for you. Oh, Julie.
Darling, you mustn't kiss me out in the street like this. Someone will see.
Let them see. Let everyone in the world see. Oh, Julie, there's never been a girl like you anywhere in the world. You're pretty and you're cute and you're smart and you're fun. And you're the first girl I've ever known that I could stand after a few weeks. Honey, you're for me. You know, for the first time in my life, I'm actually ambitious. I want to work hard. I want to see you in a mink coat with a diamond as big as a grapefruit on your hand. I got a bad kid. You got me to the point where I think cottages and diapers on the clothesline are the most wonderful things in the world. You aren't going to say no, are you, Julie?
You know I'm not. No one ever says no to you, Roger.
That's because I got big blue eyes.
Yes, darling, it's because you have big blue eyes. Roger, I wish I hadn't come to the train with you. I wish I'd said goodbye at home. It might have been easier.
Hey, Mrs. Carey, you aren't going to cry, are you?
Oh, Roger, don't go. A byline isn't worth it. Stay here.
Not that now. We want to be rich and successful, don't we? We want a house on the right side of town and a mink coat.
We want to be together. Roger, look at the organ grinder.
Well, wait until I get a quarter for the monkey. Say, isn't he something? Here you are.
He's tipping his hat.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that song. You know the words, Roger? Little man and wife. That's if they're contented with the little things in life.
And we're after the big things, Julie. The important things. We're Mr. and Mrs. Roger Carey on our way someplace. Goodbye, darling. See you in Japan. So long, redhead. Don't forget, you belong to me.
I could never forget that. The records of a happy marriage. Funny how songs will bring things back, and how you can go back across the years while you're listening. This is the song they were playing at the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco the night his brother Philip and I had dinner there. Philip had left to work at a hospital in San Francisco before Roger and I were married. And when Roger finally saved the money for me to come to Japan, he asked Philip to meet me in San Francisco and put me on the boat. We had 3 wonderful days before I sailed. Philip was the exact opposite of Roger. He was considerate and dependable and thoughtful. Philip was wonderful. And Roger... Well, I suddenly felt very strange about Roger, even when I was in his arms again.
Julie. Oh, Julie, you're so beautiful. Gee, kid, I've been counting the hours. I bought 3 new suits in your honor. How do you like this one?
Uh-huh. Very handsome. Is it paid for?
Are you kidding? Of course not. That's why I have 3 instead of 1. The tailor came to collect for 1, so I ordered 2 more. I've got an inheritance coming to me in a few weeks that'll more than pay for them anyhow. Did Phil tell you about Uncle Pete's will?
Yes. Roger, have you saved any money at all?
Well, no, but I will.
Well, you better start immediately, darling, because in about 5 months, we're going to have a baby.
Baby?
Uh-huh.
A baby!
That's right.
Oh, darling, that's wonderful. Well, sit down. Sit down, won't you? Don't stand there. Would you like a cushion till I get you a glass of milk? Are you all right?
I feel wonderful, Roger, and please don't fuss over me. Roger, you are happy about it.
Happy? Oh, I'm going right out and set the world blazing from corner to corner. A father. Me. Can you tie that? Wait till I tell him down at the office.
It's going to be a boy, you know, and I'm going to call him Roger.
That's right. Let's have a boy. It's always best to have a boy first. Oh, Julie. I never knew I could love anyone or anything as much as I love you. Don't stop loving me. I'll give you anything in the world you want. I'll do anything you want me to do. I'll be whatever you want me to be. You do love me, don't you, kid?
Of course I do.
Julie.
That was Roger. Charming, lovable, impossible to resist, but never serious enough for the serious things of life. He gave no thought to the problems of having a baby. I had been in Japan only a few weeks when he came home one afternoon, bursting with enthusiasm.
Julie! 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 Hey, you're looking at a man of means.
Roger, you got the inheritance.
That's right. The papers came this morning. Honey, we're rich. We got $5,000. You know what we're going to do with it? We're going to blow ourselves to a trip around the world.
Oh, but Roger, I don't think I should travel. It's so hot right now.
Whew, it's hot this afternoon, all right. They call this earthquake weather.
Earthquake weather. Afterward, when people would say, "So you were in the great earthquake in Japan. Tell us about it." All I could remember was that I was starting down the stairs when I felt my feet sliding from under me. And the stairs came up and hit me in the face. And I remember the whole city being on fire and Roger carrying me through the streets to the boat. And I remember crying. Not from pain, but from a terrible sense of loss. Everything after that was blurred. The next I really knew, I was in Phillips Hospital in San Francisco, and Roger was bending over me. There was a question that ached inside me. Roger, the baby.
I'm sorry, kid.
Oh, I see. I wanted that baby terribly.
I know. I should never have brought you to Japan.
No, don't say that, darling. You didn't know.
Julie, about that trip around the world, that wasn't such a hot idea after all. I've been inquiring around, and I found a newspaper in Westchester, and I bought it, Julie. It's slightly on the rocks right now, but I think I can make a go of it. I've got to make a go of it.
Philip.
I have a great idea for you two, I think. Why don't you adopt a baby?
Adopt a baby? Is that the way it is, Philip? Roger?
Yes, darling. That's the way it is.
Well, then, Roger, as soon as we get to Westchester and get a little money ahead, we must go shopping for a baby.
Mrs. Carey, I love you very much. I love you very, very much.
In just a moment, Act Two of Penny Serenade, starring Victor Jory and featuring Betty Winkler. These days, most mothers have things pretty well figured out. For instance, when their children catch cold, they waste no time wondering what to do about it. They relieve distress of children's colds the modern way. At bedtime, they rub time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub on throat, chest, and back. From their own personal experience, they know that Vapor Rub starts right to work, bringing grand relief the very moment you rub it on. It helps relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. You see, Vapor Rub is so effective because it penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special, soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And thank goodness, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring gratifying relief. So when colds strike in your family, remember, only Vapor Rub gives you this special, penetrating, stimulating action. No wonder it's the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of children's colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
The curtain rises on the second act at Vic's Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in Penny Serenade. The scene, the small apartment over her husband's newspaper plant, where Julie Carey sits playing old records and thinking over the past.
The day Roger and I went shopping for the baby was one of the most exciting days in my whole life. We'd waited 3 years. For 3 years, we'd been running the newspaper in Westchester. And though we didn't have a great deal of money, we were beginning to get our feet on the ground. We'd written to an agency, and we had an appointment with a Miss Oliver in New York City. I'd sent her Roger's picture and asked her to pick a 3-year-old boy that looked exactly like him.
Well, how about a lovely 6-weeks-old baby girl?
I'm afraid not. We don't want a girl, Miss Oliver. We want a boy. Don't we, Julie?
Yes, we do. A 3-year-old boy. You see, that would be the age our baby would be if...
I understand. Well, we don't have any little boys at that age available. As a matter of fact, there's another couple that's entitled to see this baby before you. Such an exceptional child. Would you like to look at her just for a moment? She's like no other child I've ever seen. That's why I want you to see her before the other couple.
Well, it wouldn't hurt to look at her, Julie.
No, it wouldn't hurt to look at her, I guess.
I'll get her.
Oh, Roger. She fills my arms just right. Isn't she beautiful, Roger?
Do you still want a boy?
Well, maybe a little later we could still have a boy.
Well, I guess she's ours, if it's all right with you, Mrs. Oliver.
I'd like to talk to you about her history. It's really an excellent...
Mrs. Oliver, when someone offers you a gift like this, you don't ask for its history. You just say, thank you, and God bless you. There's nothing we want to know about her, is there, Mother?
Oh, darling. You know, my mother always used to say that when your husband starts calling you Mother, all the romance has gone out of your marriage. But it seems to me as though the romance has just come in. We called the baby Trina. No reason. We just liked the name. Looking back now, it seems to me her life was measured off by Christmases rather than birthdays. Probably that was because Christmases meant so much to Trina. From her very first. When she started to school, it took on even greater meaning.
Daddy, there's going to be a Feast of Carols program. I might be choosed.
You might be choosed for what, baby?
The first 3 grades ought to be the angels. If I can learn this song by tomorrow, I might get to be one.
Let's see it. Little town of Bethlehem. Well, let's you and I learn this song.
Oh, little town of Bethlehem, how still we...
When Trina got to the 4th grade, she was in the chorus on the stage. That year, business was bad, and there wasn't much money. And Philip phoned from San Francisco.
Well, Philip, you old son of a gun. We're fine. Yeah, all 3 of us, you bet. Trina? Sure, she's right here. Come here, sis. Your Uncle Philip wants to wish you luck.
Hello, Uncle Philip. Yes, thank you. I'll try to be good in the show. I'll tell them. A Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. Goodbye. He said for me to sing loud enough for him to hear all the way to San Francisco. He said, give my love to your mother and father.
Come on, honey, put your coat on now. It's time to start.
I'll go out and warm up the car.
Oh, I do hope and pray it starts, Daddy. I don't see how people ever get along without Christmas.
I don't know how we ever got along without you.
And then Trina's 9th Christmas. She looked like a Christmas rose with her hair in pigtails and in a new white dress that we'd somehow managed to buy. That Christmas, Philip came. And Trina, we said that nothing would ever take her away from us. We forgot about death. She caught a cold. There was a sudden, brief, hopeless illness. And she was gone. Roger and I sat alone in a room. 2 strangers looking across that empty little bed.
Here's the letter she gave me she was going to mail to the Lone Ranger. I gave her the 3 cents Monday. Might as well throw it away now. And in heaven's name, put that Christmas costume away where I can't see it, will you? Julie, I can't stand sitting around this house. I'm going out.
All right, Roger. Put your coat on. It's cold out.
How can you sit there like that, saying nothing? How can you go on as though she was still here? What does an overcoat matter? I keep asking myself, why? Why? How can these things happen? Last week she was running in and out of the house alive, and I've got to get out of here. And, Julie, I'm not coming back. I don't ever want to see this place again. I don't ever want to see you again, and I don't ever want to see anything that reminds
Roger,
me
you
of...
don't mean that.
You don't care anything for me. I knew that years ago. You were always in love with Philip. You think I didn't know that? Every time a letter came from him, every time I mentioned him or Trina mentioned him to you, you sort of lit up inside. You were in love with him when you came to Japan, but I thought if I loved you enough, maybe in time you would forget him. Well, that was my mistake. You can go to him now. There isn't any more family and there isn't any more Trina, and I don't ever want to see you again. Is that clear?
Yes, Roger. That's very clear. Maybe you're right. Maybe we never have had anything together.
Goodbye, Julie.
The records of a happy marriage. Oh, Roger. Roger, why didn't I answer you? Why didn't I answer you when you needed an answer so desperately? Now it's too late. Now there's nothing to do but file the records away. Under finished business. Finished. One marriage.
Anybody home?
Roger.
What are you doing listening to that old piece?
Well, I was just going through the records.
I thought you'd be gone to Philip by now. I just wanted to have a last look around the old place.
Roger, I'm not in love with Philip.
You thought you were in love with him?
No, I don't think I even really thought I was. You know, darling, I think there must be a Philip in every woman's life. Someone she thinks about when the going's a little hard and she's feeling sorry for herself. And oh, sit down, Roger, and take off those shoes. You went out without your rubbers again. What's in that package?
It's a record. I thought it Belonged in the collection.
Let me see it. Oh, I don't want to walk without you, baby. Oh, Roger.
Julie, I don't know why I spoke to you like that, except that I was nearly crazy with grief. And I felt that you loved Philip. And to lose you both was more than I could take. And Trina, Julie. Trina had never been sick in her life. You know, the day before she got sick, she wanted a quarter, and I didn't give it to her. And a couple of weeks ago, she wanted me to take her to the movies. I told her I was too busy.
I know, darling. It's been the same with me. When she was trying on her caroler's costume and I was basting the hem and she wouldn't stand still, I scolded her and I said, I'm never going to try anything on you again. And I never did. You know, Roger, we've had a good marriage. We haven't had an easy time of it, but no one has an easy time.
I know what you mean. The same thing I've been thinking. We haven't had much. Now and then we've even been hungry. We've had money and spent it, and we've had Trina and lost her. That kind of thing either tears you completely apart or it draws you very close together. Julie, when I left the other night, I felt as though I'd cut myself in half. As long as I have you, there isn't anything I can't take.
Funny, isn't it? How many times you can fall in love during a marriage in so many different ways. I love you, Roger, with my whole heart. Maybe as time goes by, I'll love you more, if that's possible. But I'll never love you less.
My darling. Hello? Yes, this is Roger Carey. Miss Oliver. What? Oh, just a minute. Julie, it's Miss Oliver. She says that we said once we wanted a little boy, and strictly off the record, there's a little boy 3 years old that just fits our description.
Oh, Roger.
What's that, Miss Oliver? Oh, just a moment. She says there's another couple who have a right to see him first, but she'll overlook that if we want to come.
Kenna, we're on our way.
We're on our way.
Come on, darling.
Aren't you going to put on a coat?
Oh, I forgot. Of course I am.
Button it up good, Mother.
Right you are, Paul.
Wait a minute. Let's put this record of I Don't Want to Walk Without Your Baby away. We've got to take care of these records, you know. They're the records of a very happy marriage.
In just a moment, a word or two from Victor Jory. You know, many folks have learned from personal experience that when you have a cold, it's no time to take needless chances with untried remedies. So if you're dragging around with a cold today, don't experiment. Remember, the best-known home remedy you can use for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub. Just rub Vicks Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back. And right away, it starts to work, bringing you grand relief from distress of colds. Vapor Rub's comforting action invites restful sleep and keeps on working for hours to bring you such welcome comfort. And often, by morning, most of the misery of the cold is gone. So if you have a cold, benefit by the personal experience of so many millions of thankful families. Rub on Vapor Rub tonight. Follow this modern way so widely used these days to relieve miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory, and I want to thank Betty Winkler personally for a grand performance. It is our desire to bring you the best in books, plays, motion pictures, and we at all times would like to comply with your requests. What is your choice? What would you like to hear? Write me in care of Vic's Matinee Theater, Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York. In answer to your many requests, next week's play will be one of the great romantic stories of all time. The story of the gay masquerader who rescued the persecuted from the very shadow of the guillotine during the days of the French Revolution. The Scarlet Pimpernel.
Our play was written by Jean Holloway from Martha Cheever's novel of the same name. It was directed by Richard Sandville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warnow. Be sure to listen next week when Vic's Matinee Theater presents The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vic's Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, present the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in The Scarlet Pimpernel. First, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
The Scarlet Pimpernel is one of the most dashing figures of legend. He was a man of 100 disguises who lived in almost continual masquerade. He had one great aim in life, to rescue the persecuted in France from the guillotine of the French Revolution. In England, only the few members of his own band knew that great fool, that fop, that overdressed wealthy dandy, Sir Percy Blakeney, was the fabulous Pimpernel. Our story starts in England on Sir Percy's wedding day, the day when he claimed the great French beauty, Marguerite Saint-Just, as his bride.
Good luck and good fortune.
Much happiness to you both.
Good luck, good fortune, happiness. Oh, what lovely things to wish.
Are you happy?
Very, very happy. I started to think how drab my life would have remained had you not walked into the Comédie Française that night.
I asked you to marry me that first night. I meant to. But I asked you so many times I've quite forgotten.
No, you asked me the second night. The first night you said, you are the greatest actress in the world and the most beautiful, and I love you. But you did not speak of marriage.
But the second night and the third and every night thereafter.
Oh, you must have known all along I would marry you. I was too much in love to hide it.
You're so beautiful, Marguerite.
You know, my darling, you are quite a puzzle to me.
Yes? How do you mean?
Sometimes you seem to me like two different men. When we are in public, you act so differently than when we are alone.
Most husbands do. Which way do you prefer me?
As you are now. Oh, Percy, this estate of yours is so beautiful. It reminds me of some of the old places in France, before the populace destroyed them.
Careful. There's public knowledge that your sympathies were with that populace, Marguerite.
No. My sympathies were with the revolutionary ideals, yes. I believe in liberty and equality and fraternity. But my sympathies are not with those who murder.
Yes?
Beg pardon, Sir Percy, but Sir Andrew Ffoulkes is in the library. He regrets to disturb you, but he says it is of the utmost importance that he speak with you a moment.
Very well, Bentley. Will you excuse me, my dear?
Oh, Percy, please do not be long.
I'll try not to be. Andrew, what you're saying is incredible.
I know how you feel, but for your own sake, you must not dismiss it too lightly. What I have told you is true. Your wife was responsible for sending the Marquis de Saint-Cyr and all his family to the guillotine. There are 100 people to testify to the fact that she gave their names to the tribunal.
I know you would not bring me the story if you were not positive of its truth. And yet, I cannot believe my instincts would play me so false. And I will believe in her unless she tells me herself that this is true.
There is something else. We have just received word that the Comtesse de Tournai and her 2 children have been sentenced to die on Thursday.
Thursday? My old friends, Thursday. We must be ready to leave for Dover within the hour. But first, I must have a word with my wife. No, all I want to know, Marguerite, is did you send the Marquis and his family to the guillotine?
Yes, Percy, I did. But let me explain.
There can be no explanation for such a deed. I'm afraid I shall have to leave you for a time. I have an errand that will take me away for a week or so, and so... Good day, milady.
Percy, where are you going?
That, madam, is my secret.
Monsieur Bibo, have you caught the Pimpernel yet?
No, but I will, old woman. I am the shrewdest gatekeeper in all Paris. If I had been on the north gate of Paris last week instead of this one, the Pimpernel would be in jail right now.
Oh, would he now?
That fool Gros-Pierre was at the north gate last Monday, when along comes a market cart laden with casks and driven by an old man with a boy beside him. Gros-Pierre looked in a few of the casks and let the cart go through.
Of course. Pimpernel was the driver. Any fool should have known that.
Not half an hour later, up comes the captain of the guard with a squad of some dozen soldiers with him. Has the cart gone through, he asks. Yes, says Gros-Pierre, not half an hour ago. You let them escape, shouts the captain. You'll go to the guillotine for this. Hidden in that cart were the Duc de Chailly and all his family. And the driver was none other than that cursed Englishman, the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Oh, what a fool!
But you have not heard all of it. The captain rushes through the gate, followed by his dozen soldiers.
And of course it was too late. Oh, the fools. They should have examined the casks properly.
No, old woman. Those aristocrats weren't in the cart. The driver was not the Scarlet Pimpernel. In fact, there was nothing wrong with the people in the cart. No. But the captain of the guard was the Pimpernel, and every one of his soldiers were the aristocrats we were looking for. One thing I will tell you. The Scarlet Pimpernel will never pass through my gate.
You're a smart man, Bibo. A smart man.
You're right, old woman. Say, what have you got there behind you in that covered cart?
My grandson. He's sleeping back there. Take a look, if you like. He has the smallpox.
The smallpox? Curse you, you old fool. You want to infect all of us? Take your cart and get it out of here. Get it out of here.
All right, Citizen Bibo. May the devil take your soul.
Bibo! Thousand Bibo! Have you seen a cart?
I have seen 100 carts, Captain. Oh, Citizen Chauvelin. My gate is greatly honored by your presence.
Have you permitted the cart to pass, driven by an old hag who said her son had the plague?
Yes, a horrible old woman.
Oh, you stupid fool, you idiot! That cart contained the Comtesse de Tournay and her 2 children, all of them traitors and condemned to death. And the driver, your so-called old woman, was the Scarlet Pimpernel himself.
Oh, Percy, my dear, I am so glad you are home. I have been so worried.
Such a show of enthusiasm, my dear, is quite uncalled for. I've only been gone a week or two.
You have been gone almost 3.
Well, has it really been that long?
Tell me about your trip. Was it pleasant? Was it difficult? Where did you go?
My dear, I can't quite see that that's any of your business.
I see. Is that the way it is going to be, Percy?
Yes, my dear. That's exactly the way it's going to be. Now, you better go and get some finery on. We're attending a concert tonight and a ball afterwards. Both of them will be complete bores. But, of course, one must be seen at the right places.
I think I almost hate you.
And one of these days you'll have no doubt of it. Hurry, please. I do despise being late. You'll excuse me if I leave you alone in the box for a moment, Marguerite. This concert is beastly dull. I'll be back before it's over and escort you to the ball.
Yes, of course, Percy. Well, you did not stay long, Percy.
May I take your husband's chair a moment, Lady Marguerite?
Chauvelin, what are you doing in England? Why have you left Paris?
I am here as a representative of the new government, and I am also here to seek an enemy of France. I must speak quickly. Your husband may return. I want you to help me to find this Scarlet Pimpernel.
The Pimpernel? But I know nothing of the Pimpernel. And if I did, I would not tell you.
Lady Marguerite, I have in my possession a letter that definitely proves that your brother, Armand Saint-Just, is a member of the Scarlet Pimpernel's band. He is in France now. One word from me, and he dies on the guillotine. I am willing to trade his life for the Pimpernel's.
My brother is a member of the Pimpernel's band?
Yes, yes. So I think you will do as I ask. I give you my word that as soon as I know the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel, you shall have the incriminating letters. You see, we captured certain papers, and we learned from them that he's to leave for France tomorrow, that he's to be at the ball tonight, and also that Sir Andrew Ffoulkes is a member of his band. Last week, he rescued the Countess de Tournay and her 2 children, but they had to leave Count Tournay behind, and he has sworn to rescue him. That's why the Pimpernel is going to France tomorrow, so he must talk to Sir Andrew tonight. If you keep your wits about you and watch Sir Andrew closely, you may save your brother's life. Well, what do you say?
My brother is very dear to me. You leave me no choice.
Your mind is not on your dancing tonight, my dear. Perhaps you're bored.
Percy, I feel a little faint. Would you get me some water? I will sit in the reception room a moment.
Of course, my dear.
Why, Sir Andrew, what are you doing alone in the reception room? Surely you do not lack for a partner.
No, I was just a little bit tired.
Oh, how deceiving you are. You stole in here to read a love note. See? There it is on the floor. You dropped it as I came in. I have it now. Now, what does this small scrap of paper say?
I must ask you to return that piece of paper, Lady Marguerite. It was something I wished destroyed.
Oh, well then, we will destroy it. Here, I will hold it to the flame for you.
Oh.
There. Do you feel better now, Sir Andrew?
Oh, immeasurably.
And so do I. So, perhaps you will invite me to dance?
Oh, with pleasure.
Part of the paper was destroyed, Chauvelin. But when I held it to the candle flame, I read the words, "Start myself tomorrow." And also, "If you wish to speak to me again, I shall be in the supper room at 1 o'clock precisely." And it was signed with the crest of the Scarlet Pimpernel.
Mm-hmm. You've done well. It is almost 1. I will go to the supper room at once.
Oh, there you are, my dear.
Percy, I have been looking everywhere for you. I am so weary, I would like to go home.
I'm sorry, my dear. I fell asleep in the supper room.
Asleep? In the supper room? Was anyone else there?
No one but that Frenchman, Chauvelin. He was asleep, too. I got so deucedly tired dancing that was the only quiet place I could find. Well, why are you staring at me like that? You're looking at me as though you'd never seen me before.
In just a moment, we will bring you Act 2 of The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Victor Jory, from the stage of Vic's Matinee Theater. These days, when children catch cold, most mothers believe in quick action. And the modern way they use to relieve distress of children's colds is to rub on Vic's Vapor Rub. You see, the moment you rub on Vapor Rub, its famous relief-giving action starts right to work. It helps relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. You see, Vapor Rub is so good because it penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And most important of all, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring welcome relief. So, mother, do this without delay when your child comes down with a cold. Use the modern way most mothers use. Rub on Vapor Rub, for only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action. Remember, it's the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vic's Vapor Rub.
And now the second act of The Scarlet Pimpernel, starring Victor Jory. As the curtain rises, Marguerite and Percy have just arrived home. As they walk through the gardens toward the house, Marguerite hesitates, then turns to her husband.
Percy,
Yes, my dear.
please, do not go in for a moment. There is something I would like to talk to you about.
Yes? What is it?
It is very hard to tell you. It is very hard to tell you anything, Percy. You are so far away from me.
What did you wish to say to me, Marguerite?
It is Armand, my brother. He is in great danger. Monsieur Chauvelin told me that he was a member of the Scarlet Pimpernel's band. And Chauvelin said that if I did not help him find the Pimpernel, Armand would be executed in France.
Armand will be taken care of. So do not worry. Do not concern yourself any further.
Do you think you can do something about it, Percy?
I think I can.
Oh, you are looking at me as though you despised.
Perhaps I do.
Then why did you marry me?
Because I thought I was marrying a vastly different woman. I thought I was marrying a woman of spirit and courage and honor. And instead I found I'd married a woman who was responsible for the death of a family I had known and loved. You can hardly expect me to care much for you, my dear, after that.
Percy, even up to the very morning St. Cyr went to prison, I tried desperately to save him. I would have told you the whole thing was a horrible, incredible accident if you would have listened.
Many people have told me that you always despised the Marquis and made no secret of it.
Yes, I despised him, but I would not kill him. Do you know what he did? He had Armand, my brother, thrashed by his lackeys. And do you know why? Because Armand was not of the aristocracy and had dared to love his daughter. Percy, he was not a good man. He plotted with Austria against his own country. When that knowledge came to me, I took it to headquarters. I thought it was my duty to France. I still think it was. But I did not know his enemies would use that as an excuse to assassinate him and his whole family.
It's a very pretty story, but you can hardly expect me to believe it.
No. No, I do not expect you to believe it. You have made up your mind to believe the worst of me, and you will. Well, I guess that doesn't matter very much anymore. You can only be hurt so much, Percy. After a while, pain stops having any meaning.
It's a great pity, madame, that you don't know the identity of the Pimpernel. I can assure you could sell the information far more dearly than the price that has been offered you.
But, Percy, I do know the identity of the Scarlet Pimpernel. I learned it tonight. And I did not sell the information, even for my brother's life. And do you know why, my dear? Because I love you, no matter what you think of me. Good night, Percy.
Good night, Marguerite.
Lady Marguerite. Lady Marguerite.
Yes, Bedley, what time is it?
Morning, milady. And a package just came for you.
A packet? From whom?
It's from Monsieur Chauvelin. The messenger said to tell you that it was in payment for services rendered, that your information last night had at last unmasked the man he was seeking.
Bentley, where is Lord Percy?
Why, he's not here, madam. He left for France before dawn.
Order me a carriage at once, Bentley. Tell the men to hurry, hurry.
Yes, madam.
And Bentley, you must tell me where to find him. Unless I reach him, Chauvelin will capture him the moment he sets foot in France.
I don't know if I dare tell you, madam. I've had explicit orders not to.
Bentley, you must believe me. I betrayed him without meaning to. If I can find him and tell him what happened, it may mean his life. But don't you see? He thinks he is still safe as Lord Percy.
Very well, madam. There's an inn in Calais, the Inn of the Red Feather. That is one of his headquarters. I'll take you there.
Oh, I pray Chauvelin does not get there first. I pray he does not get there first.
Well, Citizen Chauvelin, welcome to the Inn of the Red Feather.
Thank you, Citizen Broga. Please bring me some dinner at once. I've heard much about your food here.
At once, Citizen Chauvelin.
Egad, you're sure you found the hut?
I saw the hut with my own eyes. I saw the Comte de Ternay and Armand Saint-Just go in. They are there now, waiting for the Pimpernel.
And are my orders carried out? The roads and the beach are patrolled?
There's not a loophole for which even the most cunning of men could escape. And all our men have been notified to watch for a man over 6 feet tall.
He could only disguise his height by stooping. He should be here at 9, so be back with your men. I trust he will not recognize me in these priest's robes that I have borrowed. Degas, my friend, this is the end of this Scarlet Pimpernel. Good evening, citizen.
Good evening. Good evening, Sir Percy. I'm starving to death, Brogar. Bring me some food quickly. Quickly. Oui, my lord.
I've never seen our fat host move so fast before.
What? Odd. See, I vow I never thought of meeting you here. And I didn't know that you were a priest, Monsieur Chauvelin. Oh, my word, old boy, you're choking, aren't you? Here, let me clap you on the back. Oh, I'm sorry if I upset you while you're eating your soup. Oh, here, let me clap you again. You're having a dreadful time with that soup.
Very hot.
Yes, You know, Chauvelin, I should have known you anywhere. Although the costume does change you a bit. You keep looking at your watch, sir. You must be in a hurry. Well, don't let me keep you. Well, 9 o'clock.
Yes, 9 o'clock.
And you're consulting your watch again, aren't you? What's the matter? Don't you trust Brogar's clock? Oh, it must be a tryst with the lady, Chauvelin. Nothing else could make a man watch the clock so closely. Well, what do you say to that, Monsieur Chauvelin?
Huh? Oh, pardon, monsieur. I'm afraid I was not listening. You were saying...
Oh, nothing very much. Here, have a pinch of snuff, Monsieur Chauvelin.
Why, thank you.
There's nothing quite as satisfying as a good whiff of snuff. Only that, my friend, was not snuff, that was pepper. Sorry to have to leave you now, but I have business elsewhere.
You see him? Did you get him? Who? The Pimpernel, that tall man, you stupid oaf. The one who just went through the door.
We saw nothing, Citizen Chauvelin. The moon is not up yet. It is dark.
Well, no matter. He'll probably make for the hut now, and so will we. Go at once and find a cart. Tell your men we're leaving immediately.
Oui.
Oh, the clumsy fool that I am to be deceived by a trick like that.
Good evening, Monsieur Chauvelin.
Well, this is a surprise. Lady Margaret Blakeney.
Yes.
I'm glad you came. You may be very helpful, Lady Margaret.
Not to you, Monsieur Chauvelin.
I have found the peddler's car, Citizen Chauvelin. And here is the peddler.
Good. Can you take us to the hut of Père Blanchard?
How much is there in it for?
10 gold pieces?
10 gold? I'm rich. I'll come at once. Come quickly.
You will accompany us, madame?
I will do no such thing.
If you make it necessary for me to gag and carry you, I shall. We will go to Père Blanchard's hut at once.
This hut is empty. They got... where are you men? Where are de Tournay and Saint-Just? Sergeant Giroux.
Degas, you sure Count de Tournay and Saint-Just were here this afternoon?
Very sure.
You want me, citizen?
Sergeant Giroux, there were 2 men here. Where are they?
They left about an hour ago, citizen.
You let them go?
Oh, but of course. Our orders were simply to watch and await further commands. We were told to stop no one but the tall Englishman. The men in here were 2 short men, 2 Frenchmen. They went down to the shore and got into a boat.
They went down to the shore and got into a boat, and you let them, you fool,
well, you see, Monsieur Chauvelin, you can be outwitted even with your prize within your hands. The prisoners are gone and the Pimpernel is gone.
But you, Lady Blakeney, are here. And perhaps the Pimpernel will venture into France again for you.
With all my heart, I pray that he won't. His life is worth 100 of mine.
If you would excuse me, please. Look what I found.
Piece of paper.
Yes, you know it.
But give it to me. Oh, this was written by the Pimpernel. My dear de Tournay, it says, I cannot meet you as planned. There will, however, be a boat waiting on the beach for you at 9 o'clock tonight. When you reach the ship, tell the men to bring the boat back to the Chagrin for me. I shall try to be there at 10:30, but if I am delayed, tell them to wait. Yours, the Pimpernel. Well, well, Lady Marguerite, perhaps I'm not lost after all.
Shall I call the men, Citizen Chauvelin?
Yes, call them in at once.
Sergeant, your men.
At once, citizen.
Shall I drive you, sir?
No, there will be no room in the cart for anyone but ourselves and the soldiers. You and Lady Marguerite will stay here.
Is it safe to leave
Well,
them?
of course, they can't go far without the cart, and if they try, we shall have no difficulty picking them up. Au revoir, madame. Au revoir, peddler.
Oh, Percy, what a wonderful peddler you made. If I had not been so frightened, I would have laughed myself into hysterics.
You mean you knew me all the time?
Of course, I knew you the minute you entered the inn. You see, my darling, I am your wife.
Well, then I may as well get the crook out of my back. Ah, there. It's good to stand up straight. Come on, there's a boat waiting for us on the shore, and when Chauvelin doesn't find me, he's liable to start looking back here for me. Come on. Say, while I think of it, what are you doing here, anyhow?
You were in danger. I wanted to help you if I could.
Yes? I don't even know how to begin to ask you to forgive me.
We both made mistakes. Look, the sun is coming up. Is it not beautiful, Percy?
Yes. It's a new day for all the world, and especially for us. Now I can tell you how much I loved you, even when I wanted to hate you, and how much I will always love you.
Oh, my darling.
My darling. Come, we must start down the cliff, or Chauvelin will put an end to our day very quickly.
Let us go then, Mr. Pimpernel.
I'm afraid the Pimpernel has outlived his usefulness to France.
Oh? There is no use trying to pretend I am sorry. I want you home and safe with me.
Look, there's the boat.
We're ready to shove off, Lord Blakeney.
We're coming, sailor.
I hope you mean it, and that there will be no more Pimpernel.
There won't be, my dear. From now on, the Scarlet Pimpernel will no longer be the name of a man. It will be only the name of a small flower that blooms in the fields of England.
A small flower, but one that will always be a symbol of courage and of victory. Because of you, my darling.
So speaks my wife.
And so will speak the world.
In just a moment, a word from Mr. Jory. If you have a cold, probably the one thing you want most right now is relief from the miserable distress of that cold. Well, if you'll take the advice of millions of folks from their own personal experience, you'll rub Vicks Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back at bedtime. And I'll tell you why. Vapor Rub's relief-giving action starts right to work and keeps on working for hours to bring you such welcome relief. It invites restful sleep. And often, by morning, most of the misery of the cold is gone. Remember, the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Thank you for your many, many kind letters and suggestions. Now, here is something I especially want to find out. Many of my friends have asked me to present The Highwayman again. The Highwayman was, we are proud to say, one of our finest productions. Would you like to hear it again? Or just what plays or motion pictures would you like to hear? This is your theater, and we at all times want to comply with your requests. Suppose we let you decide about next week's play. Write me care of Vic's Matinee Theater, Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York.
Victor Jory is currently co-starring with Miriam Hopkins in The Perfect Marriage. Our play today was adapted by Jean Holloway from Baroness Orczy's novel, The Scarlet Pimpernel, and was directed by Richard Sandville. The role of Marguerite was played by Gertrude Warner. Music for our series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure and listen again next week when Vic's Matinee Theater presents your request play starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vic's presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory.
Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater production of Elizabeth the Queen, starring Victor Jory as Lord Essex and featuring Judith Evelyn as Queen Elizabeth. Miss Evelyn is the winner of the award for the finest performance of the year as the star of Angel Street. You know, more and more millions of people are using Vicks Vatronol nose drops to relieve distress of head colds. Benefit by their experience.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vicks presents the dramatic romance of Elizabeth the Queen, based on the play by Maxwell Anderson. Lord Essex has just returned from a war mission. As he strides down the corridor of the royal palace towards the throne room, he meets an old rival and enemy, Sir Walter Raleigh, splendidly attired in a suit of silver armor.
Well, Sir Walter Raleigh. I've had news of your latest fashion and dress, but you're even more splendid than I had imagined.
Be careful, Essex. I don't take kindly to insults.
Sir Walter's in silver. The world's outdone, the moon's outmooned. He gleams down every passageway, and every head's turned after him.
I've borne much from you in the past, out of respect to the Queen, my Lord of Essex. But I warn you, I'll not bear much more.
Well, if you wish to go about dressed as a dandy for a queen while other men are out fighting for her, then you must expect a few insults.
You call that child's play you've been indulging in, fighting?
Perhaps you'd like a taste of my sword yourself, Sir Walter.
I'll gladly give you a taste of mine, any hour that you care to name, my Lord of Essex. Odds blood, but you're an impudent puppy.
Her Majesty is asking for you, Sir Walter.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. We'll continue this discussion later, Essex.
You've only to name the time and place, Raleigh.
Well, Essex, it's good to see you back at the palace.
It's good to be back. Is Her Majesty busy at the moment?
I don't know how busy. She asked me to send Raleigh to her. Essex, you have enough on your hands without quarreling with Raleigh. You quarreled with the Queen against my judgment, and that's done you no good here at court. You're going to have to make a decision pretty fast, my friend.
What kind of decision?
Whether to retain the favor of the Queen or the favor of the people. Your war records have been splendid, and you've caught the public's heart. That is your danger. The Queen cannot let you eclipse her, even if she loves you.
I hope she loves me. Oh, Bacon, if she were my mother's kitchen hag, toothless and wooden-legged, she'd still make all the other women colorless. I love her, I fear her, I hate her, I adore her, I worship...
Indeed. Of whom are you speaking, Lord Essex?
Why, of you, my queen.
Indeed. Step into the throne room, Lord Essex. I should like to speak to you alone.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, you are a long time returning from this last mission.
Did you miss me, my queen?
Why, no. We've been very busy here at court.
I missed you. Every night there was a moon, I'd look at it and say, I wonder if somewhere half the world away Elizabeth is looking at that moon and thinking of me.
Why should I be thinking of you? You left me without one word of farewell. You left in anger. I've not forgotten that quarrel the night you left.
No? What was it about?
I don't remember.
You did miss me. Oh, my dear, my beloved. Oh, it's been so long since I've held you in my arms. So long since I've kissed you.
Oh, Essex, you are so young. And you are strangely winning and strangely sweet. Yes, I missed you. Yes, I looked at the moon and said, blast him, curse him for leaving me alone like this, for counting wars more important than love. And then finally all I said night after night was, God, bring him back to me. We quarrel too much, Essex.
Yes, I know. This same thing that draws us together sometimes hurts and blinds us until we strike each at the other.
It has gone on a long time. I'm afraid it will end badly.
Oh, Elizabeth, I love you. I will love you until I die, and beyond that. I love you beyond all measure, beyond all sense, beyond all reason, my dear, my dear.
chime. We must go to the council meeting. They will want to hear your report. I wish the clock had not struck just now. I wish this moment might have gone on a little longer.
Before the meeting, let me ask you, has there been any talk of the Irish problem, of Tyrone's rebellion?
Yes. They must make a decision today.
It's deadly serious, Elizabeth. This uprising is spreading north and south. We must get our armies in there and crush it, or we lose all hold.
You will not volunteer to go, will you, my darling? You will stay at my side for a time now, won't you?
Yes, I'll stay. But someone must go.
We shall send someone else. You and I are growing older. We have only a little time left for life and for love. Yes, we shall send someone else to Ireland. Now that we have the report from Lord Essex, has the council any further business?
Yes, Your Majesty, there is the matter of Ireland.
What do you recommend, Lord Burleigh?
We must move at once. They've help now from Spain, and this rebellion endangers all England. We must stamp it out, and that needs a leader.
What leader have you in mind?
The best we have.
Your Majesty.
Yes, Lord Cecil.
Sir Walter Raleigh and I were speaking of the council, and he said that he would go to Ireland if you requested it.
What have you to say?
Yes, Your Majesty. Yes, Your Majesty. But I think there's one hand in this. I think if Lord Essex.
In what capacity do you suggest I accompany you, sir?
That you, Lord Essex, and Sir Walter could lead commands, landing north and south and meeting the crushed path. But, of course, Sir Walter should be Lord Protector of Ireland.
That Cecil's a deliberate insult.
It is not. I speak for the good of the state. Raleigh is more experienced.
Good of the state? Your Majesty, am I expected to swallow this from a clerk, a pen pusher?
Careful, Essex. Whoever makes you angry has already won.
Then I will go to Ireland alone, since you will not go.
You said I would not go, and if I did go, I would go alone as Lord Protector.
That you shall not. I have come word in this.
Your Majesty, Cecil and Raleigh are my enemies because they cannot bear anyone to have any power but themselves. And I take it hard that here in the Queen's Council, I have no trust or friend.
It's hard that you should put you before me.
I'm... Lord Essex, will you join me in the fight in Ireland, or will you stay safe?
I will join you in Ireland.
Essex!
Since they've challenged me, I go to Ireland. I go. Give me what men and horse I need and put me in absolute charge. And if I fail to put down this rebellion, then take my sword and break it. I'll never use it.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
They challenge me, Your Majesty.
If you volunteer to go to Ireland, no one can stop you. But since the decision reflects a little.
My Queen, Raleigh, and Cecil think that once I'm gone, they can ruin me here at home. And I say to them, try it. I'll go to Ireland, and I'll return a greater problem to Cecil's and the Raleighs than when I went. Well, my Queen, I am ready to leave for Ireland. My men are waiting at the gates.
Oh, I wish you were not going. There is a great weight upon my heart about this trip. I feel as though I were bidding you goodbye for the last time.
No, you'll see me again. I'll come back with victory, my banners flying.
I'm afraid. Oh, I am afraid.
Do not be afraid. Let not your forebodings trouble you. They mean nothing. I'll remind you of that when I'm back and all is well.
Oh, I've had my fill of meddling in wars and foreign affairs. Never yet has a warlike expedition brought me back what it cost. I have no faith in wars or what wars win.
You're talking like a woman now, not a ruler.
You think you would rule better, don't you, Essex?
Yes, and that does not mean that I do not love you. Remember that. But I think you fail at times as a ruler because you cannot think and act like a man.
Why should I act and think like a man? A woman's thinking is wiser, cooler, and kinder, Lord Essex. If you want my kingdom, it will be necessary to depose me to take it.
You're a touchy queen, my beloved. Do not be angry if I like you better as a woman than a ruler. Let us not quarrel this time.
Oh, Essex, hold me close a moment. Hold me close. My heart keeps saying, if he wins, that will divide us. And if he loses, that too will divide us.
I will win, and it will not divide us. Is it so difficult to believe in me?
No. I shall believe in you. I shall even forgive you if you need it. Here, My father gave me this ring and told me if ever he lost his temper with me, to bring it to him and he would forgive me. Here. Take it.
Oh, beloved. If ever you are angry, rings will not help.
Oh, this one would. I should think of you as you are now, and it would. Take it.
I want no pledge from you, but I will take it and wear it so that you will be with me all the time that I'm away from you.
Yeah, take it for a better reason. Take it lest you and I should wake some morning strangers and enemies in an alien world. Take my ring, my beloved.
You are afraid you will not love me always?
No. I am afraid that you will not love me and will not let me love you. Godspeed, my darling. Come safely home. Write to me and miss me in Ireland.
I will write to you, and I will miss you. Goodbye, my queen.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Elizabeth the Queen from the stage of Vic's Matinee Theater. The more mothers you talk with nowadays about children's colds, the more this one significant fact stands out. The modern way most mothers use to relieve distress of children's colds is to rub Vic's Vapor Rub on throat, chest, and back. Now, let me tell you the reasons for this outstanding choice. The moment you rub it on, Vapor Rub's relief-giving action starts right into work to help relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And results are so fine because Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special, soothing, medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring such welcome relief. So, mother, take the advice of millions of other modern mothers. Try Vapor Rub. And bear in mind that only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action. Yes, it's the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of children's colds. Vic's Vapor Rub.
And now the second act of Elizabeth the Queen, starring Victor Jory as Lord Essex, with Judith Evelyn as Queen Elizabeth. Lord Essex left for Ireland, and the days went by, the weeks, and finally the months. Elizabeth wrote letter after letter, but Cecil and Raleigh saw to it that the letters never reached Essex, and they also saw that none of his letters reached the Queen. And so an estrangement grew between Essex and Elizabeth, deep, bitter, dangerous.
Bacon.
Your Majesty?
See that this communication reaches Lord Essex as soon as possible. You may read it.
My Lord Essex is hereby ordered to disperse his men, return to England straightway, and immediately give himself up. Your Majesty, isn't that a bit harsh?
Harsh? When I have been informed that Lord Essex has joined with Tyrone against me, and that he will come here with his armies to capture London?
Did this information come from Cecil and Raleigh?
It is immaterial where I learned it. If things were not wrong between us, an answer to my letters would have been forthcoming. Send the dispatch, Mr. Bacon.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Listen to this marvel. My Lord Essex is required to disperse his men and return to London straightway and immediately give himself up.
Oh, no, Essex. I cannot believe Her Majesty would send such an order.
I can. In all these months, I've had no word from her, and then this. Well, if she thinks that I will take this kind of treatment, she's insane. By the people's own choice, I'm more the ruler of England than she is. I will not disperse the men. Pass the news at once. We'll break camp and start for London immediately. I've come with my army, Elizabeth.
Yes, Lord Essex. What news do you bring me from Ireland? I am told you have joined the rebels.
That's a lie.
You held parleys with Tyrone?
Of course I held parleys with Tyrone. They were part of my plans.
What plans? Why did you not write me of your plans? Am I supposed to know what happens on the other side of the Irish Sea without being told?
I wrote you fully, but you never answered.
You wrote me?
Yes, over and over and over.
And you had no letters from me?
Not one.
Then your letters were kept from me. Before heaven, there shall be some neck stretched around here. I wrote you many times. Oh, Essex, you should never have gone away.
My dear, I've missed you. I've missed you so desperately.
It's funny how one person's arms can bring a woman peace and happiness. When your arms are about me, I feel safe and happy and content. And when you're gone, I feel lost, homeless, and friendless. Oh, Essex, it's a tragic thing to love so terribly. I thought, because I was older, that you'd met someone young in Ireland. Someone young and lovely.
Elizabeth, listen to me. No young girl could please me after you. You've spoiled me for youth. No young girl could have your warmth, your tenderness, your wit, your grace. You are the woman that every man seeks and hopes to find, and you are mine. Oh,
my dear. You shall stand behind my chair, and together we shall build an England to make the old world wonder and the new world worship.
Ah?
What is it? What's wrong? Why do you look like that?
Elizabeth, I have brought my army.
Yes. You have brought your army.
No, if you were only angry, it would be easier to say this. Elizabeth, the throne is yours by right of descent and possession, but if there were a people's choice, I should carry the country before me. And since this is true, and since we are equal in love, should we not be equal in power as well?
We are equal. I have made you equal.
Yes, but it's still all yours to grant or take away.
What other way could it be?
I think I'm as worthy to be king as you are to be queen.
Oh, Essex, you're so young in policy. If I were to grant you anything like that now, everyone would say that you had forced it on me by your revolution. No one in the kingdom would have any confidence in the crown.
Then now, when the country is mine, the court in my hands, and you are my prisoner, what would you have me do? Disband my army and give back your kingdom? Give it back to you?
Did you say I am your prisoner?
The palace and city are in my hands. England is mine now for the taking.
Oh, Essex, you are a child in war as you are in council. No army opposed you. No guard was set to stop your entrance with your men. Well, at least I know now what it was you wanted. My kingdom.
Not entirely. I want power, and I think I'm fitted to have power. But I want you, too. Oh, Elizabeth, give me the word I ask. Let me sit beside you on the throne. And my soldiers shall leave, and you shall be free.
That I shall believe when it is done.
And I will believe you when you promise.
All right. You have my promise. You shall share the realm with me.
My beloved. My beloved. Marvel! Marvel!
Yes, my lord.
Carry out the orders of release. Dismiss my guard and return the palace into the Queen's hands. Release all prisoners and let the Queen's guard resume their stations.
Yes, my lord.
Palace will be returned as quickly as it was taken. This is our last quarrel.
Yes, our last. Tell me, if I clapped my hands now, would my guard come or yours?
Yours.
You won't mind if I call them?
Why, no.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, I do have a guard once more. Is the palace in our hands again, Captain?
Yes, Your Majesty. Lord Essex men are marching from the palace.
I have ruled England a long time, my Lord of Essex, and I have found that he who would rule must be quite friendless, without mercy, and without love. Captain, arrest Lord Essex. Take him to the Tower and keep him safe.
Is this a jest?
I never jest when I play for kingdoms, my Lord of Essex.
I trusted you.
I trusted you, and I learned from you that no one can be trusted. Arrest Lord Essex. Arrest him. In England, my Lord, we execute traitors. Another half hour gone.
He dies within the hour, Your Majesty. The priest is with him.
I know. I thought surely he would send me word by now. Go, Mr. Bacon. Take Lord Essex from his cell and bring him here. I dare not wait longer.
You sent for me?
Yes.
It would have been kinder to leave me with my thoughts until the axe came down and ended them.
You must have known I never meant that you should die.
Why not? I am guilty of treason, and treason is punishable by death.
God knows I am proud and bitter, too, with much cause. But I have sent for you. I have taken the first step. Do not make me take the next.
The next is to the scaffold.
Will you make me tell you first how much I've longed for you? It's hard for me.
Oh, my dear, you can tell me with much more grace. For you have nothing to gain or lose, but I have a life to gain, and it doesn't seem quite fitting to speak to you as a lover. You might think I was doing it to save my head.
This is an hour for truth. It's true that you never loved me, isn't it? You were ambitious, and I loved you. And it was the nearest way to power, and you took the nearest way. That's true, is it not?
If you want me to tell you what you well know, how much I have loved you and longed for you, very well, I will say it. That is a small victory to win over me now, but take it with the rest.
You did love me.
Oh, yes.
And love me still.
I think you know that.
But you kept my ring. You never sent my ring. I've been waiting for it.
You may have it back if you have use for it. I had thought to wear it to the grave, but take it.
I would have forgiven all that had passed at any hour, day or night. I would now.
You would pardon me, set me free, give back my estates, love me as before?
Yes.
And what would happen to your throne?
My throne?
Oh, yes, for I would take it from you.
Again? You would play that game again?
The games one plays are not always the games one chooses. I'm still popular, and there are mutterings over my imprisonment as it is. And if you set me free and confess your weakness by overlooking the treason, the storm that broke last time would be nothing to the storm that would break over you then. As for myself, I played for power and lost. But if I had another chance, I think I would play and win.
Why do you say this?
I say it because it's true. I have loved you, love you now. But I know myself. I have a weakness for being first wherever I am. I refuse to take pardon from you without warning you of this. And knowing that, pardon becomes impossible.
You are doing this for me?
Why, yes, but not altogether. Partly for England, too. I have lost conceit of myself a little. Life in prison's very quiet, and it leads to thinking. You govern England better than I should. I would lead her into wars, make a great name, but leave a legacy of debts and bloodshed after me. You will leave peace and happiness. Perhaps a woman governs better than a man. And now, if you'll pardon me, I have an appointment with the headsman. I must not keep him waiting.
The time cannot go this way.
Aye, but it has. There's no way out. Oh, my dear. My dear, if we had met some other time, we might have been happy, but there's been an empire between us. I am to die. Let us begin with that, for then I can tell you if there had been no empire, we could have been great lovers. If even now you were not queen and I were not pretender, that God who searches heaven and earth and hell for two who are perfect lovers could end his search with you and me. Remember, I'm to die, and so I can tell you truly. I can tell you that out of all the earth that I am to leave, there's nothing I am very loath to leave, save you.
Give me the ring.
No.
Give me the ring. I'd rather you killed me than I killed you.
It is better for me as it is. I've thought of it all, and it's better to die young than to live long and rule, and not rule well.
I should know that.
Goodbye, then.
Oh, no. I know now how it will be without you. The sun will be cold and circle around an empty earth, and I shall be queen of emptiness and death. Why couldn't you have loved me enough to give me your love and let me keep as I was.
I know not. I only know I could not. The time has come, my queen. I must go.
Essex, wait. Take my kingdom. Take it. It is yours.
Oh, goodbye, my dear, my sweet, my love, and God be with you until we meet again.
In just a moment, an important message from Victor Jory. You know, my friends, there are millions upon millions of mothers who have learned by experience to put their faith and confidence in Vicks Vapor Rub. Their trust is our most precious possession, and we would never violate it. We would never violate it by using any substitute for any one of the 7 active ingredients that make Vapor Rub so effective. But to keep the faith and confidence of these millions of mothers has been no easy task. We have had to scour the world for the essential aromatics and medications that go into the making of Vapor Rub. And we are happy to tell you that there are no wartime substitutes in the Vapor Rub you buy. It is exactly the same Vapor Rub that has become the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of children's colds. And it doesn't cost you a penny more than it did before the war. It is the same time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Next week, our offering will be an original play entitled A Stable in Bethlehem, USA. I consider it a privilege to appear in this most unusual Christmas play. And speaking of Christmas, please imagine for a moment that you're a man or a woman in uniform. In your pocket is a furlough pass to spend Christmas at home. In comes the train or bus you've waited for all those months, and you can't get on because there isn't room. You can't get home for Christmas. Well, that's what's going to happen to many servicemen and servicewomen unless the rest of us stay off the trains and buses. Folks, don't travel. Don't travel these days unless your trip will help win the war.
Today's story was adapted from Maxwell Anderson's play by Jean Holloway and directed by Richard Sandville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us again next week when Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler bring you the Matinee Theater production of A Stable in Bethlehem, USA, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in a most unusual Christmas play, A Stable in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. First, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vicks invites you to enjoy a modern miracle play. A different kind of Christmas story with a special meaning for all of us. A Stable in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. It's Christmas Eve, and behind the window of an exclusive Fifth Avenue club, two elderly men look out on the world with jaundiced eyes. In the sumptuous lounge of the club, there are only these two tonight, trying to conceal their loneliness at this festive time with bickering and cynicism.
Oh, these chimes. I suppose we'll have to listen to those chimes all evening, Gordon.
Yes, Christmas. The commercialism and hypocrisy of the whole thing turns my stomach, Townsend.
Oh, that's something we agree on.
It's all so obvious. Think of all those millions of people out there wrapping presents. Why? Only because they feel obligated, or they're trying to bribe somebody.
Oh, take you all these years to learn that?
And these Christmas cards. Nothing but assembly line sentiment. People buy a card, put it in an envelope, stick a stamp on it, and send it off saying, "There, thank the Lord, he's taken care of." Christmas cards are a system whereby people remember to forget you. Greetings of the season.
Yes, yes. And when they get through sweeping out the tinsel and adding up their bills, they'll be back at each other's throats again.
Look at these holly wreaths in the window. That Christmas tree with all its baubles. By George, I'm going to complain to the board of directors about this. Just needless expense. But I suppose I won't get anywhere. There's a prize collection of nitwits, our board of directors.
No. Wait a minute, Gordon. Wait a minute. I resent that. I happen to be a member of that board.
I apologize. I should have said they're all nitwits but one.
Oh, well, thank you.
And that one's a fool.
Huh? Now, look here, Gordon.
All right. You know, Townsend, I'll make you a wager.
What's that?
I'll bet not 1 in 50 people down there in the street knows the story of Christmas, of Bethlehem, the shepherd.
Oh, they know the story, all right. The strange thing about it is that they believe it.
You're right. The miracle of Bethlehem is a myth.
Are you sure of that, sir?
Huh? What's that?
Who are you?
You're new here, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I see. A substitute, eh? I suppose because some of the staff are home trimming their Christmas trees, celebrating. We don't matter, of course. We just pay our dues.
I'm here to serve you, gentlemen.
And probably getting time and a half because it's Christmas Eve. Well, we want 2 hot toddies. That's the only real thing about Christmas, the club's toddies.
Yes, sir.
And hot means hot, not lukewarm.
Wait. Tell me something.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean just a moment ago when you said to me, "Are you sure of that?"
Well, sir, you said the story of Christmas, of Bethlehem, and the shepherds was a myth.
Yes, I said that. What about it?
I'm sorry, sir. I must disagree with you.
What do you mean by that?
Well, sir, you see, the story of Christmas is true. I know that for a fact. It happened again only a year ago.
Oh, stop talking in circles, man. Explain yourself. Just what are you driving at?
The eternal story of Christmas, sir. It happened to real people. I heard about it from someone I know.
Heard about it? From whom?
Well, let's say he was a friend. He drove a truck carrying freight from here to Pittsburgh. 2 or 3 of them traveled together, as you might say, in caravans.
An ingenious beginning. Caravans of trucks, is it? Like camels in biblical days, eh?
You might say so.
All right. Go on with your story.
It was last Christmas Eve, just a year ago tonight, gentlemen. This friend of mine, his name is Michael, was driving through Jersey on the way to Pittsburgh, and this night he was alone on the road. The other drivers were home with their families. As he passed through towns along the way, he saw the houses and churches lighted up, and his heart was heavy with loneliness. Suddenly, snow began to fall so thickly that he could hardly see anything ahead of him. Mike drove along slowly, feeling his way. And all at once, the figure of a man loomed up in the flood of his headlights, stood there, motionless in the middle of the road. Mike had to slam on his brakes so that he wouldn't run over him.
Hey, now, for the love of Mike, man, what do you mean standing in the road like that? You could have got yourself rolled flatter than a pancake. Are you crazy?
I'm sorry, mister, but I had to stop you.
Yeah? A soldier, huh? Well, what's the idea? What do you want?
Are you heading west?
Sure, that's my general direction. Why?
Well, could you give us a lift? Just a little way even into some town, maybe?
Us?
Yeah, me and my wife.
Your wife? What are you talking about, soldier?
I left her back at a big sign over there while I tried to stop you.
Back of the sign? Hey, what? And...
Look, it kind of protects it from the wind. We've got to get into some town quick, mister.
Yes, you said that before. But what are you two doing out on a night like this?
Well, you see, we're in a little tourist camp down the road, and there was no chance of getting a doctor there, so we thought we could pick up a ride. Look, mister, my wife's going to have a baby.
Well, for the love of... Why didn't you say so in the first place?
What do you use your brains for, anyway, fella?
Well, I...
Yes, well, don't you know they've got to be kept warm? Now, go and get her.
Oh, thanks. I'll only be a minute. Mary. Mary, it's okay.
Things you run up against on the road. A fine thing. Me, a delivery boy for the stork. I must have seen that sign 100 times. Golden Rule Department Store. Our slogan is, do unto others as you'd have others do unto you. Well, they couldn't have picked a better sign. Look, Bud. Hurry up.
Oh, we're ready, mister.
Okay. Get in. Gosh, lady, you look half frozen.
I am kind of cold.
Well, when I shut the door, the engine will warm you up. Now, don't be afraid of crowding me. The seat's plenty wide for the three. All set?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll find some place in the road and stop for some hot coffee. That'll thaw you out, ma'am.
I don't know what we would have done if you hadn't stopped for Joe.
It's going to be all right now, Mary, honey. He understands.
Well, I wouldn't say that, Joe. Me being a bachelor. But like my mother used to put it, bless her soul, babies manage somehow to make their way into the world.
Yeah. How far is it to the next town? Can't we go a little faster?
No, Bud, you can't make time in the snow.
Oh, don't worry, Joe. I'm all right, honest I am.
Where are you bound for, son?
St. Louis.
St. Louis. Boy, you've got a long way to go.
Yeah. But you see, that's where Mary was born.
I see.
Her folks still live there. She wanted to be there when we had our baby.
Oh.
There isn't much time left on my furlough, but I thought maybe we could make it. At least I'd know I was leaving her in good hands.
Oh, everything will be fine, Joe. You'll see. Just keep your arm around me. Hold me closer.
Say, there's a blanket in back there. Put it around her, Joe.
Oh, thanks.
Boy, this is a funny Christmas Eve for me to be spending. Mike Riley with a family on his hands. But don't think you're going to get away without paying me for the trip, folks.
Oh, paying you?
Sure. If the little one happens to be a boy, ma'am, you can pay me by making one of his names Michael.
Oh, I think that could be arranged.
Well, we're all of one mind then, are we? Fine. And back home, I've got the christening present all ready for the child. The self-same crib in which I was nursed and my father before me. Come all the way from Ireland, it did.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Joe was going to make a crib all by himself.
Oh?
You see, he was a carpenter before he went in the army. The best carpenter you ever saw.
No, honey, I wasn't that good.
Never try to argue with a woman, Joe. What about that crib I'm going to give you? Now that's something for a baby to stretch himself in, with plenty of rooms to kick his legs in the air. Hand-carved it is. All of it. And right at the head are two angels. The little fella can't open his eyes without seeing them. And this fine crib with all the trimmings is yours, ma'am.
Oh, we'd feel very proud to have you as a godfather, Mike.
Thank you.
You don't mind if I call you Mike?
Mike it is, ma'am. The only time I get Michael is when I see it on my pay envelope.
Yeah, I'm always Joe. Last man that called me Joseph was the minister who married us. Remember, honey?
Yes, he was so nice.
He said, Joseph, do you take this woman? And Mary, do you take this man? Gee, my knees were so wobbly I could hardly stand.
Yeah, I remember how funny you look.
Watch yourself.
Oh, what's the matter, honey?
Oh, nothing. I just feel a little sick.
Mike, we got to get her to a doctor.
Oh.
What can we do?
Well, we're going as fast as we can. If we go any faster, we'll end up in the ditch. We're going to do our best, soldier. And that's about all we can do.
Well, what's the rest of your story? Why did you stop?
I just thought you might want your hot toddies, sir.
Well, never mind the toddies. You go on.
Yes, go on, Joseph. Joseph, the carpenter, and his wife, Mary. I must admit the first part of your story has a very ingenious parallel. But where do we go from here?
Well, the storm got worse and worse. And the truck staggered on through the blizzard. It was a night that never seemed to end. Joe and Mary held on to each other desperately, like two frightened children. Mike was groping for words to help them. It wasn't easy.
Come out of it, you two, now, will you? Come out of it now. No matter what happens, you have each other. Think of me riding up and down this road day in, day out. You don't know what it means not to have someone you can put your arms around and love.
Oh, I know, Mike, but Mary's hardly more than a kid. And we've had so little time together. Why, we haven't even got a...
You don't know what you've got, son. You don't know what you've got compared to lots of other people.
He's right, Joe. So right. Please listen to him.
Now, you take a fellow like me, Mary. I go along the road passing by houses with all the lights shining out at me and the kids laughing and dogs barking and people safe inside their houses. And it gives me an emptiness in my stomach. Because, you see, me and my truck, we could disappear into the darkness of the night and no one would care one way or the other. You know what I mean? We come into this world lonesome, and it's a wonderful thing when you can find someone to share it with you and fill all that emptiness.
Well, what are you slowing down for, Mike? You stopping?
Yeah, and not because we want to.
What is it, Mike?
I'm afraid the radiator's frozen up.
Gosh, it stopped.
You're telling me.
Mike, we got to think of something. Mary's feeling awful bad.
And now keep your shirt on, son.
We can't stay here in the middle of the road.
No, we can't. Here, Joe, take this flashlight. Open the door.
All right.
What does that sign say on the other side of the road there? There. Can you see?
Yeah.
There?
1 mile to Bethlehem.
1 mile to Bethlehem. Why, I know where we are. You're going to be okay, Mary, okay.
1 mile. Might as well be 1,000 miles right now.
Not as bad as that, Joe. There's an old guy lives down the road a little way. Which is much of a place. It used to be a livery stable. And when horses went out of style, the old bird stuck a couple of gas pumps out in front.
Yeah, but do you think he'll help us out?
Sure, he'll help us. I buy gas from him, I do all the while. He's one of those Pennsylvania Dutchmen. Folks call him Papa Bauer. Come on, Mary. Put your arms around my neck and I'll carry you.
I'm sorry to be so much trouble, Mike.
Trouble? Think nothing of it, kid. Take the flashlight, Joe.
Yeah, all right.
Huh, you're just a little wee bit of a girl, Mary. I can hardly feel you in my arms.
Yeah. Feel all right, honey?
Of course. I know we're safe now, dear.
The snow's getting deeper. Better stay here in the middle of the road, Mike.
We'll be there in a minute.
Let me hold your hand, Joe.
Oh, sure, honey, sure.
I'm scared. I'm scared, Joe.
Hold on to her hand tight, Joe. That's what she wants more than anything else.
I'm all right. I've got to be all right.
You gotta hurry, Mike. Where is this place? I can't see anything but snow.
We'll get there, Joe. We've just got to keep going, too. Keep going. It's not far now. But look, there it is.
Where?
There. I knew it was around here. Take Mary, Joe. Let's see if I can wake up the old man. Come on, Bauer, open up the door.
I suppose he isn't home.
He's got to be home. Bauer, wake up.
Who this? What you want?
Open your howl. Open the door. Get Mike Riley. Come on downstairs. Make it snappy.
Mike Riley?
Yeah, and I got trouble on my hands. I've got to use your telephone. I need some hot water for my truck. It's froze up down the road.
I'll be right down, Mike. Just a chance give me to get in my pants.
Okay. We'll be inside in a minute, Mary. How are you feeling?
Oh, fine, Mike. If you could only make Joe believe it.
Don't worry about him. He believes it, don't you, Joe?
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure.
You've got to forgive him, Mary. He can't help acting like a father.
Yeah, that's right, honey. That's all. Mary. Mike, she's fainted. Mary!
Well, they waited a few minutes. Joe and Mike and Mary. Minutes that seemed like hours. Papa Bauer finally came down and let them in. And there they were, Mary and Joseph and Mike Riley, in a stable near Bethlehem, Pennsylvania.
That's pretty good. Mary and Joseph and Mike Riley. Yeah, but what about the shepherds and the wise men?
Oh, they came. And there was a star, too.
Oh, come now.
Would you like me to finish, gentlemen?
By all means. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
No, Nerai, go on.
Well, Mike and Papa Bauer started calling up doctors for Mary. But it was Christmas Eve. And it didn't seem any of them were at home. They must have tried about 20 doctors, going right down the list. But all they got were maids who said they'd try and find Dr. So-and-so and tell him about it. They were getting desperate.
Mary and Joe were upstairs in Papa Bauer's room, and they all knew Mary's baby would be born soon. This one's out, too.
My.
What do you have to do to get a doctor around here, anyway?
Well, Mike, it's, Christmas Eve.
Yeah, well, look, you keep on the phone, Bauer. I'm going upstairs. Let me know if you have any luck.
I keep my drowning.
How is she, Joe?
Oh, I don't know. Did you get a doctor?
The old man's still on the phone.
You mean you can't find a doctor? Oh, Mike, it's not fair. You can't expect her to have a baby in a stable with no one to help her.
Don't worry, Joe. Please, darling.
Don't worry. It's all right to say, but we're only kidding ourselves.
Now, wait a minute, kid. Don't make it any worse for her.
May I have some water?
Sure, Mary, all the water you want.
Here you are, honey.
Thank you, dear.
Now, you just sit down, Joe. No, right here on the bed. Listen, Joe. You said something about a woman having a baby all by herself in a stable. Well, I'm not exactly a religious guy, but I can remember my grandfather telling me a story I never forgot.
Oh, Mike, this is no time for stories.
It's always time for this story, Joe. I can still see the old boy's gentle smile as he told it to me. It went something like this. The birth of young Jesus, he'd say, was a miraculous thing. It happened in those days that Joseph came to Bethlehem with his wife Mary, who was great with child. There was no room at the inn for them, no accommodations. But there in a stable, she brought forth her firstborn child, a son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes. And because she didn't have a crib, she put him in a manger. Now, in that part of the country near Bethlehem, in the Holy Land, there were some shepherds keeping watch over their flocks by night. And what do you suppose happened? An angel of the Lord came down to them. The glory of the Lord shone all around them. They were pretty scared, these shepherds. But the angel said to them, you don't have to be afraid. I'm bringing you tidings of great joy, which shall belong to all people. Right now, in the city of Bethlehem, a child is born. He's the Savior of all men, and you'll find him lying in a manger. And suddenly, with the angel was a heavenly host praising God and saying, Glory be to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men.
It's beautiful, Mike.
I only wish I could have told it to you like my grandfather did.
Mike, come a minute down.
Well, I guess maybe Bauer caught up with the doctor.
Oh, I hope so.
I'll be right back. What is it, Bauer? Did you find the doctor?
No, but listen.
Listen.
Do you hear?
Do I? Wait a minute. That's police sirens.
I wonder what is the trouble yet.
I don't know. Hey, they're coming here.
Is he coming?
Maybe now we can get some help. Don't you see? Maybe they can round up a doc or take Mary to a hospital.
All right, you guys, come on, stick 'em up.
It's okay, Chief. I got him covered.
What goes on here? Are you coppers nuts or something?
Yeah, what do you want?
You'll find out.
Keep reaching for the ceiling.
Now, wait a minute, you guys, and keep quiet, will you? There's somebody upstairs who needs a doctor and needs him back.
We know all about it. We brought a doctor along.
Did you hear that, Mike?
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Henshaw. I'll keep these two guys covered. You go upstairs. You too, Wilson. And be careful. They may be desperate.
Okay, come on, Doc.
Say, Chief, what's the big idea?
You phoned for a doctor, didn't you?
Sure, but we didn't hope for this kind of service.
I am a quiet, law-abiding man. Everybody knows Papa Bao.
Never mind. Stand up against the wall, you two. Ah, what's your name?
Mike Riley.
I suppose you don't know anything about the stick-up at the country club tonight.
Stick-up? Oh, listen, Chief, I'm a truck driver on my way to Pittsburgh.
Ah, now I'll tell one.
Well, it's true. My truck's parked just up the road with a frozen radiator.
Hey, Swenson, go see if there's a truck around here.
Yeah, Chief.
What I can't understand is who sent you here.
Yeah, all we did was phone for a doctor.
And that's where you made your mistake.
Huh?
One of the doctors you phoned was Dr. Henshaw, the one upstairs. He's a member of the Bethlehem Vigilance Committee.
The which?
You heard me. A group of professional businessmen who make it a point to suppress crime.
And what's the criminal about what's happening here?
Quiet.
3 members of the committee were at the country club when you pulled off that stick-up. Dr. Henshaw, Lawyer Marshy, and Mr. Davis, who owns the Golden Rule department store. And Dr. Henshaw's maid phoned and said there was a rush call out here. They put 2 and 2 together and called me at headquarters.
Well, I'm afraid they're going to be surprised.
Oh, yeah? We'll see who's surprised. The job was pulled by a mob of 4. The 4th guy was a little slow on the getaway. As he was leaving, he saw a pendant that Mrs. Henshaw was wearing and stopped to rip it off. By the time he got to the door, the steward had a chance to get the gun out of his desk, and he winged this 4th guy in the leg. So naturally, he'd be needing a doctor.
And so these 3 wise guys think they can pin it on us. Chief, you may not know it, but you've seen a miracle happen tonight.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No?
You will find out.
It's okay now, Chief.
What's okay, Wilson?
We got here just in time.
Where's the doc?
Oh, he's upstairs. And you ought to see the little rascal who caused all this commotion.
This ought to be good, Bauer.
Yeah.
I don't see what's so funny.
You should have seen him, Chief. Sweet as a lamb.
Huh? Didn't he make any fuss?
Not a single yip out of him.
Did he pull any rough stuff?
Only grabbed hold of my finger.
Wilson, you've been drinking. Now pull yourself together. Listen carefully. What did he say? Will he talk?
Well, in a year, maybe. You can't expect too much.
Wilson, what are you talking about?
The baby, of course.
Did you say a baby?
That's what he said. I heard him.
Well, full of flat-footed.
Now, Chief, watch your language. There's a child in the house.
I was going to kiss him, but Dr. Henshaw said I might give him germs.
Did you hear that, Bauer? It's a him.
Yeah, is it not wonderful and in my stable already?
Listen. Will you be listening to him now? With a pair of lungs like those, there's no telling what he'll make of himself in the world. And now, Chief, if you'll put that gun down, I'll be on my way upstairs.
I think I'll go with you.
Oh, sure, and why not now? And you know, once the little darling sets his eyes on my beaming countenance, he'll be nothing but smiles. And while I'm at it, Chief, I'm going to ask him what he was doing at the country club tonight. You know, he's much too young to be doing gallivanting. So you see, gentlemen, there was Mary, Joseph, and the baby in that stable in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. There were the doctor, the lawyer, and the merchant, 3 very wise and good men. And though they'd made quite a mistake, the police were there, too. Shepherds of the law, you might call them. In many ways, it was like the story of that other Bethlehem. And as I said before, there was even a star.
A star?
Oh, yes. Remember I said the policemen were trailing a stolen pendant?
Yes.
Well, that pendant was a star sapphire. And that's what the wise men and the shepherds were looking for when they arrived at Papa Bauer's stable.
Well, star sapphire. Think of that.
And did these wise men of yours bring gifts?
Yes, sir. The merchant, Mr. Davis, brought clothes for the baby from his store, dressed him fine and warm. And the doctor gave Mary and Joe a big Christmas dinner, brought it all the way out to Papa Bauer's. Mike was there and half the police force.
And what about the lawyer?
Oh, he did his part. He made all the arrangements for Mary and the baby to go to her folks in St. Louis, in real style.
What do you think of that?
What do I think of it? I think it's one of the most heartwarming stories I ever heard. I think it calls for a drink.
Right, and you must join us, waiter. What do you say to some hot Christmas toddies?
You're very kind, sir, but I must ask you to excuse me.
Nonsense. Your story has turned what promised to be a long, dreary evening into a most enjoyable one. An evening I shall never forget. Hey, Gordon?
I should say so. This is the first Christmas Eve in years that I haven't felt,
Lonely is the word you're looking for, Gordon.
Yes, that's it. Lonely.
If I may say so, gentlemen, there's never any need for loneliness. And especially at Christmas time. There's a cure for loneliness, and it's very simple. All you have to do is to find someone who is poor and unhappy, and bring them the warmth of charity and understanding. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to attend to my duties.
You know, Townsend, there's something strange about that fellow.
Yes, but I did enjoy his story.
Townsend, maybe there's more to Christmas than we thought. Possibly we've built a shell around us, a shell through which the good things, the kind things can't get through.
Yes, and it took a waiter to show it to us.
Well, Townsend, I wonder what that fellow's doing about those tuddies. I'd better ring.
Now, why do you suppose he wouldn't have a Christmas toddy with us?
Oh, I don't know. Probably
Gentlemen, did you ring?
Oh, it's you, Tom.
Why, yes, Mr. Gordon. Naturally.
Oh, I thought you were off tonight, huh?
Oh, no, sir. Not on Christmas Eve.
Well, then why did you have that other man wait on us?
Other man? What other man?
Why, the man who just left us. The man we've been talking to.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir. My station is just outside the door. Aside from you two gentlemen, I've seen no one enter or leave this room.
What?
That's right, sir. And I can assure you that we have no extra waiters on tonight.
No extra waiters? What?
Wait, Gordon. All right, Tom. Please bring us 3 hot toddies.
Did you say 3, sir?
Yes, Tom. 3. 1 for Mr. Gordon, 1 for me, and 1 for the, shall we say, the spirit of Christmas.
This is Victor Jory, friends. I do hope you've enjoyed our Christmas play. And you know, this Christmas is unusual because Americans will observe Christmas this year in many, many parts of the world in many different ways. Yes, in many different ways. As one small voice in the never-to-be-stilled spirit of Christmas, I want to express you the deep and sincere holiday wishes of all of us who bring you Vic's Matinee Theater. Our producers, our cast, our director, our writers, and our technical men, Mr. Warno and his orchestra, and our sponsor, Vic's. To you, our audience, we say thanks for your many expressions of appreciation for our efforts, the knowledge that you're enjoying our productions, and to your relatives in the service of our country who can't be with you tomorrow, well, God bless them and bring them back safely for another Christmas. Thank you, and a very Merry Christmas.
Today's play was by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr., and was based on an original story by Charles Tazwell. It was directed by Richard Sanville. Next Sunday, Vic's Matinee Theater will bring you the story of a woman who couldn't spare the time for love and a man who changed her mind. The gay, romantic Paramount comedy in which Claudette Colbert and Fred McMurray made such a delightful couple. Next week, No Time for Love, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vic presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in Random Harvest. Vic, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner in Random Harvest. Now, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
James Hilton is one of the truly great authors of our time. From his pen has come such unforgettable stories as Goodbye, Mr. Chips, Lost Horizons, and the story from which our radio play is taken today, Random Harvest. Our play opens in England, in the study of that leader of English politics and finance, Charles Rainier, who sits writing a letter to his wife.
My dear wife, I'm writing you this letter to tell you some of the things that I would otherwise find very difficult to put into words. It's not easy to say to your wife, there's been another woman, but I must say it. Yes, there's been 2 important women in my life. One is, of course, you, and the other is Paula. Let me tell you the things that I can remember about Paula, and let me tell you all the things that have suddenly become clear. To do that, I must go back to 1917. I was a different man then, a man without a name and without a past. I was weak and confused, a victim of shell shock, living at the hospital for such cases in Melbury. One morning in November, I was taking the regulation walk about the hospital grounds. As I neared the gate, the siren suddenly started screaming, and then a second and a third. And the two guards at the gate left it and ran back towards the hospital. The gates were never locked. I pushed one of them open and went out. It was as simple as that. The streets were mobbed with people, and I got suddenly panicky. So I opened the first door I came to and stepped inside. I looked around and saw that I was in a small tobacco shop. There was a woman behind the counter, and she stared at me, gasped, and ran out of the room, and then someone spoke.
Hello there.
I turned around, and there was Paula.
You've got to get out of here, you know. She's gone to fetch one of the guards. She realized where you're from. That's why she ran like that. You all from the asylum, aren't you?
Yes.
How did you get out?
The guards heard the siren and left the gates for a moment. I just walked out.
You know why the sirens were going?
No,
The war's over. Isn't that wonderful?
I don't know. I suppose it is.
Look, old boy, better get a move on. That woman will be coming back with a guard. Where do you want to go?
I suppose I ought to go back to the hospital.
Do you like it there?
No, I don't.
Well, then you shouldn't go back. How can you get well in a place when you're not happy there? Suppose I take you over to Biffa's hotel. You can rest there and think things over. Biffa's a good friend of mine. He'll be glad to help you out. Here, let me take your arm. We'll take it slowly.
Somehow she got me to Biffa's and up to a small, clean room where I went to bed. When I awoke, it was morning, and she was standing there, looking down at me.
Good morning. I brought you some tea.
Thank you. You're very good to me.
My name's Paula Ridgway. I'm a dancer with a theatrical troupe. What's your name?
The doctors call me Smith. I don't remember what it should be.
I see. Well, I'm not much on formality, so I'll call you Smithy. Smithy, I've something to tell you. I've been talking to Biffa. Remember, I told you he was the proprietor of this hotel?
Yes.
Well, he's just lost his gardener, and he says he'll take you on. I think it might be good for you to have a quiet job in the fresh air.
Why are you so good to me?
I like you, Smithy. And somehow I feel, because I found you, that you belong to me.
And so I began work in the hotel gardens. Paula had to leave with a show, but they were playing near Melbury, and she managed to come to visit every Sunday. They were wonderful Sundays.
Smithy, darling, I talked Biffa into letting me fix a picnic lunch. We'll take the bicycles and go way back into the country.
Sunday after Sunday, we explored the countryside on wheel and foot. At first, I was hesitant about venturing from the hotel because I knew the hospital was searching for me, but gradually I got over that, as no one ever questioned me, and something that had been a cold, dead weight inside me vanished, and something warm and exciting took its place. I didn't realize what it was until one Sunday night when Paula was leaving. She looked up at me to say goodbye, and suddenly I wanted to kiss her.
Smithy, I do hate to leave you.
I hate to have you go. You bring a lot of happiness with you, Paula.
I take a lot of happiness away.
You're so beautiful. Oh, Paula, there are so many things I would like to say to you.
Say them, Smithy. Say them.
No, Paula. Not now.
All right, Smithy. Have it your own way. Goodbye. See you next Sunday.
I knew I had hurt her, and I was sorry, but it was too beautiful to risk spoiling. And then, one Sunday evening, she came bursting into the greenhouse where I was working on some plants, and she was breathless and excited and frightened.
Oh, Smithy, you've got to leave here right away. There are two men from Melbury Hospital talking to Biffa in the bar. They found out you're here. They say they must take you back to the hospital, Smithy.
Take me back to the hospital. Take me back to the hospital?
We'll run away. I'll pack your bag and meet you at our beech tree in a few minutes.
Paula ran to the house to get my things, and I stood there a moment, my heart pounding, my hands turned to ice. And then suddenly I was running, not towards the beech tree, but towards the railroad station. I was in a panic. I was in a terror to escape. There was a train waiting in the station. I got aboard, and the minute it started, looking out the window, I saw Paula running, but I knew she was too late. The train moved off through the darkness faster and faster, and I said softly, "Goodbye, goodbye, Paula." And I felt a little like crying, even though I was free and at peace. Early in the morning, the train stopped at a small village called Beechings Over, and I got off there. I couldn't tell you why, except that the air was sweet with the scent of hay and flowers, and I crossed the stone bridge and turned off the road by a path that climbed a hill. Near at hand was a cottage with a buxom elderly woman tending a garden.
Good morning, sir. There'll be a nice view from the top of the hill this morning. You can see 5 counties on a clear day.
Oh, then I'll go right up. I'd like to see 5 counties this morning. I climbed to the top. I looked for almost an hour at those 5 counties glimmering through the morning mist. And then I stretched out under a tree and closed my eyes.
Well, Smithy.
Paula.
I thought you'd never wake up. I've been sitting here watching you for hours.
Paula!
Why did you run away from me, Smithy?
I wasn't running away from you. I was running away from everything. How did you ever find me up here?
I saw you get on the train, and I kept asking the porters at each station whether you got off. The porter at Beechings Over remembered you very well, and the woman at the foot of the hill told me you were up here looking at the 5 counties. Oh, don't you know I'll always find you, Smithy, as long as you need me?
Paula, you've been so good and so generous. But I can do without you now, and I must.
Smithy, darling, what on earth do you have against me?
You really want to know that, Paula?
I've just got to know, Smithy.
All right, then. The only thing I have against you is that I'm in love with you.
You love me? You love me? Oh, Smithy, do you? Please don't joke about it. Because, you see, I've loved you ever since I first set eyes on you. Oh, Smithy, Smithy, are you sure?
Oh, yes. I'm very sure. The one thing in my mind, in my heart, that I know is real now and for all time is you, Paula.
Oh, my darling, hold me close. Don't ever let me go. I love you so much.
But I've nothing to offer you.
I'm only asking for your love and your devotion.
It's not enough.
It's more than enough.
Oh, no. No, Paula, no. I can't wish marriage like that on you. It isn't fair. It isn't right. When you say, I take this man, it has to mean something more than I take Smith, amnesia patient. I take Smith, a man without a home or a background, without family ties, without memories,
Let
without...
me stop it.
Paula, don't you see?
No, I don't see. Oh, Smithy, the past doesn't matter to us. This is a whole new lifetime for each of us now. This is the beginning of a love story. Smithy and Paula for now and forever. As long as we both shall live.
Oh, my darling. You're so sweet. So sweet.
Are you going to ask me to marry you? Or must I ask you?
Miss Ridgway, will you marry me?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I don't mind if I do.
We were married in London by a Parson Blantyde that Paula had known since she was a little girl. I remember standing there in that small church, looking at Paula and thinking, you've brought me back from the dead. You've given me life and love and happiness. And I remember praying, dear God, please, don't ever let me bring grief or sadness into her life. Please let me make her happy.
And so, by the authority vested in me, I now pronounce you man and wife.
We set up housekeeping in the parsonage. Reverend Blampied had far more rooms than he needed, and he said our company would be payment enough. Paula chose the rooms. 2 large attic ones with a view over the rooftops as far north as Hampstead. Ah, what fun we had. I can see her now, scrubbing and dusting and cleaning, a smudge on her nose and a glint in her eye, and Lord, she was beautiful.
Hand me that brush, Smithy. I don't want to get down off this ladder.
All right, Paula Smith.
Paula Smith. Oh, Smithy, I'm so sorry for all the women in the world who aren't married to you.
Oh,
You know, one of these days you're going to be famous. I found that story you were writing last night, and I read it. I hope you don't mind.
what did you think of it?
Oh, it's wonderful. Maybe that's what you were before. A writer.
Paula, I wonder if I'll ever find out what I was before.
You know, Smithy, I'm not sure I want you to anymore.
Why?
I might lose you. You might have some life in your past that wouldn't include me.
I couldn't live a life that didn't include you and be happy.
Oh, Smithy, I hope that's true. Here, help me down from the ladder. I want to kiss you. Hello, Mr. Smith.
Hello, Mrs. Smith. The days were days of incomparable beauty, days that began with Paula's laughter and ended with Paula's kiss. And one day those days came to their fullest beauty.
Smithy. Oh, Smithy, darling, wait until you hear. We're going to have a baby. Smithy, darling, we're going to have a baby.
Oh, Paula, my dear.
Oh, Smithy. God has given us everything in the world now.
God has given me everything in the world.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Random Harvest, starring Victor Jory. In this day and age, you've got to take your hat off to most mothers. Nowadays, when children come down with colds, these mothers don't waste a minute wondering what to do about it. The modern way they use to relieve miseries of colds is to rub good old Vicks Vapor Rub on throat, chest, and back. Because they have found from personal experience that the moment you rub on Vapor Rub, its relief-giving action starts right to work in the very places where distress is. It helps relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. Vapor Rub is so effective because it penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors, and at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And Vapor Rub keeps right on working for hours to bring comforting relief. And always remember, only Vapor Rub gives you this special, penetrating, stimulating action. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now the second act of Random Harvest, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner. We return to the study where Charles Rainier continues with the letter to his wife.
Yes, my dear, there have been two women in my life. One was you, and the other was Paula. Perhaps you'll think it strange my writing you about Paula. But I want you to know all that I remember and cherish about that other lifetime that I lived with her. I was going to have a son, and I wanted desperately to give that son a name and a heritage. I spent part of every day writing. I used to take everything I wrote to Reverend Blampy. He liked some of my stories and sent them to a friend of his who was a publisher in Liverpool. And one day...
Smithy, I just had a letter from Mr. Lamb in Liverpool. Yes? He thinks your stories show remarkable progress. He's going to buy them.
Oh, say, that's wonderful.
He wants you to come to Liverpool to talk to him tomorrow.
Oh. Well, I'll talk to Paula about it tonight. I don't like to leave her just now.
Oh, Paul will want you to go.
Yes, I know she will. I'll talk to her. Paula, what's wrong? What's wrong? Why are you looking like that? Don't you want me to go to Liverpool?
Yes, of course. It's just that...
Yes?
Oh, Smithy, you've never gone away from me before. And I'm frightened. I don't even know why I'm frightened exactly, except that I had a dream.
What? What kind of a dream?
I dreamt I held out my arms to you, and you didn't know me. I kept saying over and over, Smithy, it's Paula. But you wouldn't look at me. And I woke up crying.
Oh, darling. Darling, surely you aren't going to let a dream upset you.
Oh, Smithy, I couldn't bear to lose you.
You aren't going to lose me. Don't you remember Smithy and Paula for now and forever, as long as we both shall live? That's the way it is, and that's the way it's always going to be.
I'm sorry, darling. Of course it's right for you to go to Liverpool. You must go. Don't pay any attention to my moods. Part of having a baby, I guess. Like wanting strawberries out of season.
Do you know something, Paula Smith? I love you very much. And I'll be back from Liverpool before you know it. I remember very clearly what happened that day. I was in a great hurry to get to the publisher's office because I wanted to get back to Paula as soon as possible. And I remember that I stepped from the Liverpool station out into the street. It was slippery. I stepped off the curb before I saw the car speeding toward me. I tried to run, but I slipped and fell. I heard the screech of brakes and shouts, and then I saw nothing and I felt nothing. I came to my senses lying on a park bench in the Liverpool fog. And I knew as I struggled to my feet that my name was Charles Rainier and that my family estate was in Sturton. But I remembered nothing of being Smith or of Paula, nothing of any marriage or an approaching child. All I did know was that I had a headache, that I'd been fighting in France, that I'd been a long time getting home. I picked up my life. I picked up the life I'd lived before the war. Business, friends, family. But I was never happy, never at peace. For I knew from the medical records that there were 2 years in my life after I was wounded that were unaccounted for, and those 2 years continually tantalized and tormented me. And then at the time when I needed you most, you came into my life. You had a smile that went straight to my heart. You had eyes that seemed to understand everything that was troubling me. You became my secretary and then my wife, and we were married in the cathedral. I stood there watching you, wanting to cry from sheer heartache as I listened to the sacred old words.
And so, by the authority vested in me, I now pronounce you man and wife.
I found myself praying, dear God, please let me make her happy. And the words burned inside me, and somehow with a sudden shock, I knew I'd said those words before, standing beside another girl in some other time. I knew I had to find that girl. So you and I, my dear, began our lives together like two courteous strangers. I divided my time between the office trying to tie together elusive threads of memory to find the reason why certain places tugged at me. A big barn of a parsonage that I passed once in London. I went back to it, only to find that its last tenant, a Parson Blampede, had died some time back. Train schedules that I spent hours studying and always going back to the name of Beeching's Over, and never knowing why. Newspapers that I read column by column, hunting for something familiar. And finally, one night, reading the name Melbury and knowing that I had to go there. I found it hard to tell you when you asked me where I was going so late at night. I just said, I'm going to Melbury and perhaps to a town named Beeching's Over. You got a little white, but you didn't try to stop me. And once more I thought what a really nice person you were and how sad it was that there were shadows between us. I arrived at Melbury around midnight. A policeman came over to the car.
Looking for somebody, sir?
Why, yes, I am. Isn't there a A hospital here?
Yes, sir. We have a new one and an old one, sir.
I think I'm after the old one. It's on a hill, isn't it? It has big gates and a high wall around it. Yes, I'm sure it has.
That don't sound like either of the hospitals.
No?
Let's see. Oh, you wouldn't be meaning the asylum, would you, sir?
Asylum? Oh, yes. Yes, I think I do mean the asylum.
I'll tell you the way to get
No, don't bother. Thank you just the same. I know the way. I drove straight to the gates, and I stopped the car and got out, and once more I could hear the sirens. Once more I heard shouts of people cheering the armistice, and I walked down the hill the same way I'd walked in that other lifetime, down the street and around the corner to the tobacco shop, and gradually the mist began to clear, and gradually pictures began to form, and it all came back.
You've got to get out of here, you know. She's gone to fetch one of the guards. You are from the asylum, aren't you? How can you get well in a place when you're not happy there? Suppose I take you over to Biff's Hotel. My name's Paula Ridgway. I'm a dancer with a theatrical troupe. What's your name? There are two men from Melbury Hospital talking to Biffa in the bar. They say they must take you back to the hospital, Smithy.
Good morning, sir. There'll be a nice view from the top of the hill this morning. You can see 5 counters on a clear day.
This is the beginning of a love story. Smithy and Paula, for now and forever. Smithy, darling, we're going to have a baby. Oh, we're going to have a baby. I'm frightened. I had a dream you didn't know me. I kept saying over and over, Smithy, it's Paula. But you must go to Liverpool. I'll be waiting, my darling. I'll be waiting, my darling.
I stood there, all these things running through my mind, and then I ran to my car and I started down the hill. Somewhere, somehow, I must find Paula Smith. I yelled to the policeman, "What's the quickest way to Beeching's over?"
Straight down the road until you come to the first road going west. You turn off there.
I was on my way before he'd finished giving directions. I didn't stop to think what the chances would be of finding Paula at Beeching's over. I only knew it the next stop on my journey. I arrived early in the morning, and there, God bless her, was the old woman, a little plumper, a little grayer.
Good morning, sir. Are you going up to look at the 5 counters again?
You remember me?
I remember most people.
Do you remember there was a girl, she came to get me that day.
Paula Smith? Aye, she comes here every once in a while, she does. Spends a lot of time looking down at the 5 counters. But then lots of folks do.
Where does she live? Where can I find her?
I couldn't say, sir. But if she comes again, I'll tell her you was asking for her.
And once more I climbed to the top, and once more I stood there watching the fogs melt away below me, drinking in the sweet, cool morning mist, watching the sunrise, and then something made me turn, and I saw you running up the hill, and you were Paula Smith. And then I knew who it was who had taken my hand and helped me back to Melbury, and the beaching was over. Then I knew that there had only been one woman in my life. And though I thought I'd lost her, she'd always been beside me. And I ran to meet you. And we stood there above the 5 counties crying and laughing like people who had just come into the kingdom.
Smithy. Oh, Smithy, darling.
Hello, Paula Smith.
Oh, Smithy. I've waited so long to hear you say that. I've waited so long.
I know, but it's all right now, darling. The riddle's solved. The random years are at an end. Oh, my dear, I've so much to make up to you.
It's all made up now.
Paula, how did you ever manage to trace me after that accident in Liverpool?
I saw your picture in a London paper. It said, Charles Manier returns. I knew right away what had happened. I came to London and applied for the job as your secretary right after the baby died. I never told you who I was because I didn't want you to have another riddle to worry about. Somehow I was sure the day would come when you would know me and want me again.
There's nothing for me to say except thank you. God bless you.
There's one more thing, Mr. Smith.
I love you, Mrs. Smith. I will love you forever.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's what I wanted to hear.
Come on, darling. Let's go home.
Right you are, Smithy. Right you are.
In just a moment, a word from Victor Jory. You know, a lot of things you buy and use are not what they were before the war. But that is not true of Vicks Vapor Rub. There are no wartime substitutes in the Vapor Rub you buy. It is the same expert formula, the same high quality, the very same Vapor Rub that has won the confidence of mothers and has become a family standby in so many millions of homes. Yes, my friends, there are no wartime substitutes in the Vapor Rub you buy. It is the same fine, effective formula that is the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. And the cost to you is the same, too. Time-tested, home-proved, Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory, and next week, in response to your request, Vicks brings you Vicks Matinee Theater production of the exciting story, Reap the Wild Wind. The following week, the request play that leads all others according to the mail count, David Selznick's masterful picture, Rebecca. Be sure and write to me in care of Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York, and tell me what plays you'd like to hear.
Random Harvest was adapted by Gene Holloway from the novel by James Hilton and was directed by Richard Sanville. The role of Paula was played by Gertrude Warner. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater production of Reap the Wild Wind, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Today, due to the overwhelming number of requests, we bring you one of the great romantic classics of the American theater, Smilin' Through. Now here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
Our play, Smiling Through, opens in a beautiful English garden where John Carteret and his next-door neighbor and lifelong friend, Dr. Owen Harding, are seated at a small table playing dominoes. Dr. Owen is studying his next move, and John Carteret has dozed off. Owen selects a domino, plays, and looks up triumphantly, only to find his opponent asleep. He picks up his cane and nudges John with it.
What's the matter? What is it? Oh, my turn.
This is a devil of an exciting game of dominoes with you going to sleep after every move.
Sorry, Owen.
Where's Kathleen?
My niece went over with some socks for Bobby Datchett. He's leaving tonight for France, you know. Pity a boy like that has to go when there are worthless young men about like, well, I'll not mention any names.
I suppose you mean Kenneth Wayne.
I don't know why he couldn't have stayed in America with his mother's family. Why he had to come back here stirring up unpleasant memories for other people.
Well, it's only natural that the boy should want to come back and take care of his father's property. He was going to the dogs, you know, and after all, it's been... Good Lord, John, how many years has it since Jeremiah Wayne disappeared?
30, the 18th of June. Blast it, Owen. I don't want to hear any more about Jeremiah Wayne or his son. It's a subject I finished with 30 years ago, and I don't want it reopened.
The subject may be reopened in spite of you, John. And why not? After all, the boy is not responsible for what his father did. I think Kathleen is very fond of him. Very fond indeed.
Rubbish. Kathleen knows I don't like him or his name.
Does she know why?
No. But she'll never disobey me.
She's Irish, John.
Mm-hmm.
No, 30 years is a long time to hold a hatred. Young Wayne is lonely. People around here can't forget what his father did, but, he doesn't even know what it's all about. He's proud, he feels it. I'm surprised he stayed here as long as he has. John, be fair.
Fair? He's the son of the man who was responsible for the greatest sorrow I ever felt, and you know it. He's his son, his own son. You were here. You saw what happened to her. And you've seen me live on here for 30 years without her, and you dare to talk to me about his son courting my Kathleen.
Do you think any of those things will stop Kathleen from being in love with him?
Kathleen's not to be in love with him. I won't have it. I won't have it.
Kathleen, I think you must be the most beautiful girl in all the world.
Faith, now, if that's what you're thinking, I'll never be the one to disillusion you, Kenneth Wayne.
Oh, the sun's going down. I suppose we'd better be starting home. Oh, Kathleen, I'm going to miss you.
Miss me?
I'll be leaving Dunstable sometime this week, Kathleen. I'm going to Salisbury to join up.
Oh, it's the war, is it?
Well, yes.
Oh, sure, and I thought for a minute you were going to get married or something.
Oh, if I meant to get married, I wouldn't be going away to do it.
No?
Oh, no. Dunstable would be good enough for me.
Well, of course, there's many a good-looking girl in Dunstable. And if you're thinking of proposing to any of them, I'll tell you my idea of a proposal.
I'd be very interested to hear it.
Well, the young man would first have to ascertain that his intentions were not entirely disagreeable to me.
Oh, of course.
And then, choosing a suitable sort of a place in a garden or on a country road like this, he should say, "It has long been my intention to ask a question of you."
That sounds like a very good beginning.
Then I would say, "Dear me, how interesting. What can it be?" And then he should gently take my hand and say in a tone which trembled with the force of his feelings, "Miss Dungannon, Kathleen. May I call you Kathleen?" Now, that's how a proper proposal should start. I read it in a book.
In a book?
Yes, and... Oh, my goodness, look, we're home already.
Home. So we are.
Well, before I go in, wouldn't you like to try what I've been telling you? Just to see how it sounds.
How does it begin again?
It has long been my intention to... Go on, get on with it now.
Oh, yes. It has long been my intention
to... Kathleen! What are you doing out here in the road?
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
Evening, Mr. Wayne. I'm sorry to see, Kathleen, that you have a painfully short memory.
Uncle John, dear, would you believe it now? I clean forgot what you told me about seeing Mr. Wayne.
Very likely. Will you be good enough to leave us, Mr. Wayne? I'm sorry to be inhospitable, but you will please understand clearly, once and for all, that you're not welcome here.
Uncle John.
Mr. Carteret, I hope someday to ask Kathleen to marry me.
And if he does, I'll accept him.
Mr. Wayne, please let it be clearly understood, once and for all, that there can be no question of marriage between you and Kathleen. I absolutely forbid you to see her again.
Mr. Carteret, it's only fair then to tell you, sir, that I shall see her without your permission. I love Kathleen, and she loves me.
Oh, I do.
You're going to find it very difficult to keep us apart. Because I'm coming back from the war, and I'm going to marry her. With your consent or without it. Good night, sir.
Kathleen? Why, Kathleen, child, what are you doing out here in the garden crying? Oh, come here to me. Let me put my arm around you.
Don't you touch me.
Kathleen.
I love him. What right do you have to interfere because of some quarrel you had with his father?
Kathleen, I think it's time you knew the truth about the man whose son you say you love. Perhaps I should have told you long ago, but I didn't dream you would ever meet a Wayne, much less love one.
Am I disturbing something, John? I heard your voices from my porch.
No, Owen, I'm glad you're here. I think Kathleen should know what happened in this garden 30 years ago. You were here that night, and you can bear me out. Sit down, Owen.
Thank you.
Kathleen, my dear, 30 years ago, on the 18th of June, this old house was a hubbub of excitement. It was a lovely summer night like this. Over the gate yonder, the honeysuckle and roses grew just as they do tonight. Everything was much the same except for some Chinese lanterns placed here and there. For it was the night Moon Yin and I were to be married. She arrived that day with her sister Mary, your mother, my dear.
Oh, I wish I could have been here.
The long twilight faded into darkness. The old house was lit by 1,000 candles. Snatches of laughter and gay chatter floated into the garden, and someone was playing something soft and liquid on the harp. I can hear it still. It was her song. She brought it to me from Ireland as a wedding present, she said. How clearly it all comes back. There was an hour yet before the ceremony, and suddenly there was a violent ring at the gate bell, and you know who stood there, jangling it as though he wanted to wake the dead?
No.
Dr. Owen.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, sir, Dr. Owen, 30 years younger and 30 years less handsome. For heaven's sake, stop jangling the bell. I'm coming. Hello, Owen.
Why do you have this gate locked when there's a wedding going on?
Keep out unwelcome guests.
Can you tie a bow tie? My hands are shaking so that I can't manage it.
What are you nervous about? You aren't getting married. Here, come into the house, and I'll tie it for you.
If I live through this, I'll take a solemn oath never to go near another wedding again, much less be best man. Oh, good Lord, I've lost it.
You've lost what?
The ring. The ring. Now what am I going to do? What the devil do you mean getting married anyway?
There's the ring on your finger.
What? On whose finger?
On yours, on your little finger. What the devil do you mean wearing Moon Yin's ring? Put it back in your waistcoat pocket.
Well, it won't stay there. I'll be bound to lose it. Oh, thunderation.
Now what?
It slipped down into the lining of my pocket. Must be a hole there somewhere. Now I'll have to find a maid and get her to fish it out.
If you lose that wedding ring, I'll hang you up by your thumb.
Oh, well, I'll find it. Don't get rattled now. I'll find it. Oh, John.
Yes?
I knew I had something to tell you.
Well?
I went into the Dragon on my way here to get a little something to steady my nerves, you know.
Yes?
Wayne was there, drinking more than was good for him and talking about Moon Yin. And I was wondering, did you ask him to the wedding?
Of course not.
Well, I wondered if that was wise. Wayne has a strange and bitter nature. No, I know how you feel about him, and I don't blame you. But Wayne was in an ugly mood and making pretty wild threats.
Threats?
Yes. He was muttering around that there was still time, that the wedding wasn't over yet. At first I thought I wouldn't tell you.
I'm glad you did. It's always better to be forewarned, and if it becomes necessary, I'll have to deal with him. That kind of a man usually takes stout and talking.
Oh, well, I'm not worried about Wayne. Are you?
Well, yes, I am, Owen. There's no use denying it. My reason tells me there's no way he can harm us now, and yet I am a little worried. Well, there's more guests arriving. Come along, let's go into the study and talk it over.
Right, sir.
Will you answer the front door, Ellen?
Yes, Mr. John, right away, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Helen.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Wayne. Who is it you want, sir? We're very busy just now.
I want to come in. I want to kiss the bride.
I'm sorry, I can't admit you, sir.
Get out of the way, Ellen. I tell you, I've come to kiss the bride.
In just a moment, we will bring you the second act of Smilin' Through, starring Victor Jory. In many a home today, children are sitting around feeling miserable because of a pesky cold. Now, if this means your home, Mother, why not take a tip from millions of thankful women and rub Vicks Vapor Rub on throat, chest, and back? Yes, it's the modern way most mothers use to relieve distress of children's colds. You see, the very moment you rub it on, Vapor Rub's relief-giving action starts right to work. And its comforting double action keeps on working for hours to help relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And results are so fine because Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors.
And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. So, Mother, when your child comes down with a cold, do this without delay. Rub on Vapor-Rub, because only Vapor-Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action. Remember, it's the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor-Rub.
Now the second act of Smiling Through, starring Victor Jory as John Carteret. As we pick up the story, John Carteret is continuing with the story of his romance, Mooneen Clare, which he's telling to his niece Kathleen, to show why he's insisted she and Kenneth Wayne must never marry.
Well, I wish you could have seen Mooneen that day in her wedding dress. She was too beautiful to be real. Too beautiful for anyone but an angel. I was in the study when Jeremiah Wayne came to the house, but I later learned from Ellen how Wayne stood there in the doorway, clenching and unclenching his fists, and how Mooneen heard him talking and came up and smiled at him and invited him into the morning room.
Oh, Jerry, it was nice of you to come around. I knew you'd never let me get married without wishing me well.
You're not going to marry him. It isn't true. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. You couldn't marry him knowing how I love you.
Oh, now, Jerry, you mustn't begin this all over again.
Don't look at me like that as if you hated me. I love you. I'm dying inside for love of you, Mooneen Clare. Do you think I can feel this way and stand aside while you marry another man?
Yes, you can, because you must.
No, oh no. He's not going to have you, not if I can prevent it.
Jerry, listen to me. Do you know what you're going to do to prove your love for me? You're going to leave me now, bravely, and wishing me joy. And you're going to go along home and let me be married to the man I love, because you love me. Oh, sure, and it's a dog's life I'd be leading you, Jerry, not loving you. And you don't deserve that.
Mooneen. Oh, Mooneen.
Goodbye, Jerry. God keep you.
I came for a kiss from the bride.
All right. You shall have it.
Mooneen?
Now, please go.
All right. I'll go. I'll go.
Who was that in here with you?
Just an old friend, John.
Oh, how beautiful you are. And what a lucky man I am.
I'm feeling pretty lucky myself.
My darling. Oh, my darling.
Hold me close. Don't let me go. I feel safe when I'm in your arms.
Say, I think we've broken a few of the rules. I'm not supposed to see you in that wedding dress till we meet at the altar.
I know. Are you sorry?
Oh, sorry. No. You're so beautiful, Mooneen. You're so beautiful.
Oh, so here you are. John, I wish you'd pay some attention to your own wedding. The wire broke that held the big bell of lilies of the valley, and it fell on the parson and almost smothered him. We had to give him smelling salts.
Good. That's why we picked you for the best man. You're doing very well. Come on, Mooneen. Let's go out in the garden. Oh, by the way, Owen, you haven't lost the ring yet, have you?
No. Ellen sewed it in my waistcoat pocket. Safe this time.
She did, huh? Well, be sure and bring a pair of scissors to the altar with you. Come on, darling. We'll leave Owen out to fret it out alone.
Love, weddings, rings. What a lot of trouble to get into trouble.
Will you be cold out here in the garden?
Oh, no.
No? What are you thinking?
I was thinking about how we met.
I asked you to marry me that very first day, and you said yes.
Oh, not the first day, I didn't.
Well, very soon after then. Much too soon to be modest. I thought at the time, say, do you realize I asked you to marry me without even knowing what your name was?
Oh, I didn't know yours either.
I looked at you, and my heart absolutely stopped for a moment, and I said to myself, oh, there she is. There's the girl I've been waiting for. I'd know her anywhere. What did you think?
I thought, what an overbearing, arrogant young man. I don't think much of him.
Well, if that's the case, I'm going straight into the house and stop the
Oh,
wedding.
no, I take it back.
Oh, what did you think?
I must have thought I found my happiness now. Because that's what I've been thinking ever since.
Darling.
Oh, John, do you suppose anyone else in the world ever felt like this before?
Never, never. Nothing's ever going to separate us, Munyin. Not life or death or heaven or hell.
No. Even if I died, I think I'd find my way back to you, John. I'd be so lonely for you.
Oh, my darling.
Jerry.
What do you want, Wayne?
I've had all I can stand. Take your hands off.
Why,
Jerry, you said you'd go.
I couldn't, Munyin. I've been out here all the time. Now, please go into the house, Munyin. I want to talk to Carter alone.
Oh, Jerry, you promised me.
Send her away, Carter.
I think perhaps you'd better, Munyin.
No, I won't leave.
Please do as I ask, Munyin.
Not until I know what he wants.
If you've come here to create a disturbance at the wedding...
There isn't going to be any wedding.
Threats like that won't do you any good, Wayne. You've been behaving like a madman ever since we announced the marriage. Now get out of here and don't come back.
I tell you there isn't going to be any wedding. I wasn't able to keep you from winning her, but by all that's holy, I can keep you from marrying her.
You fool, put that gun away.
No, John.
Munyin.
Oh, John.
Munyin.
Dear God, I never meant that. Dear God, I never meant that.
Owen! Owen, somebody call a drone.
What's happened, Mr. John?
It was Wayne. He shot at me. Munyin stepped in front of me, and he ran out the gate and... Send someone. Owen!
What is it, John? Oh, John. Here, let me look at it.
Oh, that dirty blackguard. Ellen! Send someone after Wayne. Don't let him get away.
Yes, sir. I'll send some of the men.
Lie still. Munyin.
John.
Owen's here, darling. He knows what to do. He'll take care of you.
Funny. I said, even if I died. That's funny when you think of it. Like a warning.
Oh, and if you're my friend, help her. Help her now.
John, I'm afraid I'm afraid there's nothing that I can do.
No, that's not possible. It can't happen.
But it has. John, my darling. I love you. That's all that counts. I will love you until the end of time.
Munyin.
John, where is my ring? My wedding ring?
Oh, here it is.
Put it on my finger, John.
Yes, dear.
Listen. They're playing my song. They don't know I won't be needing it tonight. There's a little green gate at whose trellis I wait while two eyes of blue come smiling through.
Munyin. Oh, dear God. Well, that's all the story there is to tell, Kathleen. Now you know why I've hated Jeremiah Wayne all these years. Love like that, Kathleen, is like the smile of God, and when it's taken from you, it's as though God had stopped smiling.
Uncle, dear, if you could love like that, through the years and after the years, and after death itself, how is it you can be so hard about me and my poor little love story?
Because you're the stock of Munyin herself. And he's the blood of the Waynes, and you don't belong together.
Don't be hard-headed, John.
I love him.
You'll have to get over loving him.
I won't. You're an obstinate old man, John Cartridge, and I'm not going to listen to you. Ken and I have just as much right to fall in love and be married as you and Munyin. You have no right to inflict your quarrels and your anger and grief on us. This is our lifetime, not yours. And I'm not going to let you spoil it. I'm going to Ken, and I'm never coming back again.
Go in the house and stop her, John. Don't let her get away.
Maybe I am an obstinate old man. Maybe I haven't any right to interfere.
Well, at last. You go and get Kathleen, and I'll go over to my house and get Ken.
Ken? At your house?
Yes, he's staying with me until he leaves for overseas.
Why, you old hypocrite. You never told me that.
Well, I never had the nerve. Go get Kathleen, John. Hurry before she gets away.
Go on, Ken. Speak your piece.
Just go on, boy.
If you'd both keep still, I think we could manage all right. Go on, Ken.
Well, let me see. How did it begin?
It has long been my intention.
Oh, yeah. Darling, it has long been my intention to ask a question of you.
Dear me, how interesting. What can it be?
Miss Dungannon, Kathleen. May I call you Kathleen? Hey, that's all she taught me. Hey, now what do I say?
Well, what does he say? You're the only one around here that ever proposed to anyone, John.
He says, Kathleen, I'm not half worthy of you, but I'll try very hard to make you happy.
Kathleen, I will try very hard.
And then he says...
I think I can carry on from here on my own, Mr. Carter. Kathleen, my darling, will you marry me?
Oh, thank you so much. I'd love to.
Well, now we're getting somewhere.
John, it was a fine thing you did tonight. And believe me, I know what it cost you.
We'll have the wedding here in this garden. It will help wipe out the stain.
Would you like a game of dominoes?
Dominoes? No, I'm tired, Owen. I think I'll just sit here a little while, and then I'll turn in. Good night, Owen.
Good night, John. See you tomorrow.
Hello, John.
Monine, you know you seem very close to me tonight. Closer than you've seemed since you left me.
I am close. We're together again, my darling. You have only to reach out your arms and take me in them. I'm glad about Kathleen and Ken. They're going to be very happy.
We're together again.
Yes. Don't you see me, John?
Yes, I do. Why, you're wearing your wedding dress.
Of course, John.
Just as you were that night. And as beautiful and fresh and young as if 30 years were only a day.
Give me your hand, my darling. Come. We'll walk through the gate together.
Oh, Monine, I've waited so long. I've waited so long.
Come, my dear.
Monine, look. Who's that old man sitting back there in my chair?
It's you, John.
Me? This is what they call dying?
Yes. Oh, John, isn't it glorious? And isn't it stupid to be afraid of it?
Afraid?
Some poor dears are. But they would go smiling through the years if they knew what they would find at the end of the road.
In just a moment, a word from Victor Jory. These days, when we expect lots of things we buy to be different, not as good as they were, it's nice to know there are no wartime substitutes in good old Vicks Vapor Rub. The Vapor Rub you buy today is the same expert formula, the very same effective quality you enjoyed before the war. To keep faith with the millions of families who rely on Vapor Rub, we combed and scoured the free countries of the world for the essential aromatics and medications that make Vapor Rub so effective. We were successful. And so, my friends, there are no wartime substitutes in Vapor Rub. It's the same family standby that has become the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Our play next week is based on the famous story for which we received so many requests in recent weeks. Daphne du Maurier's brilliant and unforgettable novel, Rebecca. And now, Mr. Gable has a word for you.
Folks, do you know that every time you spend an extra $1 these days, $1 for something you don't absolutely need, that you're simply helping to make prices go up on all the things you're going to need? Yes, that's exactly what happens, and that is what is called inflation. So don't penalize yourself by helping to force up prices. We can keep prices where they belong and incidentally help the war effort no end by doing these 3 things. Buy only what you need and pay no more than ceiling prices. Pay your ration points in full and put your extra dollars into war bonds.
Our production today was based on the famous Jane Cowles' success, Smilin' Through, and was adapted by Gene Holloway, directed by Richard Sanville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater production of Rebecca. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater in a most unusual presentation entitled Beautiful Dreamer, starring Victor Jory in the role of Stephen Collins Foster. You know, more and more millions of people are using Vicks Vatronol nose drops to relieve distress of head colds. Benefit by their experience. The curtain rises on Act 1 of Beautiful Dreamer.
Lots of folks have had a lot of different things to say about Stephen Collins Foster, about where he lived and how he lived and what he thought about things. And so many years have passed now that it's a bit hard to sift the truth from the legend. I don't even know that that's important to anyone but the historians. Of course, most everyone knows that he grew up in Pittsburgh. And at that time, Pittsburgh was a swaggering, lusty little town along whose muddy streets the old covered wagons were rolling westward. On the night our story opens, Stephen and some of his friends had gone to see the celebrated Christie Minstrels. And after the show, he and his brother Mitt had walked home with young Jeannie McDowell.
You know, I think this is one of the best evenings we've ever had. Isn't Jim Crow a great song? I can't get it out of my head.
Oh, I think some of your songs are just as good, Steve.
I wish I thought so.
Mid, look.
Hey, Steve, look. Here come some of the covered wagons.
Yep, heading west.
Oh, Stephen, wouldn't it be wonderful to go with them?
Goodbye, folks. Good luck.
Goodbye.
Hey, what are you crying about?
I don't know. There's something sad about all these people leaving their homes. They don't know what's before them.
That's what's so exciting about it, Jeannie. It's as though you're watching history roll by you close enough so you can reach out and touch it. Goodbye, mister. Good luck.
Go safely. Oh, go safely.
Oh, thanks, friend. Hey there, little lady. Don't you cry. We'll be back. Don't you cry.
Don't you cry. Don't you cry for me.
And look, Steve, if we don't let Jeannie go in the house, Dr. McDowell will skin us alive.
Mitt, there goes America West. Wish I was going, too. Well, good night, Jeannie. I'm going to leave for Cincinnati in the morning. I've got to finish packing.
I hope you'll be happy there, Stephen. We'll all miss you so
Thanks.
much.
I'll miss you, too. Will I see you tomorrow at the
Yes,
wharf?
we'll all be down to see you off. Thank you for a very lovely evening, Stephen. And you too, Miss.
Good night, Jeannie.
Night.
Don't you cry for me.
What are you singing, Steve?
I don't know yet. It's just something I thought of when those wagons passed. It's been going around in my head. Mitt, wake up, wake up.
What is it, Stephen? What do you want? What time is it?
About 3 a.m, I guess.
Oh.
Listen, Mitt, I just wrote a song. I want you to listen to it.
Oh, good gosh. Can't it wait till morning?
No, sir, you're going to hear it right now. One of these days you'll want to say I was the first person in the world to hear old Susanna, and I heard it at 3 o'clock in the morning.
I'd be just as happy to say I heard it at 10 in the morning, but go ahead.
It rained all day the night I left. The weather, it was dry. The sun so hot I froze to death. Susanna, don't you cry.
All ashore that's going ashore. All ashore that's going ashore.
Goodbye, son. Don't forget your umbrella when it's raining.
All right, Mom. Goodbye, Father.
Bye, Stephen. Do a good job, son.
Well, I'll do my best.
Goodbye, Stephen. I think Oh, Susanna's a wonderful song. Did you know that Mitt came around and taught us the words this morning?
No. Oh, good, Mitt. Well, goodbye, everybody. See you soon.
Goodbye, Stephen.
Bye.
Come on, everybody. Sing it for him now.
Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me. I come from Alabama with an angel on my knee. Oh, Susanna, don't you cry for me.
Young man, those friends gave you quite a send-off. They're certainly noisy enough. What's that blame thing they're singing?
It's a song called Oh, Susanna. Do you like it?
No, I never heard it before. Who wrote it?
Someone named Stephen Collins Foster, I believe.
Stephen Collins Foster, eh? Never heard of him. Well, he'll have to do better than that if he ever expects to get any place.
You're wrong. He's on his way someplace right now. He's on his way to the top of the world.
Not with that trash he isn't.
No? Well, just wait and see, mister. Just you wait and see. My dear mother and father, the time goes very fast here in Cincinnati, and I'm very busy. After the day's work is finished, I spend my time writing songs. I've made the acquaintance of a gentleman who's going to publish some of them. I've written a few of them.
Gentlemen, right this way for the famed Christy Minstrels. The greatest, the most gorgeous, the most complete, the funniest and the most tuneful minstrel show now touring America. See the cakewalk. Hear the minstrel singers present the latest song by the celebrated American composer, Stephen Collins Foster. Way down south.
Way down south where the corn grows. Come along to Cuba and we'll dance the polka juba. Way down south where the corn grows.
Dear Mitt, it seems such a long time since I've seen any of you. I like it here, but I think I'll be coming home soon. One day last month, I crossed the river to visit our cousin at Federal Hill. That house in Kentucky is something I'll never forget. I fell asleep listening to the voices that drifted up from the Negro quarters. I think I must put it all into a song.
My old Kentucky home. No more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today.
Dear Mother and Father, I've spent enough years away from home and enough years as a bookkeeper, and so I'm giving up my position and returning to Pittsburgh. I'm taking the boat 1 week from Saturday. By the way, I'm enclosing a song for Mitt to take a look at. I'm calling it Camptown Races.
The Camptown racetracks drive my lawnmower, doo-da day. I come down there when I had caved in, doo-da, doo-da. I go back home with a pocket full of tin, oh, doo-da day.
Why to run all night? Why to run all day? I'll bet my money on the bobtail nag. Somebody bet on the bay. There, Jane. Don't you think that's one of the best songs Steve has ever written?
Yes. Indeed, I do.
You'll be going down to the wharf with us to meet him Saturday, won't you, Jeannie?
No, I don't think so. I have a great deal to do on Saturday, and I'm sure Stephen won't even miss me. Not that I care.
Now, Miss McDowell, what kind of an attitude is that?
Well, what kind of an attitude should I have? He's been gone for 3 years, Mitt, and he didn't write one letter. Not one.
Well, he sent messages.
Oh, to be sure. Give my love to everyone. Say hello to everyone. And say hello to Jane if you happen to see her. Oh, no, Mitt, it's no use. It never has been any use. I know that. I'm not the girl for Stephen anyhow, now that he's so famous.
Oh, don't feel that way. Please come, Jeannie.
No, don't ask me, Mitt. I might cry. And I don't want Stephen ever to see me cry, particularly over him.
All right, Jeannie, if that's the way you want it. Sleep, Stephen?
No. Just thinking. Why wasn't Jeannie at the boat?
She was, busy, I guess.
Oh, I see.
Jeannie's very popular, you know.
Huh?
I don't think there's a fellow in town that wouldn't give her his right arm if she wanted it.
That's so?
Stephen, have you ever really looked at Jeannie?
Well, I haven't had much chance in the last 3 years. But I've got a pretty good idea what she looks like.
Yeah? What color are her eyes?
Brown. Blue. Green?
They're gray.
Oh, gray. Well, I knew there was something like that. So Jeannie's the town belle, huh? And she didn't have time to come down to the boat, huh? Throw me my shoes, will you, fella?
Sure, but what do you want with your shoes at 2 a.m?
I'm going to pay a call. Toss me my trousers. What? She didn't have time to come down to the boat, huh?
You can't call on a girl at 2 a.m.
Can't I? Well, just watch me. Watch me.
You won't feel so smart if Dr. McDowell comes out and wants to know why you're throwing pebbles at his windows.
No.
You won't feel so smart either if you break a window.
If she doesn't wake up, I'm going to hammer on the door.
There she is. I'll wait here for you.
Now, what do you boys mean by throwing rocks at my window at this hour of the night? Suppose my father had come down.
Weren't you taking sort of a chance opening the door, or do you open the door to anyone who throws pebbles at your window?
I knew it was you. I peeked. Hello, Stephen. Welcome home.
Hello, Jeannie. I missed you at the boat. I missed you in Cincinnati.
Did you, Stephen?
You know something? Milt seems to think that I've never really seen you in my life.
And what do you think about that?
I think maybe he's right. Because you seem like someone completely new to me tonight, someone I've never met before. You're not the little Jeannie I grew up with.
Steve, it's awfully late.
Good night, Jeannie. I'll be calling tomorrow.
Good night, Stephen. I'll be waiting tomorrow.
Hello, Jeannie.
Hello, Stephen. Come in.
Thank you.
Won't you sit down?
Sit down? No, I think better on my feet. Jeannie, there's something that just occurred to me. That is, it's been on my mind for some time, I suppose. Only I didn't really know it. You see, I never thought about you in that way because you always seemed sort of like a sister, and I...
Yes?
Think that you're a very splendid girl with a fine character, and I've always looked up to you. And
well, that's very nice to know, Stephen.
Yes, I suppose it is. Jeannie, please don't interrupt. No, what I'm trying to say is, well, it's... Oh, hang it all, will you marry me? Now, don't say no without thinking it over. I've got some fairly good qualifications. Well, I can't seem to think of them right now.
Do you love me, Stephen?
Love you? Oh, Jeannie. Oh, Jeannie. Oh, will you marry me?
Of course I will.
Mrs. Foster, you're looking very beautiful out here in the moonlight.
Oh, Stephen, I'm so happy.
Are you?
This is the most wonderful wedding trip that anyone ever had. I hate to get off the boat tomorrow.
I never knew anyone could be this happy. You know, I found myself going up to absolute strangers and getting acquainted just so I could sit down and say, let me tell you about my wife. Oh, I love to say those words. My wife, my... They make me feel very wealthy. Oh, Jeannie. You make me want to be so much better than I am. I want to take all the music I know and fill your heart with it. I want to give you every smallest thing you ever wanted. It's hard to put into words, but, Jeannie, I love you so much that sometimes when I look at you, I want to cry.
I feel the same way. I'm very proud to be your wife, Stephen. Oh, darling, I don't want to get off the boat tomorrow.
But, darling, tomorrow will be such a wonderful day. We're going to the Mardi Gras in New Orleans. We're going to dance and sing, drink champagne, and I'll whirl you around and around until you can't catch your breath, and around and around and around.
Oh, Stephen, I'll never catch my breath.
Well, how do you like the Mardi Gras?
It's like a fairy tale come to life.
Yeah.
Stephen, listen. They're playing Oh, Susanna. They're playing your music,
I
darling.
don't believe it.
Oh, look at everyone dance. Darling, aren't you proud?
Well, if it isn't my young friend of the boat.
Good evening, sir.
We rode from Pittsburgh to Cincinnati together, remember?
Yes, very well. This is my wife, sir.
How do, ma'am?
How do you do?
Say, isn't the orchestra playing that same song your friends were singing on the wharf that day?
Yes, they are. Well, what do you think about Stephen Collins Foster and his music now?
I still think it's terrible. And I still say Stephen Collins Foster isn't going anyplace. Well, nice to have seen you again. Goodbye.
Oh, Stephen, who was that horrible man?
Just someone I met on the boat. I never knew his name, and he never knew mine. Now, don't look like that, darling. Don't you know that people like that are put in the world so that Stephen Collins Fosters will work harder? You know what we're going to do tomorrow?
What?
We're going home. And then we're going to New York, and I'm going to work and work and work. I'm going to put all the things I feel inside me into music. The music that comes surging out of a man's soul when he looks around him and says, this is my country. This is my home. The bright, lusty music of Americans laughing. The strong, bitter tears of Americans pausing to bury the dead. And the tenderness of American men for one woman. The love of firesides and peace at evening. The prayers, the dreams, the disappointments, the triumphs. It's all inside me, Jeannie, and it's all music. My friend, whoever he was, says Stephen Foster will never get any place. Well, I say he's wrong, and I'll prove that he's wrong.
In just a moment, the second act of Beautiful Dreamer, starring Victor Jory and featuring Betty Winkler. Friends, you probably know from experience how exasperating it is when your nose stops up at night from transient congestion or a cold in the head and makes breathing so difficult it's hard to get to sleep. Now, the next time you're bothered this way, put a few drops of Vicks Vatronol in each nostril and feel it go right to work to open up the stuffy nasal passages in a hurry and make breathing easier. You'll marvel at how quickly it invites restful sleep by helping you breathe comfortably again. Vatronol is a specialized medication that brings grand relief anytime, day or night, from sniffles, sneezes, and stuffiness caused by head colds. So it's wise to keep a bottle always on hand, ready to use immediately when needed. Try Vatronol, friends. You'll like the way it works. Just follow the simple directions in the package. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drops. The curtain rises on Act 2 of Beautiful Dreamer, starring Victor Jory as Stephen Collins Foster.
So Stephen Foster and his Jeannie went back home to Pittsburgh. Their daughter Marion was born about a year later. And then they went on to New York and took a room in a boarding house. Some folks liked his music. Some didn't. No one paid much money for it. And so, in Stephen's own words, all the world became sad and dreary.
Far from the old folks at home.
Oh, Stephen, that's beautiful. I think it's one of the finest things you've ever written. Have you taken it to the publishers?
Yes, I took it over this afternoon. It'll be out in a few weeks.
Oh, darling, this song can't help but be a success. I'm sure the newspapers will speak well of this one.
You really think so?
This newspaper would like to go on record as stating that such tunes as Old Folks at Home are trivial and not musically inspiring. Yet they continue to break out every now and then like a morbid irritation of the skin.
Last night, Miss Anna Zare, shame to say, stooped to pick up and sing Old Folks at Home. One would as soon think of picking up an apple core in the street.
Old Folks at Home is as trashy as most of the other compositions of Stephen Collins Foster.
The baby doesn't look well, does she, Stephen? I wonder if she's getting the proper nourishment.
I'm afraid she isn't. Let me hold her a while, Jeannie.
All right. Oh, look at her smile. She's a good little girl. Tuck the blanket around her, dear. I'll sing her to sleep. Come where my love lies dreaming, dreaming that...
Foster's music is completely without merit. His latest, Come Where My Love Lies Dreaming, is no exception. No, what's the use?
But, darling, there are good comments and reviews, too. You mustn't read only the bad ones.
Jeannie, I don't think I can write music anymore.
Stephen, a letter came from Mitt this morning. He sent some money to tide us over until your next royalties come in. By then, our luck will change, I'm sure of it. Well, you're the greatest composer in the world.
I'm afraid I'm closer to being the greatest failure. It seems as though everything in the world is slipping away from me. I don't like to ask Mr. Lamb, but I wonder if I could possibly get an advance of the next royalty. My family's not been very well.
Mr. Foster, I'm sorry to have to refuse you, but that is impossible. You've already borrowed on your next royalties. We couldn't possibly advance you any more money.
But I've got to have it, Mr. Look, I'll sell you all the future rights to any of my songs that you've already published for $200.
Huh? All right, Mr. Foster. I'll have a check drawn at once.
Stephen, don't sit here with the room so dark. Let me turn up the lamps.
$200 on the table there, and when that's gone, I don't know where we'll turn. Jeannie, I'm so frightened. What's happened to me? I was going to do so much. I was going to be up there on top with the world in my pocket. Look at me. I haven't a prayer or a hope.
Oh, darling, don't say that. You'll come into your own yet. You mustn't lose faith in yourself.
Faith for the very young. Oh, how can you forgive me for what I've done to you? You gave me so much, and you've had nothing in return.
Oh, my darling, I've had what I wanted in return. I've had your arms around me. I've had your love.
Yes, that you have had and will always have.
Oh, please, Stephen, don't let your heart be broken because success didn't come as easily and as swiftly as we thought it might. Nothing worthwhile comes easily. Darling, I've been thinking it's such an added expense trying to keep Marion and me here in New York. Maybe I'd better take her home for a while. I can get a job in Pittsburgh, and later, when you're on your feet, we can try again. Well, Stephen, what do you think?
I think you'd better go.
I don't like to leave you, but I know
I want you to go. I can't stand watching anymore. I can't stand looking at my child, and she always looks hungry to me.
Listen, Stephen, I love you more than anything or anyone in the world. Please believe that.
Don't, Jane. I don't want any soft words. I don't want any pity. Just please go.
All right. Marion and I'll be waiting in Pittsburgh. We'll all be together soon, I'm sure.
I'm afraid that's a dream, Jeannie. Just a beautiful dream.
Good morning, Mr. Foster. How are Mrs. Foster and the little one today?
I think they're well, Mr. Lamb. They returned to Pittsburgh for a time.
Oh, well, they'll be back soon, won't they?
I don't think so. Look, I brought you a song. I want you to tell me quite frankly whether you think it has any merit and, of course, whether you want to publish it.
Beautiful Dreamer, eh? Nice title. Oh, yes. I think this is quite beautiful, Foster.
Do you think it's above the level of the rest of my work?
I think it's as good as anything you've ever written.
I'm afraid that isn't quite good enough. I'm afraid it has to be better than anything I've ever done to be good enough.
Well, all I can tell you, Mr. Foster, is that I think it has merit and that we'll be happy to publish it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, hello.
Hello.
Don't you remember me? I rode on a boat from Pittsburgh to Cincinnati, and I saw you again at the Mardi Gras in New Orleans.
Oh, yes, of course I remember.
You're the young man that was such a booster for Stephen Collins Foster. Do you still think he's such a great composer?
No, not anymore.
Well, you finally come around to my way of thinking, have you? I told you he'd never amount to anything. I can pick them every time.
He might have amounted to something. He just must have taken the wrong turn somewhere.
No. He just didn't have the stuff to begin with. Oh, I was just going for a bite of dinner. You care to join me?
No, thank you. I'm going home. I'm tired, and I'm going home.
Matthew, look here in the paper. It says Stephen Collins Foster died today in the pauper's ward at Bellevue Hospital. He had 38 cents to his name. What have I always said? I said Stephen Collins Foster would never amount to anything. I said nothing good would ever come of him. I can pick them every time.
Yeah, a lot of folks that said he'd never amount to anything said, I told you so, when he died. And a lot of folks that had liked him felt a great loss. But a heap of folks that never knew him at all and never would went right on singing his music. The covered wagons rolled westward to the tune of his music. The colored folks sang it, and the white folks sang it on southern verandas and in northern parlors. Generation after generation rocked their children to sleep with it and sang it to their loved ones and handed it down with the family Bibles. Maybe he wasn't much of a success, as the world counted success in those days. He died at 38 with 38 cents in his pocket, 1 cent to account for each year he lived. Maybe he was a great man. Maybe not. But he wrote a lot of songs, and America is still singing them. And I reckon they'll go on singing them for a long time to come.
Beautiful dreamer, wake unto me.
In just a moment, a word from Victor Jory. These midwinter days, you can never tell when you'll suddenly catch cold. That usually means sniffles, sneezing, your head all stuffed up. Now, you really should do something about those head cold discomforts. A neglected head cold can make you feel pretty miserable. And one of the best things you can do, and the sooner the better, is to put a little Vicks Vatronol in each nostril. It's remarkable how a few drops of this specialized medication bring relief in short order. Vatronol works right where trouble is, to soothe sniffly, sneezy irritation and help clear stuffiness. And more than that, if you use Vatronol soon enough, if you use it at the first sniffle or sneeze or other warning sign of a cold, it actually helps prevent many colds from developing. So, friends, it's sensible when you feel a cold is coming on to use a few drops of Vatronol right away for relief and as a wise precaution. Follow directions in the package. Vicks Vatronol Nose Drops.
This is Victor Jory. Next week, on the stage of Vic's Matinee Theater, we bring you one of the great hits of Broadway and the screen, Dark Victory. I will play the role of Dr. Fred Steele, and Gertrude Warner will be heard as Judith Traherne. Please be sure and write to me and let me know what plays you would like to hear. Address me, Victor Jory, care of Columbia Broadcasting, New York 22, New York.
Our play today was written by Gene Holloway and was directed by Richard Sandville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warnow. The role of Jeannie today was played by Betty Winkler. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater production of Dark Victory, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Janice Gilbert in the request performance of the romantic swashbuckling story, The Pirate of Orleans. We bring you The Pirate of Orleans today because of the continual requests for this fine play. The votes for the Paramount picture, Till We Meet Again, and the love story of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett are still coming in great numbers, and one of these fine plays will be presented next Sunday. Now, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub. Ladies and gentlemen, today our story deals with the stirring days of the early 1800s. We take you now to the high seas of adventure, to the decks of a tall ship with one of the boldest swashbuckling adventurers that ever sailed, Jean Lafitte, the Pirate of Orleans.
Have you met Jean Lafitte yet?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, my dear, he's the most handsome thing you ever saw in your life.
Oh, is he married?
No one knows. But there are all sorts of stories. I've heard that he's married to an Indian princess, a Spanish countess, and a Viennese dancer.
What does Mr. Lafitte say to all this?
What does Mr. Lafitte say?
I have it on very good authority that Jean Lafitte stopped an entire revolution once. One man against thousands.
On whose authority do you have it?
Why, on Lafitte's, of course.
What do you know about Lafitte, Tom?
Lafitte? Well, he and his brother have a very fine blacksmith shop, and they just bought a store.
A blacksmith? A store? Why, I've heard that he's the leader of the Pirates of Barataria.
Oh, nonsense. Whatever Jean Lafitte is, he's positively not a pirate.
There's a white flag going up. Are you sure? Take a look for yourself. All right. Hold your fire! Hold your fire! Hold fire! Hold fire! Hold fire! Robinson! Peters! Benson! Dominic, lower a boat and come with me. I'll remove the crew and passengers and take the ship back to Barataria. That's too fine a ship to destroy. Come on, men. Let's see what prize we've captured. Look at this hole, Dominic. Look at those silks and those spices. We'll get good money for this treasure in New Orleans.
It was a very pretty girl. Did you notice, boss? Way over to starboard she was standing. Her hair was like sunshine on a yellow corn.
Dominic, what are my orders about women on captured ships?
Oh, but couldn't we make an exception to just once? I'd like that girl with the yellow hair. I'd even marry her. God, Mia, such a beauty.
What are my orders, Dominic?
Under no circumstances is any woman on any captured ship to be approached for any reason whatsoever. Conversed with or touched
Unless by the captain.
See. Unless by the captain.
Well, see that you remember it. You wouldn't look well in irons, Dominic.
No, I wouldn't.
All right. You start listing the things down here while I go above. We're setting sail at once.
Well, Mr. Pirate, if it's not asking too much, would you mind telling me where you're taking us?
If you wish to give me a title, it's privateer, not pirate. Where were you going?
New Orleans.
That's where you will be taken. Who are you? What's your name?
Constance Winthrop.
Constance Winthrop. Is your father General Winthrop?
Yes, he is.
Then what are you doing on a Spanish ship?
I was visiting friends in Spain. If it's any of your business.
Oh, you should be more careful of your tongue in the presence of pirates, Miss Winthrop.
I'm not afraid of you.
You'd better be. Just as like as not to make you walk the plank, tie you to the yardam, or give you the spanking of your life.
You do that to a woman?
Yes, if I thought you were trying to be on equal footing in a man's world.
You have a little to learn about women, pirate.
I'm not interested in being taught, Miss Winthrop.
Oh, you're impossible. You're a conceited, egotistical, arrogant, self-centered...
Handsome, magnificent, exciting, fabulous pirate. Now I think you better get back to your cabin before I make you walk the plank. Tie you to the yardam or... What was that other thing I mentioned, Miss Winthrop?
Oh, I loathe you. Oh, pirate. I beg your pardon. I should say privateer. Where's that music coming from?
That's Dominic playing his fiddle. You shouldn't be on deck. You should be in your quarters.
No, let me look at the moon for a moment. Taste the salt on my lips and feel the wind around me. I'm sorry I was so rude this afternoon. I lost my temper.
Doesn't matter. Women are as changeable as the weather. I don't pay any attention to their moods.
I wish you liked me better.
Why should you care what I think of you? In the morning you'll be in New Orleans. You'll have left my world.
Perhaps I'd like to stay in it.
You'd like to stay on a pirate ship?
I think I would. If it was your ship.
That's because there's a moon tonight and the air is sweet and someone's playing a fiddle. Some other day when the decks were running with blood and the air was heavy with the smell of death, you wouldn't like a pirate ship.
What is your name?
I have none.
You're a hard man to get to know.
That's right.
And after tomorrow, I'll never see you again.
I hope not. You'd put a rope around my neck. Come, the air's getting cold. You'd better turn in.
Have you ever kissed a woman, pirate?
Oh, 1,000.
Would you kiss me? Good night and goodbye. Or are you afraid?
Afraid? No, but you should be.
Why?
Because to me you'd be just one more woman that I'd kiss. Next week I wouldn't even remember it. But if I kissed you, Miss Winthrop, you'd never have heart or lips for another man in your life.
You're a modest man, aren't you?
Modest? Why should I be modest? I'm a handsome, magnificent, exciting, fabulous pirate.
You're a conceited, egotistical, arrogant thief. I hope I never do see you again. The temptation to put a rope around that neck might be too great. Good night.
Good night, milady. Good night.
Boss, are you awake?
Yes, Dominic. What is it?
We're at anchor now. We're ready to take the passengers into New Orleans. You coming up to see them?
No.
The Signorina looks as though she had been crying. I'd kiss her myself if it would do any good. Aren't you even going to say goodbye?
No. Take them in.
All right, boss. All right.
Pierre. We made quite a haul this trip.
We won't be able to dispose of it for a while, I'm afraid. We're in a little trouble, my brother.
Trouble? Why? What's happened?
Governor Claiborne has sworn to stop all privateering.
Oh?
He says he's going to wipe out Barataria if it's the last thing he does in this world. And he says he's going to hang the leader before all of New Orleans.
Has he named the leader?
No.
No? Well, then what are you worried about? In the eyes of Orleans, we're respectable citizens, decent and peace-loving.
Maybe, and maybe not. People have always had suspicions.
Well, let's not worry about it. I'll have a bath and a shave, and then I'll go pay a social call on Governor Claiborne, perhaps for tea. I haven't had tea with the governor for a long time now, and too long for such good friends to be apart.
I tell you, Jean, I'm going to rid New Orleans of those pirates if it's the last thing I do.
I don't blame you. It's gotten so no one's safe around here anymore.
I may call on you for help.
I'll be glad to help in any way I can.
Uncle dear, have you seen my knitting?
Hello, Constance, my dear. I'd like you to meet a very good friend of mine, Mr. Jean Lafitte. My niece, Miss Winthrop, Mr. Lafitte.
How do you do?
She's staying with me until her father's return.
This is a pleasure, Mr. Lafitte.
A very great pleasure, Miss Winthrop. But I'm afraid I must look in at my shop before it closes.
Well, then, I'm very happy to meet you, Mr. Lafitte. And I trust we'll meet again soon.
Thank you, Miss Winthrop. Good day. Good day, Governor.
Come again soon, Jean.
That's a very handsome man, Uncle.
That's a very dangerous man. I'm convinced that he's the leader of the privateers.
Oh, he doesn't look very dangerous to me. Are you positive?
I'm so positive I'm going to put a price on his head and send my men after him tonight.
Come in, Miss Winthrop. Sit down. You'll find that corner chair the most comfortable.
Thank you.
Would you care for a sherry?
Thank you, no. Your manners have improved since last we met, sir.
I changed with the environment. Why did you come here?
My uncle knows who you are.
You told him?
No, of course not. I don't know how he found out.
If it's true that he knows, why didn't he keep me there this afternoon?
Oh, what match would he have been for you? He was alone in the house. But tonight he will come with troops. He doesn't think you suspect that he knows, so naturally he wouldn't expect you to try to escape.
Well, then I must be on my way. There are some men to be warned.
Oh, hurry then and take care of yourself. I suppose this time I never will see you again.
Constance, once I told you I'd kissed 1,000 women. It was a lie.
I know.
I've only kissed 200 or 300. How many men have you kissed?
Very few.
You offered me a kiss. Why?
Such a foolish reason, I'm afraid. I just want to kiss you.
Will you kiss me now?
I should say not. Not after the way you acted. I was never so humiliated, so... Oh, I told you not to kiss me.
You might as well have said, stop breathing. Goodbye, Constance. Goodbye, and thank you.
When will I see you again?
When will you see me again? You'll see me when the moon rides in a certain way that you remember seeing before in a midnight sky. You'll see me when you see a ship riding at anchor with a battered look about her, and you'll see me when you hear someone laugh in a certain way or someone shout or perhaps cry, and you'll see me every time someone else kisses you.
I will not. If I'm never to see you again, I can forget you in a minute. Oh, you'll see. I can forget you all right.
Then you're not the girl for me, my beauty. Goodbye.
John!
Goodbye.
Oh, I hate that man. I hate him. But, oh, God mia, how I love him.
In just a moment, the second act of The Pirate of Orleans, starring Victor Jory. In just a few days now, spring will be here, so the calendar says. But that doesn't do you much good today if you have one of those pesky March colds. What you want most is relief from the miserable distress of that cold. So take the advice of millions of folks from their own personal experience and rub Vicks Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back. Then enjoy the comfort that comes as Vapor Rub's relief-giving action goes right to work to help relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, to ease the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. You see, Vapor Rub is so effective because it penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing vapors, and at the same time it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring such wonderful relief. Mind you, only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action, the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
Now Act 2 of The Pirate of Orleans, starring Victor Jory and featuring Janice Gilbert. As our curtain rises, we find Jean Lafitte at his hideout on Barataria. The War of 1812 is entering its fourth year, and as our scene opens, Mr. Lafitte is considering an offer.
Mr. Lafitte, His Majesty's government is prepared to offer you the sum of $30,000 in return for your help in capturing the city of New Orleans, and full pardon for you and your men. Does the offer interest you?
The offer interests me very much. I shall have to have time to think it over.
Very well, Mr. Lafitte. As you know, we are anchored just outside your harbor.
Yes.
We shall await your answer.
Jean! Oh, Jean, I'm so glad I found you. I have to talk to you.
How did you get to Barataria?
I persuaded one of your men to bring me to you. Jean, there's terrible trouble in New Orleans. The British are close by. There aren't enough men to defend the city. General Andrew Jackson has just arrived, and he's ill with a fever and can't get men.
What do you want me to do about it?
Why, help General Jackson defend it, of course.
Are you forgetting there's a price on my head in New Orleans?
Oh, I'm sure you could get a pardon. I want New Orleans safe. And I want you safe in New Orleans.
I don't want safety. I've never wanted it. I don't want it now. I want a deck under my feet and a gun in my hand and a worthy prize coming in on the horizon.
And I thought I loved you. Why, you haven't a decent, honorable motive in you. I thought you were a fearless man that would fight for a principle. But I see now you're only a thief after all. You'll only fight for a prize. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Lafitte. Forgive me for taking up your time.
General Jackson, you've heard my offer. Now then, will you grant a pardon for me and my men so that we may fight for the United States?
The United States is most grateful, Mr. Lafitte. We accept your help with deep thanks, and your pardon shall be granted. Almighty God, accept our humble thanks for the victory we have just won. Well, Mr. Lafitte, America and New Orleans will always be grateful to you. If it hadn't been for your help and the help of your men, we would never have won such a great victory.
Thank you, General Jackson. We were fighting a great cause.
Now, my boy, go on out there and dance and have a good time. You're the hero of the hour, and all the ladies are waiting to dance with you.
Tell you about myself? Well, now, let's see. A year or two ago, south of the Canary Islands, very south of the Canaries, I defeated an entire native army single-handed.
All by yourself? Oh, Mr. Lafitte. Just imagine.
It was nothing. I picked them up 2 by 2 and cracked their heads together.
Oh, do tell me about yourself, Mr. Lafitte.
Well, now, let's see. One time, 6 or 7 months ago, somewhere north of Haiti, very north of Haiti, as a matter of fact, I decided to hunt for treasure on the ocean bed. So I put one knife in my teeth and one in each hand, and I dove in. I came face to face immediately with 6 sharks.
Oh, and what happened?
They ate me.
Oh.
So I wiped out the entire nation of cannibals single-handed. And then I was a little tired. When the camel got tired of carrying me, I carried the camel. The Sultan had a harem of 60 wives. I had 1,060. And so I slept for the next 120 years.
I was wondering if I was ever to have the pleasure of dancing with the lion of the evening. I've been hearing stories about you. I understand you defeated an entire native army single-handed.
I could never lie to you, Constance. As a matter of fact, it was only a brigade.
I also understand that you carried a camel.
It was a very small camel.
And that you slept 120 years.
But only fitfully, my dear, only fitfully. Oh, let's not dance. Let's go outside by the water for a few minutes. It's hot in here.
All right.
Smell that sea. Just smell it. Drink it deep inside you, savor it and taste it, and don't let it get away from you. What do you think of when you close your eyes and smell the sea?
I think of a house somewhere beside it. And I see you in that house, looking as though you were a part of it. I see little boys with your eyes and your trick of shaking your head when you're angry, running in and out of the house, banging doors and filling it with laughter. What do you see?
I see sails filled with wind. And sometimes a sea that is smooth and swelling and sometimes rough and challenging and ready for a brawl. I see China and the Indies and cargoes of silks and spices. I see islands, tropic trees against a yellow moon, and bananas and dates and coconuts within the reach of your hand. I see cliffs where the mountains bend down to see who's coming in the harbor, and I see harbor lights blinking a welcome.
You smell the ocean and you see the ends of the earth. And I smell it and see home.
And that's the difference between us. So this is where I say goodbye, Constance, my dear.
Oh, no. No, stay, try it here. You might like it.
Like it? I couldn't live the life of an honest man. I've had no practice. Do you want to domesticate me like a cow or a dog? Do you want to put milk into my veins instead of blood and chain me to a fireplace? I'd be so irritable inside a week that you'd hate me.
Do you love me?
Oh, Constance, what's the good of that?
I'd like to know. You've never said.
Yes. Yes, I love you. I love you, and I suspect that for the rest of my life I'm going to have a great emptiness in my heart.
But still, you'll leave me?
Yes. Still, I'll leave you.
When are you going?
Tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, the Pride is riding at anchor now outside the harbor.
Well, if you'd rather have a ship than a wife, I'm certainly not going to argue with you.
That's the spirit. Snap your fingers at me. Tell me to go and be hanged.
There are plenty of other men in the world, you know, just as attractive as pirates. And much more honest.
But not as attractive as I am. I'm a very special person, even for a pirate.
You certainly are. You haven't got a heart. Where your heart should be, you've got a cutlass.
Careful. Don't let yourself trip over that cutlass. You might get your feelings hurt.
Oh, I loathe
Good.
you.
Now we're on the same footing as when we met. And with that, I bid you an affectionate good night and goodbye. I won't kiss you this time. I don't want to make it any harder for you to forget me.
Oh, don't worry. It won't be hard.
Good night, my beauty. And goodbye.
Jean! Oh, aggravation.
Well, Dominic, we're off on adventure again, eh?
Yeah, boss. Where are we bound?
I don't know. Somewhere south. We're off on a long trip this time, Dominic.
Are we running away from somebody?
Yes, Dominic, you might say we are. We're running away from domesticity, from cottages and ruffled lace curtains. We're going back into a man's world.
Myself, I like a man's world. With women in it.
That's your great weakness, Dominic. Well, it's late. I think I shall turn in for a while. Tell the man at the wheel our course is steady as she goes, south-southeast.
Aye, aye, sir. Good night, boys.
Well, I'll be hanged.
Hello, pirate.
Dominic. Dominic, stop playing that fiddle. It isn't going to help one bit. What are you doing in my quarters on my ship?
I'm measuring your portholes for curtains.
You...
I can't stand windows without curtains. You'll have to make me that concession.
I'll make you no concession. You're going right back to New Orleans.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm going to China and the Indies for silks and spices. I'm going to see tropic trees against a yellow moon and cliffs where the mountains bend down to see who's coming in the harbor. I'm going with you.
That isn't the life you want. You want cottages and fires and things. You want a home.
You're my home. Oh, don't send me back, Jean. I love you. I belong with you.
I don't want you here.
Oh, yes, you do. Who are you going to tell about the stars and the winds and the weather? And who are you going to brag to about your conquests? And who are you going to kiss, if not me?
No one. I am sufficient unto myself.
I see. You're the king,
That's right.
Well, move over, king. You're going to have to share your throne. There's a pirate queen now, too.
But I don't...
Put your arms around me.
But I tell you...
Try to look as though you like it.
Like it? You're a baggage and a shrew and a bad-tempered scrap of womanhood if ever there was one.
Lower your chin a little.
And I suspect you're a punishment that's been visited on me for some sin in my youth.
Kiss me, Jean.
Oh, but that...
You do love me?
Oh, yes. You can be very sure of that. I do love you.
Everything's all right, boss?
Everything's wonderful, Dominic. Everything is wonderful.
Oh, then this is a good time to tell you I got a wife with yellow hair down in the hold, no?
No. This is not a good time.
Then I tell you some other time. Good night, boss. Hey, good night.
Oh, Jean. Oh, darling, you're so wonderful.
Well, yes, I am. Yes, I must admit it. I've a good ship and a good crew and a good wife. And shall I tell you something? I did it all myself, single-handed.
In just a moment, an important message from Victor Jory. You know, my friends, the war has caused many shortages. In many cases, it has made the use of substitutes necessary. But this is not true of that famous family standby, Vicks Vapor Rub. There are no wartime substitutes in the Vapor Rub you buy. Although some of the countries that supplied us with aromatics and medications were taken by the enemy, we found new sources. As a result, there are no wartime substitutes in Vapor Rub. It is the same fine, effective Vapor Rub, the same high quality you enjoyed before the war, the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds, time-tested, home-proved Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much for the many fine things you have said in recent letters about the Matinee Theater productions. The votes are still coming in great numbers for both the love story of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett and Paramount's fine motion picture, Till We Meet Again. Next week, Gertrude Warner will appear with me in the one that you select. Remember, the choice is between Paramount's gripping story, Till We Meet Again, and the love story of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett. Please write me care of Columbia Broadcasting, New York 22, New York.
Our script today was written by Gene Holloway and was directed by Richard Sandville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vicks the makers of Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you another great matinee theater production starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Vicks presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in the love story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, brings you the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner in the request performance of the love story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. A great many stories have been told about this famous romance, and today it is our pleasure to bring you an original radio play by Jean Holloway based on their lives. A play that we feel will be long remembered by friends of the Matinee Theater. Here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
Act 1 of the love story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. Every once in a while, there springs to life a love story so beautiful that it becomes the ideal and the essence of all that romance should be. London, the early 19th century. She was a poetess of some prestige. An invalid, but still a beautiful, enchanting woman. He was dashing, handsome, and at 33 a poet of promise, if of modest achievement. Both of them had had books published, and the lady on the couch and the man in his study read each other's poems and were excited by them. And out of sincere mutual admiration, they began to correspond.
Tell me again what she looks like, John.
Oh, well, she's tall, very slender. She has black hair.
It falls like a cloud around her shoulders, doesn't it?
Well, it's black and it's long. And she's fair-skinned.
Her skin has the texture of rose petals, and the touch of her hand is like a sweep of music.
Robert, take the advice of an old friend. Now, forget about Elizabeth Barrett. Now, she's an invalid and a recluse, and she has the most disagreeable father it's ever been my bad fortune to meet. Now, I can introduce you to 100 women, all more beautiful and all more desirable.
Not to me, John, not to me. I sent a boy over with a letter a little while ago. I wonder if she's reading it now. I wonder what she's thinking. I wonder if this time my answer will be the one I've waited for.
What does Mr. Browning say in this letter, Elizabeth?
Oh, he speaks once more of coming to call. And he implies that perhaps the reason I've not permitted him to come before this is that I'm in some way mistrustful of him.
Oh, Elizabeth.
I suppose now he must come.
Oh, well, if you'd like to write him an answer now telling him to, I could post it when I go to meet Papa.
I'll try and have it ready by then.
Oh, I'm so glad. You had to meet someday, you know.
Yes, we had to meet someday. I know. You're staring at me, Mr. Browning.
I'm sorry. It's hard not to. You see, these past few months I've wondered so about you. I've read your poetry and your letters. I've tried to imagine what my lady in the ivory tower was like.
I'm afraid I've never thought of this room as an ivory tower. Sometimes it seemed more like a prison. I've had to spend so many hours here on this couch.
I'd like to take you away from England. I'd like to take you to Italy, where you could lie in the sun, drink red wine and eat Italian bread and cheese. In no time at all, you'd be taking long walks in the mountains and attending festivals. I'd take you out day after day in the fishing boats until your skin was brown and your eyes bright and full of laughter. And every night I'd hire a donkey cart and take you up to the mountains to watch the moon rise.
How beautiful it sounds. It's a lovely dream, Mr. Browning.
Shall I tell you something about my dreams, Miss Barrett?
Please do.
They have a way of coming true.
Elizabeth, my dear, you've forgotten the time. You're already late for your nap. I'm sure Mr. Browning will excuse you.
Sorry, I'll go at once. I hope I haven't tired you.
Tired me? What do you know, Mr. Browning? I not only feel very rested, I feel positively sunburned.
And I may come again next Tuesday?
If you don't, I shall be most disappointed. Good day, Mr. Browning.
Good day, Mr. Browning.
Good day, sir. Good day, Miss Barrett.
You have a high color. I trust you aren't feverish, my dear.
Not a bit of it. I've just been out in the sun and the wind, that's all. Do you know what I did this afternoon, Papa?
Yes?
I stood in the prow of a little Italian fishing boat, and the wind blew back my hair. My heart lifted to meet the wind. For a little while I was away from this room. I was free of all pain. And I was happier than I've been in a long time.
I didn't know your age and your great common sense, Elizabeth. I'd say you were talking like a schoolgirl who just lost her heart.
What does age and common sense have to do with losing one's heart, Papa?
Well, since you ask me, Elizabeth, I'll put it this way. Browning is on the threshold of his 30s. You are on the threshold of your 40s. The difference between those ages is the difference between youth and middle age. That's what age has to do with it. As for common sense, well, my dear, you are an invalid. As far as life and love are concerned, you must be an onlooker. That is sad. That is the way God has chosen for you. Yeah, I'm speaking as though there were something between you and Mr. Browning, which is ridiculous to begin with.
Yes. Isn't it?
Elizabeth, my dear, are you crying?
A little.
Why?
It was so lovely being young, even for a few moments. Oh, it isn't fair. It isn't fair that I should be middle-aged and have had nothing. I want to get out of this room, Papa. I want to know what it's like to run in the sunshine. I want to know what it's like to sit outside in the moonlight as late as I want to. I want to know what it's like to be kissed.
Elizabeth, you don't know what you're saying. You're overtired and hysterical. You'd better take your nap.
No. I'm not tired, and I'm not going to take a nap. You know what I'm going to do, Papa?
No?
I'm going to write a letter to Mr. Browning.
John Kenyon! I've got something to tell you. John Kenyon!
Here, see here now, Browning. This is a highly respectable neighborhood, and I don't intend to be thrown out of it, so kindly lower your voice.
John, old boy, would you mind if I kissed you on the cheek?
Yeah, I most certainly would. Why should you want to do a thing like that? You didn't get hit on the head on your way over here, did you?
Something like that. I fell in love on the way over here, and I owe it all to you.
Well, I decline any responsibility at all.
Elizabeth Barrett's the most enchanting, the most adorable, the most beautiful...
Oh. So you did meet her at last, eh? Well, I'm very sorry to hear you talk that way, Robert.
Sorry? Why?
Well, for one thing, Edward Barrett has always said that he would never permit any of his daughters to marry. And for another thing, Elizabeth's always been such a poor, sickly creature. I am sorry that you met. No happiness will ever come of it.
You're mistaken, John. I'm going to marry Elizabeth Barrett. And it's going to be the marriage that never was before on land or sea. I knew it from the moment I walked into her room today, and I think she knew it too. I'm so sure that I'm going to write her a letter right now and tell her exactly how I feel. She's shut up in a castle, now guarded by dragons, but I'll storm the castle and carry her off across my saddle.
You're going to write her that?
Yes, and she'll understand. She's my lady. She'll understand.
Why are you sitting here in the dark, Elizabeth? Shall I light the lamps?
If you wish. I've just been sitting here watching the stars and saying goodbye to something, Henrietta. Evidently, my manner with Mr. Browning last Tuesday was not everything a lady should be, because he's written me a most upsetting letter, completely lacking in respect and dignity.
What does he say?
He says he loves me.
Well, what more do you want?
I want respect and propriety. I'm too old to have a lover storming at the gate. Oh, Papa was right. It makes me feel quite ridiculous.
Oh, Elizabeth, please. Please be kind to Mr. Browning. Give yourself a chance for happiness.
I've written him a note. I'll read you part of it. You do not know what pain you give me in speaking so wildly. Oh. You've said some intemperate things, fancies, which you must not say ever again, but must forget at once and forever. If there should be one word of answer attempted to this or of reference, I must not, I will not see you again.
Well, you made rather a fool of yourself, didn't you?
Yes, rather.
Well, at least it's settled once and for all. Now maybe you'll get down to your own work and forget about Miss Elizabeth Barrett.
Forget her? I told you I was going to marry her.
The lady and you seem to have different opinions on that subject.
Wrong again. The lady and I are of exactly the same mind. And when she burrows through about 50 layers of convention to her heart, she'll find my name written across it. In the meantime, I'll wait. I will be the polite caller, the solicitous friend. Oh, how that's going to annoy her.
Well, it's your heart. Go ahead and break it.
I shall answer this little letter of hers by saying that she completely misinterpreted my meaning. I will say that I was thinking of her as a poetess and a famous figure, not a woman. After all, who am I, Robert Browning, to think of her in any other light? And then I shall say that I will call on her on Tuesday next, and that I'm obediently hers. And that will do the trick. It is therefore my considered opinion that the situation in English politics today is exceedingly grave and demands much study.
Yes, of course, I agree with you implicitly, Mr. Browning. Your letters this past week have certainly been mainly concerned with politics.
It's a vital subject, and the one thing that concerns me deeply at the moment.
You see, I was quite right, Henrietta. Mr. Browning has had nothing whatever of a personal nature to say to me on his recent visits. His professions of love obviously meant very little.
But you forbade him to say anything about love.
Well, he has a mind of his own, hasn't he? I'm very glad I wrote him as I did. Very glad indeed. I have a new poem of yours that someone sent me in the mail, Mr. Browning. It's one you haven't shown me. The Lost Mistress. It sounds as though you were a little bitter when you wrote it.
I was only as bitter as the lady who inspired it made me.
I wish I knew the lady who inspired your poem, Mr. Browning. Obviously, she holds your heart.
Perhaps someday you will meet her, Miss Barrett.
Yes. Yes, I do hope so, Mr. Browning.
Miss Barrett, how wonderful to find you downstairs in the library. You are getting better, aren't you?
I'm much better, thanks to you. I might have remained on that couch forever if you hadn't made me go for those drives, and then made me start taking walks. You've given me new heart and new life.
I'm glad. I'm glad to be able to repay you in some way for the great happiness and friendship you brought me.
That friendship will be yours as long as you want it, Mr. Browning.
Maybe I've been a conceited fool, John. Just because you hold your arms up for the stars doesn't mean you can reach them, does it? Tonight, I think she doesn't love me, and tonight, I think she never will.
Can this be Robert Browning talking? Where's your confidence? Where's your assurance?
Out the window, trying to catch up with my heart. I think I shall have to rescue all three. I think I must be off to Italy with them, alone.
You going to tell her?
Yes. I'm going to write her that tonight. I'll see her only once more to say goodbye.
Well, I am sorry, Robert, but it's just as well for you to realize that the whole thing is hopeless. Go to Italy. You'll forget this whole episode in a month or two.
No. No, I won't forget her. I won't ever forget. I shall miss her all the rest of my life.
In just a moment, the second act of the love story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning. April is here today, and with its usual pesky, changeable weather and colds. So don't take needless risks. Remember, when a cold strikes, that it's foolish to depend on unknown, untried remedies for relieving distress. You don't have to, because you have the personal experience of millions of folks to guide you. Just do as they do and rub Vicks Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back. Then notice how its relief-giving action goes right to work to help relieve upper bronchial congestion and irritation, to ease the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. You see, Vapor Rub so effectively relieves distress of colds because it penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. And this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours to bring such wonderful relief. And keep this in mind. Only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action. It's the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Time-tested, home-proved, Vicks Vapor Rub.
Now the second act of the love story of Elizabeth Barrett and Robert Browning, starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner.
Elizabeth, you haven't been looking very well lately. I think perhaps you're moving about too much. I'm thinking of taking you on a trip to the shore. Perhaps if you stayed on your couch and rested, the sea air might help you.
No, Father. You're not taking me away from Wimple Street.
You're forgetting yourself, Elizabeth. You've become very unruly since Mr. Browning has been coming here. I think I shall have to tell him that his presence is no longer welcome.
As long as I am under this roof, he is welcome. When he is no longer welcome, I shall leave, too.
You have my decision, Elizabeth.
And you have mine, Father.
Miss Barrett, there's something I must tell you. We may not be meeting for a time. I'm off to Italy in a week or so.
Oh. Well, I shall miss you very much. So that's why you've been so gay this afternoon. Has the lady of the poem relented and decided to be kind to you?
I'm afraid the lady of the poem is beyond my reach forever. Elizabeth, is there nothing human about you at all? Are you nothing but the statue of a woman, the shell of a woman? Is there no fire to you, no warmth? Have you no heart at all?
I have enough of a heart to be hurt. I have that much heart.
Have you? I doubt it. Elizabeth, that first time when I walked into your room and you smiled at me, something inside me kindled into flame, and I knew with a sureness beyond all doubt that you and I were meant to be together. I tried to tell you that. But your prim, corseted little mind wouldn't listen. You were offended, shocked, insulted. I should have taken my warning from that. I should never have come to this house again, but I hoped that you would come to realize and feel the same thing that I was feeling. Well, obviously I expected too much. You aren't capable of love. You're just what you want to be, a pretty invalid sitting by a window, waiting to die.
Oh, you must hate me to be able to speak like that.
No, I don't hate you. I feel sorry for you.
There doesn't seem to me much for me to say, Mr. Browning.
Good day, Miss Barrett.
Good day, Mr. Browning.
Well, Elizabeth, still crying, I see. Perhaps you'll realize now that I know what's best for you. You've made a pretty fool of yourself. You should be crying.
That's not why I'm crying. I'm crying because I'm lonely. I'm crying because of a lot of things I didn't say. Oh, Father, what shall I do? What can I do?
You can return to your couch, to your books, to your tranquility. Once you come to your senses, you'll be all right. I'm going to take you to the country where you can rest. You need the peace of solitude. You need to become again the daughter I've always protected and cherished. You've forgotten these past few weeks how much of an invalid you are.
Yes. Yes, I had forgotten. Father, I was in love with Mr. Browning.
It was a rather naive fancy for a woman of your age, wasn't it, Elizabeth?
Perhaps. But I never thought of being older when I was with him.
Thank heaven you're over those adolescent scenes now. They're hardly becoming to anyone so close to 40. We'll have peace and order in the house again. You know now what you must do, don't you, Elizabeth?
Yes. Yes, I do know now what I must do, Father. At last I know what I must do.
Hand me those shirts, will you, John?
Oh, yes. Here you are. Well, that's a mighty efficient job of packing you're doing, old man. I wish I were going with you.
Come along.
Well, maybe I shall run over late in the summer. Oh, well, what you want done with this package of letters?
Throw them in the fireplace. No. No. Throw them in the trunk.
Your first idea was better. Why take your memories along with you?
They're all I have. I don't want to read them now or for a long time to come, but one day I will want to read them. One day, a long time from now, when the scars don't burn anymore, when I can take them out and read them carelessly and say these were written by Elizabeth Barrett. She had almost everything a woman could have: beauty, wit, charm, intelligence. She had no heart. Or at any rate, she had no heart for me. I'd rather she hated me than have her merely like me.
Ah, Robert. I wish I knew what it was about Elizabeth that has so completely enthralled you. I'm sure I can't see it.
I don't know exactly what it is myself, except that after being with her, all other women are colorless. The hours that I'm with her go by like seconds, and the hours I'm waiting to be with her are snail-paced eternities. With one sentence, she can make me happier than I've ever been. With the next, she can hurt me more cruelly than I've ever been hurt. Without ever knowing it, she's given me a new awareness of life. Why, when I see people walking hand in hand through the starlight, my heart twists a little inside of me, and I want to go up to them and say, how fortunate you are to have found each other. I can't forget her for a single second, no matter where I am or who I'm with. I both hate her and love her so much that I don't know where one stops and the other begins. See what it is, will you, John? I want to finish up here.
No, right.
Elizabeth.
Hello, John. Is Robert here?
Yes, come in.
Elizabeth, come in. Sit down. That chair's the most comfortable. Sit there.
Yes. Well, if you two don't mind, I must be running along. It's a sudden engagement I just remembered. You know, my tailor. Goodbye.
Goodbye, John. Here, let me take your wrap.
I'm all right. Robert, I came because I had to speak to you before you left, and considering the manner of our parting, I didn't think you'd be calling again at Wimpole Street.
I am, of course, very glad to see you. That goes without saying.
When are you leaving?
Next week.
Robert, I may never see you again. And since I may never see you again, I feel that I must be honest with you, as you've been honest with me. After you had gone, that very first day we met, I sat for hours writing your letter. I always meant to destroy it, because I'd not written it with any idea of letting you see it, because now I want you to see it. Because it's an honest letter, which the one I sent you wasn't.
Shall I read it now?
Yes. Read it now.
My dearest one, I, who have never written a love letter, am writing my first. You're gone now, and yet my room is full of you. I see you everywhere I turn. Seems that all my life, my heart has asked a question, and now at last I know the answer. I've always been a cold thing, a poor excuse for a woman, and yet I believe that if you would but take my hand, I could follow you anywhere and be all things to you. Oh, Elizabeth.
Robert, I don't know if you can forgive me for not giving you this or telling you long ago, but you see, no one ever loved me before. And it's human nature to mistrust dreams that come true too suddenly.
My dearest. My dearest. You will marry me. You'll go to Italy with me.
I'll go with you, Robert. To Italy or to the ends of the world.
Can you be ready to go next week?
I don't know. That's so soon.
We can't be separated again. There's no telling what your father would do.
No, we can't be separated again. Robert, I will arrange to leave the house early Monday morning with my maid. If you will make the arrangements, perhaps we could be married sometime in the forenoon.
Elizabeth, you're everything I've ever wanted on earth.
Darling, you're everything I've ever wanted in heaven. I'm going for a walk, Papa.
You don't walk too far, my dear, and take it slowly.
Father, come here. Let me kiss you goodbye. We'll miss one another, you and I.
I shall be here when you return, Elizabeth. You know, my dear, you're looking exceptionally attractive and young today.
I am young today, Father. I am young today. Goodbye, Father. Goodbye.
Mrs. Browning, this is the beginning of the world for us.
Yes, my darling. The beginning of the world.
In just a moment, an important message from Victor Jory. But first, friends, listen to this melody. Yes, that's the beautiful signature many of you probably heard an hour and a half ago over another network. Each Sunday, it raises the curtain on the thrilling and inspiring music of the Stradivari Orchestra, presented by Prince Machiavelli, creator of Stradivari perfume. There is no other orchestra like it, because its violins, that give such eloquent new beauty to every melody, are genuine Stradivari violins, each one worth a king's ransom. Well, 2 weeks from today, on April 15th, this popular Stradivari orchestra, conducted by Paul Laval, moves into this time to bring you 30 minutes of soul-stirring, romantic music you know and love. So remember, you have a wonderful date on April 15th at this hour over this network with the famous Stradivari Orchestra. Be sure to keep it.
This is Victor Jory. I explained last Sunday. Next week, April 8th, marks the closing performance of the season for Vic's. And after that, at this time each Sunday, I know you're going to enjoy the Stradivari Orchestra. But speaking for the Matinee Theater, I want to thank Vic's, and I want to thank each and every one of the thousands who have written asking that we return to the air as soon as possible. Many of your letters contain signatures of the whole family. Others, the names of entire school groups, factory workers, and so forth. It was really very, very gratifying. It is up to you. If you've enjoyed our plays, write at once. If you'd like me to bring Vic's Matinee Theater, or rather the Matinee Theater productions, back to the air quickly, perhaps even this summer, write and tell me about it now. Address me care of Columbia Broadcasting, New York 22, New York. May I repeat that? Write me Victor Jory, care Columbia Broadcasting, New York 22, New York. Thank you. Be sure to tell your friends to listen again next Sunday, when we hope to bring you the outstanding production of the season. In the meantime, a happy Easter.
Our original radio play today was written by Gene Holloway and was directed by Richard Sanville. Music for this series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure to be with us next week when Vic's, the makers of Vic's Vatronol, Vic's Cough Drops, and Vic's Inhaler, brings you another great Matinee Theater production starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Matinee Theater. The makers of Vicks Vapor Rub present a half hour of romance and adventure starring Victor Jory and featuring Gertrude Warner in Wuthering Heights. This program was formerly called Dangerously Yours, and hereafter will be known as the Matinee Theater in order to bring you a greater variety of plays. First, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Martin Gable. Today we bring you a story penned over 100 years ago on the Haworth moors by the brilliant genius that was Emily Bronte. A story that, through the passing years, has become one of the world's greatest dramatic classics, Wuthering Heights. Our story opens in the shadowy bedroom in the gloomy old house at Wuthering Heights.
How is Mr. Heathcliff, Doctor? Is there any change? He seems to be quieter.
If he wanted to live, I think I could save him. As it is, I just don't know.
There he goes, calling for her again. Oh, it's enough to break your heart.
Kathy, come in. Come in.
How long has Catherine been dead?
Oh, I think it's close to 20 years. This was her room, you know. Kathy and Hindley and Heathcliff grew up in this house together, and Heathcliff might have been their actual brother the way he was treated until Mr. Earnshaw died. I was their nurse, you know.
Heathcliff was an orphan, wasn't he?
Yes, Mr. Earnshaw found the lad wandering in the streets in London and brought him home. And after Mr. Earnshaw died, Hindley did everything he could to make life unbearable for Heathcliff, with the result that the boy spent more time in the stable than the house.
Kathy, come in, Kathy. Oh, my darling.
No.
Hear me, please.
Poor fellow.
Hear me.
Was she beautiful?
Yes, a wild, wicked slip she was. But she had the bonniest eyes, the sweetest smile, and the lightest foot in the parish.
Kathy. 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 I've got to get to Kathy.
Help me.
Yes,
He's out of his
Doctor.
head again.
Yes.
Kathy, let
No,
me up, you
hush,
fool.
boy.
She's outside the window trying to get in.
He's
Don't you
clear.
hear her?
Still hush.
Don't you hear her outside crying in the wind and the snow? Let her in. Let her in.
There's no one outside, Heathcliff.
Oh, Kathy, come back to my heart. When we were young, you said you'd love me always, Kathy. Remember that day? We ran through the heather, laughing at nothing, laughing at everything, and the wind ran with us. And we were drunk with the smell of the moors and the excitement of being young together.
Oh, I'm completely out of breath.
Come on, it's only a few more steps to the top of the rock. There.
Oh, Heathcliff, we're on top of the whole world.
The sun's going down. The moor looks as though they're on fire.
Oh, it's so beautiful, it almost makes you want to cry.
Don't cry. It hurts me when you cry.
It hurts you? It hurts you, Heathcliff?
Yes.
Oh, don't turn away from me, Heathcliff. Look at me. Tell me why.
I don't know.
Do you think it could be because you love me, Heathcliff? You do love me, don't you?
I never thought much about it that way. I know you're like food to me and drink. I know that sometimes you're the rain that chills me and sometimes you're the fire that warms me. And when I'm with you, whether we quarrel or laugh or cry, I feel completely satisfied. And when I'm not with you, I feel lost and torn to pieces. I guess that's love, Kathy. At least, as
the only love I know.
Oh, Heathcliff, I love you too. I love you and I always will.
Darling. It's going to storm. We'd better start back. Oh, I wish you could see yourself. You're caked with mud.
Oh, you're
Elizabeth.
not such an elegant companion yourself. Oh, there's the Linton dog barking. I want to pet him a
No,
moment.
don't pet him. He's a mean animal. Stay away from him.
I will not. I never saw a dog in my life I couldn't handle. Here, boy. Nice boy.
I'll get him, Kathy. You ugly beast. I'll get his throat. Let go. Let go.
What the deuce are you doing with my dog?
Come off your dog, Linton, or I'll throttle him.
Let go, Vince. It'll be all right.
Are you all right, Kathy? Oh, darling, don't cry like that. Let me see your foot.
It hurts. And look how it's bleeding.
We'll take care of it at once.
I wish I'd killed that dog.
You're Miss Catherine Earnshaw, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Well, I'm a neighbor of yours, Edgar Linton. I've just returned from Oxford. If you'll dismiss your groom, I'll carry you up to the house and have your foot attended to.
Thank you. That would be very kind.
Catherine, she's fainted. I'll carry her to the house. Kindly get your master and Miss Earnshaw's maid at once.
See here, I'm not a servant.
Oh, don't stand there arguing, man. I've got to get help for her. Will you go, or must I send one of my men?
I'll go. I'll go. Have you seen her, Nellie? Is she all right? I asked Hindley, but I couldn't get any satisfaction out of him.
Oh, she's coming along just fine. She'll be home in a few days now. But she's happy as a lark up there at the Linton house. Mr. Edgar waits on her hand and foot.
I know. I walked up there last night, and I watched them through the window. Nellie, did you ever hate a man so much your fingers ached to kill him?
Well, Catherine, your things are ready, and the carriage is at the door. I must say, I miss you.
I'll miss you too, Edgar. You've been very good to me.
I'll continue to be good to you, if you let me, Catherine.
Kathy, come out for a run on the moors. Let's get away from houses and people.
I can't, Heathcliff. I'm going to a party with Edgar Linton tonight. I have to get ready.
Kathy, please.
Heathcliff, I've told you I have to get ready for a party. Now, that's all there is to it.
Nellie, Kathy's changed so ever since she met Linton. She couldn't care anything for that.
Why don't you fix yourself up a bit? Get your hair trimmed and get some decent clothes. Do you think Miss Catherine would marry a man with no ambition to be anything better than the gutter snipe he was born?
Yes. I think she loves me and will marry me as I am. I'd stake my life on that.
Nellie, Edgar wants me to marry him.
Do you love him?
Love him? Oh, don't be silly.
Do you love Heathcliff?
Love Heathcliff? Oh, Nellie, I don't think I can tell you how I feel about Heathcliff. It's almost impossible to put into words. I think he's more myself than I am. Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same.
You can feel that way and yet fight and quarrel and hurt him as you do.
Yes, of course. He's not always a pleasure to me, any more than I'm always a pleasure to myself. But in some strange, inexplicable way, I am Heathcliff. I'd follow him. I'd go to him anywhere if he needed me. But, Nellie, I think I must marry Edgar. I talked to Hindley last night. He said if I ever spoke of marrying Heathcliff, he'd shoot him on sight. And that I should know it would degrade me to marry Heathcliff. And in the end, that would shame me and him. Do you think I should marry Edgar? Do you think it's true it would degrade me to marry Heathcliff, Nellie?
Well, yes, Kathy, of course it's true.
Heathcliff, you were listening.
I didn't mean to. I heard you say it would degrade you to marry me. Go ahead, marry Edgar Linton. Live in wealth and security and complete boredom, if you think that will make you happy. But I'll tell you right now it won't. You have red blood in you, my girl.
You've always run to meet life. You're a half-wild creature, blood, bone, and sinew of the moors, mothered by them, sired by the wild, fierce moor winds, and cradled in the heather. Marry Edgar Linton. See what happens to a moor creature when she forsakes her love and the life she was born to lead. You weren't born for Edgar Linton, Kathy. You were born for me. And I hope that knowledge torments you until it kills you. Now I'll get out of this house and out of this country, but you try to get me out of your heart.
Oh, Kathy, dear, please. You must stop crying like this. You must get some sleep. You haven't been in bed for days.
I'm going out. I've got to get out on the moors. There was a rock Heathcliff took me to once. Perhaps he's there.
He's been gone for a week. He's far from here by now.
He might be on the rock. I've got to see. I'm going out.
No, not in this rain and wind.
I've got to go out. I've got to find Heathcliff. Heathcliff, my darling, you must be here. Heathcliff. Oh, my darling, you can't be lost to me. You are my laughter and my tears. Yours was the name I cried at my dreaming. Yours are the lips and the arms in my dreaming. Heathcliff, where are you? Heathcliff! Dear God, please tell me the answer. Where is he? Where is he that I may follow him? Follow him? Yes, I could follow him. He's gone into the dark, into the moors. One step from this rock and our destinies would be joined. One step. God forgive me for the sin I must commit. Take my body to the earth. Let me sleep until his voice awakens me. Let my heart cease aching. My senses cease throbbing. Let me follow him. Let me follow him.
I followed you, thank heaven. God forgive you for what you were about to do, Catherine.
I want to die, Nellie. What is there to live for?
Oh, a great deal. Heathcliff is gone. You were a child when you loved him. Now you've lost him and you're a woman. I expect you to face it as a woman.
What do you want me to do, Nellie?
I want you to come home, and I want you to marry Edgar Linton. That's your salvation, Catherine.
Can a woman live with her heart dried up inside her? Can she speak when her whole being aches to hear one voice answer her? Can she look at another man when there's only one man her heart would look upon? Oh, can all those things be put by, Nellie?
They can be. And they must be. Come, Catherine.
In just a moment, Act 2 of Wuthering Heights from the stage of the Matinee Theater. You know, when you ask folks to name the best of anything, you just can't expect them to agree. And that is what makes this news all the more amazing. When we asked thousands of folks from coast to coast what home remedy they liked best to relieve misery and distress of colds, practically all of them answered, why, Vicks Vapor Rub, of course. They knew from their own happy experience what wonderful relief from distress of colds Vapor Rub and its famous penetrating, stimulating action can bring. You see, when you rub Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back, it penetrates direct into the cold, irritated upper bronchial tubes with special, soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a warming poultice. Now, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours,
to help relieve the coughing spasms, muscular soreness or tightness, congestion and irritation in the upper bronchial tubes. And often, most of the misery of the cold is gone overnight. Now remember this. Be sure you get the one and only Vapor Rub, because only Vapor Rub can give you this special penetrating, stimulating action. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of cold, Vicks Vapor Rub.
And now the second act of Wuthering Heights, starring Victor Jory. Our scene opens at the front door of the Linden house. 3 years later.
Heathcliff, is it possible? Heathcliff?
Well, Nellie, is this all the greeting you have for me after 3 years?
Nellie, who's at the door? I thought I heard...
Good evening, Kathy.
Heathcliff. Oh, Heathcliff, come in. Oh, it's been so long.
My darling. My dearest, my sweet. Oh, you're so beautiful, so very beautiful. Even my memories did you an injustice.
Oh, my dearest.
No, it's so good to hold you in my arms again. They've been so empty. I don't know how it's possible to love and hate the same person, but I love and hate you. And I should kill you for marrying Edgar Linton.
When your world crumbles around you, you either build a new world or die, Heathcliff.
I'd rather you died then. You'll be sorry he ever smiled at you. And so will you, my Catherine. I've come back to live at Wuthering Heights. I've money now. There'll be a way for me to get back at you.
Is that why you returned?
Yes, that's why I returned.
Why you speak.
Oh, Catherine, you asked me to wait for you in the morning room, but you were so long coming.
I'll be there in a moment, Isabella.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure of this gentleman's acquaintance, Catherine.
I don't believe you have.
Isabella, this is Mr. Heathcliff, Edgar's sister, Miss Linton, Mr. Heathcliff.
Edgar's sister? Well, we must get acquainted, Miss Linton. Any member of your family is of great interest to me.
Heathcliff.
Isabella, you were sweet to come out on the moors to meet me.
I don't know why Catherine tries to keep me away from you. I don't like to think she's jealous, but I don't know what else to think.
Isabella, would you run away with me tonight and marry me?
But you haven't said you love me.
But I have asked you to marry me. Will you?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I'd love to.
Come on, then, let's get back to the house. I'll visit with Kathy while you're getting ready. Kathy, how beautiful you are. How much I love you.
Please, don't say such things to me.
You've gotten so thin and pale these last few months. Past months that I've been here. You were healthy in the old days, Kathy.
It hasn't been exactly easy. Seeing you and not being able to go to you.
Catherine, I've come to say goodbye. I'm going to marry Isabella.
Marry Isabella? Oh, no, you wouldn't do that.
You know me better than to say that.
Oh, Heathcliff, have you not had enough revenge on me?
No, my dear, not nearly enough. I want you to suffer the way I've suffered. I want you to think of Isabella in my arms. I want you to know the same torments and hates and fears that I've known, and I want you to die the 1,000 deaths that I've died.
Get out of this house, son. Get out instantly.
Edgar.
Ah, the master of the house. Come in and join the brawl.
I have been so far forbearing with you, sir, because Catherine asked me that I accept you as a friend. But I tell you here and now that if I ever find you within my doors again, I will shoot you on sight. Now get out before I have my servants throw you out.
Oh, Kathy, this lamb of yours threatens like a bull. It is in danger of splitting its skull against my knuckles. So you'll have your servants throw me out, eh? I wish you joy of your milk-blooded coward, Kathy. I will leave, though. For I have a rendezvous I wouldn't care to miss. Good day, Mr. Linton, Mrs. Linton. I wish you both great happiness. Though how one of you can stomach the other is beyond me. Good day.
I, Isabella, take thee, Heathcliff, to have and to hold, from this day forward, as long as we both shall live.
How is Catherine, Nellie? Did she eat her dinner?
No, it's there on the table untouched.
The doctor said I'd better not go into her room at all. She says she's very ill, that she might...
She's been ill before with cold and fever. Maybe she'll get better.
Has she asked about Heathcliff or Isabella?
Not once.
Nellie! Where are you, Nellie? I'll shut the house down if you don't come out.
Be still! Do you want to disturb her with your cries?
Isabel and I got back this morning, and I heard in the village that Kathy's ill, almost to dying. What happened to her?
She walked on the moors all night in the rain after Edgar ordered you from the house. They found her the next day, dazed and half out of her head.
Take me to her. Linton's gone to church. I saw him leave.
You won't harm her.
Harm her? Oh, no. No, I won't harm her.
Heathcliff. Oh, I thought you would never come.
Kathy. All my life. How can I bear this?
You wanted to break my heart, Heathcliff. You haven't come to bewail the deed now that you've accomplished it, have you? How many years do you mean to live after I'm gone?
No.
Will you forget me? Will you say 20 years hence? That's the grave of Catherine Earnshaw. I loved her once and sorrowed to lose her. But that all passed a long time ago.
Don't torture me.
You tortured me.
Are you possessed with a devil to talk in that manner to me, lying there on that bed that may be your deathbed? Don't you know those words will brand my memory and eat their way into me until they destroy me? Is it not enough that for the rest of my life I must writhe in a living hell married to another, weeping for you?
Oh, darling, forgive me. Come here, close beside me, where I can touch your hand. I don't wish you torment, Heathcliff. I didn't mean those things. It's just that I don't want to leave you. We should never have been separated. Together we were something beautiful. But alone, each of us has been lost and tormented and useless to anyone.
Oh, Kathy, don't let life slip away from you. Hold on to it. Fight your way back. We'll go away together. We'll start over someplace far away.
You do love me, don't you?
Love you. You're the only thing I've ever loved in all my life. That love for you is the evil and the good in me. It's the greatest height I can reach and the lowest depth in which I can grovel. It's heaven and it's hell. It's beauty and it's degradation. Love you. I was born loving you. And I'll die loving you.
My dearest, put your arms around me. Let me rest my head on your shoulder. Listen to me, darling. I have not many words left to say, and I want them to belong to you. I love you. I will always love you. And I will wait for you in a cradle of heather out on the moors. Heathcliff, my darling.
Kathy, my dearest. My dearest.
What is the meaning of this?
We've both lost her now, Linton.
We've both lost an hour. Oh, Kathy. Kathy.
Kathy, come in. Oh, my heart's darling, hear me, please. Please hear me.
Mr. Heathcliff.
At last.
Mr. Heathcliff, you must rest.
Oh, you've heard more of the story of Kathy and Heathcliff tonight than anyone in this part of the country. You've heard him say things he would never say if he'd had any knowledge of what he was saying.
And she's been dead for 20 years. And still he yearns for her.
Yes, he thinks she wanders out on the moors waiting for him. And many's the night he's flung the window open and sat by it all night, crying her name and calling her. But she never comes in. She's waiting out there.
I heard you. Outside. I'll open the window and let you come in. Will you come in this time when I open the window, Kathy? Let me up.
Oh, no,
Yes,
boy,
let me
rest.
up. I must go to her.
No.
She's waiting outside the window. Don't you hear her? Let me up.
We must hold him down. Help me, Nellie. He mustn't get out of bed.
Kathy, come in, my dearest. Kathy, I hear you. I know you're there. Kathy!
The windows! God save us, the windows blow open.
Kathy, my darling.
Close the windows quickly. I'll hold him.
No. Leave them open.
Oh, Kathy. My Kathy.
He's gone, Nellie. You can close the windows now. He's gone beyond them.
In just a moment, Mr. Jory will tell you about next week's production. And meanwhile, a timely message. Mother, to help relieve distress of children's colds that cause coughing, sore throat, congestion, and irritation in the upper bronchial tubes, muscular soreness or tightness, the best-known home remedy you can use is famous Vicks Vapor Rub. This modern way that most young mothers now depend on is an external treatment, no dosing to upset a child's delicate stomach. You just rub Vapor Rub on the throat, chest, and back at bedtime, and it starts to work at once to relieve miseries of a cold and bring grand comfort. And Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours, bringing relief. It invites restful sleep, and often, by morning, most of the misery of a child's cold is gone. Why don't you try Vapor Rub this very day if colds have struck your family? It's especially good for the children, and it works fine for grown-ups, too. It's the best-known home remedy in the world for relieving miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the many kind letters I've received from you suggesting your choice of plays, books, and motion pictures. Need I tell you that your letters and suggestions are always welcome? Please address me, care of Victor Jory, Columbia Broadcasting System, New York 22, New York. Next week, Vic's Matinee Theater will present one of Samuel Goldwyn's greatest motion picture successes. The memorable and exciting story of two people forbidden to love, beloved enemy.
Our play was written by Gene Holloway from the book Wuthering Heights and directed by Richard Sandville. Music for the series is under the direction of Mark Warno. Be sure and listen in again next week when Vic's Matinee Theater presents Beloved Enemy, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Vic's Matinee Theater. Vic's Matinee Theater, presented by the makers of Vic's Vapor Rub, brings you Beloved Enemy, starring Victor Jory as Dennis Reardon. Now, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vic's Vapor Rub.
Ladies and gentlemen, today from the stage of the Matinee Theater, Vic's brings you one of the most memorable love stories ever told. Beloved Enemy, adapted from Samuel Goldwyn's great motion picture. Our story opens in the city of Dublin in 1921. 1921 in Ireland. A time of unrest and discontent. A time when right or wrong, rebellion flamed through the land and good men on both sides died for their convictions. And foremost among these, a hero to his followers, but to the authorities of England only a name, Dennis Reardon.
Dennis Reardon, did you hear the news?
Yes, McCarthy, O'Brien, and Casey dead.
They were brave lads. They saved our records.
They were brave lads. I grew up with Tom O'Brien. I've lost a brother.
Well, the men are all assembled in the cellar for the meeting. Will you come down now?
Aye.
Did you hear that Lord Athley and his daughter are arriving from England tonight?
That I did. The English government has sent Lord Athley to come over and see what can be done about us. He's going to find we're quite a problem. Eh, Burke? I understand, too, that there's a shipment of munitions arriving tonight.
A shipment of munitions, eh?
That's right. A shipment of munitions.
Blown up our munition ship. This is intolerable negligence on your part, Captain Loader.
But, Lord Athley, you don't understand the situation. I don't have enough men to cover all of Dublin. We're not at war with Ireland, you know. I never know where they're going to strike next.
It's your business to know.
But Reardon's spies are in the post office, the telephone exchanges, army, police. They're everywhere. Anything we decide here, Reardon knows in 2 hours, and I don't even know what the man looks like.
Well, you'd better find out what he looks like. Because if we don't get him pretty soon, there's going to be war between Ireland and England.
We're doing everything we can, Lord Athley.
Oh, there you are, Captain Loader. There's some soldiers out here with a very handsome prisoner. If you don't want him, I'll take him.
I'll be right out, Lady Helen.
No, bring him in here. Let's see your efficiency in action, Loader.
Very well. I'll bring him in here.
I'll just sit down and watch, if you don't mind, Father.
Suit yourself, my dear, but don't interrupt.
Wait outside, men. This man was picked up close to the dock where the munition ship was destroyed, Your Lordship.
Ah, I see. What's your name?
Dennis Reardon.
You're taking a dangerous name, my man.
The best is none too good for me, my man.
Oh, impudent young rascal. They find any papers on him, Loader?
Yes, sir. Here they are.
Ah, Thomas Casey. Mm-hmm. Medical student, eh? Well, Mr. Casey, what were you doing in the vicinity of the explosion?
I was riding my bike home from the university as peaceful as you'd please. When all of a sudden I heard a terrific noise, and I fell off my bike. And then some soldiers came along, and would you believe it now? I was whisked into a lorry bicycle and all and brought up here and asked what I was doing back there. Is it now forbidden to ride through our own streets?
Helen!
I beg your pardon.
Let the man go, Loader.
And give back his bicycle.
All right, you may go.
Thank you kindly. And thank you, too, for bringing me here.
Don't be impudent.
Begging your pardon, I meant it sincerely. For I've had one look at a woman I'll never forget.
Why, thank you. You know, I've always wondered whether the romantic stories I heard about the Irish were true. And now...
And now?
Why, now I see they are.
Helen.
Good night to you, my lady. The good saints bless you and keep you.
Good night, Dennis Reardon. The same to you.
They're all alike, Lady Helen, full of blarney.
Yes. And isn't it attractive? Hobbs? Hobbs, where are you? Hobbs!
I will
here, my lady. Just a minute.
Well, come here. I finished shopping and I want you to drive me home.
Would you mind coming over here, my lady? This young lad's hurt pretty bad, and he won't let me touch him.
Who's hurt? What are you talking about?
Let me go. Let me go. I tell you, let me go.
He was running and he fell. His legs all twisted up under him. He wouldn't let me touch him.
Oh, now come. Let me see your knee.
Don't you touch me. Don't you touch me.
I was a Red Cross nurse once, and even the enemy didn't mind when we helped. Let me see it, Oh, that's a good boy.
Ow!
It's just a wrench. It isn't broken. Hobbs, please help me carry him to the car. We'll have to drive him to his home. There, Pedro. Isn't that a nice bandage?
Yes'm, thank you. My mother should be home soon. She must be shopping.
Do you think you'll be all right if I leave you?
Yes'm.
Hello there, Pedro. The door was open, so I walked. Well, lady, I'm afraid you're in the wrong section of Dublin.
Why, hello.
I fell down and hurt my leg, and she brought me home and fixed it. Isn't it all right?
Of course it's all right. But Lady Helen is in the wrong section of town.
What do you mean?
I mean that while you've been fixing the lad's legs, the neighbors have been fixing your car. Your chauffeur just left for the garage to see if he could get a repairman.
Well, how will I get home?
Did your mother take her bicycle, Peter?
No, it's around and back.
Then we'll be borrowing that.
Thank you, Dennis Reardon.
Now, you have a frightening memory for names.
I'm not apt to forget that one.
I'll get my bike and meet you around in back. There's quite a crowd in front. They aren't used to English in this part of town.
All right, thank you.
You called him Dennis Reardon.
Yes, that's the only name I know him by.
Mother says we're never to call him that anymore.
Oh, I see. Well, then, we won't.
I was certainly wise in taking you around the outside of town instead of through it. With your kind of cycling, you'd have been killed for certain by an Irish lamppost. Well, let's stop and rest for a moment.
All right. Oh, it's beautiful out here, isn't it? So beautiful it almost hurts.
Yes, it is. I'm a countryman at heart myself, you know. Someday I'm going to have a bit of a farm in County Galway with some fine pigs and horses on it.
All by yourself?
Indeed not. There'll be a fine-spirited woman in my house making a great clamor all day and children driving me crazy with their goings-on. And there'll be some fine rich earth for plowing and a brook and a leprechaun under the kitchen doorstep. And you'll always have to remember to leave him a bit of cream at night, or he'll be very angry.
Oh, I'd never forget a leprechaun.
I don't think you would. Would you like to meet me at Dublin Market tomorrow? I'm buying the first pig. Would you like to help me pick him out?
No, I can't do that.
So far as the world goes, we've nothing in common, have we?
No, I'm afraid we haven't.
And there's no reason we should be friends, is there?
There's every reason we shouldn't.
Then let's not be friends. Let's just come here again and forget who we are and talk about farms in County Galway.
No, Dennis, we must not. Come on, we'd better start back.
Just in case you change your mind, I'll be waiting at 4 o'clock at the pig stalls. Tim, my boy, is this not a fine-looking pig?
Aye. But, Dennis, our English friend Captain Loader is close by, looking at cabbages and taking quite an interest in you and your pigs.
I see. I think I'll be asking you to put this pig by for me, Mr. O'Houlihan.
All right, sir, that I will. There's some more of the English over there by the chickens.
Quick, before they surround us. Have you any coins?
Aye.
Then throw them in the air quickly and get away while the kids are scrambling for them. Come on.
Here you are, ladies. Scramble.
I'm glad you came. When I wrote you the note and gave you my new address, I didn't know whether you'd come to my house or not, seeing as how you weren't at the market yesterday.
This is the last time I will ever meet you. You see, I'm not your friend. I'm your enemy. I know you're Dennis Reardon. Pedro told me without realizing it. That's how they knew you'd be at the market yesterday. Through me.
Did you also tell them you were meeting me here today?
No. It's no use asking you not to hate me. I'd better go.
No, don't go. Sit down and talk a bit. It may be a long time before we're meeting again.
We can never see each other again. You know that now, don't you?
Yes, I know it now. But all the years after you've gone from me, I'll be thinking of what might have been. And maybe it would be good to know if we thought of it in the same way.
Maybe it would.
Every evening, I'd have asked you to meet me on top of the hilltop. What would you have said to that when I asked you?
I'd have said, "Thank you, Dennis Reardon. I'll be there."
And all through the summer evenings, we'd have walked on the hills side by side. Not talking much, wouldn't we have?
We wouldn't have needed to talk much except to say, "Look at those stars. And did you ever see such a moon?"
And one evening, I'd have put my arm around you. And us walking alone in the moonlight. And what would you have said then?
I don't think I'd have said anything. I think I would just have sighed.
A happy sigh?
Oh, very.
Then we'd have walked slower and slower and stopped. And I'd have said, it's the honest and beautiful woman you are.
Oh, Dennis, don't. Don't say any more.
And I'd have said, I love you. I love you. And after we were married, we'd be on my farm in County Galway, riding fine horses together and us laughing crazy all day long.
Oh, Dennis, hold me close. Don't ever let me go. Dennis, my dearest.
My darling. My darling. Look, darling, it's dark out. I think I must take you home now.
Oh, Dennis. I love you so.
No, don't cry, my darling.
It's hard not to cry. I've never been in love before. And to have had love for such a little time, and then to let it go. It seems past all bearing.
Someday, when I finish what I must do, I'll come looking for you. And if you have not changed your mind, perhaps you'll go with me to County Galway.
I won't change my mind. I'll wait, Dennis, no matter how long it is.
And I'll come to you no matter when it is. And I'll begrudge every minute of every hour on every clock in the world until my job is done and we can be together.
Goodbye, my dearest.
Goodbye, my darling.
In just a moment, we will bring you Act 2 of Beloved Enemy from the stage of Vic's Matinee Theater. When your child suffers the miseries of a cold, everybody seems to have advice on what to do about it. But if you took a public opinion poll, you'd find that the modern way most mothers use to relieve distress of their children's colds is to rub on Vic's Vapor Rub. Now, for such an outstanding preference, there must be a basic proven reason. The moment you rub on Vapor Rub, it starts to work to bring fine relief right in the very places where distress is. Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special, soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. For hours, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working to bring gratifying relief. It invites restful sleep, and often by morning, most of the misery of the cold is gone. Try it yourself. Just rub on Vapor Rub tonight. And remember, only Vapor Rub gives you this special, penetrating, stimulating action. It's the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vic's Vapor Rub.
Now the second act of Beloved Enemies, starring Victor Jory. As our curtain rises, we're in England, And in the London house of Lord Athley, we find Lady Helen talking to her father.
Father, have you made up your mind what you're going to say to Parliament?
Yes. I'm going to recommend that Reardon and the delegates selected from this party be invited to England to see if we can't negotiate.
Oh, Father, that's wonderful.
If he does come, Helen, I shall hold you to your promise. You're not to see him alone. I say, if he comes.
Very well, Father. But he'll come. You'll see. He'll come. Welcome to England, Mr. Reardon. This is my father, Lord Athley. Father, Mr. Reardon.
Lord Athley?
How do you do, sir? I believe the last time we met, your name was...
Was Reardon, sir.
Yes. I trust you will enjoy this reception we've planned in your honor. My daughter will see that you meet everyone.
It was very kind of you, sir.
You've met Lord and Lady Huntington, Sir Cecil Brownlee. I do hope I've presented you to everyone.
Hello, Helen.
Hello, Dennis.
Oh, my dear, you're so beautiful. If only I could take you in my arms.
Oh, darling, if only you could.
But we cannot see each other alone. I gave my oath.
I had to do something like that, too.
I hate receptions.
I know. So do I. Oh, don't look at me like that. Everyone will know. Don't you admire that portrait, Mr. Reardon? It's a Reynolds, you know.
Oh, it's beautiful. Perhaps I should go.
Oh, no, please.
Torture seeing you like this.
It's better than not seeing you at all. Come, let me show you about the house. There's the library in there.
What things in your life happen in that room?
That's where I played the harp when I was 14, in a pink dress.
In that room?
My mother's sitting room. I used to say my prayers in there before she died. Then for 10 years, I never went into it once. I do now.
And do you pray there now?
Yes, for you. And for peace, Dennis. Maybe this conference will mean peace. It could, couldn't it, Dennis?
It could, Helen. But it isn't very likely.
Helen, some of our guests are ready to leave.
Oh, I'll come at once, Father. I wish you luck at the conferences tomorrow, Dennis. You and Ireland.
The delegates from Ireland must realize that we've made concessions far beyond our original intentions. In the past few days, we have conceded point after point in our efforts to reach a satisfactory conclusion. You're reaching for the moon, gentlemen, and we cannot give it to you.
It's all or nothing, Dennis. Don't let them fluff you into compromising.
They've given in on so many of our big points, Burke.
They have not given in on all.
Gentlemen, it is not enough.
Then further discussion is useless. War is inevitable.
We are tired and our vision is blurred. The fate of millions of people lies in our hands. I urge the leniency of our friends, the Irish, and beg the continuance of this conference tomorrow.
Here. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Reardon?
I hold but little hope that anything further can be accomplished. The issue between us is clear-cut. But before we all take an irrevocable step, we will consent to one more meeting.
Very well. We're adjourned until tomorrow.
Burke, we knew when we came here the best we could get would be a compromise.
Let them compromise.
All the compromising can't be on one side. They've already offered us more than Ireland has ever honestly hoped to get.
That's right, it is. I think we should take what they offer, and maybe a little later we can win a few more points.
We were sworn to demand everything or nothing. Oh, what's the good of arguing? You hold the deciding vote, Dennis.
That's right. In your vote hangs the balance of war or peace for Ireland, Dennis.
Have you made up your mind?
I'm going out for a walk. I've got to think. They made us some fine promises today. There's no denying it.
They won't put them on paper. They just say that we shall have home rule, and we must take their word for it. Well, I'm not willing to take anyone's word for anything, and if you do, Dennis Reardon, you'll answer to the people for it. They want their rights, and they've sent you here to get them for them. Now, what are you going to do about it?
I'm going for a walk. I have to think.
Mind your promise about that woman, Dennis.
I've not broken it, Bert.
Dennis, I'm so glad I found you. I asked for you at the hotel, and the clerk said he thought you were here in the park.
I've sworn not to see you alone.
Do you think Ireland would be completely destroyed if you kissed me? Just once.
Oh, Helen. Oh, darling, but you're enough to make a man forget life and country and promises.
Dennis, it's your vote that's going to mean war or peace, isn't it?
Yes. And I'm racking my brain and my heart for the answer. I can't forget the lads who died and all they fought for.
Is it wrong to remember those who want to live?
It is, if we fail the dead in order to bring easy comfort to the living. My country and its cause must come first before any man's right to live. Until we have freedom, we have nothing.
They're giving you that.
No, they're only promising us that. And not on paper.
Then take the promise and fight if it isn't kept. Give us a chance to keep it. Don't ever let your country go to war, Dennis Reardon, over something that can be settled peacefully. We are not without honor. We have made you a promise. Give us a chance to keep that promise. Dennis, the right of thousands of people to live and be happy are in your hands. You have no right not to try the compromise if they're good at heart.
Good night, Helen. I must leave you now.
Dennis, what are you going to do?
I have to walk and think some more.
On behalf of the Irish Republic, I accept the promises of the English Committee. We agree to your compromise.
It's done, Helen. They've signed it.
Where's Dennis?
He left on the afternoon boat for Ireland. Helen, that man is one of the bravest I've ever known. Heaven help him. When he signed that treaty, he was as good as signing his own death warrant, and he knew it.
Death warrant?
Yes. The fanatics of his own party won't stand for compromise. They'll all look upon him as a traitor.
I'm going to him, Father.
Helen, to go to him would be very dangerous.
I must go to him, Father.
All right. I understand. We'll go together, daughter.
There he is, Father. He's speaking, see, on that platform. Let's get closer where we can hear him.
Government of its own. And now, for the first time in Irish history, we have that government. There are among us some men who still believe that Ireland is not ready for peace. I hope I may live long enough to prove to them that what has been gained today is everything we should hope for at this time, and that what will be gained in the future depends no longer on gunpowder and hatred, but on the peaceful understanding of the people. Our future, under the treaty, is a brighter one than any Irishman has ever known. But it must be built wisely and sanely. And above all, it must be built on peace.
There's the man that sold us out for a woman. There's the traitor.
Kill him. Father, they killed him. Come, we must get to him. Well, Doctor?
He'll be all right. It's just a flesh wound. Go along in there now. He's waiting for you.
Well, now, woman, what are you doing here in Ireland without an invitation?
Without an invitation, is it?
And who was it that invited me to live on a farm in County Galway?
Careful now. The doctor says I'm not to be excited. Don't you be shouting at me.
If I have any trouble with you, Dennis Reardon, I'll take it to the people. I saw how it was with you and the people tonight, after Burke shot you. He's in jail right now, thinking over his mistakes. The people are going to try it your way, Dennis.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, well, then, I guess my job is finished. And I can take it easy for the rest of my life on that bit of a farm with you.
Take it easy. Land alive, listen to the man. With a plowing and a planting and farming and milking and butchering and carpentering to be done, he's talking about resting.
May the saints bless us and keep us. The English are no better than the Irish. You're talking the same way my mother used to talk to my father. And when you finish that milking, Patrick Reardon, you can set your mind and your hand to fixing the back step.
It all goes to the farm in County Galway, darling. How does it sound to you?
How does it sound? Come here where I can put my arm around you, Helen, my darling, and I'll spend the rest of the evening telling you.
Would you mind kissing me first?
Would I mind kissing you? Oh, what a question to be asking an Irishman.
In just a moment, Mr. Jory will tell you about next week's production. Meanwhile, a very timely message. If you have a cold today, are you going to wake up tomorrow morning feeling just too miserable to get through the day's work? Or are you going to rub on Vicks Vapor Rub tonight? You see, the moment you rub Vapor Rub on your throat, chest, and back, it starts right to work bringing grand relief. It helps relieve congestion and irritation in the upper breathing passages, the coughing spasms, sore throat, and that muscular soreness or tightness. And here's why the results are so comforting and gratifying. Vapor Rub penetrates into the cold, congested upper bronchial tubes with its special soothing medicinal vapors. And at the same time, it stimulates chest and back surfaces like a comforting, warming poultice. What's more, this penetrating, stimulating action of Vapor Rub keeps on working for hours while you sleep to bring you wonderful comfort. Now make sure you get Vapor Rub, because only Vapor Rub gives you this special penetrating, stimulating action, the best-known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds. Vicks Vapor Rub.
This is Victor Jory. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your many kind letters and your suggestions. I'm answering your letters as rapidly as possible. Your suggestions for future plays are most welcome. And if you care to write, you may address me in care of Columbia Broadcasting, 22, New York. Next week, from the stage of Matinee Theater, we will present that delightful RKO picture, My Favorite Wife. Leo McCarey's hilarious story of a man who found on the night of his second wedding that the first wife he had thought dead was very much alive. Next week, My Favorite Wife.
Our play was directed by Richard Sandville and was adapted by Gene Holloway from Samuel Goldwyn's motion picture. Mr. Goldwyn will soon present his latest Technicolor comedy, The Princess and the Pirate, starring Bob Hope at your local theater. Music for our series is under the direction of Mark Warnow. The part of Helen was played by Gertrude Warner. Be sure and listen in again next week when Vic's Matinee Theater presents My Favorite Wife, starring Victor Jory. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory. Vicks, the makers of Vicks Vapor Rub, Vicks Vatronol, Vicks Cough Drops, and Vicks Inhaler, presents the Matinee Theater, starring Victor Jory in the delightful RKO romantic comedy, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. But first, here's a good thing to remember when you catch a cold. The best known home remedy for relieving miseries of colds is Vicks Vapor Rub.
Your request play today is a romantic screen favorite that starred Robert Montgomery and Carol Lombard. There's an old saying that the course of true love never runs smooth, and another that the first 100 years are the hardest. This is the story of a young couple who found out that both of these were true. The story of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. We start their story just after a quarrel.
David, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too, darling.
I love you so very much.
And I love you.
What a nice kiss. Do you just think it's been 3 whole days and 3 whole nights since you've kissed me?
I know, and I sure was getting tired of this bedroom.
So was I, but I still say that if every married couple had the same rules as we have, there'd be no divorces.
Right.
They ought to put it in the marriage ceremony. Quote, you are not allowed to leave the scene of a quarrel unless you've made up. Unquote. That's simple, because eventually you have to make up.
Yeah, well, I better get dressed and get to the office. I can't afford to stay away 3 days at a time. Hand me my socks, will you?
Catch.
Thanks.
You know, darling, this fight was really my fault, I guess.
No, Anna, it was mine. I shouldn't get so jealous. And I should also lay off your family. But those questions you ask all the time, like what did I do on that trip to Paris when I graduated from college?
Well, I forgave you that. But, David, I do have another question.
Here it comes again. All right, shoot.
Well, if you had it to do all over again, would you have married me?
Oh, now, look, honey.
That's my question, would you?
Do you want an honest answer?
Well, of course.
All right, then, no, I wouldn't.
What?
Not that I'd want to marry anyone else. But a man gives up so much when he gets married that I think if I had to do over again, I'd stay single.
Why, you...
No, wait, honey. You wanted me to tell you the truth? I hope I haven't hurt your feelings.
Oh, no. It's perfectly all right.
Well, that's good. I'm not going to answer any more of your fool questions. They're always getting me into trouble. I feel... hand me my tie, will you, dear? No, the blue one.
Here. Of course, David, if you'd like your freedom,
For heaven's sake, I don't want my freedom. I love you. I'm crazy about you. I'm used to you. How do we get into these things?
My only hold on you is that you're used to me.
Oh, now, look, honey, you've got the whole thing wrong. I wouldn't know what to do without you. You're my little girl. I'm crazy about you. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry. Come on now, forgive me. Say you'll forgive me.
Well, all right.
Honey, can I go to work now?
Yes, go right ahead. I don't suppose the law firm of Smith and Custer can go on without you.
That's it. Atta baby, that's the way to look at it. See you tonight. Good morning, Jeff.
Well, good morning, Dave. I didn't know whether you were still a member of the firm or not.
Yeah, 3 days this time. I'm sorry, Jeff.
Another little domestic disturbance?
You know how Ann is. You have to humor her.
Oh, you don't have to explain to me, David. I understand.
Fine.
I haven't been your partner all this time for nothing. Oh, say, I almost forgot. There's a Mr. Deaver waiting to see you. He wouldn't tell me his business. Said it was something private.
Deaver? Well, maybe a client. I'll go right in. Mr. Deaver?
Yes. You, Mr. Smith?
Now, that's right. What can I do for you?
Well, I don't know what you can do, but were you married in Beecham in March 1940?
Beecham? Well, yes, I was.
Well, I hope you won't be upset by this. But, you know, Beecham is on the other side of the river.
Oh.
Yes, and it was always incorporated in Brenda County. And you see, Brenda County is in Idaho.
Yeah.
You follow me, don't you?
No, but don't mind me. I'm just listening.
Well, We in Beecham found out that we didn't have the right to be incorporated in Brenda County because from the other side of the Bass River, we belong to Nevada.
Beecham, Bender, Bass River.
Is that clear?
Yes, that's perfectly clear. What does it mean?
Well, we just found out that anybody who got married after the year 1936 with an Idaho license in Nevada, well, it just isn't proper.
Well, that's interesting. What do you mean it isn't proper?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Mr. Smith. I don't want you to get frightened or upset or anything. And all it is has been a kind of a mistake. And under the law, you're not legally married.
What's that?
Oh, you really are married and everything, but there's a little technicality. And we figure in case of deaths and wills and births, children, it'd be better if everybody kind of got married again.